How was your day? See Yuri's face. He's holding something he can't put down yet. Maybe today felt a little like that too. He's only a boy here, they've just buried his mother. The wind won't stop pulling at his coat. That's where tonight begins. The book is Dr. ZHIVAGO. The boy will grow into Yuri Andreevich ZHIVAGO. You can close your eyes now. I'll keep reading. Nothing here needs you awake. The house is quiet now. The first pages are about to open. One snowy childhood, then a whole century. Every week we open one great book slowly. No homework, just the story and a quiet place to land. Yuri was raised by kind people after that. Books, warmth, a green-tiled stove. But the cold outside never fully left him. He grew up gentle. He wanted to heal people and he wanted to write poems. Two callings pulling quietly at one heart. Maybe you know that feeling. Two lives inside one day, the one you live and the one you keep meaning to. He is 19 and already tender in a way the world will keep trying to wear down. Tonight we walk in with him. Here's the question the whole book leans on. What do you hold on to when the world keeps taking everything else away? A country was about to change completely. Empires fall in this book, but Yuri keeps asking smaller, truer questions. Not the questions of history books. The other ones, who do I love? What is mine to keep? Where is home now? And there's a woman he hasn't met yet, Lara. She's somewhere across this same cold city carrying her own weight. They don't know each other. Not yet, but the same storm is coming for them both. That's the ache of this story. We'll stay with this one tonight. There are other Russian nights, other books. But tonight, the book will be here with you all the way through. So let's go back to the beginning, to the boy at the grave, because everything in Yuri starts there, in that white field. This moment is easy to overlook, but it changes everything. A child learns too early that nothing safe stays forever. That first night without her, the boy couldn't sleep. A storm rose against the house, and the windows shook all night long. He thought the storm was calling his mother's name. He pressed his face to the cold glass and listened and waited. By morning, the storm had buried everything in white, and somehow the world looked clean again, the way grief sometimes pretends to lift. They took him to Moscow then, to a family of scholars and music, the Gromykovs. They opened their door and never closed it again. There was a girl in that house. Tanya, gentle, steady, a little shy. She decided early that she would look after him. For a while, life was almost simple. Lessons, snow, the smell of books and wood smoke, the kind of years you only notice once they're gone. But across the city, that other life was already turning hard. The girl Lara was learning how cruel a grown man could be. His name was Komarovsky, a lawyer, smooth and powerful. He had been close to her mother, and now his eyes had turned to Lara. She was not yet 17, and already she carried a secret that made her feel older and stained and terribly alone. There was one person who loved her cleanly, a serious young man named Pasha. He thought she was something close to holy. She wanted that clean love. She wanted to be the girl he believed in, but the other man's shadow wouldn't quite let her go. So that's our beginning. Two young people, a city full of warmth and cruelty, and a winter that doesn't yet know what it will become. Let's stay a while in that warm house, because warmth matters in this book. It's the thing the cold keeps trying to put out. Anna Gromyko was not well. Her health was thinning like winter light, but she wanted to see the children settled before she went. She took Yuri's hand and Tanya's hand and joined them, gently, the way you might fold a letter you've already written. It was a kind wish, a safe one. Yuri and Tanya cared for each other deeply, the way people do who grew up under one roof. But care isn't always the same as the thing the heart later recognizes. That difference will cost everyone in this story dearly. Now back to Lara in her colder corner of the city. Komarovsky kept finding reasons to be near her. Each one felt like a trap closing. He took her to grand restaurants. He dressed it up as kindness. But she understood in her body that she was being slowly taken. And all the while, Pasha waited for her with his whole clean heart. He wanted to marry her. He wanted to save the world for her. Pasha believed in big, burning ideas. Justice, revolution, a world made new and fair. Lara was the human shape of all of it. But how do you give a clean love to a clean man when someone has already pressed a thumbprint of shame into you? She decided she would end it herself, the hold he had on her. She would walk into a room full of people and break it open. It was a Christmas party. Music, candles, laughter. And somewhere in that warm crowd was the man she meant to confront. What happened next was quick. A small sound under the music. Lara had brought a pistol, and her hand was shaking, and it fired. No one was badly hurt, but the room went very quiet after that, and in the corner of that room stood a young medical student. It was Yuri. He saw her face across that crowded room. He didn't know her name, but he never quite forgot it either. Komarovsky made the whole thing disappear the way powerful men do. No police, no scandal, just a debt of silence Lara now owed him. Lara left that house for good after that night. She turned toward Pasha with everything she had left and asked him to take her away. They married young and went east, far from Moscow, to a town in the Urals called Uryatin, to begin a life scrubbed clean of the past. For a little while it almost worked. A small house, a daughter, Katya, Pasha teaching in a school, Lara learning to breathe again. If you drift off here, that's fine. The town is quiet, the lamps are low, and Lara is safe for one more page. The story keeps going on its own. But Pasha could feel something in her he couldn't reach, a shadow with no name, and it slowly began to eat at the quiet between them. One day she told him the truth about Komarovsky. She thought it would free them. Instead, something in Pasha quietly cracked. He still loved her, that was the trouble. He loved her so absolutely that the truth felt like the ground giving way beneath him. So when the war came calling for men, Pasha went almost gladly, a clean cause, a way to become someone bigger than his own broken heart. He went to the front, and for a long time no word came back. To Lara, it was as if the war had simply swallowed him whole. She couldn't sit still and wait, so she trained as a nurse and went looking for him into the very mouth of the war that had taken him. Meanwhile, back in Moscow, the same war reached for Yuri. He had finished his studies. He had married Tanya. They were expecting a child. Their son was born into a city already trembling. Bread lines, whispers, the first cracks running up the walls of the old world, and then his orders came. Dr. ZHIVAGO was needed at the front. He kissed his wife and son and stepped into the great machine of the war. So now they're all moving toward the same place. Yuri, the doctor, Lara, the nurse, Pasha somewhere in the smoke. The war will introduce them. The front was nothing like the speeches. It was mud frozen into iron and tired men, and a sky that never seemed to fully open into day. Yuri worked in a field hospital near a town called Melyuzyevo. Long rows of cots, oil lamps, boys who'd believed the same speeches Pasha had. He healed who he could. He sat with who he couldn't. And at night he wrote a few lines of verse just to remember he was still a person. And one of the nurses in that hospital was Lara. She had come looking for Pasha and found instead a whole war's worth of other people's sons. They worked in the same rooms for weeks before they really spoke. Two quiet people, both carrying someone else's name in their chest. When they finally talked, it was easy in a way that surprised them both, like meeting someone you'd already somehow known a long time. Neither of them named it. There was nothing to name yet. He had a wife and son. She had a husband out in the smoke. They were just two tired people, talking. But you can feel it, can't you? The way a quiet thing can start to grow when two people keep showing up for the same long nights. Then the news arrived. The news that would change every map. Far away in the capital, the Tsar was gone. The old Russia had simply ended. For a moment it felt like hope, speeches in the open air, strangers embracing, a great held breath finally let go into the cold. Yuri stood in that crowd and felt it too, the thrill of a world remaking itself. He was, for one evening, almost a believer, but Yuri trusted feelings more than slogans. And he noticed how quickly the warm words began to harden into commands, how hope grew a sharp edge. Soon the hospital had to close. The front dissolved into chaos. It was time for Yuri to go home, to a Moscow that would barely recognize him. They said goodbye like colleagues, polite, brief, both pretending the goodbye was a small thing, both knowing quietly that it wasn't. She went back toward Uriatin and her daughter. He went west toward home, and the country between them was beginning quietly to come apart. Moscow had changed while Yuri was away. The grand city he'd left was thinner now, colder, hungrier. The warmth was being rationed out of everything. He came home to Tanya and his son and old Alexander, and they held each other like people clinging to a raft, but the raft was getting smaller. Their big warm house was no longer theirs alone. It had been divided up, room by room, for many families now, strangers in the parlor, smoke in the halls. Yuri didn't complain. He thought it was probably fair in the great ledger of things. But fairness, he was learning, can still be very cold to live inside. His half-brother, Yevgraf, appeared like something out of the snow. A quiet man with power no one quite understood. He helped them, then vanished again. It was Yevgraf who said it plainly. Stay in Moscow and you will slowly starve or be noticed, or both. Go east. Disappear into the countryside. Live. There was a place they could go. The old family estate of Tanya's people, far in the Urals, a village called Varikino, near a town called Uriatin. Uriatin. Yuri felt the name catch on something in his chest. He didn't say why. He didn't quite let himself know why. But he agreed to go. So they packed what little they could carry, a few books, some bread, a child's blanket, a whole grand life folded down into 2 small bundles. On the last morning, Yuri walked once through the empty old rooms. He touched the cold green stove. He said goodbye to the boy he'd been there. Then they went to the station, and the station was a country all its own, desperate, crowded, full of people trying to flee in every direction at once. There were no proper seats for people like them. They climbed into a wooden boxcar with dozens of strangers, and the great iron doors slid shut. And then the long, slow leaving, the city sliding backward through the gaps in the planks, the known world shrinking to a thin gray line, then gone. The journey would take weeks, maybe longer. The trains crawled, stopped for days, waited for fuel that never came, for orders no one would explain. Inside the boxcar, a strange, small society formed. People shared bread and grief and stories. Yuri, the doctor, was quietly useful and quietly watchful. There were others on that train who weren't fleeing at all. Conscripted laborers, guarded, shoveling snow from the tracks so the rest of them could crawl onward. Yuri watched them and felt the old discomfort return. The great fair idea, up close, kept looking like tired men in the snow being told what to do. The land outside grew wider and emptier with each passing day. The forests deepened, the towns thinned to nothing, Russia opening like a vast white book. At night, the boxcar swayed like a cradle, and Yuri held his sleeping son and his sleeping wife and tried to memorize the weight of them in the dark. If you drift off here, that's fine. The train is rocking gently through the snow. Everyone aboard is warm enough for now, and the story keeps going on its own. Then one frozen morning, the train stopped and did not start again. Word came down the line in whispers. Ahead of them, the track had been seized. There was a name in those whispers. A name spoken the way people speak of weather they're afraid of. Strelnikov, the one they called the shooter. Strelnikov commanded a feared armored train. He swept along the rails like a blade, deciding who was loyal and who was not, and acting on it at once. No one on Yuri's train had ever seen his face, but everyone had a story. He burned villages that helped the enemy. He never seemed to sleep. He never forgave. What none of them knew, what Yuri himself didn't yet know, was who this Iron Man had been once, before the war hollowed the name out of him. He had been Pasha, Lara's Pasha, the gentle student who once stood in the snow with winter flowers, believing the world could be made kind. The war had taken the soft boy and forged him into a weapon. He had stopped writing to Lara. He had let everyone believe he was dead. It was easier. He told himself that history needed a clean instrument, not a heartsick husband. That he could become so useful, so necessary, that the old pain couldn't reach him. It is one of the saddest turns in the book. A man who loved a woman so purely that, when he lost the dream of her, he chose to stop being a man at all. Now his armored train sat somewhere ahead of Yuri's on the same frozen line, 2 men who'd never met, both circling without knowing it, the same woman. One bitter night, soldiers from the armored train came along the stalled cars, lanterns swinging, checking papers, taking some men away into the dark. In the cold confusion, Yuri stepped down to stretch his legs and wandered too far along the dark line, and a sentry stopped him and would not let him return. They took him for questioning, down the line into the armored train itself, to answer to the Iron Commander whose name froze everyone's blood. And so at last, the doctor and the shooter stood face to face. One, a poet who healed, one a man who had burned his own heart for fuel. Strelnikov studied this calm, tired doctor who didn't grovel, who answered plainly, who seemed to pity him a little, and something in him was unsettled by it. They spoke of the war, of where Yuri was going. When Yuri said the name Yuriatin, something passed across the commander's face, there and gone, like a shadow over snow. Yuriatin was Lara's town. Strelnikov knew she was likely still there, but he never went to her. He believed he had no right anymore. He believed the man she loved was dead. For reasons he didn't fully explain, the commander let Yuri go. Perhaps the doctor's calm had reminded him of a self he'd buried. Perhaps it was simply mercy, the last he had. Yuri walked back along the dark line to his family, shaken, thoughtful, carrying the memory of a man who had turned all his love into iron. He didn't yet know they shared a woman. The track ahead was cleared at last. The train shuddered, groaned, and crawled on east, leaving the armored train and its iron commander behind in the snow. Days more of forest and snow and silence. And then, one morning, the conductor called the name they'd traveled 1,000 miles to reach, Yuriatin. They didn't stay in the town itself. It was too exposed, too watched. They went on a little further to the old quiet estate at Varakino, just outside it. Varakino had been shuttered for years. They had to dig the door out of a drift. But inside, under the dust, was a house. Walls, a stove, a roof against the sky. They swept it out. They lit the stove. The first night, the windows glowed gold in all that white emptiness, and the family slept under a roof they could almost call their own. And here, in the deep country, something almost unbelievable happened. Peace. Not safety, exactly, but quiet days. Soil and seed and the smell of bread again. Yuri kept a journal through that time. He wrote about the frost, the stars, his son's laughter, the strange grace of being briefly forgotten by history. He thought, perhaps this was enough. A small life, a loving wife, a child. Maybe a man could be happy this way and ask for nothing more. He almost believed it. But Yuriatin was only a few miles away, and in Yuriatin there was a library, and a doctor who loves to read will, sooner or later, walk into a library. He went in for the quiet, for the smell of paper, for a few hours among books. He sat at a long reading table under the tall windows, and then he looked up, and across that quiet reading room, bent over a book in the pale winter light, was a woman with ash-blonde hair he would have known anywhere. It was Lara. For a long moment he didn't move. Years fell away. The crowded party, the field hospital, the snowy goodbyes, all of it folded into this one quiet room. He thought of leaving without a word. He had a wife at Varakino. He had everything to lose. But the heart, it turns out, keeps very poor accounts. She felt his gaze before she saw him. She looked up, and there was that face from the war years, from the field hospital, the gentle doctor she'd never quite stopped thinking of. They met in the hush between the shelves and spoke in low voices, like two people afraid to wake something, and the something woke anyway, gentle and certain. She lived in a small set of rooms above the town with her daughter Katya. Still no word in all these years from Pasha. She believed, like everyone, that he was dead. Yuri began to visit. Just to talk, he told himself. Just for the rare gift of being truly understood by someone. That's how these things always begin. They talked about everything. The war, the dead empire, poetry and God, and the strangeness of being alive at the end of one world and the start of another. And one evening the talking stopped, and they simply looked at each other, and there was nothing left between them to pretend about. They were in love. They had been for years. What followed was tender and real and also impossible, because every road back from her rooms led to Varakino and to Tanya, who had done nothing wrong at all. This is the part of the book that's hard to read with easy judgment. Yuri loved two women in two completely different ways and could not stop loving either. Tanya was his home, his history, the mother of his child, gentle and good. Lara was something wilder, recognition, the feeling of being fully seen. Both were true, both were love. He hated himself for it. He resolved 100 times to end it. He rode home determined to confess everything to Tanya, and 100 times the words wouldn't come. Tanya may have guessed, wives often do, but she was carrying their second child now, and she chose for a while the mercy of not asking what she didn't want answered. Around them, the country kept tearing itself apart, red against white, brother against brother. The civil war crept closer to the quiet Urals with every passing month. Yuri felt it coming, the way you feel a storm in your teeth. He wanted only to be left alone with the people he loved. But history doesn't take requests. One day, riding the road back toward town alone in the falling snow, he was stopped by armed men who stepped out of the trees. Red partisans, they needed a doctor. They didn't ask. They took him. A doctor was too valuable to let walk free. And just like that, with no goodbye, Yuri vanished into the white forest. At Varikino and in Yuriatin, two women waited and did not know. The road simply did not bring him back one evening, and then the evening became a season. For Yuri, time dissolved into the forest. He marched with the partisans. He bound their wounds. He pulled bullets from boys who still believed in the cause that had stolen him. He saw things in that forest he would never speak of after, the cruelty on every side, the way a great cause left out in the cold too long begins to eat its own. Killing in that forest was something men did and then could not undo. What it took from them afterward, that quiet was a different kind of wound entirely. Through it all, Yuri kept two faces lit in his mind like lamps, Tanya and the children at Varikino, Lara at her window in town. The thought of them was the rope he climbed each night. Months passed, a year, then more. His beard grew ragged, his coat wore thin, his hands grew hard. But somewhere underneath, the poet kept quietly taking notes. He stopped believing the war would ever end, the way prisoners stop believing indoors. The forest became the whole world. And then, slowly, the war did begin to end. The fronts moved on. The camp grew loose and careless. And one gray winter dawn, Yuri simply walked out of it, southwest, toward the only direction that ever meant anything: home. This is why we read these old books at night, for the part of a person that keeps walking home, no matter how long the forest, no matter how lost the road. The walk home took weeks. He begged bread at silent villages. He slept in barns and under snow. His feet bled inside their wrappings, but he did not stop. He thought of Tanya's face. He thought of Lara's. He didn't know what he would do when he reached them. He only knew he had to reach them. The rest could wait. At last, the road became familiar. The shape of the hills, the bend of the river, and then, ahead through the falling snow, the pale buildings of Yuriatin rose up to meet him. He went first to Lara's door. He hardly knew why. Maybe because she was nearest. Maybe because, after the forest, he needed to be seen by the one who saw him most clearly. She opened the door to a gaunt, bearded ghost in rags. It took her a heartbeat to understand. And then she understood, and the years collapsed, and she pulled him in from the cold. She fed him. She washed the forest off him. She let him sleep for a day and a night without questions. And when he woke, she was simply there. The way home is there. But there was a hard truth waiting in her quiet. While Yuri was lost in the forest, his family at Varikino had not stayed. They had gone, and Lara had to be the one to tell him. Tanya had waited as long as she could. Then, fearing for the children, she had taken them back to Moscow, and from there they had been ordered out of the country entirely. Exiled, abroad, she had left him a letter. A long, generous, heartbroken letter. She knew about Lara. She forgave him. She wished him well. And she said goodbye, almost certainly forever. It broke him in a way the forest never had, to lose his family not to death, but to a closing border, to history's cold paperwork, knowing they were alive and unreachable, somewhere across the world. Lara held him through it. She, who had lost so much herself, knew better than anyone that you don't fix a grief like that. You just sit beside it and you stay. And so out of all that loss, they came together fully at last. two people the century had stripped of nearly everything, building one warm room against the enormous dark. For a season, it was almost a life. He found a little work. She kept the rooms. The child played. They read aloud in the evenings. It was small, and it was theirs. But you can feel it, even now, can't you? How fragile it is. Two hunted people in a hunted town, in a country that did not allow private happiness for long. Word reached them, through Lara's careful contacts, that her name had appeared on a list. The new authorities had questions about her. Staying in Yuriatin was becoming dangerous. So they made a quiet, desperate plan. They would slip away from the town, back to the empty estate at Varakino, and hide there in the deep winter country until they could decide what came next. They left before dawn, the three of them, into a world of unbroken white. A small sled, one tired horse, a lantern, slipping out of the watched town like breath in cold air. The country opened wide and silent around them, no soldiers, no banners, no lists, just snow and sky and the soft hiss of the runners and the people they loved breathing close. By nightfall, they reached Varakino. The house stood dark and frozen, exactly as Yuri's family had left it. He dug out the door for the second time in his life and lit the cold stove. And then, against every reasonable expectation, they were given a gift. A short stretch of stolen time. A handful of winter weeks at Varakino that were almost unbearably beautiful. Days of snow and firelight. Lara would sing softly to Katya. Yuri, after years of silence, began to write again. Really write. Pouring everything into a notebook by candlelight while they slept. These were the famous poems, the ZHIVAGO poems. Love and snow and candles and the nearness of death, all of it caught and held by a man who knew the light would not last. At night, the wolves came. They would gather at the edge of the white field and watch the lit house from the dark, their eyes catching the moon, and then drift away again. Yuri watched them from the window and understood them as a kind of clock, a reminder. This peace was borrowed, the dark was patient, the wolves would still be there when the candle finally went out. He didn't tell Lara how afraid he was. He let her have the firelight and the singing and the quiet. He carried the dread alone, the way he carried most things, so the warmth could last one more night. And he was right to be afraid, because the world had not forgotten them. Down the snowy road, even now, a sleigh was coming, and the man riding in it was Komarovsky. The old shadow, the man who had ruined Lara's girlhood. He had landed on his feet in the new order, as men like him always do, and he had come, he said, to save them. He brought a warning dressed as a rescue. The authorities were closing in. Lara's name, and now Yuri's, were marked. Soon there would be arrests, and he, Komarovsky, had a way out, but only for some of them. He could take Lara and her daughter far east, to safety beyond the country's reach. But the offer had a cruel shape. To save the people she loved most, Lara would have to leave the man she loved most behind. They were given until morning to decide. Komarovsky waited by the fire, warm and patient, while Yuri and Lara stood at the dark window and argued in whispers about who would be sacrificed. Lara would not go without him. She said it again and again. They would stay together, or run together, or be taken together. She would not be saved alone. She would not leave him in the snow. And Yuri understood, looking at her, that as long as she believed he would follow, she would never get in that sleigh. To save her and her child, he would have to do the cruelest kind thing. He would have to lie. So in the cold blue light before dawn, he told her he would come. He said he only needed a day to settle things, and then he would follow on the next sleigh and find her in the east. He promised, he smiled. It was the bravest lie of his life. She believed him. She had to believe him because the alternative was unbearable. She gathered Katya and her small bundle and let Komarovsky lead her out toward the waiting sleigh in the snow. He stood at the window so she could see him as she left. He waved. He kept the smile fixed on his face like a mask, while inside something was quietly and completely breaking apart. The sleigh grew smaller. Lara looked back once, and he waved again, and she waved, and then the white distance took her. The runners hissed away into silence, and she was gone. The moment the sleigh was out of sight, the smile fell from his face. He stood alone in the cold, empty house, and he let himself feel all of it at once, and the grief came out of him in a way that had no words. He had saved her. He told himself that over and over in the days that followed. He had saved her and the child. It was the right thing. It was the only thing, and it had hollowed him out completely. Alone in that house with the wolves at the field's edge, he did the only thing that had ever kept him whole. He wrote, night after night, by the last of the candles, he poured the loss of Lara into poems. Those poems would outlive everything, the love, the war, the man himself. But Yuri didn't know that. He only knew the candle, and the cold, and the shape of her name, and the next line waiting to be written. And then, one night, there were footsteps on the snow. The door opened, and a gaunt, exhausted man stepped in from the cold, a man Yuri had met once, long ago on an armored train. It was Strelnikov. But the iron was gone from him now. The revolution he had served so absolutely had turned on him as it turned on so many. He was a hunted man, his great train taken, his power stripped away. And there, by the candle, the two men finally spoke the truth they hadn't known they shared. Strelnikov was Pasha, Lara was his wife. The woman Yuri had loved was the woman this broken commander had given up the whole world to forget. They talked all night. Strelnikov asked about her, about Lara, about Katya, and Yuri told him gently what he could, that she had loved him truly all along, that she had never stopped, that she had grieved him as dead. To learn at the very end that he had been loved the whole time, that he had thrown away a real love for an idea that then discarded him, it was almost more than the broken man could bear. He slept a few hours under Yuri's roof, the first real rest in years, and in the cold blue morning, while Yuri still slept, he rose and went out alone into the snow. What he did out there, the book lets us understand without showing. The snow went very quiet, and later Yuri found him at the edge of the white field, finally and forever at rest, the war inside him over at last. Yuri buried him there in the snow he had ridden across for so many cruel years. The gentle student and the iron commander, the same man, finally laid down together in the quiet white. The greatest books don't fix our griefs. They just sit beside us in them, the way Lara once sat beside Yuri, the way the candle sat beside the cold. That nearness is the whole reason we keep reading. With Strelnikov gone and Lara far away, there was nothing left for Yuri at Varakino but snow and silence. So he gathered his poems, closed the door a final time, and began the long road back toward Moscow. The journey took a long time, and it changed him. He arrived in Moscow older, grayer, quieter. The civil war was ending. A new, hard, ordinary world was settling over everything like dust. He never went abroad to find Tanya and the children. The borders were sealed, the risk enormous, and some quiet part of him felt he had no right. He let them live their new life, unburdened by him. He lived simply in a couple of rented rooms. He took small medical work when he could. He let his ambitions fall away, but every evening by a cold little stove he kept writing. The poems were all he had left to keep. His brother Yevgraf found him again, the way he always did, and quietly helped. A little money, a few words with the right people. He could see his brother fading, and he wanted to make the last stretch gentler. Yuri's heart was failing. He felt it in the stairs, in the cold, in the way the world sometimes swam at the edges. He didn't fight it much. He had buried so much already. He was, in a quiet way, ready. It happened on an ordinary summer day. He was riding a crowded tram across Moscow, the air close and hot, and he felt the walls of his chest begin to tighten, and he knew, with strange calm, what it was. He pushed his way out onto the street, into the open air, into the dusty summer light. He took a few steps, and then the great gentle doctor, the poet of snow and candles, simply lay down on the warm pavement and was gone. There was no great drama to it. A small crowd gathered, then moved on. The tram clanged and went its way. The century barely paused, but a rare and gentle light had just gone out of the world. Yevgraf gathered the body and arranged a small, quiet funeral. Word went out in the soft underground way such things travel, and a handful of people who had loved him came to a modest room full of flowers to say goodbye. And then, into that quiet room of flowers, a woman came that no one quite recognized at first, older now, worn by her own long road, but unmistakable. It was Lara. By pure chance she had come back to Moscow and heard. She went to him. She knelt by the man she had loved across all those broken years, and she said her goodbye in a low voice only he could have heard, if he could still hear. And then she stayed a while, very quiet, very still. It was the last time the book lets us see her clearly. Lara helped with the small arrangements, lingered a few days in Moscow, and then she too walked out into the great machinery of the times and was lost from the story, the way so many were lost in those years. But Yevgraf kept one thing safe: the notebook. The poems Yuri had written by candlelight at Varikino and in his cold Moscow rooms. He gathered the scattered pages and kept them through all the hard years that followed. And that is the strange, quiet triumph of this story. Yuri lost everything: his homes, his country, his wife, his Lara, his life. But the poems survived. The tenderness survived, the thing the century could not burn. Years later, the book tells us, two of Yuri's old friends sat together reading those poems in a Moscow that had survived even more, and as they read, they felt a strange, unexpected lightness rising in them. A sense that somehow freedom had been won, not the freedom of armies or governments. The smaller, truer freedom Yuri had asked about all along, the freedom of the human heart to love and grieve and bear witness. And the very last thing in the book is not the story at all, it's the poems themselves. Pasternak gives us Yuri's verses page after page, as if to say, here, this is what was saved, this is what it was all for. One of those final poems is about a candle burning in a window through a snowstorm, a small light in a vast, cold dark. It's how the lovers first noticed each other's existence, and it's how the whole book quietly ends. A candle burned on the table, a candle burned. That's the line that runs through it, soft and steady like a heartbeat. The storm rages, the world ends, the century turns, and still a candle burns. That's the heart of it. That's what Pasternak wanted us to carry, not the armies, not the politics, the candle, the poem, the love that refused to be useful and was therefore the only thing that lasted. So that's the story. A doctor who wanted only to heal and to write, a woman the world kept trying to take from him, and 100 years of history unable in the end to put out one small candle. We've followed Yuri all the way through now, from the boy at the grave to the poems left behind. The story itself is finished, but there's a little more I want to tell you, and it's gentler. So stay close if you're still here. Because the strangest part of Dr. ZHIVAGO isn't inside the book at all. It's what happened to the book afterward, to the real man who wrote it, in a real country that did not want it told. That man's name was Boris Pasternak, and his own story, the writing of this book, and the price he paid for it is, in its quiet way, almost as moving as Yuri's. Let me tell you about him, softly, before you sleep. Pasternak was already famous in Russia, but as a poet, not a novelist. For decades, his verses were loved and recited. He was the great lyric voice that had somehow survived into the Soviet age, half protected by his own renown. But all through the dark Soviet years, he carried a bigger dream. One great novel that would hold the whole truth of his generation, the revolution, the wars, the lost lives, told honestly without the official lies. That novel became ZHIVAGO. He worked on it for years in a small writer's house in the snowy village of Peredelkino, outside Moscow. It was dangerous work. A book this honest in that time could cost a writer everything. He wrote it anyway. When at last it was finished in the 1950s, he offered it to the Soviet publishers, and they refused it, of course. Too honest, too spiritual, too unwilling to bow to the official story of the revolution. It would never be printed at home. And here the real story turns as dramatic as the novel. Pasternak made a quiet, fateful decision. He handed the manuscript secretly to a visitor from the West. He let it be smuggled out of the country to be published abroad. This, he reportedly said, may be my death warrant. In 1957, Dr. ZHIVAGO was published in Italy, then everywhere. The world fell in love with it. Translated, read, adored across every border except the one that mattered most to him, his own. Then, in 1958, came the Nobel Prize in Literature, the highest honor in the world for the book his own government had banned. It should have been the proudest moment of his life. Instead, it became a trap. The state was furious. They called him a traitor. They threatened to strip his citizenship, to exile him from the homeland he loved more than his own life. And so heartbroken, Pasternak did something almost no one has ever done. He refused the Nobel Prize. He chose his country over the prize. He stayed. He endured the campaign of slander. The cold shoulder of the state, the loneliness of being celebrated everywhere on earth except in the one place that was home. And 2 years later, worn down by it all, he died. But here's the part that feels like Yuri's own candle burning on. They could ban the book and break the man. But thousands of ordinary people came to his funeral anyway, reciting his banned poems from memory in the open air. The light, again, refusing to go out. If you drift off here, that's perfect. This is where the story rests, and the rest is just quiet talk. The story keeps going on its own. Boris Pasternak was born in Moscow in 1890, into a home full of art. His father painted, his mother played the piano beautifully. Tolstoy himself visited their house when Boris was a boy. Great composers came to dinner. He grew up breathing the very air of Russian genius. He first wanted to be a musician, then a philosopher. He studied in Germany for a time, but in the end, words won. Poetry claimed him completely. His early poems made him famous young. They were full of weather and longing and the living rush of nature, that same wonder you feel in Yuri's verses. Then came the revolution he would one day write about. Like Yuri, he greeted it at first with cautious hope, and like Yuri, that hope slowly turned to grief. The decades that followed were terrible ones for Russian writers. Many were silenced, many were arrested, many simply vanished and were never spoken of again. Pasternak lived through the worst of it. Friends were taken, fellow poets died in the camps. He never knew, from one year to the next, if his turn would come. There's a famous story that the dictator himself once spared him, calling him untouchable, a kind of holy fool. Whether true or not, somehow Pasternak survived when so many didn't. To stay safe, he spent years translating instead. Shakespeare, Goethe, the great Georgian poets. He poured himself into other men's words while waiting for the time to write his own truth. And quietly, secretly, he was gathering ZHIVAGO inside himself the whole time. The faces, the snow, the lost generation, waiting for the right moment to set it all down. When the worst of the terror eased after the dictator's death, he finally let himself write it. An old man now, racing his own failing heart to finish the one book he was born to write. He gave the gentle doctor his own deepest beliefs, that history is made not by slogans, but by single souls, quietly choosing love and decency in impossible times. He distrusted grand systems that promised to perfect mankind. He'd watched them up close. He believed they always ended up crushing the very people they claimed to save. Against all that, he set the smallest things. A candle, a garden, a snowfall, a line of verse, the private tenderness that no revolution can legislate or destroy. That's why nature fills the book like a second main character. The snow, the birches, the spring thaw, the wolves, to Pasternak, the living world was sacred and indifferent to politics. The seasons turn whether the Tsar reigns or falls. The river thaws no matter whose flag flies above it. There is comfort in that, and Pasternak wanted us to feel it. And he wanted us to feel that art is part of that same living world, that a poem written in a cold room can outlast the empire that tried to silence it. Yuri ZHIVAGO was, in many ways, the man Pasternak might have been if he'd had less luck and more courage, a version of himself sent to live out the full tragedy of the age. And Lara, many believe she was drawn from a real woman Pasternak loved late in life who suffered for it. He poured a real dangerous tenderness into her. You can feel it on every page. He wrote much of it in that snowy dacha at Peredelkino, birch trees outside the window, a garden he loved, a quiet that he knew even then might not last. The poems at the end of the book, Yuri's poems, Pasternak wrote those himself as a real cycle of verse. Some are among the most beloved in all of Russian poetry. The candle poem is the most famous of them, a candle burning in a window through a snowstorm. People still recite it from memory all across the Russian-speaking world. There's something perfect about that image being the book's emblem, a small flame, easy to put out, and yet somehow still burning at the end of everything. When the book reached the West, readers who had never seen Russia wept over it. They recognized something, the way history can run right through the middle of a single, ordinary, loving life. And that really is the secret of why the book has lasted. It isn't truly about the revolution, it's about us, about anyone who has ever loved someone the world made it hard to keep. Pasternak believed that every real human life, however small, however crushed by events, has a kind of immortality, that nothing truly tender is ever entirely lost. It's a deeply spiritual book, in a quiet way, not preachy, just full of a sense that life itself is holy and that to live and love fully is a kind of worship. Yuri keeps choosing wonder even at the end. Even broken, even alone, he keeps noticing the light, the snow, the miracle of an ordinary day. That refusal to go numb is his quiet heroism. That's a gift the book quietly offers us too. The reminder to keep noticing. The snow on the branch, the warm cup, the face you love, the small light, still burning. The novel weaves in something else too. Coincidence, chance meetings, the same handful of people crossing paths again and again across a vast country, as if pulled by invisible threads. Some readers find that hard to believe, but Pasternak meant it. He felt life really is woven that way, that we are all far more connected than the great cold systems would have us think. There's a small character at the very edge of the story, a little girl Yuri and Lara cross paths with, who the book hints carries their story onward into a future neither of them will see. It's Pasternak's gentle promise that even when a love seems utterly destroyed, something of it survives and travels on into lives we'll never know. That's a comforting thing to hold, isn't it? The idea that nothing good is ever wasted, that every act of love sends ripples out past the edge of what we can see. Pasternak gave everything for this book, his peace, his honor, very likely his last years of health. He could have stayed safe and silent. He chose to tell the truth instead. And because he did, you can hold this story tonight. A whole vanished world, a whole tender argument with history, carried safely down to you across 70 years. That's the long chain of small, brave choices behind every old book. Someone wrote it, someone risked carrying it, someone kept it safe, and now tonight someone is reading it to you. You don't have to remember any of it in the morning. The dates, the names, the long Russian patronymics. The book doesn't ask for that. It only asks to sit with you a while. So let what you've heard tonight settle wherever it likes. A snowy field, a candle, a doctor who wrote poems, a man who would not lie. That's plenty to carry into sleep. We've reached the gentle part of the night now. The story is told, the man behind it honored. From here, we just wind slowly down toward sleep together. There's one thing to keep. Let it be this. The world is loud and it asks too much, but the small private lamp of your own heart, that is yours, and it matters, and it's allowed to keep burning. Yuri never changed the world. He healed a few people. He loved 2 women. He wrote some poems, and it turned out to be enough. It turned out to be a whole, real, meaningful life. Maybe that's the quiet permission this book gives, that you don't have to be vast to matter, that to love well and notice deeply is already a kind of greatness. Whatever your day asked of you, you carried it, like Yuri carried his. And now the day is done and the carrying can stop and the night can hold it for a while. The snow is falling over Russia in the book. It's falling over Varekino, over Yuriatin, over a small grave at the edge of a white field, soft and slow and endless. And the candle is still burning in Yuri's window, in Lara's window, in Pasternak's snowy study, in the book in your hands tonight, small and warm and refusing to go out. We'll let the lights of the story dim now, one by one. The library, the field hospital, the little rooms above Yuriatin, each warm window going gently dark for the night. There's no hurry now, no more journey to make, no more train to catch, no more road through the snow. Everyone in the story is finally at rest, and so can you be. Stay as long as you like in this quiet. We have a little more to share before the end, softer still. But there's no rush at all. Just breathe and let the snow keep falling. Let me tell you softly what became of the book after Pasternak was gone, because its story didn't end with him. In a way, it was only beginning. A few years after his death in 1965, the book became a great sweeping film. Snow and trains and that unforgettable melody. Millions who never read it fell in love with the story. That film fixed the story in the world's imagination. The doctor, the nurse, the icebound house, the candle in the window. For many, ZHIVAGO became the very image of doomed love in a time of upheaval. But all this time, through all that global fame, the book was still forbidden in Pasternak's own homeland. Russians could not legally read the novel their own poet had written for them, so it traveled underground. Smuggled copies, typed pages passed in secret from friend to friend, read overnight and handed on. The forbidden book that everyone somehow found a way to read. That hidden reading went on for 30 years. A whole generation of Russians knew the book only as a rumor, a secret, a treasure kept just out of reach. And then at last, in 1988, as the old order finally began to soften, Dr. ZHIVAGO was published openly in Russia. 30 years after the world had read it, home at last. And 2 years after that, Pasternak's son traveled to Stockholm and accepted, on his late father's behalf, the Nobel Prize that fear had once forced him to refuse, a wrong very gently made right. Pasternak never lived to see any of it. Not the film, not the home publication, not the prize restored. He died believing he might have ruined himself for nothing, but he hadn't. Not at all. His grave at Paradelkino is still visited today. People leave flowers. People recite the candle poem aloud among the birches. The light he lit is still, quietly being passed along. So the banned book won in the end, slowly, gently, the way water wins against stone, not through force, through patience and beauty and the simple refusal of readers to let it die. That's a hopeful thing to know, lying here in the dark. That truth and tenderness are slow, but they are also patient, that they tend in the long run to outlast the things that try to crush them. And the book keeps finding new readers, in new languages, in new dark times. Each generation discovers it again and recognizes, with a small shock, that it's about them. Because every age has its great machines, doesn't it? Its loud certainties, its pressure to be useful, to take a side, to harden. And every age has its quiet people, just trying to love something well. ZHIVAGO is for those quiet people. It always has been. It's a book that takes your side, the side of the tender heart, in a world that keeps telling it to toughen up. Maybe that's why it found you tonight, or why you found it. Some part of you, after the long day, wanting to be told that the tender heart is not a weakness. It isn't. The book says so. Across 70 years and 1,000 miles of snow, the tender heart is the strongest thing there is. It's the thing that survives. Yuri's bones are dust now in the book and in the imagination. The empire that hunted him is gone, but his poems are still read aloud, love once again outlasting the powers that opposed it. There's an old line that the personal is what endures. While the political passes, Pasternak believed it with his whole life. And this book is the long, beautiful proof of it. So if your own day felt small against the size of the world, your worries, your loves, your quiet hopes, remember Yuri. The book says those small things are exactly what matter most. Your loves are not too small to matter. Your gentleness is not naive. Your quiet noticing of the world is not a waste. That's Yuri's whole life whispering it to you across the years. We're near the end now. The whole long story rests behind us. The boy, the war, the love, the snow, the candle, the man who would not lie, all of it told. Whatever you remember of it tomorrow or don't, it's yours now. It lived in you for an hour. That's all a story ever really wants. To be carried a little way by someone kind. The room around you is quiet. The day is fully behind you now. There's nothing left to do, nothing left to solve, just the snow falling softly in a story in the dark. Let your breathing slow to match the snow, in and out, slow and soft and endless. There is nowhere to be but here, and nothing to hold but this quiet. If your eyes are already closing, let them. I'll stay. The snow will keep falling whether you watch it or not. The candle will keep burning while you sleep. Pasternak would have liked that, I think. Someone drifting off to his snowy world, safe and warm. He wrote it, after all, for the tired and the tender, for exactly this hour. There's nothing more you need from this story tonight. It has given you what it had. A little warmth, a little beauty, a little company in the dark. That's enough. That's everything. We'll begin the last few minutes now, the softest part, where the story lets go of your hand, very gently, and leaves you to the snow and the quiet and your own warm sleep. So rest now. The doctor is at peace. Lara is somewhere safe in the falling snow. The poems are written and kept and loved, and the candle, as always, is still burning. There's an old Russian word for the kind of quiet that settles over snow at night. A deep, holy stillness. That's the stillness Pasternak loved most, and it's the one settling over you now. No more empires to fall tonight. No more trains to catch. No more borders to cross. The great loud century is over, and only the snow remains, soft and kind and endless. You carried a lot today, more than anyone saw. Set it down now, the way Yuri finally set down his long road. The snow will hold it for you until morning. The fire is low, the room is warm, the book is nearly closed. There is nothing left in the whole wide snowy world that needs you to be awake for it. Let the names blur softly now. Yuri, Lara, Tanya, Pasha, Boris. Let them drift like snow into the warm dark and become just a feeling of having been somewhere gentle. We've come a long way together tonight, through a whole life and a whole century, and here at the end of it there's only this warmth, quiet, snow, and rest. I'll keep the candle lit a little longer while you settle. There's no rush at all. The story will keep, the snow will keep, and I'll be here reading softly as you drift. Whatever tomorrow asks of you, it can wait until tomorrow. Tonight, you're allowed to be exactly as tired as you are, and to rest as deeply as you need. The snow is over Varikino. The snow is over Moscow. The snow is over you, soft and warm and safe, and everything everywhere is finally gently still. Stay here in the warm a little longer. The very last of the story is just ahead, the softest words of all, and then only sleep, only snow, only quiet. Here we are then, the end of the night. Just snow now and warmth and the slow quiet of letting go. The whole long story rests behind us now. You don't have to hold any of it. Just let it be warm. The candle is still burning in Yuri's window. It will burn all night. It doesn't need you to watch it. Your breathing is slower now? That's good. Let it slow a little more, soft as snow settling on a branch. There's nowhere to be tonight, nowhere to go. The snow has covered all the roads, and that's all right. Lara is somewhere safe in the snow. Yuri is at peace. Pasha is finally resting. All of them quiet now. The little house at Varikino sleeps under its blanket of white, warm inside, safe, holding its quiet against the dark. Inside, by the low, warm stove, his old gray traveling coat lies folded on a chair. The journeys are over now. No more trains, no more snow to cross on foot, just this warm room and the candle and the quiet. If your eyes are closed now, keep them closed. There's nothing left to see but snow and gentle dark. The poems are written, Yevgraf is keeping them safe. Nothing tender from this story will ever be lost. Whatever your day held, you can let it go now. The snow is patient. It will cover it all, soft and kind. You don't have to be strong right now. You don't have to be anything, just warm and held and almost asleep. The story sat with you tonight, the way Lara sat with Yuri, quietly, without asking anything, just staying near. That's all it ever wanted, to keep you company for an hour, in the dark, at the end of a long day. Let the snow keep falling in your mind, soft and slow and endless over the fields, over the quiet house, over Moscow, over Yuriatin, over the small grave at the edge of the white field, soft over everything, peaceful over everything, and over you too, soft and warm and safe wherever you are. However your day was, the snow is gentle here. We're nearly at the very last words now, the softest ones. Stay just a moment longer, then let yourself drift. Thank you for spending this hour here in the snow and the candlelight with Yuri and Lara and me. This is what we do here every week. One great book, read slowly in the dark. A quiet place to land. Come back when the day has asked too much of you. There will always be another story waiting in the dark. If tonight helped even a little, subscribe. Next week, another book, another quiet hour waiting for you. But that can wait for the morning right now. There's only the snow and the warmth and your slow, easy breath. The candle is burning low now, soft gold against the frost. It has watched over the whole long story. It will watch over you. Let the warmth carry you down now, soft as snow. There is nothing left to do, only rest, only sleep. The book will still be here tomorrow. So will we. Sleep well. Next time, something older. Closer to the beginning. It's waiting in the same warm dark. Good night, Yuri. Good night, Lara. Good night, Snow. Good night, Candle. The light is going gently out. There's nothing to hold. Just let go, soft and slow, into the warm dark. You're warm. You're safe. The day is over. The snow is falling and everything is quiet now. Sleep now. The candle will keep its watch. The snow will keep falling. And the story will keep until you wake. Rest deeply. You are held by the quiet. There is nothing more. Only sleep and snow and peace. Good night.
How was your day? Not the polite version, the real one. Maybe today you held a still face in a room that asked too much of you. There is a young man in this old Russian book whose face never moves either. His name is Nikolai. We are sitting with him tonight. You can close your eyes. The day asked a lot of you. It always does. We don't have to do anything else with it. We just have to put it down. We are not in a hurry. We have a whole hour. Let your shoulders drop. Let the lamp do the work. Every week we open one old book slowly. No homework. Just somewhere quiet to land. Tonight it's Dostoevsky. Stepan Verkhovensky, base is 53. He has been someone's tutor, someone's beloved scholar, someone's idea of an important man for 30 years. He has been waiting for something to happen to him. He lives in the wing of a great estate. The lady of the house, Varvara, has kept him close for 20 years. He thinks he loves her. He thinks she loves him. Mostly she keeps him. Stepan Verkhovensky, base, writes letters in French. He drinks tea. He sighs in beautiful sentences. He is not a bad man. He is a man who has practiced being almost something for far too long. He raised a boy once in the same wing of the same house. A serious boy with a still face. The boy grew up. His name was Nikolai. He has been away a long time. Here is the question this book has been asking for 150 years. What happens to people when the beliefs they were raised on stop holding, and the new ones don't quite fit yet? It's not a grand question, the way Dostoevsky writes it. It's a small one. It looks like a tired father sitting too long at his desk. It looks like a son who has come home with a face you cannot read. It looks like a town that hasn't noticed yet that everything is already starting to move. It looks, honestly, like the room you are in right now. Quiet, lamp on, the day already behind you, the next thing not yet here. We're going to walk into that quiet. We're going to find what's in it. We're going to do it slowly enough that you can fall asleep along the way. We'll stay with this one tonight. There's more Dostoevsky on other nights. If you drift off in this one, the book will still be here tomorrow. Stepan has a problem this morning. A letter has arrived. It is from Varvara. It is on the corner of his writing desk. He has not opened it. He has lived 20 years in this woman's wing. He has lived 20 years on her allowance. There is a particular kind of letter she does not write often. He is afraid it might be that kind. Outside the window, the autumn morning is gray. A maid passes in the corridor without looking in. The estate has not yet noticed that something is about to begin. He picks up the letter. He puts it down. He picks it up again. He decides to read it standing, as though that will make it shorter. The letter is short. It is in Varvara's hand. It says her son Nikolai is coming home. It says her old friend Fyodor's son is coming too. It says Stepan must behave. Behave. He reads the word twice. He sits down very slowly, like a man being lowered into a chair by an unseen hand. He has not seen Nikolai for 4 years, the boy he raised, the boy he wept over, the boy who, when he came back the first time, bit the governor's ear. That was the strangest part, the biting. There was no quarrel, no raised voice. He simply walked up to the old man, bent down, and bit him. People forgave it eventually. They called him eccentric. They called him strange. The town wanted to keep the prince it had, but Stepan had seen the still face. He had not forgotten. So he is afraid. The boy is coming home, and the boy is not the only one. The letter mentions Pyotr, his own son. Stepan has not seen him in even longer. He sent the boy away once, long ago. He was busy being important. The boy grew up somewhere else, in cheap rooms, with other people's ideas. He has grown up clever and quick and very cold. This is the part most people miss. The book is not really about ideas. It is about two fathers who never quite saw their sons clearly, and the sons who came back to show them what they missed. Stay with this? It will matter later. The boy who bit the old man's ear and the boy who whispers cleverly in dark rooms, these two are coming home together. And one of them did not come back to be his mother's son. For now, though, the door is still closed. The letter is on the desk. The lamp is on. The old man is sitting in the chair he has sat in for 20 years, the day before everything begins. The town we are in is small. The book never gives it a name. Dostoevsky wanted you to feel you might be in any town. He wanted you to feel that this could happen anywhere. There is a club. There is a governor. There is a bishop. There is a newspaper that prints almost nothing. There are evenings in drawing rooms where the same things have been said for 10 years. Stepan Verkhovensky base has been the center of those evenings for as long as anyone remembers. The young men who pass through bow to him. The older ones smile politely. He thinks he is leading them somewhere. Varvara Stavrogina, base, watches all of this from across the drawing room. She has watched it for 2 decades. She has very particular feelings about it. She has never quite said them aloud. The narrator of this book is a small man called Anton. He is in his 30s. He wears spectacles. He goes to all these evenings. He is the one whispering this story in your ear right now. He likes Stepan. He pities him a little too. He has been at every meeting, every dinner, every misjudged speech. He is, in a way, the eyes of the town. He sees more than he should. For 10 years, the conversations in Stepan's circle were about French books, about poetry, about whether a Russian could ever really be European. Harmless evenings, decorative ideas. But under the surface, the language has been quietly shifting. Newer words have arrived from Petersburg, sharper words. Words about action, not about feeling. Words that the old man does not entirely understand. Notice how often in this book an old idea is replaced by a louder one before anyone in the room has the chance to ask if the new one is true. That happens in real life too. That is part of what frightens Dostoevsky. For now, the conversation is still just conversation. It is just a slightly nervous evening in a quiet provincial drawing room. Nobody has been hurt yet. Nobody is even seriously alarmed. Then a carriage arrives in provincial town square. The driver does not know whose son he is delivering. The young man has paid in advance. He does not give his name to the inn. Pyotr Verkhovensky, base, steps down from the carriage and immediately smiles. He smiles at the driver. He smiles at the innkeeper. He smiles at a passing dog. He has a smile for every face he meets. Here is where it gets interesting. He has no real reason to be liked. He is not handsome, he is not rich, he is not well dressed, and yet by the second day half the town is already half in love with him. He goes first to his father. Stepan opens the door of his study and stands very still. The two men have not seen each other in years. The son makes a small joke. The father starts to weep. Pyotr Verkhovensky's scheming lets him weep. He pats his father's shoulder. He says something kind. The kind thing does not match the face it comes out of. Stepan does not notice. Stepan never quite notices. Then Pyotr Verkhovensky scheming goes next door to Skvoreshniki drawing room and meets Varvara. He kisses her hand. He says exactly the right things in exactly the right tone. She watches him very carefully, and she is uncertain. She does not like him. She also cannot quite say why. He says her name as if he has known her his whole life. He mentions her son with a familiarity that no one has earned. He is, in a polite way, taking the room. That night, after he has gone, Varvara writes a note. She does not tell Stepan what is in it. She rings for a servant. The servant takes the note out into the dark. The next train arrives the following day. She has written in 3 lines to her son. She has asked him to come home. He has not been home in 4 years. He has not written. She has not asked again until now. If you drift off here, that's fine. The old man in the velvet jacket keeps waiting for his pupil. The lamp stays on. The story finds its way without us for a while. The next day at dusk, a second carriage turns into provincial town square. This one is plainer. It does not stop at the inn. It drives straight up to the gates of Skvoreshniki drawing room. A tall man in a black coat steps down. Varvara meets him at the door herself. She does not embrace him. She does not weep. She looks at him for a long moment. She says simply, "You came." He bows his head once. In a wing room across the corridor, a young woman in pale ivory silk is standing very still. She is Lizaveta Tushina Base. She is 22. She is the daughter of Varvara's oldest friend. She is in love with him. She has been for years. She has not seen him in 4 years either. She has thought about him every day. She has imagined this exact corridor, this exact lamp. She has imagined him looking back. He does not look. He goes upstairs. Stay with this. It matters later. 2 carriages have arrived. One brought the loud son, one brought the quiet one. The province does not yet know which one to fear. People remember the biting story now. They remember the duel that almost happened. They remember the strange marriage that he is rumored to have made far from here, to a girl no one has seen. Varvara Stavrogyna, grief, hears all of this. She hears it through 3 different friends in 3 different rooms. She does not let her face show anything, but that night alone she does not sleep. At the other end of the town, in a small wooden cottage on the edge of the fields, a frail blonde woman lights a candle. Her name is Maria Lebyadkina Base. She is the rumored wife. She does not look like rumor. She sings to herself sometimes. She talks to people who are not there. She is gentle in a way that asks nothing back. Her brother, a loud drunken man, lives with her. He is not gentle. Nobody in town quite knows whose wife she really is. Nobody quite knows why a noble family is sending money to her cottage. They suspect Nikolai. They are not wrong. They do not yet know how it happened. There is one more man in this town we should meet. He is broad-shouldered. He works with his hands. He used to believe in revolution. Now he believes in something else, and it costs him to say it aloud. His name is Shatov Base. He used to be one of Pyotr Verkhovensky Base's circle. He used to print pamphlets. He used to think old beliefs were diseases that needed to be cut out. He doesn't think that anymore. His wife left him 3 years ago. He raised himself on books after that. He has been reading the Gospels. He has been reading them quietly, because his old friends would laugh. He still works at the printing shop in Provincial Town Square. He still wears the rough clothes. He still scowls at the world. But something has shifted in him that he does not yet know how to name. There is a story he loved. Nikolai, years ago in Petersburg, said something to him about Russia and the Russian people. Something half said, something half true. Shatov Base took the half and built a whole life on it. He has been waiting since then for Nikolai Stavrogin Base to say it again, to finish the sentence, to confirm that the words meant what Shatov took them to mean. They have not met in a long time. Shatov Base does not yet know that Nikolai is back. He will know by tomorrow. The town will tell him, and then he will have to decide whether to walk to the gate or wait to be sent for. A man waiting for someone to confirm a half-said sentence, that is one of the truest portraits of belief I have ever read. We have all been him at some point. We just don't always admit it. In a different small room across town, a thin, pale man is also waiting. His name is Kirillov Base. He lives in Kirillov's lodging. There is almost nothing in it. He is calm in a way that frightens people. He used to be an engineer. He came back from abroad with a strange idea. He believes that one act by one person could free everyone else. He has been preparing for that act for a year. He does not talk about it the way you would expect. He talks about it the way someone talks about a window that will let in light. He is, in his own quiet way, in love with the idea. Pyotr Verkhovensky Gaming knows about Kirillov Base. Pyotr Verkhovensky Gaming knows about Shatov Base. Pyotr Verkhovensky Gaming knows about Maria Lebyadkina Base. He has in his small leather notebook the lives of half the town. He has been making a list for years. He has been writing letters to all of them, in different tones, in different handwritings. He has been telling each of them that there is a group, that they are part of it. There is no group, there is only him. There is only a list, but every man on the list now believes he has comrades. Every man believes he has been chosen. None of them have met the others yet. The town is set. The pieces are placed. Father, son, mother, son, woman in love, woman in the cottage, true believer, calm engineer, watching narrator. The book has stopped showing us people. It has started showing us a circuit. A week passes. The province begins to notice that something is different. Nobody can quite say what. Conversations end in places they didn't end before. People look at each other a beat longer. Fyodor Verkhovensky, scheming, has been busy. He has called on the governor's young wife, Yulia. He has flattered her. He has told her she is the most original mind in the province. She has begun, quietly, to believe him. He has hinted to her of a fete, a grand literary evening in the fete ballroom. Something modern, something fashionable, something the province has never seen. She is, by the second visit, planning it for him. Meanwhile, in his own small rented room, Pyotr Verkhovensky, scheming, calls his 5 together for the first time. They have all received the letters. They have all believed. They climb the back stairs at intervals, one by one. There are 5 of them, mostly young, mostly not very interesting. One is a former student, one is a quiet engineer. One is a hot-tempered ensign, one is a half-drunk poet, one is shot off base, the broad-shouldered believer who no longer believes in any of this. Pyotr Verkhovensky, scheming, talks for a long time. He talks beautifully. He talks about the cell, about the network, about the great spider web stretched across all of Russia, of which they are one small important node. There is no spider web. There is no network. There is only him and them and a notebook. But the words land, because the room is dim and the lamp is low and they have all wanted to be told they matter. Shatov Base is the only one who watches without belief. He has known Pyotr Verkhovensky, scheming, longer than the rest. He knows the smile. He knows what kind of mouth that smile lives inside. He says almost nothing. After the meeting, when the others have gone, Pyotr Verkhovensky, scheming, keeps Shatov Base back. He says very quietly that Shatov Base should not think of leaving the group. He says it the way one says it would be a shame to spill tea. Shatov Base walks home through the empty streets afterwards. He keeps to the middle of the road. He is not afraid of Pyotr Verkhovensky, scheming. He is afraid of how easy it would be for Pyotr Verkhovensky, scheming, to need someone gone. Kirilov Base is not in the 5. Pyotr Verkhovensky, scheming, has saved Kirilov Base for a different purpose. He visits him alone the next night, in Kirilov's lodging, when the streets are emptier still. Pyotr Verkhovensky, scheming, asks Kirilov Base, very gently, whether he is still resolved upon the act. Kirilov Ecstasy says yes. Pyotr Verkhovensky, scheming, asks whether he would consider, when the time comes, leaving a small note. A note in which a different crime might be claimed, a note that would protect, say, certain men who might at that time need protecting. Kirilov Ecstasy thinks for a long moment. He says yes to that too. He is not afraid for himself. Kirilov Base, he has gone past that. He cannot quite see why a note matters. He cannot quite see either what Pyotr Verkhovensky, scheming, is doing with him. Most of us in his place would not see. Across the town in Skvoreshniki drawing room, Nikolai Stavrogin, mask, has been sitting in the same chair for 3 days. He has spoken to his mother twice. He has not eaten in front of anyone. Varvara Stavrogina, grief, watches him from the doorway. She wants to ask him 100 things. She wants to ask if the rumors about the cottage on the edge of town are true. She wants to ask why he came back. She does not ask any of these things. Lizaveta Tushina Base comes to call. She is announced. Nikolai Stavrogin, mask, receives her standing. He is polite. He is brief. He kisses her hand only once, and as he does not look at her face. She walks back out into the corridor afterwards and stops at a window. She does not weep. She is past weeping. She is 22 and she has just decided to stop hoping. That decision will turn out not to hold. That same night, in the Lebyadkin cottage on the edge of town, Maria Lebyatkina, Base, lights a second candle. She tells the empty room that her husband will come tonight. The empty room gently agrees. If you drift off here, that's fine. The town hasn't noticed yet either. The candles are still burning. The small mad woman is still waiting. We can stay with her without rushing. Nikolai Stavrogin, mask, is the one who comes, but not as a husband. He stoops through the low doorway. He says her name very softly. He sits across from her at the battered table. He has come in his own strange way to apologize. He married her years ago, on a dare, on a bet with himself, to see if he could feel anything for a woman the world had stopped seeing. He could not. He has been paying her allowance ever since. She, this evening, is not quite frightened of him. She is smiling. She is looking at him as if at a person she once knew very well. She says twice that he is not her real prince. Her real prince is somewhere else. He stands up after a while. He puts an envelope of money on the corner of the table. He says quietly that he will not come again. She nods. He stoops back out through the low door. Outside in the dark, Pyotr Verkhovensky Skemming is waiting for him on the narrow wooden footbridge over the small stream beyond the cottage. He has been waiting an hour. He has in his own mind a small idea about Maria Lebyadkina base. He suggests casually that the cottage is a problem, that the woman is a problem, that problems do not always have to remain problems. He says this with the same smile he uses to ask after a cousin's health. Nikolai Stavrogin Mask does not answer at first. He looks at the stream a long time. Then he says quietly that Pyotr Verkhovensky Skemming should not raise the subject again. Pyotr Verkhovensky Skemming keeps the smile. He does not promise anything. This is the moment most people miss. Nikolai Stavrogin Mask did not say no. He said don't raise it again. Pyotr Verkhovensky Skemming is the kind of man who can build a building on a sentence like that. Nikolai Stavrogin Mask walks home through the dark park of Skvoreshniki drawing room. He passes the small stone bridge over the narrow ornamental stream. He passes the overgrown reed edge pool. He does not pause. There is something he has been carrying for almost a year. He has written it down. He has bound it in cheap brown paper. He has read it twice himself and stopped reading. He has come home, in part, to give it away. He has heard there is a monk a few hours' ride away. An old man named Tikhon, a retired bishop. People go to him not to be told what to do, but to be heard saying it themselves. Nikolai Stavrogin Mask decides to go. He decides at midnight. He decides without telling anyone. He rides out before dawn. He carries the brown paper manuscript in his coat pocket. He does not even now know quite what he will say. The monastery sits at the edge of a small pine wood. The bell tower is wooden, the yard is swept, there is nobody about. Nikolai Stavrogin Mask ties his horse to a post. He stands in the yard a long time before he knocks. The door opens before he has knocked. Tikhon is small. He is bent. He does not look surprised. He looks at Nikolai Stavrogin Mask and steps back, the way one steps back to let in someone expected. They sit together for a long time without speaking. The morning warms the small window. The icon lamp burns steady. Tikhon waits. He has decided not to be the first to break the silence. Nikolai Stavrogin Confession takes the small brown paper manuscript out of his coat. He lays it on the low wooden cot beside him. He looks at it. He says, I have written it down. Will you read it? Tikhon says yes. Tikhon reads slowly. He reads in the quiet light. He does not look up. The manuscript describes a thing that happened in a rented room in Petersburg years ago. A thing involving a young girl. A thing that was not undone. Dostoevsky wrote this confession scene at the very heart of the novel. His publisher refused to print it. It stayed buried until after Dostoevsky's death. People found it later and understood, finally, what the book had been about. It is not the violence that the chapter is about. It is what came after. The room, the small bright square of sunlight on the floor. The young girl going quietly to the next room, Nikolai sitting still in the chair. He had felt, in that small square of light, nothing, or almost nothing, or something he could not name. He had felt mostly the sense that he could feel nothing, and that this was perhaps the deepest thing about him. That, says the manuscript, is the moment he stopped believing he was a man like other men. From that small square of light onward, he had been an experiment, of what, even he no longer quite knew. Tikhon finishes reading. He sets the manuscript on his lap. He does not speak right away. He looks at Nikolai Stavrogin, Confession. He looks at him the way a doctor looks at a patient whose fever has just begun to break. Tikhon says, very softly, that publishing this confession will not save him. That a public penance written in this voice, in this tone, would be the work of a man who is still in some way performing. Tikhon says, almost lower than that what Nikolai Stavrogin Confession truly needs is the smaller, harder thing, years of quiet penance, a life that nobody will read about. He is not ready for that. He may never be ready. He stays in the cell another hour. He cannot speak after a certain point. He just sits. He takes the manuscript back. He puts it into his coat. He stands at last. He thanks Tikhon. He walks out into the bright yard. He rides back to the town in a long, slow afternoon. He passes the same fields, the same thin line of birches, the same wooden milestone. He does not stop. He is not changed. He is also somehow not the same. When he gets home, Fyodor Verhovensky Skemming is waiting for him in the small upstairs sitting room of Skvoreshniki drawing room. Fyodor Verhovensky Skemming is smiling. He says he has come to talk about the fete. He talks for an hour. Nikolai Stavrogin, mask, hears almost none of it. Fyodor Verhovensky Skemming mentions, near the end, almost in passing, that the Lebyadkin cottage on the edge of town has been very dry lately. That a wooden cottage in autumn can go up quickly. That, of course, he means nothing by it. Of course, Nikolai Stavrogin, mask, does not answer. He continues to look at the autumn garden. He does not turn around. He does not say no. He does not say anything at all. Fyodor Verhovensky Skemming leaves humming, eventually. We are halfway through the book now. The pieces have stopped moving toward each other. They have started moving toward what is going to happen. There is no longer a way to put the letter back under the wax. The town does not yet know that everything has been decided. The day of the fete is set. The invitations have gone out. The bishop has agreed to come. The literary speakers have been chosen. The hall has been rented. Stepan Verhovensky Base has been asked to read. He has been told this is his hour. He has been told the modern young people of the province want to hear from him. He believes it. He has been practicing for a week. He does not know that Fyodor Verhovensky Skemming has arranged for two of the speakers ahead of him to deliberately scandalize the room. He does not know that he has been placed last for exactly that reason. He does not know. Meanwhile, in a small back room of an inn, Fyodor Verhovensky Skemming meets with two of his five. He gives them, in a soft, careful voice, an instruction about a small wooden quarter at the far end of town. He gives them a date. He gives them a time. He does not call it a fire. He does not call it anything. He calls it the matter we discussed. He has learned to take his most dangerous decisions and turn them into pronouns. That by itself should be a warning sign. The five themselves do not entirely understand what is being asked. One of them, the young student, asks afterward in a low voice what is supposed to happen at the cottage. Fyodor Verhovensky Skemming only laughs softly. He says nothing. Shatov, base, at the same hour is on his way home through the lanes of provincial town square. He has decided something. He has decided, quietly, that whatever the five become, he will not be among them. He has decided to walk away. He does not know yet that his estranged wife is in town. He does not know that she has arrived on the last train, pale, exhausted, and quietly pregnant with a child that is not his. That detail is important. We will come back to it. For now, Shatov Base reaches his door, climbs the stairs, lights the lamp, and sits on the edge of his plank bed for a long time without taking off his coat. There is a moment in this book where every character is sitting alone in a small lit room deciding something. None of them know that the others are also deciding. None of them know that those decisions are about to converge. In Kirilov's lodging, Kirilov Base is awake. He is at the small square table. He is reading the same paragraph of his notebook for the third time. He is calm, he is patient. He is, in his own way, already gone. In the Lebyadkin cottage on the edge of town, Maria Lebyadkina Base is asleep, with her head laid on her folded arms at the battered table. Her brother is snoring in the next room. The candles have burned down. The icon lamp glows on alone. In Skvoreshniki drawing room, Nikolai Stavrogin mask is at his upstairs desk again. He is not writing. He is looking at the unlit candle in its holder. He has been looking at it for an hour. He does not light it. In Stepan's study, Stepan Verhovensky Base is asleep in his velvet armchair, his manuscript fallen from his lap onto the carpet. The white mustache rises and falls gently. The green glass reading lamp still glows. He is dreaming of a triumph. The day of the fete arrives. It is gray. It is windy. It is the kind of day a province dresses up for anyway. Carriages roll into provincial town square. Coats are taken at the door of the fete ballroom. The chandeliers are lit. Yulia von Lemke, the governor's wife, stands at the front of the fete ballroom in pale green silk. She glows. She believes this is her hour. She does not yet know that her hour is also Pyotr Verhovensky Skemming's hour. The first speaker, a young man in a black frock coat, climbs the small wooden lectern. He reads a piece nobody quite understands. He reads it very angrily. He reads it for a long time. The room is uncomfortable. The second speaker, a captain with a flushed face, climbs the lectern next. He reads a poem so wildly insulting to a list of named local citizens that for a moment the entire room stops breathing. Yulia's smile cracks at the corner. This was Pyotr Verkhovensky Skemming's plan to break the room. To break Yulia, to break the careful provincial certainty that the educated young men of the town are charming and harmless. He is succeeding faster than he expected. Then Stepan Verkhovensky base is called to the lectern. He climbs the small wooden step. He smooths his white mustache. He looks out across the rows of suddenly hostile faces. He begins to read. He reads about beauty. He reads about Pushkin. He reads about how a country dies the day it stops needing poetry. He reads with such love that for one full minute, the room is silent and almost moved. Then a single young man in the back row laughs. Then a second. Then a third. Then it is everywhere. The old man at the lectern stops reading. The thin manuscript is shaking in his hand. The audience does not stop. He stands very straight, he says, almost into the laughter, that he is leaving. He says that this is no longer his audience. He says in a voice cracking but unmistakable that he is going to walk out of this town tomorrow morning. This is the moment he has been moving toward without knowing it. The moment he stops being his old life. The moment he steps off the chair he has sat in for 20 years. He does not yet know how brave he has become. This is why we read these books at night, for the part that still holds. An old man in a faded velvet jacket walks out of a room that has stopped loving him. He keeps his shape. He keeps his name. The story will be kinder to him than the room was. Out in provincial town square, the wind has picked up. The flags on the gas lamps are snapping. Far off at the edge of town, in the wooden quarter, a single small flame has begun. Nobody in the ballroom has noticed yet. The two of his 5 who were given the date and the time have done their work. They have left the wooden quarter the back way. They are walking now toward different inns. They will be in different rooms when the bells begin. A third figure, separately, has been sent toward the Lebyadkin cottage. He carries no torch. He carries something smaller and heavier in his coat pocket. He has been told it is a small matter. He has been told he will be paid afterward. Dostoevsky does not show us what happens at the cottage. He never does. He gives us, instead, the figure walking away an hour later, a figure that walks slightly faster than a man walks when nothing has happened. Back in the fete ballroom, the scandal is still spreading. People are leaving in small offended clusters. Yulia has gone pale. The governor has been pulled aside. Pyotr Verkhovensky scheming is nowhere to be seen. Then, at the far edge of provincial town square, a single bell begins to ring. Then a second bell. Then voices in the street. The word fire travels into the fete ballroom through 3 different doorways at almost the same moment. The crowd that ran out of the ball, half amused, half scandalized, becomes, on the cold street, suddenly something else. They become a crowd that smells smoke. They begin to run in the direction of the wooden quarter. The whole wooden quarter is going up. 3 streets at once. The flames are climbing along the dry shingled roofs faster than the firemen can drag the water buckets to them. The bells are ringing in 3 different towers now. Lizaveta Tushina, anguish, is among the crowd that has run from the ballroom. She does not know why she is running. She is running toward the part of town where the Lebyadkin cottage stands. She has been hearing things. She has been hearing the wrong things. She has heard somewhere along the way that Nikolai Stavrogin Mask was at the cottage tonight, that something has happened, that his wife is dead. She does not yet know if the second sentence and the third are the same sentence. A small crowd has gathered already at the cottage. Someone is shouting. Someone is praying. Someone has lit a torch. The fire is not actually here. The fire is 3 streets away. But there is a different kind of harm at this cottage. Lizaveta Tushina, anguish, pushes through the crowd. She gets as far as the doorway. She sees in the dim, warm corner light what has happened. She does not scream. She turns. She steps back out into the air. She walks away. A few people in the crowd recognize her. A few people whisper her name. A few people add it, by morning, to the things that have happened tonight that should not have happened. The whispering will not stop for years. She walks the long way back through fields, alone. She does not know yet where she is walking to. She does not know yet that Nikolai Stavrogin Mask is at this moment also walking through the same dark fields, in the same general direction. They meet at last at the edge of the park of Skroshniky. He does not speak first. She does not either. They simply stand a moment in the dark beside the small stone bridge over the narrow ornamental stream. She says finally, "Did you know?" He looks at the stream a long time. He says finally, "I did not say no." She closes her eyes. That is, in a way, all the answer she will ever get from him. She turns and walks back the way she came. She walks all the way back to town. She does not look back. By the time she reaches the first lit lane near Provincial Town Square, it has started to rain. Nikolai Stavrogin Mask stays on the bridge another hour. He watches the orange glow of the wooden quarter slowly dim and turn to gray. He watches the rain begin to fall on the surface of the small stream. He goes back to the house at dawn. By morning, the town has counted what it has lost. 3 streets in the wooden quarter, a handful of people in those streets, and in a small cottage at the edge of the fields, Maria Lebyadkina Base and her brother, both dead before the fire reached them. The town does not yet know who did it. The town does not yet quite believe it was on purpose. The town believes mostly that it was a robbery. That is what Pyotr Verkhovensky scheming needs the town to believe. He has by mid-morning already begun to spread that version of the story. He has by lunch already begun to spread a second version in which Nikolai Stavrogin Mask's name does not appear. By the afternoon, he is laughing softly at his own work. There is in his notebook now one fewer problem. There is on his list a small mark beside the name of Maria Lebyadkina Base. He turns the page. He looks at the next name. The next name is Shatov Base. He has decided already. He has decided, in fact, the night before. He has decided that the cell needs a small shared crime to bind itself together. He has decided that Shatov Base, the man who wanted to leave, will be the small shared crime. That afternoon, Stepan Verkhovensky, banished, keeps his word. He packs a small bundle of his own things. He puts on a plain gray traveler's coat. He does not tell anyone he is leaving. He walks down out of Skvoreshniki drawing room for the last time. He does not say goodbye to Varvara Stavrogina Grief. He cannot. He has spent 20 years not knowing how to. He just walks past her closed sitting room door. He walks out the front door. He walks out the front gate. He walks out into the long, quiet country road beyond Provincial Town Square. He does not know where he is going. He has no plan. He has in his coat pocket a copy of his own French verses and almost no money at all. He has finally become a man without an audience. The most important hour of his life has begun. He does not yet know that. He does not yet know how much smaller and how much truer this last small road is. Meanwhile, back in town, Pyotr Verkhovensky, scheming, is calling the 4 remaining of his 5 to a second meeting. He wants them tonight. He wants them in the park of Skroshniky. He wants them near the small bridge over the narrow ornamental stream. Killing the men who took his cottage was politics. What comes next requires something else entirely. Stay with this. It is the part of the book most readers misread for 100 years. For tonight, though, the story rests. The old man is on the road. The young woman is in her room with the door closed. The mother is alone in the lit corridor of Skvoreshniki drawing room, and the son is upstairs, looking at the same unlit candle he was looking at last night. A few hours before Pyotr Verkhovensky scheming's meeting in the park, something else is happening on the other side of Provincial Town Square. A thin, pale woman in a worn, dark gray traveling coat is climbing the stairs to Shatov's room. She knocks. Shatov Base opens the door. He has not seen her in 3 years. He understands within 4 seconds that she is pregnant. He understands within 5 seconds that the child is not his. He looks at her a long moment. He does not ask whose. He does not ask how long. He says almost as if to himself, "Come in." He picks up the small leather case. He sets it inside the door. He closes the door behind her. He moves around her gently. He puts on the kettle. He stokes the small stove. He folds the gray blanket back from the plank bed. He says very quietly that she must lie down. She lies down. He pours a glass of weak tea. The labor begins not long after. He has no idea what to do. He runs in his coarse navy blouse down into provincial town square and bangs on the door of a midwife 3 streets away. He brings her back at almost a run. For 3 hours, Shatov, hopeful, is not allowed in his own room. He paces the narrow landing outside. He paces the stairs. He sits on the bottom step. He prays without quite knowing he is praying. He has not done that in many years. Then at last a small thin cry from above. Then the midwife opens the door at the top of the stairs. She nods once. He climbs the stairs 2 at a time. He stops at the doorway. He cannot quite go in. He goes in finally. He kneels beside the plank bed. The thin, pale woman opens her eyes. She does not say sorry. He does not ask her to. He takes her hand. He says, "He is ours now, is he?" She does not answer in words. She closes her eyes again. He understands. He takes the small swaddled bundle from the midwife. He holds it as if it might be too heavy. The midwife gathers her things. She lets herself out. He sits on the wooden chair beside the plank bed. He holds the small bundle. He looks at his wife. He thinks very clearly that he has never been happy before tonight. He has been many things. He has not been happy. There is a knock at the door downstairs. He does not hear it. There is a second knock. He does not hear it either. There is a third. The midwife, just leaving, opens the door instead. A young man stands there. He says very politely that he has a message for Shatov. The note is brought up to Shatov, hopeful. He reads it without standing up. It is from one of the 5. It says that a small package of compromising pamphlets hidden some weeks ago in the park of Skvoreshniki must be moved tonight. It says that only he knows the spot. He sighs. He folds the note. He looks at the small swaddled bundle. He looks at his sleeping wife. He decides he will go out. He decides he will be back in an hour. He decides this in the way men decide things they do not wish to decide at all. He puts on his heavy work coat. He puts on his cap. He kisses his wife's forehead. He kisses the small swaddled bundle once. He closes the door behind him as softly as he can. He goes down the back stairs. This is the part of the book that hurts most. Not because we don't know what's about to happen. Dostoevsky has told us. But because Shatov, hopeful, doesn't know. And he is, for the first time in his life, walking toward a future he wants. He passes the small wooden well at the center of provincial town square. He passes the dark front of the small printing shop where he works. He turns into the lane that leads to the back gate of the park of Skvoreshniki. He does not look behind him. He pushes open the small back gate of the park of Skvoreshniki. The fir trees rise dark on either side of the gravel path. He walks toward the small stone bridge over the narrow ornamental stream. He carries no lantern. He knows the way. 4 men are waiting for him at the small stone bridge. They are the remaining 4 of the 5. They are standing very still. They greet him in low, even voices. They ask him to come down to the small ornamental pool nearby. Dostoevsky does not show us what happens at the pool. He shows us, instead, the figures walking back up to the small stone bridge a few minutes later. They walk quietly. One of them is wiping something from his hand against the gravel. The room he was walking toward will be searched in the morning. The small swaddled bundle will be found alone in the plank bed beside the thin, pale woman, both of them very cold. The town will not understand any of it. Breathe here. The story keeps going on its own for a moment. We do not have to do anything with what just happened. We just have to keep the lamp on. The book holds the rest. That same night, just an hour after the small stone bridge, Pyotr Verkhovensky, agitated, crosses the backyard of a tradesman's house and climbs the back stairs to Kirillov's lodging. He is sweating slightly. He is, for the first time in the book, a little afraid. Kirillov base is awake. Kirillov base has been awake for days. The single tallow candle is still burning on the small square table. The empty sheet of cream paper is still beside the open notebook. The pen is still resting on the inkwell. Pyotr Verkhovensky, agitated, tells him in a low, quick voice that the thing they discussed is now necessary, that it must happen tonight, that the note, the small note, must be written and signed, and then the act must follow. Kirillov base does not refuse. He does not agree either. He goes very still. He looks at the small empty sheet of cream paper. He looks at the candle. He looks at Pyotr Verkhovensky, agitated. He says very quietly, "Why are you afraid?" Pyotr Verkhovensky, agitated, does not answer. He pushes the paper across the table. He pushes the pen across the table. He sits very still. Kirillov base looks at the paper a long time. Then he sits, then he writes. The note says in 3 brief sentences that the writer takes responsibility for the things that have happened in the town. It does not name Shatov hopeful. It does not name the fire. It does not name the cottage. It claims everything anyway. Pyotr Verhovensky, agitated, takes the note. He folds it. He puts it into the inner pocket of his cheap gray suit. He stands. He looks at Kirillov base. Kirillov base does not look up. Pyotr Verhovensky, agitated, leaves without speaking. Kirillov ecstasy is alone now. He stands. He walks to the small window of Kirillov's lodging. He looks out at the wooden fence of the yard. He looks up at the pale pre-dawn sky. He smiles a small open smile. He turns back. Dostoevsky does not show us what Kirillov ecstasy does next either. He shows us instead the lodging in the morning, the small square table, the single guttered candle, the empty pen on the inkwell, the room as still as a held breath. By that same morning, the town has begun to find what it has lost. The cottage, the wooden quarter. Shatov, hopeful, face down beside the small ornamental pool of the park of Skvoreshniki, the young thin wife and the small swaddled bundle in his plank bed. The note that was written in Kirillov's lodging is found by the police on the small square table. It is read aloud at the governor's office in Provincial Town Square. It is for several hours taken at face value. The whole town breathes. Then a clever clerk asks, almost in passing, when the note was actually written. Then another asks where the writer is. Then a third asks why the writer's signature does not match any record. By evening, the question has become a different question entirely. By midnight, the police are looking for Pyotr Verhovensky, agitated. By midnight, Pyotr Verhovensky, agitated, is already on a small train 2 stations away, in a third-class compartment, with the collar of his cheap gray suit pulled up to his cheek. He will reach Petersburg. He will reach Switzerland after that. He will not be found in any of the cities he passes through. He will, decades later, become the model for almost every fictional revolutionary the 20th century will imagine. He will live. That is the strangest part. He will live, and the 4 men he convinced will be tried and sent to prison camps in the East, and he himself will never come back to this town again. He has stopped being a person. He has become a thing the century is about to copy. We will come back to that thought. For now, the book steps quietly away from him. It does not give him a punishment scene. It gives him, instead, simply not being there. He is, after this night, a name nobody in the town will say out loud. Nikolai Stavrogin mask has been in his upstairs room at Skvoreshniki drawing room all of this time. He has not gone down. He has not seen his mother. He has not eaten. He has been writing a single letter for 2 days. The letter is to a woman in Switzerland. She is the only person, perhaps, he has ever been able to be small in front of. He has written to her once a year for many years. She has answered every time. She is, in her way, his real confessor. In the letter, he asks her calmly whether she might consider taking him in. Not as a husband, not as a guest. As a man who needs, finally, a quiet life under someone else's roof, he does not, in the letter, expect her to say yes. He finishes the letter at midday. He folds it. He seals it. He addresses it to a small Swiss village. He gives it to a servant. He says it must go out on the next post. He does not write a second letter to anyone else. He goes back into his upstairs room. He closes the door behind him. He does not come out again that day. Varvara Stavrogina, grief, sits in the corridor outside his door for 2 hours. He does not unlock it. Lizaveta Tushina, anguish by now, is in her family's small house at the other end of Provincial Town Square. She is in a small upstairs sitting room. She is in a plain dark dress. She is writing nothing. She is looking out the window. She has heard by now what has happened to Shatov. Hopeful, she has heard by now that Maria Lebyadkina, base, was already dead before the fire. She has decided somewhere quietly inside her that the next quiet life she lives will not include any of these names. She has decided to leave the town. She has not yet told her mother. She has not yet packed beyond 2 dresses. She has not yet decided where she is going, but the decision itself is final. She is going somewhere small, somewhere not here. Meanwhile, far off on the country road at dawn, An old man in a plain gray traveler's coat is sitting on a low stone milestone, breathing hard. He has walked further than he has walked in 20 years. He is, in his own way, very tired and very happy. He has crossed a stretch of low autumn fields he has never quite seen on foot before. He has discovered, this afternoon, the smell of damp stubble and far birch fires. He has discovered that the wide, pale sky goes on past where the town used to end. A peasant woman in a long brown wool coat finds him there at evening. She has been walking with a small wooden milk pail. She stops. She looks at him. She asks quietly whether he is lost. He says just as quietly that he is not. She nods. She tells him that her village is 2 miles further along this road. She tells him that the village inn is small but warm. She tells him that the innkeeper's wife is kind. She tells him, finally, that he is welcome to walk with her. He walks with her. He cannot quite believe how warm a small offer of company can be when one has spent a lifetime being only the center of a small dim drawing room. He does not say this. He does not need to. By full dark, they reach the peasant inn. The inside is low and whitewashed. The clay stove half fills one wall. The corner icon glows softly. The innkeeper's wife looks up from her small loom. She smiles. She does not ask his name. Stepan Verkovensky, banished, sits at the heavy oak table. He drinks the warm milk slowly. The fire in the clay stove pops gently. The corner icon lamp burns straight. He has been afraid for so long. He has, for 1 whole minute, stopped being afraid. The innkeeper's wife brings him a small slice of black bread. She brings him a thin smoked fish. She brings him another cup of milk. She does not interrupt him. She does not ask him where he came from. She lets him have the table. Outside, in the dark fields beyond the peasant inn, the wind has dropped. The road he walked is empty. The lanterns in the distant village windows are turning down one by one. The world is moving past where his old life used to end. We will come back to him. We will follow him a little further down this road tomorrow. For now, the lamp by his shoulder is warm. The cup is empty. The fire is low. He is finally sleeping in a room nobody is performing for. If you drift off here, that's perfect. This is where the story rests. The loud part is done. What comes next is quieter. We are mostly listening now. Stepan Verkovensky, banished, does not stand up easily the next morning. The walk has cost him more than he knew. The innkeeper's wife brings him weak tea. He smiles. He says he will rest 1 more day. 1 day becomes 3. The white mustache has grown softer. The watery, pale blue eyes have grown clearer. He asks the innkeeper's wife if she can read. She nods. He asks her gently if she has a Gospels. She reads to him slowly in Russian. He has heard the words 100 times in French and Latin and German. He has not somehow heard them quite like this. Plain, simple, without performance. On the 3rd evening, Varvara Stavrogina Grief arrives at the peasant inn in a small, dark carriage. She has been searching for him. She has been calling at every village inn for 2 days. She is very tired and very ashamed. She comes inside. She kneels at the low peasant cot. She takes his thin, pale hand. She does not apologize. He does not ask her to. They sit like that for a long time in the warm amber light. Stepan Verkovensky, dying, dies the next morning, in the warm, small back room, with Varvara Stavrogina, Grief, still beside him, and the innkeeper's wife still on the low stool. He is, by then, no longer afraid of anything at all. He has died on a low peasant cot in a borrowed coat, with 2 women who barely speak the same language reading him a small book together. He has, after 53 years, been quietly seen. Dostoevsky writes this death scene with a tenderness he gives almost no one else in this book. He has taken the smallest, vainest, most performative character, and he has, at the very end, let him be a man. That, I think, is why we keep reading Dostoevsky at all. Not for the politics, not for the ideas. For the moment, at the end, when somebody finally drops the performance. This is a good place here, to talk a little about the man who wrote this. He also had been afraid for most of his life. He also had been performing in a drawing room for too long. In 1849, Fyodor Dostoevsky was 27. He had been arrested for attending a small reading group. The group had read banned pamphlets aloud. He had read one of them, that was all. He spent 8 months in the Peter and Paul fortress. He was, on a cold December morning, taken in a closed wagon to Semyonov Square. He was, with 20 other young men, lined up in front of a wooden scaffold. They were told they would be shot. They were given a few minutes to make peace. 3 were tied to the posts. A drum began to roll. The order to fire was about to be given. At the last moment, a horseman rode into the square. The order was changed. The Tsar, it was announced, had spared their lives. The sentence was now hard labor in Siberia. Dostoevsky walked back to the wagon, shaking. He spent 4 years in a wooden prison camp in Omsk in Siberia. He worked in chains. He slept on a plank bed. He read the only book he was allowed, which was a Russian Gospels. He read it again and again. He came back from Siberia with epilepsy. He came back with a deep distrust of theoretical young men. He came back believing that abstract ideas in the wrong hands could quietly destroy real people. He married, in his late 40s, a young stenographer named Anna. She was 21. She was patient. She was practical. She managed his money. She managed his nerves. She managed the rooms he wrote in. They had 4 children. The second, a small girl named Sonia, died at 3 months. Dostoevsky was, after that, never quite the same. He wrote about lost children for the rest of his life. Demons was written in those years. It was written by a man who had stood in the cold square, who had buried a child, who had watched young men go from arguing about Pushkin to writing manifestos in 5 short years. It was in part a warning. It was in part a confession. It was in part an old man's quiet attempt to ask his country whether it understood what it was about to become. He published the book in pieces in a literary magazine called Ruski Vestnik in 1871 and 1872. He fought with his editor over almost every chapter. The editor refused to print the confession scene we read together earlier. The book sold modestly. It was reviewed badly. Conservatives thought it was too sympathetic to the revolutionaries. Radicals thought it was a cruel cartoon. Almost no one at the time understood what it actually was. Dostoevsky himself died 9 years later in 1881. He was 60. He had finished one more novel after this one, The Brothers Karamazov. He had begun a second part. He never wrote it. His funeral procession in Petersburg stretched for miles. Students walked beside it in silence. Workers walked beside it. A few old generals walked beside it. Russia had not quite known how much it had loved him. That is the man. Now let us look at the moment that frightened him into writing this particular book. It was a small autumn murder. It happened in Moscow in 1869. It involved 5 young men. A young revolutionary named Sergei Nekhayev had formed a small cell of 5 students in Moscow. He had told them, as Pyotr would tell his 5, that they were part of a great network. They were not. One of the 5, a young man named Ivan Ivanov, began to question Nekhayev. He began to ask, quietly, where the network really was. He began to ask whether the cell had been built on a lie. Nekhayev decided that this question was a danger. He decided, in the same calm way Pyotr decides things, that the cell needed a small shared crime to bind itself. He decided that Ivan Ivanov would be the small shared crime. They took him out to a small park. They killed him at the edge of a small dark pond. They sank his body in the water. They walked back into the city in different directions. The body was found 2 days later. The investigation that followed exposed the whole cell. Nekhayev fled abroad. The other 4 were arrested. The trial was front-page news across Russia for months. Dostoevsky read every report. He read them, his wife said, with the same expression his face wore during his epileptic warnings. He was, by then, 50. He had thought he had seen Russia's worst already. He realized in those reports that he had not. He began Demons that same year. He kept a small folder of clippings about the Nekhayev affair on his writing desk. He referred back to it almost every day. He told his wife that the next book might frighten people who recognized themselves in it. He did not, however, write a documentary. He took the real cell. He gave them a small provincial town. He gave them a quiet old father in a velvet jacket. He gave them a still-faced son. He turned a murder into a question. The question is the one we said at the start. What fills the space when an old belief leaves a person or a country, before a new one has arrived to take its place? Dostoevsky thought the answer was very simple. He thought the answer was anything. a revolutionary, a mystic, a cult, a flag, a leader with sharp, dark eyes who smiles in the right way at the right moment. The space, he thought, does not stay empty. The space, he thought, always gets filled. What worried him most was not the loud filling. It was the quiet filling, the version that does not look like revolution at all. The version that looks like a clever young man at a fashionable salon, smiling at the governor's wife. That is the thing he was trying to point at. That respectable rooms produce the people who burn other rooms. That the smiling young man and the firebomb are the same young man at different hours of the day. He was, in his own way, asking his country to look at its drawing rooms, to look at its salons, to look at its clever sons, to look at the half-truths that respectable people had grown tired enough to nod along to. Russia did not mostly listen. The book sold modestly. The book was put away. The space stayed open. 50 years later, in 1917, the space was filled in a way that surprised almost no one who had read this book carefully. It is easy, looking back, to read Demons as a prophecy. Dostoevsky did not write it as one. He wrote it as a worried look out a study window. He was mostly just trying to describe the people he could see. He saw two kinds of young men in his country, the ones like Shatov Base, who had believed in something and had begun painfully to believe again, and the ones like Pyotr Verkhovensky Base, who had given up believing in anything except their own clever hands. And he saw, perhaps most painfully, a third kind, men like Nikolai Stavrogin, Mask, men who could feel almost nothing. Men who, because they had stopped believing in their own ability to feel, became a small empty stage on which any belief could perform. That, he thought, was the most dangerous of the three. Not the believer, not the schemer, the empty stage, the handsome, quiet, still-faced young man on whom any number of demons could calmly climb up and begin to dance. Dostoevsky was, in this sense, not a political writer. He was something stranger. He was a writer about the small interior weather of belief, about what we let our minds open to in the long, quiet hours when no one is watching. This book is not really, as people sometimes think, about Russia. It is about anyone who lives in a small room and has, at some point, let a clever idea begin to walk around in it like furniture. It is about the responsibility we have for our furniture, for what we let live in the small rooms of our minds, for which voices we let speak there, and which we, gently, ask to leave. That is, finally, the question Demons leaves with us. Not what Russia did wrong in 1869, or in 1917, or in any other year, but what each of us in our own small rooms tonight is allowing in. Dostoevsky did not mostly expect his readers to be young revolutionaries. He expected mostly very ordinary tired people, reading at night, trying in their own way to keep their small rooms clean. He wrote this novel for them. He wrote it for us. He wrote it for the small reading lamp by the bed and the long, quiet midnight where the day's noise has finally faded out. For most of the 20th century, Demons was the least loved of Dostoevsky's four great novels. Crime and Punishment and Brothers Karamazov got the readers. Demons got the suspicion. Soviet critics did not mostly know what to do with it. The book criticized revolutionaries with a sharpness that no official reading could fully approve, so they read it carefully and quietly, and they taught it only sometimes. Outside Russia, the book had a quieter reputation. The translations were sometimes poor. The provincial setting felt distant. The cast was large, and the central man at its heart, Nikolai Stavrogin, Mask, was difficult. He was not a sympathetic man. He was not a clearly evil man. He was simply, on the page, a small empty space that other characters projected meaning onto. Readers wanted a hero. He was not that. Then the 20th century happened. The book began, slowly, to feel less like a strange Russian provincial novel and more like a small notebook from the future. Readers began, in the second half of the century, to come back. Joseph Conrad read it. He hated Dostoevsky. He hated him in print. He hated him in private. He wrote his own version of this book under Western eyes, partly to fight against Demons, partly to agree with it. Albert Camus, in the early 1950s, adapted Demons into a stage play. He had been reading and rereading it since he was 18. He called it in private one of the 4 or 5 books that had built him. Camus had spent his own life thinking about the same problem. What happens when an old belief drains away and a new one tries to fill the space? He thought Dostoevsky had seen the problem first and seen it most clearly. A whole generation of Cold War-era European writers came to similar conclusions. Czesław Miłosz, Andrzej Gide, Hannah Arendt. They did not always cite demons. The book ran often, like a quiet undercurrent beneath what they wrote. By the 1980s, in Eastern Europe especially, demons had become quietly, almost secretly, important. People read it in samizdat copies. People read it in old Soviet editions that had survived. People read it at night. After 1989, after the long century the book had warned about began to fold up its banners, Demons was suddenly read differently. It stopped being a book about revolutionaries. It started being a book about belief itself. After 2000, after the kinds of clever, charismatic young men Dostoevsky had described began to reappear in suits and not in dark coats, in television studios and not in small rented rooms, the book started being read again with quiet fear. People started underlining different passages. They started, for the first time, underlining the small drawing room scenes more than the riot scenes. The book had not changed. The readers had... That is the part that I think makes this book matter so much now. It is not a book about Russia. It is a book about how respectable rooms can produce the people who burn other rooms. We have respectable rooms now too. This book asks the reader gently not to be a hero. It asks them instead to be a careful gardener of their own small inner room. It asks them to notice which voices are starting to live in there. It asks us to be more like Shatov base than like Pyotr Verkhovensky base, to be more like Stepan Verkhovensky banished on the country road than like Stepan Verkhovensky base in the velvet armchair. It asks us, in our own way, to be more like the innkeeper's wife, to put a small cup of warm milk on the rough oak table for a stranger who has walked too far, to read aloud, slowly, in plain language. And it asks us, perhaps most quietly, to be more like Lizaveta Tushina, anguish kneeling beside her traveling trunk, to decide when the room becomes too loud, to pack 2 dresses and go somewhere smaller. That, ultimately, is what Demons is most about. Not collapse, not catastrophe, not the great public crash, but the small private courage of choosing your own small inner furniture, one piece at a time. That is also why this is, of all Dostoevsky's books, perhaps the best one to read at the end of a long, tired day. The point is not the speeches. The point is the small inner room. We are in one right now. We have spent an hour now in this book. We have walked the streets of Provincial Town Square. We have sat in Stepan's study. We have stood on the small stone bridge in the park of Skreshniki. We have sat at the heavy oak table of the peasant inn. We have walked beside an old man on a long country road. We have, in our own way, lived a small while inside Dostoevsky's small, careful warning. The province he wrote about was small. The town was small. The book itself, in his own life, was modestly received. The 150 years afterwards have been much, much louder than the book itself. And yet, quietly, every year, readers keep finding their way back to it. Not because they are looking for politics, not even because they are looking for Dostoevsky, because they are looking for that small inner room. The one with the lamp by the bed, the one with the door closed, the one where, for a little while, the day is over and the noise has stopped and you can hear, faintly, your own real voice again. Demons, more than any other Dostoevsky book, is a book for that voice. The voice that has been quietly making good decisions all day and would like, finally, a moment of being heard by itself. It is a long book. It does not give itself up easily. It is not mostly a book you read in 3 sittings. It is a book you live with for a long autumn beside a small lamp until something quietly shifts inside you. Tonight, we have not read the whole book. We have done something smaller. We have spent an hour with its color, its weather, its small rooms, its quiet roads. We have mostly listened. That by itself counts. To listen to a long, quiet book at the end of a long, quiet day. To let it sit with you for an hour. To let the old man on the road keep walking even after we have stopped following him. There are still pages of Demons we have not opened. There are corners of the small provincial town we have not walked. There are characters we have only glimpsed in passing. They will, of course, be there next time. If you ever do open the real book slowly on your own, with a paper bookmark and a cup of weak tea, you may find that we have only walked the very edges of it tonight. That is fine. It is meant to be walked slowly. A page a night is enough. A chapter a week is enough. A long autumn, that is enough. The book has been here, in different translations, in different bookshops for 150 years. It can wait for you. But for now, tonight, we are not actually trying to finish anything. We are just here, in our small inner room. The day is over, the lamp is on, the story has done what it needed to do. We will, in the last few minutes, walk gently back out of the book. We will not be in a hurry. We will pass the old places one more time. We will say a small, soft goodnight to each of them. We will leave Stepan Verkovensky banished, resting at last in the small back corner of the peasant inn. We will leave Shatov hopeful, sitting at his small table with his Gospels. We will leave Kirillov base standing at his window in soft pre-dawn. We will leave Lizaveta Tushina anguish kneeling beside her plain wooden traveling trunk. We will leave Varvara Stavrogina grief in the upstairs corridor outside her son's closed door. We will leave Nikolai Stavrogin mask at last alone. We will leave the small white Orthodox church silhouetted in provincial town square. We will leave the wooden well at the center with a thin coil of rope on its lip. We will leave the small lit windows along the yellow facades to slowly turn down. We will leave the long pale dirt lane of the country road at dawn under a wide pale sky. We will leave the thin line of distant birches. We will leave the wooden milestone where an old man once stopped to catch his breath. We will leave the heavy oak table of the peasant inn and the corner icon lamp burning steady on its wooden shelf. We will leave the warm clay stove banked low for the night. We will turn down the lamp a little more. We will leave the small cold attic at the top of Skvoroshniki drawing room. We will leave the silk cord coiled on its stool. We will leave the folded gray cloak resting on the low chest. We will not need to look at any of it more closely. The lamp is still on. The book is closed beside it. The day is over. Stepan Verkovensky banished is resting now. The country road keeps going on its own. The corner icon lamp of the peasant inn is burning steady. Nobody needs to tend it. Shatov hopeful is sitting at his small table. The worn Gospels rests under his hand. Kirillov base is at his small window. The pre-dawn sky is very soft beyond the glass. Lizaveta Tushina, anguish, has finished packing. The plain wooden trunk is closed and ready. Varvara Stavrogina grief has gone to her own room. The lamp in the corridor is turned low. Nikolai Stavrogin mask is finally alone in his upstairs room. The candle is still unlit. We are not going to look in that small cold attic tonight. The book has already done that. The wooden quarter has finished smoking. The gray timbers will rest until morning. The small white Orthodox church of provincial town square is silhouetted very softly. The wooden well at the center of provincial town square is still. Its rope hangs straight. Stepan's study is dark now. The green glass reading lamp is finally off. A single warm amber pool of lamplight is still on the table beside us, though. That is fine. We do not have to turn it off yet. It can stay for the rest of this story. You don't have to follow every word. The story keeps going on its own from here. We have walked far enough together. You can let your shoulders drop a little more. The book is closed. The lamp is low. The day is, finally, somewhere behind us. A small, warm pool of light is the only thing you need to keep an eye on now. And honestly, you don't even have to keep an eye on that. It will keep itself. Tonight has done what tonight needed to do. Almost. One small thing first, before we say the long goodnight. If tonight helped, even a little, subscribe. Next week, another book. That was the only one. We can let it go now and come back to the lamp. A folded gray cloak is resting on a low chest somewhere in the dark. Nobody needs to pick it up tonight. It is just there, keeping itself. The book will still be here tomorrow, so will we. Sleep well. Next time, something older, closer to the beginning. Good night, Nikolai. Good night, Stepan. Good night, Liza. Good night. Small Russian town in the autumn rain. The lamp by your bed is still warm. The blanket is still folded. The little cup of tea is empty now. That is also fine. The night is yours now. The book has done what it came here to do. We have stayed up late enough. Let the day finally fall behind. Good night.
How was your day? Maybe it asked you to be harder than you wanted to be, sharper, more strategic, more defended. There's a novel about a man who was never hard, never strategic, never defended, and what the world did to him. You don't need to have read it. Tonight is enough. Fyodor Dostoevsky wrote it in 1869. He called it The Idiot. Tonight we read it together, and you don't have to do anything but listen. Maybe today asked you to play the game, to smile the right way, say the careful thing, keep the real feeling somewhere behind your eyes. Tonight's story is about someone who never played the game at all, and why the world both loved and destroyed him for it. November 1867. A third-class train carriage, Warsaw to St. Petersburg. Two young men across from each other, and neither one like anyone the other has met. The dark one is Rogozhin, loud merchant's coat, black eyes that grab and hold. The pale one has no coat to speak of, no luggage worth naming, and his face, wide open, like a child who has never learned to hide. Rogozhin talks about a woman, Nastasia Filipovna. He says the name the way some people say the name of God, a combination of devotion and terror. Mishkin offers his own story quietly. Epilepsy. 4 years in a Swiss sanatorium. No money, no family to speak of. He is not ashamed of any of it. That, too, is... Rogozhin has just become rich. His father died and left a fortune, 2.5 million rubles. And the first thing Rogozhin did with that money was buy earrings for Nastasia Filipovna. Here's where it gets interesting. The train slows. St. Petersburg, gray and vast and cold and full of people playing by rules Mishkin has never learned. Mishkin has one letter, to General Yepanchin, a distant relation, a man of consequence. He walks to the Yepanchin house through the snow with his battered bag and his extraordinary face. The secretary who receives him is Ganya Ivolgin, handsome in a hungry way, with eyes that calculate even when his mouth is smiling. He looks at Mishkin and sees nothing useful. Mishkin sees Ganya clearly, not cruelly. Mishkin is never cruel, but accurately. He sees a man who wants so much and is so afraid he won't get it. General Yepanchin is affable and a little pompous and surprised to find himself charmed by the strange prince. Mishkin says whatever he thinks, it is disarming. The general asks about his skills. Mishkin has no fortune, no position, no connections, but he can write. He sits down at the desk and produces a page of calligraphy, and the room goes quiet. The general mentions his daughters. 3 of them, Adelaida, Alexandra, and Aglaya, the youngest. He says the name with a father's complicated pride. Every week, 1 book. No pressure to have read it. No quiz at the end. If you want to know when the next one arrives. There's a subscribe button somewhere on this page. That's all. But not tonight. Tonight, just this chapter. Just Mishkin in the hallway, about to see a portrait that will change everything. If tonight helped, even a little, subscribe. Next week, another book. Another night like this one. There is a portrait in the hallway. A photograph, actually, the new technology. And Mishkin stops. He cannot move past it. A woman's face, looking out at him from the frame. Nastasia Filipovna, Ganya says. Mishkin looks at him. She has suffered, he says. Not a question, a statement. Ganya doesn't know what to do with that. Lizaveta Prokofievna arrives, the general's wife, a force of nature in dark wool and practical shoes. She sizes up Mishkin in 4 seconds and is not yet sure what she has found. She asks him questions. Blunt testing. He answers every one honestly. She asks if he is intelligent. He says he isn't sure. She decides she likes him and is annoyed at herself for it. Through a doorway, just for a moment, Mishkin sees Aglaya. She sees him. Neither speaks. It is the kind of moment that the rest of the story turns on, without either of them knowing it yet. Nastasia Filipovna's story. She was a ward, an orphan taken in by a wealthy landowner named Totsky when she was 7. He waited until she was older. What happened next is not told plainly. It doesn't need to be. Totsky wants to marry someone else now, a respectable girl. So he needs Nastasia gone. His plan: marry her off to Ganya, pay 75,000 rubles, buy his way clear of what he did. Mishkin is offered lodging with the Ivolgin family. Ganya's family. While he finds his footing in Petersburg, he accepts, penniless and grateful. He has no idea what he has walked into. Petersburg in 1867 is a city of performance. Who you know, what you own, how you appear. Money moving from old hands to new ones. Everyone calculating. Into this Mishkin. That first night in the Ivolgin flat, Mishkin lies down in his simple room. The city hums beyond the window. He has just entered a story that will ask everything of him. He falls asleep like a child. Morning in the Ivolgin flat. The family assembles for breakfast, and the air is already full of things no one says aloud. Varya is Ganya's sister, a year or two older, with her brother's dark looks and none of his pretension. She is the one person in the flat who seems to have decided what she thinks and stuck with it. General Ivolgin appears before 10 in the morning, already listing slightly, medals on a coat that hasn't been pressed, a story forming in his mouth before he reaches his chair. Then, noise on the staircase. Rogozhin arrives with half a dozen men trailing him, loud and purposeful. He wants Nastasia's new address. He has heard she may be coming to the Ivolgins. And then Nastasia Filipovna herself arrives, alone, without announcement, stepping through the door as though she owns the threshold. Every head turns, every calculation in the room suspends. Nastasia and Mishkin look at each other. Not for long, a few seconds only, but something moves between them that is not attraction exactly. It is recognition. Two people who have both been broken, seeing each other clearly. Nastasia performs for the room. She mocks Ganya gently, brilliantly, surgically, the way someone does when they know they are being bought and want the buyer to understand the cost. It breaks. Ganya slaps Mishkin across the face. Mishkin, who has said something honest and simple and true. The room goes silent. Mishkin doesn't raise his hand. He says, "You will be so ashamed of this?" Nastasia watches, and something changes in her face. She has met abusers and manipulators and buyers. She knows all those faces. She has never met someone who responded to violence with sorrow for the person who struck him. Rogozhin has been watching too. Now he steps forward and drops a newspaper parcel on the floor. It unrolls. 100,000 rubles, his entire prepared offer, in cash on the Ivolgin carpet. Nastasia looks at the money. She looks at Rogozhin. She laughs, a real laugh almost, and then she goes with him, out the door, into the Petersburg street, and the carriage waiting there. The flat settles into the silence she left behind. Others are angry, embarrassed, calculating damage. Mishkin is simply sad, and not for himself. He is sad for all of them, including Rogozhin, including Nastasia. A note arrives for Mishkin from Aglaya Yepenchina. "Do not come to us." Then, 2 days later, another. "Come." He goes. He would have gone regardless of the first note. The Yepanchin drawing room is everything the Ivolgin flat is not. Bright, assured, the confidence of a family that has always belonged in Petersburg. 3 daughters arranged on various chairs, all watching him arrive. Adelaida and Alexandra, the 2 older sisters, find Mishkin instantly interesting in the way of people who are kind enough to be curious about unusual things. They tease him. He takes it without defense, which makes them like him more. Aglaya says nothing for a while. She watches him. Then she asks a question, sharp, unexpected, and when he answers it honestly, she looks away as though the answer cost her something. Mishkin tells them about a man he saw executed in France. The last 5 minutes before the blade, what they are like, the quality of time, the things the mind does when it knows. The room goes absolutely still. He tells them about Marie, a girl in the Swiss village where he recovered, an outcast, shunned by everyone, dying slowly. Mishkin befriended her. The village children eventually followed his example. It was the closest thing to a success he has known. The Yepanchin women are charmed and unsettled in equal measure. He is not like anything they know. He is not performing, he is not trying. That, in Petersburg, is almost a form of aggression. Lizaveta Prokofievna decides something. She will keep this young man where she can see him. She is not sure if she is protecting him from Petersburg or protecting Petersburg from him. Ganya's dilemma crystallizes. Marry Nastasia, get 75,000, be shamed for life. Pursue Aglaya, get nothing now, perhaps status later. He cannot decide. Indecision is corroding him from the inside. Nastasia Filipovna is turning 25. She is holding a party, and the guest list is a provocation. Old Petersburg money beside new money beside people who should not be in the same room. Tolstoy arrives, polished, careful, the man who made her what she is wearing, the face of her benefactor. Rogozhin is there. Ganya is there. Mishkin comes too, invited by no one, turned away by no one. The evening proposes a game. Each guest must confess the worst act they have ever committed. Not as penance, not as performance, but as truth. The room is very bright and the idea is dangerous. Tolstoy confesses first. Elegantly, briefly, a story of minor dishonesty dressed as self-awareness. It is a masterpiece of saying nothing while appearing to say everything. Nastasia watches him finish and smiles. Nastasia abandons the game's structure. She turns to the room and asks them directly, what am I worth? Not as a test, as a real question. The kind that has been living inside her since she was 7 years old. Rogozhin answers, 100,000 rubles, cash. Now, if she will come with him. He says it without embarrassment. It is the most he has, and he means it as a declaration. And then Mishkin speaks. Quietly, simply. He has just received news of an inheritance, modest but real. He offers it all. He offers himself, his name, his future. He is not performing heroism. He is simply answering the question she asked. Nastasia accepts him. She says yes. The room holds its breath. Then she shakes her head and says no. I won't destroy you. She has decided she loves him too much to marry him. She takes Rogozhin's money, the newspaper parcel, the 100,000, and she crosses to the fireplace. She unwraps it. She looks at it, then she puts it in. She turns to Ganya. The tongs are on the hearth. Take it out with your hands, she says, and it is yours. All of it. She watches his face. So does everyone else. Ganya faints. The money burns. Nastasia fishes it out herself eventually. It is not entirely destroyed, and gives it to him anyway. But everyone has seen what he was willing to do. And what he wasn't. Nastasia leaves. With Rogozhin, into the Petersburg night. The carriages are waiting. The decision she made. For herself. For her idea of herself. Carries her out the door at speed. Mishkin stands in the emptied room. The party has dissolved. The fire is dying. He is the only one still there who is not calculating something. He is simply witnessing what love costs when the world cannot hold it. The weeks that follow. Rogozhin and Nastasia, together and apart, Petersburg and Moscow, and back again. The passion is violent and real. The tenderness exists too, in the hours between the violence. Mishkin searches for her. Not to bring her back to him. He has no claim. But because someone should be looking. Someone should keep knowing where she is. 6 months pass. Mishkin's inheritance resolves, modest but real enough to stand on. He returns to Petersburg. Summer now, the city lighter, the social world decamped to Pavlovsk. The Yepanchins have a summer house at Pavlovsk. Lizaveta Prokofievna installs her daughters and her husband and her complicated feelings about Mishkin all in the same dacha. Mishkin takes lodgings with Lebedev, a small sharp man who knows everyone's business and whose dacha is conveniently adjacent to the Yepanchins. This is not entirely a coincidence. Aglaya and Mishkin walk in the park. She produces a hedgehog from somewhere. She has been keeping it, and offers it to him with complete seriousness. He accepts it with equal seriousness. This is how they talk. And then one afternoon, Nastasia is in Pavlovsk. She has followed Mishkin here, or followed the orbit of him, and she is visible in the park, brilliant and wrong for the suburban peace around her. The confrontation everyone has been moving toward. Aglaya and Nastasia in the same summer air. They meet at last on a path near the band pavilion. Nothing is said at first, everything is said. Nearby, introduced to Mishkin at Lebedev's dacha, is Epaulet. 17 years old, dying of consumption, incandescent with intelligence and contempt. He has decided to use the time he has left to say exactly what he thinks. Ippolit has written a manuscript. He calls it his necessary explanation. It is the thing a young man writes when he knows he is dying and wants to say everything true he has ever thought before the darkness. He reads it aloud, all of it, through the night, to whoever will listen. At the end, he takes out a pistol. He will die on his own terms. The gun misfires. He is not dead. The gathering does not know whether to be relieved. Mishkin responds to Ippolit's failed suicide the way he responds to everything. Without judgment, without performance. He sits with him. He asks what hurts. Ippolit hates him for it, and needs it. 3 days later. Petersburg. Mishkin is walking when a hand closes on his shoulder from behind, and something cold touches his throat. Rogozhin. A knife. And then nothing. The seizure saves him. Before Rogozhin can act, Mishkin falls. The epilepsy, the aura, the fall onto the cobblestones. Rogozhin vanishes. The city walks past a man on the ground. The next morning, Mishkin goes to Rogozhin's house. This is the thing about him. It does not occur to him to stay away from the man who tried to kill him. He knocks. Rogozhin lets him in. They sit together in Rogozhin's dark house. Before long, Rogozhin takes the silver cross from his own neck. Mishkin takes the tin one from his. They exchange them. Brothers now, by the oldest Russian tradition. Rogozhin takes Mishkin to his mother, an old woman in black, almost blind now, sitting before her icons. She places a hand on each of their heads and blesses them both. She does not ask questions. In Rogozhin's house, there is a painting, Holbein's Dead Christ, a reproduction, enormous. The body too real, too decayed, too human. Mishkin stands before it and says, "A man could lose his faith from this painting." Opposite the door, Rogozhin has hung a portrait. Nastasia Filipovna, the same photograph Mishkin stopped before in the Yepenchin hallway. The first thing Rogozhin sees when he enters his own house. Something in Rogozhin's eyes that day. Mishkin can't name it, but he carries it with him when he leaves. It is the look of a man who has already imagined the end of something, and found he can live with having imagined it. Aglaya has been reading Don Quixote. She marks a passage. The knight who loved the impossible, who served an ideal he invented. She reads it to Mishkin one afternoon. She is telling him something. The poem she reads is The Poor Knight, a man who loved a vision, served it his whole life, told no one. Mishkin listens. He understands exactly what Aglaya is saying. He does not know what to do with it. Aglaya contains contradictions that she hasn't resolved. She loves Mishkin, she thinks. But love for Aglaya has always been a thing she controls. Mishkin cannot be controlled. This frightens her. Lizaveta Prokofyevna sees all of this. She sees Aglaya falling. She sees Mishkin's impossible situation. She sees Nastasia somewhere in the distance of it. She is a practical woman watching an impractical catastrophe approach. Ganya recovers. He did not reach into the fire. He tells himself this was dignity. He kept the money anyway. Nastasia gave it. He is diminished in ways he cannot locate and will spend years not naming. Letters arrive for Aglaya, from Nastasia. This is unexpected. In them, Nastasia begs Aglaya to marry Mishkin. She writes that Aglaya can make him happy. She, Nastasia, cannot. Aglaya brings the letters to Mishkin. She reads them to him. It is one of the stranger afternoons in a novel full of strange afternoons. The woman Mishkin loves. Reading him letters from the woman who loves him. Across the park, Nastasia watches them. She has come, as she always does, to be near Mishkin without being near him. Rogozhin is beside her. He watches Mishkin watching Nastasia watch Aglaya. An afternoon promenade. Nastasia's carriage passes the path where Aglaya walks with her sisters. The carriage slows. Two women look at each other through the open carriage window. The park holds its breath. Behind closed doors in Rogozhin's house. Rumors only, nothing proven. But the servants talk. Nastasia has been seen with bruises she does not explain. Rogozhin's love, which is real, has its other face. Mishkin visits Nastasia alone. Rogozhin is out. She opens the door herself, in a simpler dress than usual. And for a moment before the performance reassembles, she is simply a woman who is very tired. She tells him, again, that she will destroy him, that his goodness will not survive her, that she has been destroyed and destruction spreads. Mishkin says he doesn't believe that. She says she knows he doesn't. That's the problem. An evening at the Yepanchins. Formal. Mishkin has been brought as Aglaya's suitor. Officially, now, the words spoken. The drawing room full of Petersburg's quality, all of them assessing this unusual choice. Mishkin begins to speak. About Russia, its soul, its mission, its potential. He is earnest and passionate and slightly incoherent. The drawing room is divided between charmed and alarmed. Then something changes in his eyes. His hand catches the Chinese vase on the side table. The crash is enormous in the formal room. And then Mishkin falls, not from the crash, from inside himself. The seizure taking him before he reaches the floor, the drawing room of Petersburg's quality, witness to an epileptic seizure. There is no elegant response to this. Some look away, some crowd forward. Lizaveta Prokofievna clears the room with 7 words. Aglaya does not look away. She stays until they ask her to leave the room. Her face is not shame. It is something closer to grief. The grief of understanding something about a situation you cannot fix. Lizaveta Prokofievna weeps privately that night, not from shame, from the specific sorrow of a mother who sees her daughter in love with something she cannot protect her from. Mishkin recovers over several days. The body recalibrates, the mind returns. What doesn't return is his standing in the drawing room. Petersburg has seen what it has seen. Aglaya comes to him. She has made a decision. She asks him to choose, Nastasia or herself. She says it quietly, without ultimatum in her voice. But it is the most serious question she has ever asked. He cannot promise. He tells her honestly. If he turns from Nastasia entirely, he does not know what will happen to her. He cannot unknow what he knows about what waits for her with Rogozhin. Aglaya's solution is direct. She will meet Nastasia herself, in person, without intermediaries. If she can see the woman assess her, she will know what she is competing with. She sends a note. The evening at Nastasia's summer house. Aglaya arrives first, composed, proud, dressed simply enough to make the simplicity a statement. Nastasia receives her in the sitting room. They sit across from each other. They talk. For a long time they talk. It is the conversation the novel has been building toward. 2 extraordinary women, each one the other's most honest audience. Pity, pride, love, contempt. All of it spoken. Nastasia turns the conversation. She says things that land in Aglaya like surgical instruments. Not malicious, exactly, but precise in their aim. She knows where the pride is tender. She has been there herself. Aglaya strikes back. She accuses Nastasia of performing her suffering, of using her victimhood as a weapon, of making herself into an object of pity to hold people. Mishkin above all. The accusation breaks something in Nastasia, not because it is untrue, but because it is partly true, and she has never let herself know it until this moment. She sits with that knowledge. The room is very quiet. Mishkin has been in the house. He was sent for, separately, by each of them. He appears in the doorway. Nastasia looks at him from her collapsed state, and something moves in him inevitably. He moves toward Nastasia. He cannot watch someone in that state and not move toward them. It is not a choice. It is simply what he is. And Aglaya sees it before he has taken 2 steps. Aglaya stands. She does not speak. She walks to the door, through the garden, and down the path. Her footsteps on the stone. The gate, and then silence. She will not speak to Mishkin again. Nastasia comes to Mishkin. Wild with something, triumph or misery or both, she is not sure which herself. She clings to him. He holds her. He is still moving toward Aglaya's footsteps in his mind. The engagement is announced. Mishkin will marry Nastasia Filipovna. The decision made in a sitting room by a man moving 2 steps across a floor. Petersburg receives the news and begins talking. The Yepanchins retreat. Lizaveta Prokofievna declares herself done with Petersburg and its absurdities. The general agrees with whatever she says. The daughters are not asked. Lizaveta's verdict is not cruelty. It is the verdict of a woman who loves her daughter and has run out of ways to help. She forbids all contact. She is wrong to, and she knows it, and does it anyway. Aglaya will not appear in the novel's foreground again. She is being changed, offstage, by what has happened. The story will tell us later what she became. For now, her silence. The wedding is prepared. Nastasia in white. She has ordered the dress. She has consented to the flowers. She is going through the motions of becoming a bride, with the precision of someone very carefully building toward something. Rogozhin stands at the garden gate every day. He does not try to speak to her. He does not make demands. He simply stands there, at the edge of her world, waiting for what he has always believed will happen. Nastasia's terror is real, not of Rogozhin, not exactly. Terror of what she is doing to Mishkin. That she will take his goodness into her damage, and it will not survive the contact. Mishkin, alone in his room, knows the same thing from the other side. He loves her. He is also uncertain his love is the right kind. Whether compassion can carry a marriage, whether pity and love are the same thing. The night before the wedding, Nastasia writes letters to Mishkin, to Aglaya. She does not send any of them. In the small hours, she stands at the window and watches Rogozhin's shadow at the gate. Morning, the wedding dress, the carriages, white flowers everywhere. The whole machinery of the impossible assembled in the summer air of Pavlovsk, and Mishkin at the church, waiting as the carriage brings Nastasia. The crowd outside the church is not small. Word has traveled. Petersburg has come to watch the brilliant ruin of a woman marrying the strange prince who loves everyone. The carriage arrives. Nastasia descends, white dress, white flowers in her dark hair. She is extraordinary. She moves toward the church path through the watching crowd. Something in her face is already decided. Rogozhin is in the crowd. He has not hidden himself. He stands near the church gate, and when Nastasia passes, she sees him. Because she was already looking, she stops. In the middle of the church path, in her white dress, with the crowd watching and Mishkin inside waiting, she stops. And the stopping is the answer. She turns. Not back the way she came, toward Rogozhin, through the crowd which parts for her, because people always part for Nastasia Filipovna when she is moving with purpose. She reaches Rogozhin. She says 3 words, barely above a whisper. Take me away. He takes her arm. The carriage is already moving before the crowd understands what has happened. The church path empties of its central figure. The white flowers someone dropped lie on the stone. The crowd turns, uncertain what performance comes next. The church door remains open. Inside the church, Mishkin is told what has happened. He listens. His face does not collapse. He asks one question. Where is the carriage going? Nobody knows. He does not rage. He grieves quietly and with understanding. He follows. Not to bring her back. He has let go of that. But because the idea of her out there with Rogozhin, alone with what she has just done. He cannot leave her to that without at least trying to be near. Petersburg talks of nothing else for a week. The abandoned wedding, the white dress. Nastasia Filipovna, always extraordinary, outdoing herself at last. Mishkin, the idiot prince, standing in the empty church. 3 days later, Mishkin finds himself at Rogozhin's house on Gorokovaya Street. The heavy door. The dark windows. He stands on the step and knocks. He does not know what he expects. He knocks anyway. A servant answers. Rogozhin's orders the prince is not admitted. Nastasia does not wish to see anyone. The door closes. Mishkin stands on the step for a moment, then sits down on it. He sits there through the morning. A servant brings him tea eventually. On Nastasia's instruction, the servant says, looking at the floor. He drinks it. He stays until evening. News reaches the Yepanchins in their Swiss retreat. Lizaveta Prokofievna reads the letter from their Petersburg contacts. She does not say, I told you so. She is not that kind of woman. She simply goes to find Aglaya. Aglaya receives the news. Her face changes, not with triumph, not with grief exactly. Something simpler. She closes the window she was looking through. The Alps are still there. She does not look at them. The days after catastrophe have a particular gray quality. Mishkin moves through them. He eats when someone puts food in front of him. He sleeps when the light fails. He exists, which is, for now, enough. Behind the walls of Rogojin's house, what passes between them is private. Servants hear things. The house is not quiet at all hours. Nastasia does not leave. Rogojin does not let her go far. Petersburg moves on. By the third week, the Mishkin-Nastasia story has been replaced by newer scandals. The city never mourns anything for long. This is both its cruelty and its gift. Ippolit is truly dying now. The autumn has taken what the summer left. He is in a rented room in Petersburg. Kolya visits daily Mishkin when he can. The illness has moved past arguing with. Mishkin sits with Ippolit. Ippolit tells him he is foolish, sentimental, a relic of something that never worked. Then he asks if Mishkin is afraid to die. Mishkin says he thinks about it differently now. Ippolit asks his real question. Does Mishkin believe God exists? Mishkin pauses a long time. Then he tells a story about a drunk soldier who sold him a tin cross for 20 kopecks and felt remorse immediately after. Beauty will save the world. Mishkin says it once, almost to himself, in the middle of a different conversation. Ippolit asks what he means. Mishkin says he's not entirely sure. This is the honest answer. Lebedev has been playing every side since the story began. Informing to the Yapanchins, scheming with Rogojin's circle, flattering Mishkin, managing his own small corruptions with the cheerful industry of a man born to it. One night very late, Nastasia appears at Mishkin's lodging, alone. No carriage, no Rogojin. She has walked through the Petersburg dark. She stands in the doorway looking at him. She doesn't explain where she's been or how she got here. She sits in his room and talks. About nothing important. About St. Petersburg's fountains in summer. About a piece of music she heard once. He listens. This is what she came for. A sound in the corridor. Rogojin. He has followed her here. He always finds her, always. And he stands in the open doorway behind Nastasia, looking at the scene, his face very still. Nastasia looks at Rogojin in the doorway. Something passes across her face. Not fear, exactly. Resolution. She stands up, pulls the cloak around her, and goes to him. She chooses to go back again. Mishkin sits in his room after they leave. He has begun to understand something his goodness cannot fix. There are people the world shapes in ways that goodness cannot unshape. He loves her. He cannot save her. Both are true. Aglaya's parents take her from Switzerland to a health spa in Baden. Change of scene, change of air. Lizaveta believes in the curative powers of different scenery. She is not entirely wrong, and not entirely right. News arrives through social channels. The way news travels in this world, from dinner party to letter to rumor. Aglaya is seeing a Polish émigré count. He is charming, he has nothing. She is interested. Someone mentions this to Mishkin. Secondhand, casually, in the middle of other conversation. He does not speak for a long time after. Then he asks about something unrelated. He will not perform grief for an audience. Nastasia's pattern accelerates. She leaves Rogojin, appears at Mishkin's door, returns to Rogojin. Leave, appear, return. The pendulum shortening its arc, the energy in it more desperate each time. 3 times in 1 week she comes. Each time she stays shorter. Each time Rogojin arrives sooner. The city winter sets in, and the 3 of them move through it like figures in a clock. Appearing, disappearing, appearing. Rogojin goes quiet. He stops appearing at Mishkin's door. He stops following Nastasia to her night visits. The burning eyes go flat. This quietness is the most frightening thing Mishkin has encountered in a novel full of frightening things. Mishkin wakes one morning knowing something is wrong. Not a seizure coming. He knows that feeling. Something else. He cannot locate it. It sits in him all day like weather about to break. One afternoon, Before the message from Rogozhin, before everything. Mishkin sits on the Lebedev dacha veranda in the last of the winter sun. Vera Lebedev brings him tea without being asked. A simple moment. Vera is the only person in the novel whose goodness requires no explanation and causes no damage. She is kind to Mishkin because he is there. The smallness of this kindness is the novel's quiet argument about what works. He writes the letter to Aglaya that evening, sets it down, reads it back, folds it carefully, puts it in his coat's inner pocket, where it will stay, unread by anyone but him. The message from Rogozhin arrives the next morning. Not a letter, a servant with a spoken message only. Come to Petersburg. Rogozhin needs to speak. Tonight, Petersburg in the late afternoon. Mishkin travels from Pavlovsk on the train. The city receives him, gray and cold. Something in its winter light today is different. Heavier, more final. Gorokovaya Street at dusk. The gas lamps coming on one by one. Mishkin walks toward Rogozhin's house through the last of the light. The street is familiar now. He has walked it many times. Tonight it looks different. Rogozhin opens the door himself. No servant tonight. His face in the lamplight. The burning eyes are gone. What is there instead is quieter and worse.
He says, "Come in."
He leads Mishkin through the dark house. Past the hallway, the portrait. Through rooms Mishkin has not entered before. To a door at the back. She is here, Rogozhin says, and opens it. The room is dark. There is a bed. On the bed, a white shape. Mishkin stands in the doorway and understands before his mind, has assembled the words for what his eyes are showing him. Dostoevsky writes the summer flies, the heat and the sheet and the flies. He gives us the detail a poet uses when the truth is too large for direct statement. We'd understand. We don't need to be told more. Rogozhin confesses. Early this morning, a knife swift. He says he doesn't know why, but this is not true. He knows exactly why. He has always known it would come to this. So, somewhere inside himself is she. Mishkin and Rogozhin sit down, on the floor, beside the bed. There is nowhere else to sit. They remain there together through the long night, and neither of them speaks much, and the night continues. Two men who loved Nastasia Filipovna, one with passion that consumed everything it touched, one with compassion that could not individuate, could not love her enough differently from everyone else to save her. Both are here. Both are too late. Around midnight, Rogozhin begins to shake. The fever, his body finally reacting to what his mind carried to stillness. He murmurs, fragments, not sentences. Nastasia's name, his mother's, something from a church service half remembered. Mishkin takes Rogozhin's hand. Holds it, that is all. There is nothing else to do, and he does not pretend otherwise. He holds the hand of the man who murdered the woman they both loved, through the night. A crack of gray light at the edge of the shuttered window. The lamp has gone out. Rogozhin is deep in fever. The night is over. The thing that happened in this room is permanent now. The servants find them in the morning. They send for the doctor. The doctor sends for the police. Rogozhin is delirious, taken to his bed by force. Mishkin sits where he is and cannot stand. Petersburg is shocked. But this shock is different from the other shocks. There is no social performance available for this. Even the city that has seen everything goes quiet. Nastasia Filipovna is dead. Rogozhin is arrested, led from his own house in the gray morning. He does not resist. His face in the winter light is the face of a man who has arrived at the end of the thing. He began on a train from Warsaw. They carry Mishkin out of the house. He cannot walk. His body has finally done what the night demanded of it. He is not here, not in any sense that the word usually means. The illness has him, and through the illness, somewhere else. The hospital receives Mishkin. White walls, white sheets, the smell of carbolic and candle wax. He is back where he began, in a bed, in a quiet room, the world outside unreachable for now. Rogozhin's trial moves through the Petersburg courts with the efficiency of a system that knows what to do with clear cases. 15 years in Siberia. He receives the verdict standing, his face unchanged. The Yepanchins receive the news at their Swiss retreat. A letter from Petersburg, the full account. Lizaveta Prokofievna reads it at the breakfast table, sets it down, and goes to the window for a long time. Aglaia is in Baden with her Polish count. She is converted to Catholicism for him. She is working with Polish emigre committees. She has found things to be passionate about. Whether she is happy is another question. They bring Mishkin back to Switzerland, to Schneider's clinic, the place he came from 4 years before the novel begins. The mountains are the same. The white rooms are the same. Mishkin is not. Dr. Schneider examines him. He is the Swiss physician who treated Mishkin before, who believed he was improving. Now Schneider looks at his former patient and does not speak for a long time. The novel ends where it began. Before Petersburg, before the train, before the portrait in the hallway. The circle closes. What Russia did to the man who came into it with nothing, but goodness is complete. What remained? Vera Lebedev visited the hospital before the transfer. Kolya came twice a week. Small faithfulnesses, the kind that ask nothing back and go mostly unrecorded. This matters. Dostoevsky knows it matters. Ganya, he did not reach into the fire. He kept the money anyway. He is working, advancing, building the career he always wanted. He is neither ruined nor satisfied. He is what the novel always suggested he would be: diminished. General Ivolgin dies. A stroke in his study, the decanter nearby. The tarnished metals still on the coat he was wearing. He died mid-story, in the middle of one of his own false narratives, and that is almost fitting. Lebedev wept at the funeral. Genuinely, this surprised him. He had been fond of the general, in the way of men who share a weakness. He stood at the graveside and felt something real, which was unusual for him. The Yepanchin women's affection for Mishkin does not end with the story's end. Lizaveta Prokofievna writes to the Swiss clinic. She does not say much. She writes regularly. She does not stop. Lizaveta declares, once and loudly, that she is finished with Russia. Its darkness exhausts her. Its capacity to destroy beautiful things exhausts her. She says this over dinner, and then orders the same Russian dishes she always orders. She does not leave Russia permanently. None of them do. The country holds its people the way Rogozhin held Nastasia, with a grip that is also a kind of terrible love. You can go to Switzerland. You come back. The question the novel will not answer: was Mishkin's goodness futile? It did not save Nastasia. It did not hold Aglaia. It did not redeem Rogozhin. And yet, something. Epaulet died in August. The consumption took him as it had always intended to. He did not die by his own hand. The gun misfired once, and he did not try again. He died in a rented room, with Kolya beside him. His death was quieter than his life. In the last days, the contempt drained away. He asked Kolya to read to him. He did not ask for Dostoevsky. He asked for fairy tales, the ones he had dismissed as a child. Nastasia's grave is in the Pavlovsk churchyard. White marble. Rogozhin arranged it from prison, through a lawyer. Paid for from what remained of his fortune. The roses she liked planted along the path to it. What Mishkin's love actually was. This is worth sitting with. His compassion was so vast it could not settle on one person. He loved Nastasia. He loved Rogozhin. He loved Epaulet Vera Kolya. The vastness was the problem. The paradox at the novel's heart, the purest person in the room, caused the most suffering. Not through cruelty. Through the collision of his goodness with a world that had no structure to receive it. Dostoevsky wrote The Idiot in Geneva and Milan, in poverty and cold in 1867 and 1868. His daughter Sonia died while he was writing it, 3 months old. He wrote beauty into the novel from inside grief. The Urodivy, the holy fool. Russia has a long tradition of them blessed madmen who speak truth, because they have nothing to lose, who are protected by their incomprehensibility. Mishkin is this figure given flesh and education and a title. What society does with its saints. The novel's recurring answer is consistent. It is fascinated by them. It uses them. It is briefly illuminated by them. And then it breaks them, without malice, simply by being what it is. Rogozhin and Mushkin as mirrors of each other. Passion and compassion, the two faces of love. Passion consumes the beloved. Compassion cannot distinguish. Both are insufficient. Dostoevsky offers no third option. Nastasia Filipovna as tragedy, not victim, not villain. A woman shaped by a man when she was a child, who spent her life unable to separate what she was from what was done to her. The novel never blames her. It mourns her. Aglaya's pride as tragedy, not flaw exactly, but the quality that prevented her from receiving the love she wanted. Pride that required love to arrive on its knees. Mushkin was incapable of that posture. The seizure. Epilepsy running through the novel like a fault line. Each episode a reminder the body interrupts. The mind cannot sustain its extraordinary flights forever. Even goodness is housed in something fragile. The sacred disease. Ancient Greeks named epilepsy this. Dostoevsky was epileptic. He gave Mushkin his own condition, not as confession but as gift. The thing he knew from inside offered to the character he most believed in. Mushkin describes the second before a seizure, a moment of absolute peace, of illumination, when everything is clear and harmonious and makes complete sense. Then the fall. He says he would not trade it for health. What does "beauty will save the world" mean? Return to the novel, to the character who says it. Not paintings, not music. The beauty of a person who is entirely what they are, without performance or defense. That kind. Why beauty failed here. The novel's most painful answer. The world was not ready. The world's structures, its money, its status, its social performance, had no place for what Mushkin offered. He arrived too early or too late. The children in Switzerland. Those Mushkin helped before the novel. They were real to him. He was real to them. The village girl Marie, scorned and dying, was seen. That is what happened. That is not nothing. Small goodness. The novel's quiet conclusion arrived at through the wreckage. The large gestures failed. The attempt to save Nastasia, to love Aglaya, to redeem Rogozhin all failed. Vera's tea, Kolya's books, these held. Mushkin and Don Quixote. Aglaya saw it first. The knight who tilted at windmills, who loved an invented ideal, who was ridiculous and noble simultaneously. Dostoevsky had read Cervantes carefully. He knew what he was building. What it means to be called an idiot. The word is used by the novel against itself. By the world's accounting, goodness without strategy is idiocy. The novel asks whether the world's accounting is reliable. Prince Mushkin, a title with nothing behind it, an aristocracy of soul without social power. This is Dostoevsky's design, the highest rank, the lowest resources. What remains is only character. Character is not enough. Character is everything. Petersburg as character. Cold, ambitious, performing. The city that requires everyone to be something for someone else's benefit. Mushkin cannot perform. This makes him impossible and necessary and ultimately destroyable. The icon. The cross Rogozhin gave, the cross Mushkin gave, sits at the novel's center as its most condensed image. Two broken people exchanging the symbol of their tradition. Brothers across the abyss. Love and the idiot. Three kinds on offer, none sufficient. Rogozhin's possession real and consuming and finally murderous. Mushkin's compassion, real and vast and finally indiscriminate. Aglaya's pride real and sharp and finally self-defeating. None of the three forms saves anyone. This is the novel's most difficult argument. Not a counsel of despair, but an insistence on honesty about what love, even genuine love, can and cannot do. What Nastasia wanted, not to be saved, to be seen, exactly as she was, without the pity that contains contempt, without the passion that contains possession. Simply seen, completely, without agenda. No one could quite manage it. Did anyone see her? Mushkin came closest. His was the most accurate vision of her. But even his gaze carried a shadow of the desire to help, which is already a form of not seeing someone as they are. The fireplace scene, the burning money. I am worth more than your rubles. Not said in words, performed in fire. The most extravagant statement of self, worth in Russian literature. made by a woman who did not believe it about herself. Nastasia's beauty, physical and otherwise, a purity beneath the performance that the performance was both protecting and destroying. The novel loved her. Dostoevsky loved her. This is visible on every page she appears on. The white sheet, the novel's final image of Nastasia Filipovna. Covered, still. The performance ended at last permanently by the only thing that could end it. Under the white sheet rest, whatever it means. Rogojin's humanity. The man who killed her also loved her. These are not contradictions in the novel. The novel holds both as true simultaneously, which is what makes it so much harder and more honest than a simpler story. Mishkin in the dark room, holding Rogojin's hand through the fever. This is the novel's most startling image of grace. Not the speeches, not the goodness performed in drawing rooms. This here, in this room. Two men who could not save the woman they loved, finding something in each other through the long night. Not comfort exactly. Witness. The thing we give each other when saving is no longer available. The dawn through the shutters, gray, persistent, indifferent. Light comes after even this night. Not because everything is resolved, not because anyone is saved, simply because that is what light does. The novel ends, not with resolution but with aftermath. The living carry their damage forward into whatever comes next. Rogojin to Siberia, Aglaia to Baden, Mishkin to Switzerland. The world continues. What we are left with? The image of a good man who came into the world, and the world broke around him by being what it is. He did not break the world broke itself on him. The question to the reader, would you have him different, harder, more strategic, better defended? And if so, would he then be worth what Dostoevsky claims he is? This is the question the novel leaves in the room. The idiot is prophecy. Dostoevsky believed Russia would produce its own destruction through goodness misused, purity weaponized. The best impulses of a people turned against themselves. He was not wrong. The relevance that never fades. Every age has its Nastasia, shaped by power into something that cannot save itself. Every age has its Rogojin, loving badly what it cannot stop loving. And somewhere, it's Mishkin, trying. The story complete. Dostoevsky's question asked, not answered. The book closed, or the last page turned, the file set down, the light lower than it was. What the story leaves in the room stays there a while. The man. Fyodor Mikhailovich Dostoevsky, born in Moscow, 1821. The son of a military doctor who worked in a hospital for the poor. His father, Mikhail Andreevich, a strict, anxious man. He loved his children intensely and expressed it badly. His shadow falls across every authoritarian figure in the novels. When Dostoevsky was 18, his father was murdered. His own serfs killed him in his fields. The shock never left. It enters every novel he wrote afterward. His first novel, Poor Folk, 1846. Belinsky read it overnight and declared a new genius had arrived. Petersburg's literary world turned to look at a 24-year-old. He fell in with the Petrushevsky circle, young intellectuals, utopian socialists, readers of Fourier and Saint-Simon. They met in secret. The Tsar's police were watching. April 1849. Arrested, taken to the Peter and Paul fortress, tried, sentenced to death, led to Semyonovsky Square one December morning blindfolded to be shot. The reprieve came at the last second. A rider with the Tsar's commutation. 3 men beside him had already suffered the first stages of execution. Those minutes at the post. Dostoevsky never recovered from them. 4 years in Omsk, Siberia. Hard labor alongside murderers, thieves, peasants. He was the educated man among the uneducated. He listened. He learned Russia from the inside. The epilepsy worsened in Siberia, or perhaps began there, the body's response to the execution, the prison, the cold. Mishkin's condition is Dostoevsky's own, offered with full knowledge. He returned from Siberia in 1854, changed beyond what words manage easily. The liberal who went and came back something harder to name. The Christianity that remained was not comfortable Christianity. Notes from Underground, 1864. The first fully Dostoevskian voice. bitter, brilliant, contradicting itself on every page on purpose. The underground man speaking from below all comfortable positions. Crime and Punishment followed in 1866, written at desperate speed, partly to pay gambling debts. Raskolnikov killed someone on the page, while Dostoevsky raced his creditors outside it. The gambling. Dostoevsky lost everything repeatedly. In Wiesbaden, Baden, Hamburg. He would wire for money, receive it, lose it the same afternoon. He wrote about it with rueful precision. Anna Grigorievna Snikina arrived in his life as his stenographer in 1866. He dictated The Gambler to her in 26 days. She married him. She managed his chaos for the rest of his life. In February 1868, in Geneva, their daughter Sonia died. She was 3 months old. Dostoevsky was in the middle of writing The Idiot. He kept writing. He wrote Mishkin's goodness from inside the loss of his daughter. The desire to imagine perfect beauty. A wholly good person, born from the specific grief of a father who had just buried a child. The challenge he set himself: create a wholly good man without making him boring, passive, or irrelevant. Every previous attempt in literature had failed. He knew this. He tried anyway. His letters about Mishkin are remarkable. A perfectly beautiful man. The difficulty of this, the doubt that it can be done, the decision to attempt it regardless. Don Quixote, Pickwick. He considered both as ancestors for Mishkin, good men who were also ridiculous. He found them insufficient. He needed something more Russian, more orthodox, more serious. The writing itself. Geneva in winter, then Vevey, then Milan. Cold rooms, borrowed lamps, Anna managing the household on what the publishers advanced. The novel built from desperation. Published in installments, Ruski Vestnik magazine, January 1868 through January 1869. Readers received it chapter by chapter, living inside it the way we live inside a serial drama now. Contemporary reactions divided. Some found Mishkin irritating, too passive, too accepting. Some found him luminous. The debate about him began immediately and has never quite stopped. Tolstoy and Dostoevsky, the two giants. They never met. They read each other. Tolstoy found Dostoevsky difficult and indispensable. Dostoevsky was moved by Tolstoy's clarity. Russia could contain both. Russia in 1868, the reforms of Alexander II reshaping the country, the serfs freed 7 years before, new money moving into old aristocratic spaces. The novel's social tensions are historical fact. The nihilists, young radical students who appear in all of Dostoevsky's late novels. They believed nothing was sacred. He believed the sacred was the only thing that could save anyone. This was the argument of his century. The Eurodivy in Russian culture. Blessed fools, holy madmen, who wandered from town to town, speaking truth because nothing attached them to the social world's consequences. Venerated, sometimes mocked, never ignored. Dostoevsky's Christianity. Not comfortable, not institutional. The faith of a man who stood at an execution post and came back. Faith won from the far side of despair is a different thing from faith never tested. Christ as subtext throughout The Idiot. Mishkin not as Christ, but as a man attempting what Christ attempted and showing, honestly, what it costs a human body and mind to attempt it. The Holbein painting. Dostoevsky saw it in Basel in 1867 with Anna. He stood before it so long she became frightened. He had found the image he needed for Rogojin's house and for the novel's argument. Anna Grigorievna's diary. She kept it through the Geneva winter, in a private shorthand he couldn't read. The gambling, the grief after Sonia's death, the writing. Her account is as extraordinary as his novels. Lyubov born in 1869, Fyodor in 1871, Alyosha in 1875. The household that The Idiot helped build. The later novels written in the stability Anna created. The brothers Karamazov came a decade later, 1880. Alyosha Karamazov is partly what Dostoevsky wished he had made Mishkin. A good man who survives, who acts effectively, the second attempt wiser. Dostoevsky died in January 1881, aged 59. A pen nib had perforated his lung. The writer killed, almost literally, by his own instrument. He did not live to see the revolution he had anticipated. His funeral. 30,000 people in the streets of Petersburg. The city that appears in every novel, cold and indifferent, came out to mourn the man who had watched it so closely. What he left, the novels and the method. The polyphonic novel, Bakhtin would name it later. Every voice equal, no single truth. A way of writing that changed what fiction could do. The Russia he wrote about was already changing. The reforms of the 1860s becoming the radicalism of the 1870s, becoming the violence of the 1880s. He wrote the diagnosis in time to see it confirmed. The serfs, the question beneath all of Dostoevsky, freed in 1861 but not free. Rogozin's merchant world rising as the old aristocracy weakened. The social earthquake rumbling through every scene. Petersburg in the novels. Always the cold city. The city built on a swamp at enormous human cost, artificial and imperial. Dostoevsky distrusted it and could not stop writing it. His women, Nastasia Sonia Marmeladova Grushenka Alyona Ivanovna. Suffering women who know more than the men around them. Who have been shaped by men and understand the shape better than the shapers do. Dostoevsky in psychology. Before Freud, before the clinical vocabulary, he was mapping the mind from inside. The underground man, the double, the compulsive gambler. Each one a case study before the discipline existed. The underground man, the shadow behind all of Dostoevsky's characters. The resentful, brilliant, self-undermining intelligence that knows what it should do and does the opposite out of spite toward necessity. Crime and punishment as recurring structure. Every novel contains a murder or its equivalent. Every novel contains a reckoning. The pattern Dostoevsky found in his own near execution and returned to endlessly. The Russian soul. Dostoevsky's great argument, that it contains more extremity than Western Europe, more capacity for both degradation and transcendence. He believed this without apology. Nietzsche read Dostoevsky obsessively, discovered him in 1887, 6 years after Dostoevsky's death, called him the only psychologist from whom he had anything to learn. The debt was enormous. Kafka read him and found the nightmare logic he needed. The labyrinth, the trial that cannot be appealed, the guilt that precedes the crime. The Dostoevsky underground translated into the Austro-Hungarian bureaucracy. Faulkner called him one of the 5 writers who shaped him. Camus found in him the honest confrontation with absurdity. Garcia Marquez absorbed the polyphony. The list of those he remade runs long. The translations. Constance Garnett's Victorian English gave him to the English-speaking world first. The Pavirs and Volokonsky renewed him for our generation. Each translation a new reading. The reader who returns to the idiot, and there always is one, finds different books at different ages. This is the sign of a novel that is actually alive. What you find at 30. The social comedy, the class cruelty, Ganya's recognizable hunger. Mishkin's bewilderment at a world that has rules no one wrote down. What you find later. The grief beneath it all. The love that cannot translate into rescue. The father who wrote goodness into the world from inside the loss of his child. The idiot's place in world literature. Not the most loved Dostoevsky, not the easiest, but the one that stays. The one readers come back to when they need something honest. Why readers find it harder than Crime and Punishment. No neat moral resolution. Raskolnikov confesses. Mishkin simply ends. The discomfort of a novel that refuses the comfort of conclusion. In Russia, the novel is national treasure and schoolroom text. Students encounter Mishkin at 16, often with impatience. They encounter him again at 40, with something else entirely. Mishkin in Russian culture, the figure who keeps reappearing. The innocent who cannot survive the world. Every generation produces its version, in film, in theater, in the faces of real people the culture identifies with the type. Early adaptations. The stage claimed the novel almost immediately. Silent films followed. Mishkin's face appeared on posters before cinema could speak. The character was always more than his medium. Akira Kurosawa made The Idiot in Japan in 1951, Hakuchi. Mishkin became Kamita, a soldier returning from the war, damaged by what he witnessed. The transplantation worked because the question travels. What Kurosawa found: the damage that war does to goodness. Japan after 1945 needed to ask what innocence meant in the aftermath. Dostoevsky had asked it in the aftermath of Siberia. The question was the same. Soviet-era adaptations had a complicated relationship with the novel. Myshkin doesn't fit neatly into socialist realism. He is not a worker. He is not a revolutionary. He is not even a clear victim of capitalism. He simply is. Ivan Pyryev's 1958 Soviet film of the idiot was widely loved regardless. Nastasia Filipovna became, for a generation, the face of a particular kind of Soviet-era suffering woman. Excessive, brilliant, doomed. The 2003 Russian television miniseries, 10 hours, considered by many the definitive screen version. The length allowed the novel to breathe, to be as long as it needs to be. Evgeny Marinov played Myshkin in the 2003 series, a performance that defined the role for a generation of Russian viewers. The open face, the clear eyes, the character finally moving. Stage adaptations worldwide, from the West End to Tokyo, Sao Paulo to Warsaw. Directors keep finding new contexts for the question. Myshkin keeps arriving in different cities and being recognizable. Prokofiev's opera, the score that captures Nastasia's impossibility in music. The orchestration of a woman who is always performing while always suffering. Music that does what words approach but cannot reach. The idiot in contemporary fiction. Writers keep returning to Myshkin as a source. The holy fool reappears in different clothes, different cities, the same impossible question about goodness in unkind times. Froude's essay on Dostoevsky and parricide, written in 1928. Froude found in the novels a pre-scientific map of the unconscious that unsettled him. He admired and resisted in equal measure. The brothers Karamazov as completion. Alyosha Karamazov succeeds where Myshkin failed. He acts effectively in the world. He survives. He helps people in small ways that hold. The 10-year revision of the experiment. The question readers always ask: did Myshkin love Nastasia or Aglaia more? Dostoevsky refused to answer directly. The refusal is the answer. He loved both, simultaneously. This was the catastrophe. Dostoevsky's answer in his letters: he loved both, and this destroyed them all. Not because love is wrong. Because love without the capacity to choose is not, finally, the love any one person needs. Beauty will save the world. Lifted from the novel, the phrase has lived its own life for 150 years. On gallery walls, in speeches, in arguments about what art is for. Restored to context, the sentence is a question, not a declaration. Posed through failure, asked by a man in a dark room beside a covered body. Dostoevsky knew what he was doing with those words. The idiot and Russian Orthodox spirituality. The novel continues to be discussed in theological contexts. What does it mean for the Church if the Christ figure fails? The question is alive in the tradition. As social document, Petersburg in 1868, the new money, the old names, the social performance required of everyone. The Yepenchins and Rogozhin in the same Pavlovsk Park. This had never happened before and was happening constantly. What has changed from 1868 to now? The money is different. The social performance is different. The platforms are different. The mechanisms by which status is performed and assigned have modernized. What has not changed? The Nastasias still exist, the Rogozhins. The Aglaia Yepenchinas with their pride that protects and wounds. The world that cannot receive its Myshkins intact. The Myshkins. Where are they now? The novel asks whether the world has made room. Every reader who has met someone like this in their actual life knows the answer. Contemporary readers and Myshkin. The sense of recognition that surprises people. Something childlike left in adults. A way of receiving the world they had and were taught to outgrow. The novel names it. The guilt release the novel offers. A strange gift. It is okay not to be strategic, not to be defended, not to have worked out how to protect yourself from everyone. Myshkin didn't, and he was the best of them. Dostoevsky's gift to the exhausted, permission to be good in a world that rewards otherwise. Not naivety, not passivity, simply the insistence that goodness is not stupidity, whatever the world's verdict. The Idiot in over 40 languages, each translation a new reading, a different cultural context receiving the novel's question and answering it differently. The question survives the crossing. The Russian original. What is lost in translation and what survives? The music of the sentences. The specific Russian of the Petersburg social world. The rhythms of Mishkin's speech. Something always goes. Something always remains. Dostoevsky's prose style. Urgent, breathless, polyphonic. Characters interrupt each other. Sentences double back. The reader is inside multiple minds simultaneously. There is nothing restful about it until it becomes restful. Mikhail Bakhtin's Insight, the dialogic novel. Every character with their own truth, their own valid perspective. No single voice resolves the others. This is what makes Dostoevsky unresolvable and endlessly alive. Why the novel feels alive. No character is entirely wrong. No character entirely right. This is uncomfortable. This is also accurate. This is why we keep reading it. The century and a half since, the world Dostoevsky feared has come and gone and come again. The destructions he anticipated arrived on schedule. The goodness he believed in kept appearing too. His prophecy about Russia. Greatness and self-destruction as the same thing, not opposites. The country that produces the novels and the violence. The saints and the catastrophes from the same source. Outside Russia, every culture has its version. The good person and what the world does to them. The knave one who sees clearly. The saint without institutional protection. Dostoevsky named a type that is everywhere. The idiot's final gift. It does not make you despair exactly. It makes you more tender. Toward the Nastasias. Toward the Rogojins. Toward whoever in your life cannot be reached by ordinary means. Why we come back? Because the question it asks is the one we are living still. Is it worth it, being good? Does it change anything? The novel does not promise yes. It insists the question matters. The question, is it worth it, being good in a world that cannot protect its goodness? Every reader answers privately. The novel provides no universal answer, only the question beautifully and fully asked. Dostoevsky's answer, he never said. He wrote the question more beautifully than anyone else has managed. That is what he left. The question, beautifully asked, the rest is yours. The story is behind us now. Mishkin, Nastasia, Rogojin, the Petersburg winter, all of it held, and now set down. What stays? Two men on a dark floor, holding hands through a night. The most unexpected grace in the novel. The most real. What stays? Nastasia at the fireplace. The burning money. Her face in the flames. Deciding she is worth more than this. What stays? Mishkin in the third-class carriage. Coming into a city with nothing but an open face and a kind heart. The quality Mishkin had, being fully present with each person. Seeing them. Asking nothing back, it exists. It is possible. That quality is real. The novel is not entirely in mourning. Mishkin existed. Dostoevsky imagined him. That means it is possible to imagine him, which means something. The children he helped in Switzerland. They were real to him, he to them. Small goodness. Actual goodness. The kind that works. Small goodness. The only kind that works. The novel's quiet conclusion. Arrived at through wreckage, but arrived at. Tonight, this story. You have carried it this far. Through the train, the portrait, the fireplace. Through the dark room and the dawn. What it costs to be kind. Less than we think. More than the world tells us is necessary. The novel holds both. The night is very late now. The story has settled around you. The characters are resting somewhere in the pages. Let Nastasia rest. She has been restless long enough. The white marble in Pavlovsk is quiet. The roses are still. Let Rogojin sleep, in his Siberian cell in the novel wherever he is. He loved as hard as he could. That is also something. Let Mishkin be. In his white room, in the mountains, in the quiet. He did what he could. It was everything he had. The lights are going down. In Petersburg, in Pavlovsk, in every house in the story. The city settling into its winter dark. Dostoevsky wrote by candlelight. somewhere in Geneva, thinking about goodness. The candle is very small, he keeps writing. The candle is very low now. The flame small and warm, the room quiet around it. What you carry from this story? Perhaps nothing you can name. Something that stays in the room. Something that stays in you. The question in your own life. The places where you have been Mishkin, without knowing it. Where you saw someone clearly. The places where you have been Nastasia, performing, protecting, not letting anyone close enough. The armor that kept you standing. The places where you have been Rogozhin, loving too hard, holding too tight. The grip that comes from fear of losing. None of us are one of them. We move through all of them. The novel knows this. That is why it fits. The book closes. The pages together, the spine at rest. The story resting inside it until someone opens it again. Dostoevsky is gone. But the question he asked is still in this room with you. It will be here in the morning. Beauty and goodness. Whether they save, whether they matter. Tonight they have been here. That is not nothing. The night is holding you, wherever you are. The dark outside is simply dark. Nothing else is required of you now. The book will still be here tomorrow. So will we sleep well. The breathing slows. The story has done what stories do. It has taken you somewhere and brought you back changed, or resting. Let the images dissolve. The train, the fireplace, the white sheet. Let them soften into the dark. You don't need to hold them. The mountains of Switzerland, snow, white rooms, the place before Petersburg and after it. Where Mishkin is now quiet. Mishkin's eyes, clear, blue, gray, seeing everything without judgment, seeing you. From the pages of the novel, from the dark, close yours. There is nothing left to hold on to. The story has you. The night has you. Rest. The dark is warm. The silence is the good kind, the kind that holds rather than presses. Good night, with all of it, with Dostoevsky's question, with Mishkin's eyes, with the story carried here. Sleep, gently, the way Mishkin would have wished for you, open and unhurried and unafraid of the dark. Tonight, let's settle in with one of the greatest novels ever written, Anna Karenina, by Leo Tolstoy, a story of love, duty, and impossible choices. You don't need to stay awake for every word. The story will carry you, like a train through the Russian snow, steady and gentle. This is a story about what happens when passion collides with duty. When the heart wants what society says it cannot have. Tolstoy opens with words that still echo today. Happy families are all alike, he wrote. Every unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. In Moscow, everything is falling apart at the Oblonsky house. Stiva has been caught having an affair, and his wife Dolly has discovered the truth. Picture Moscow in the 1870s. Snowy boulevards lined with gas lamps, horse-drawn sleighs gliding past. Aristocrats wrapped in furs against the cold. Dolly weeps in her bedroom while their children wander confused through the halls. A governess packs her bags. The household is crumbling around them. Stiva feels guilty, truly he does. But he cannot quite understand why he should give up pleasure, just because it causes pain to others. Someone must come to save this marriage, to heal this family. And so Stiva's sister is summoned from Petersburg. Her name is Anna Karenina. Anna boards the train in Petersburg, leaving behind her husband Karenin and her young son Seriosha. Just a short visit, she tells them both. In the first-class compartment, Anna finds herself sharing the journey with an elegant older woman. They begin to talk, the way strangers do on trains. The woman is Countess Vronsky, and she speaks adoringly of her son Alexei. My boy is named after him, Anna replies. Such a wonderful coincidence. The train stops at a small station. Anna steps onto the platform to breathe the cold night air, and that is when she first sees him. Vronsky is tall, dark-haired, confident in his military uniform. Their eyes meet through the billowing steam, and something passes between them like lightning. But the moment is shattered by screaming. A railway worker has slipped beneath the wheels of another train. The platform fills with horror and chaos. Anna presses her gloved hand to her mouth. This is a bad omen, she whispers to herself. Something terrible has begun, and she can feel it. Vronsky, moved by impulse, gives money to the dead man's family. Anna watches this act of generosity and feels her heart stir against her will. In Moscow, Anna arrives at the Oblonsky house. The children rush to greet their aunt, and even Dolly emerges from her room, red-eyed but hopeful. Anna has a gift for making people love her. She listens, she understands, she makes everyone feel that their troubles matter deeply to her. Slowly, gently, Anna persuades Dolly that forgiveness is possible. Not because Stiva deserves it, but because the children need their family whole. Meanwhile, across Moscow, young Kitty Shcherbetskaya prepares for the evening's ball. She is 18, blonde, beautiful, and certain that tonight Vronsky will propose. Across the city, Konstantin Levin arrives in Moscow with his own hopes. He is a country landowner, awkward in society, but desperately in love with Kitty. Levin visits the Shcherbetsky house to see Kitty, but he fumbles his words, drops his hat, and leaves feeling more foolish than when he arrived. Kitty barely notices him. Her thoughts are all on Vronsky, on the ball tonight, on the proposal she is certain is coming. Poor Levin never had a chance. And so the stage is set. 4 lives about to collide at a Moscow ball. Love, jealousy, and tragedy waiting in the wings like patient dancers. Before the ball, Levin gathers his courage and goes to Kitty. He speaks from his heart, offering her everything he has, his land, his life, his love. Kitty refuses him as gently as she can. She believes Vronsky will propose tonight, and how can she accept a country farmer when a dashing officer waits? Levin stumbles out into the Moscow streets, blind with humiliation. He books the next train back to his country estate, fleeing the city and its cruelties. That evening, the Shcherbetsky ball begins. Crystal chandeliers blaze with 1,000 candles, and the cream of Moscow society gathers in silk and diamonds. Anna arrives late, and every head turns. She wears black velvet when everyone else wears white, and she is stunning, magnetic, impossible to ignore. Kitty rushes to greet her, delighted. She adores Anna, sees her as the most elegant woman in Russia. She has no idea what is about to happen. Vronsky enters the ballroom and scans the crowd. His eyes find Anna immediately, as if drawn by an invisible thread. Kitty watches, and her smile falters. The orchestra strikes up a waltz, and Vronsky crosses the floor to Anna. He bows, she accepts, and they begin to dance as if no one else exists. From across the room, Kitty watches them dance. She sees how Vronsky looks at Anna, and slowly, terribly, she begins to understand what she has lost. The mazurka comes, the dance that tradition says a man shares with the woman he intends to marry. Vronsky dances it with Anna, not with Kitty. Kitty's heart breaks quietly in the middle of the crowded ballroom. She has been waiting for a proposal that will never come. She was never even considered. Anna herself feels something terrifying awakening inside her. This passion, this attention from Vronsky, it is everything she never knew she wanted, and that scares her. She leaves Moscow the next morning, earlier than planned. She tells herself she is running back to duty, to her husband and son. But she knows the truth. At a station along the route, she steps onto the platform for air, and there he is. Vronsky has followed her, boarded a train just to be near her. The snowstorm howls around them as he declares his feelings. She tells him to forget her, to never speak of this again. But her voice trembles. Anna reboards the train, her heart pounding. She opens her English novel but cannot read a single word. His face is all she can see in the flickering lamplight. Far from Moscow, Levin returns to his country estate. He throws himself into work, hoping that honest labor will drive thoughts of Kitty from his mind. When spring comes, Levin takes up a scythe and works alongside his peasants, cutting hay from dawn until his muscles scream and his mind finally quiets. There is peace in physical exhaustion, in the simple rhythm of blade through grass. For hours, Levin thinks of nothing but the next stroke, the next row. An old peasant named Fyodor works beside him. When Levin asks what makes a good life, Fyodor answers simply, living for your soul, not for your belly. Living for your soul. The phrase lodges in Levin's mind like a seed. He does not understand it yet, but he will carry it with him for years. In Petersburg, Anna arrives home to find her husband Karenin waiting at the station. For the first time, she notices how strange his ears look, how cold his eyes. Everything about Karenin seems different now, or perhaps Anna is simply seeing clearly for the first time. His precise speech, his careful manners, all feel like a cage. Only her son Seriosha brings her joy. He runs to her arms, and for a moment, holding him, Anna remembers who she is supposed to be. But Petersburg society demands her return. Calls must be made, salons attended, appearances kept up. Anna moves through it all like a sleepwalker, her mind elsewhere. Vronsky begins to appear everywhere she goes. At the theater, at parties, at Princess Betsy's salon. Always watching her with those hungry, devoted eyes. The whispers begin. Princess Betsy raises an eyebrow. Other women exchange glances behind their fans. Everyone sees what is happening except, it seems, Karenin himself. Anna fights herself every day. She knows what duty requires, what honor demands. But when Vronsky enters a room, every resolution crumbles like sand. Karenin notices something is wrong, but refuses to name it. He speaks to Anna about propriety, about how things appear, never about feelings or truth. The first secret meeting happens on a spring evening. Anna goes to Vronsky's apartment, knowing she is crossing a line that cannot be uncrossed. What happens between them changes everything. Anna gives herself to Vronsky completely, and in that moment, her old life ends and something new, dangerous, begins. Immediately after, guilt floods through her. I have destroyed myself, she tells Vronsky. I am a fallen woman now. There is no going back from this. But she cannot stay away from him. A double life begins, pretending normalcy at home, while stolen hours with Vronsky become the only moments she feels alive. Karenin finally notices something unmistakably wrong. He sees Anna's carriage near Vronsky's lodgings. He observes the way she colors when Vronsky's name is mentioned. He confronts her that evening, but only about appearances. What will people think? What will it do to his career? Of her heart, he asks nothing. Anna surprises herself with her own defiance. She does not weep or beg forgiveness. She looks at her husband coldly and says nothing he can use against her. Months pass. In Moscow, young Kitty Shacherbatskaya is fading. The rejected girl refuses food, sleeps poorly, and her parents watch helplessly as she wastes away. Doctors prescribe mineral waters abroad. The Shacherbatskys take Kitty to a German spa town, hoping distance and treatment will heal what heartbreak has broken. At the German spa, Kitty meets Varenka, a young woman who spends her days caring for sick invalids. Varenka asks nothing for herself and seems utterly at peace. Varenka reads to the dying, brings flowers to the lonely, and never complains. She has given up personal happiness entirely to serve others. Kitty is fascinated. Kitty tries to become like Varenka. She visits the sick, attends chapel services, attempts to purge all worldly desires from her heart. She fails. The pretense collapses when Kitty realizes she cannot be someone she is not. She is not made for sainthood. She wants to live, to love, to be happy. Strangely, this admission heals her. By accepting her own ordinary nature, Kitty begins to recover. Color returns to her cheeks, appetite to her body. Back in Russia, Countess Vronsky disapproves loudly of her son's entanglement with a married woman. Anna is not a suitable mistress, let alone a potential wife. Vronsky's military duties call. His regiment demands his attention, his fellow officers his company. He cannot spend every hour with Anna, though she wants exactly that. Anna's social world begins to shrink. Certain doors that once opened eagerly now remain politely but firmly closed. The whispers are becoming a roar. Despite everything, the affair deepens. In stolen afternoons and secret evenings, Anna and Vronsky build a world of two, sheltered from judgment, burning with intensity. Then Anna discovers she is pregnant. The child growing inside her is Vronsky's, not Karenin's, and this changes everything. There can be no more pretending. she tells Vronsky, and his face lights with joy even as hers shows fear. A child means permanence, commitment, the absolute end of her marriage in all but name. Summer brings the horse races at Krasnoye Selo. All of Petersburg society will attend, including the imperial family. Vronsky is riding his beloved mare, Fru. Anna sits in the imperial grandstand beside Karenin, her heart racing. Every eye in Russia seems to be watching, and she must pretend to be calm, loyal, ordinary. The race begins and Vronsky rides magnificently. He takes the jumps perfectly, pulls ahead of the field, the crowd roaring as Fru flies over each obstacle. Then comes the final jump. Something goes wrong. Fru stumbles, falls, her back breaking beneath her. Vronsky is thrown clear unhurt, but his horse lies dying. Anna screams and clutches her face in public anguish. Not for the horse, but for him. Her terror, her love, her secret, all exposed in one terrible moment. Karenin's face hardens. "You have betrayed yourself," he tells her in the carriage home. Everyone saw, everyone knows. And finally, he demands she explain. So Anna tells him everything. The meetings, the passion, the pregnancy. She holds nothing back. The truth, after so many months of lies, feels almost like relief. Karenin's response is not rage but calculation. He demands that appearances be maintained. Society must not know. His career must not suffer. Anna will stay in the house. Anna cannot believe what she is hearing. He cares nothing for her heart, nothing for the truth, only for how things look. Her contempt for him crystallizes completely. Far from Petersburg, Levin receives terrible news. His brother Nikolai is dying of consumption, wasting away in a squalid Moscow boarding house. Levin must go to him. The boarding house is grim. Nikolai lies in a narrow bed, coughing blood, his body wasted to bones. Death sits in the corner of that room, patient and certain. Nikolai's common, law wife Masha tends to him faithfully. This simple peasant woman loves Levin's dying brother with complete devotion. Her care moves Levin deeply. Levin holds his brother's hand through the final hours. Death comes quietly, just before dawn. A man is there, then he is not. The mystery defeats all understanding. Walking back through Moscow streets afterward, Levin searches for meaning and finds nothing. Why are we born to suffer and die? What is the point of any of it? He returns to his country estate changed, more serious, more questioning. The peasants notice that the master walks through his fields, like a man looking for something he has lost. Months pass. In Petersburg, Anna's pregnancy advances, and the tension in the Karenin household grows unbearable. 3 people trapped in a house of silence and pretense. Karenin consults with lawyers about divorce. The scandal would be enormous, his career potentially ruined. But continuing this farce seems equally impossible. In the end, he decides against divorce. He will not give Anna her freedom. He will not let Vronsky win. She will remain his wife in name, if nothing else. Anna's labor begins early and badly. The doctors grow concerned, fever takes hold. And soon it becomes clear that Anna may not survive the birth of her daughter. The baby girl is born alive, but Anna slips into childbed fever. She burns and shivers, calls out for Vronsky, then for Karenin, then for her son Seryoja, then for God. On what everyone believes is her deathbed, Anna begs Karenin's forgiveness. She calls him a saint, weeps for the pain she has caused, asks him to care for both her children. Something extraordinary happens in Karenin. Watching his wife die, hearing her confession, he forgives her completely. Real forgiveness, not performance. Grace where none was expected. Vronsky witnesses this scene and is destroyed by it. Karenin's nobility makes his own passion seem small and sordid. He cannot bear to look at himself. That night, alone in his apartment, Vronsky takes his pistol and shoots himself in the chest. The bullet misses his heart. He will live, but the scar remains forever. Against all expectation, Anna recovers. The fever breaks and she returns slowly to life. But the world she returns to has been utterly transformed by those deathbed hours. A strange household forms. Karenin caring for Anna, Anna nursing her new daughter, Vronsky recovering from his wound. Seryozha confused by all the adult emotions swirling around him. But society will not allow this ambiguity to continue. Anna must choose remain as Karenin's penitent wife, or leave with Vronsky and face eternal disgrace. There is no middle path. Vronsky recovers slowly from his wound. He and Anna begin to see each other again, tentatively at first, then with growing certainty that they cannot live apart. The decision is made. Anna will leave with Vronsky. They will go abroad to Italy, where Russian society cannot reach them. They will build a new life together. But Seryozha must stay behind. Karenin will not give up his son. Anna must choose between her children, and she chooses the lover. The baby comes with her, the boy does not. This is the price of passion: a son left behind, a reputation destroyed, a place in society forfeited forever. Anna pays it all and boards the train with Vronsky. Meanwhile, Kitty returns to Russia healed. The German spa has done its work, and she comes home stronger and wiser, no longer the naive girl who loved Vronsky. At a dinner party, Kitty and Levin meet again by chance. Their eyes meet across the room, and something that was broken begins, quietly, to mend. Stiva, ever the matchmaker, arranges for them to spend time together. He knows his sister's disaster, but he believes in love, foolishly, persistently, and perhaps rightly. Levin proposes again, not kneeling this time but standing before her like a man, offering not desperation but honest, humble, hopeful love. Everything he is lies in the question. Kitty says yes. She has grown up enough to recognize real love, steady and imperfect and true. The Shcherbatsky household erupts with joy. Wedding plans begin immediately. The engagement weeks pass in a blur of fittings and preparations and nervous joy. Levin has never been so happy, or so terrified that happiness might slip away. The night before the wedding, Levin gives Kitty his diaries to read. Everything is there, all his doubts, his past women, his sins. He wants no secrets between them. Kitty weeps when she reads what he has done: the women, the drinking, the lost years. But she forgives him, as he knew she would, as real love demands. The wedding day arrives. In the golden light of the Orthodox Church, Levin and Kitty stand before God and family and make their vows to each other. For Levin, the ceremony is transcendent. He feels lifted out of ordinary time, connected to something vast and holy. Marriage, he thinks, might be the answer after all. But the wedding night brings awkwardness. Two strangers, for all their love, learning each other in the dark. The fairy tale meets reality, and both must adjust. Married life at Pokrovskoe begins. Kitty must learn the ways of country living. Levin must learn to share his solitude. Both discover that love is daily practice. Their first real quarrel comes over something small. Harsh words, slammed doors, hours of silence. Then reconciliation, sweeter for the pain that preceded it. But even in this happiness, Levin's questions persist. What is life for? Why do we die? Does anything matter? Marriage cannot answer everything after all. Two marriages now move through the world. One built on honesty and daily effort, the other on passion and sacrifice. Both heading toward very different ends. In Italy, Anna and Vronsky find a kind of peace. They rent a villa outside Rome, surrounded by lemon trees and ancient stone walls, far from judging eyes. Vronsky takes up painting to fill his days. He sets up a studio, hires models, studies technique. But something is missing. The work feels hollow, purposeless. He paints Anna again and again. Her face appears on canvas after canvas, always beautiful. But never quite capturing what he sees when he looks at her in life. Anna tries to be happy. She has Vronsky. She has baby Annie. She has freedom from Karenin's cold house. But thoughts of Seryozha poison every peaceful moment. Letters come from Russia bringing news she cannot bear. Seryozha is growing. He asks for his mother. Karenin tells him she is dead. The lie cuts Anna like a knife. Vronsky grows restless. He misses his regiment, his friends, his purpose in the world. Art cannot replace the identity he gave up to be with Anna. Anna senses his discontent and it terrifies her. If Vronsky regrets their choice, she has nothing. She gave up everything for him. He is her entire world now. They decide to return to Russia. Perhaps facing society together will be better than this beautiful exile. Perhaps they can build something real on their own soil. Petersburg greets them with ice. Old friends cross the street to avoid them. Invitations that once flooded in have stopped completely. Anna is a pariah now. Anna decides to test her standing at the opera. She will appear in public beautifully dressed, on Vronsky's arm. She will force society to acknowledge her existence. At the opera, a woman in the neighboring box publicly insults her. Loudly, deliberately, so everyone can hear. Anna sits frozen, her face burning, unable to respond. They leave before the first act ends. In the carriage home, Anna weeps with rage and shame. She can never be accepted again. That door is closed forever. Vronsky finds himself caught between worlds. His mother pressures him to leave Anna. His regiment welcomes him back, but whispers behind his back. He belongs nowhere now. Anna's world shrinks to Vronsky alone. She has no friends, no society, no occupation. When he is with her, she lives. When he leaves, even for hours, she drowns. Seryozha's birthday approaches. Anna cannot bear to miss it. She plans a secret visit to the Karenin house, risking everything to see her son one more time. She bribes a servant and slips inside before the household wakes. Up the stairs to Seryozha's room. He is sleeping, her beautiful boy, older now, his face still innocent. He wakes and sees her. "Mama," he breathes. They cling to each other, mother and son, trying to absorb enough love to last however long they must be apart. Karenin discovers her there. He stands in the doorway, gray and cold, watching this scene of maternal love with an expression Anna cannot read. He does not rage, he simply waits. Anna must leave. She kisses Seryozha one last time, promises to return, knows she is probably lying. The door closes behind her, and her son's face disappears from view. In the carriage back to Vronsky, Anna's grief curdles into rage. Karenin has her son. Society has her reputation. What does she have left except Vronsky's love? Far from this tragedy, Levin and Kitty build their quiet life at Pokrovsko. Morning tea on the veranda. Evening walks through the birch grove, the small ceremonies of married love. They argue about small things. A jar of mushrooms preserved wrong. A curtain color chosen without consultation. The daily friction of two lives becoming one. Sometimes Levin finds himself jealous of Kitty's past, of the young men who danced with her before he knew her. These feelings shame him, but they persist. But slowly they learn to trust. Each small misunderstanding resolved, each forgiveness given, builds something stronger than the passion that began it. This is what marriage actually is. Kitty discovers she is pregnant. The news fills Levin with joy and terror in equal measure. A child, his child. A new life he will be responsible for forever. As Kitty's belly grows, Levin remembers his brother dying. Birth and death, so close together in his experience. He cannot stop thinking about all the things that could go wrong. Anna and Vronsky move to his country estate, Vozdvizhinsko. Perhaps distance from Petersburg will help. Perhaps building something together will give their love a foundation. Vronsky throws himself into building a hospital for the local peasants. He needs purpose, needs to feel useful. The construction gives him something Anna alone cannot provide. Levin attends the local Zemstvo elections, trying to engage with Russian civic life. The meetings are tedious, full of petty politics and meaningless speeches. He wonders why he came. Liberals and conservatives shout past each other. Everyone seems certain of their position. Levin alone sits in doubt, unable to believe fully in any political solution. He returns home convinced that politics cannot answer his real questions. How should a man live? What makes existence meaningful? These are not matters for voting or legislation. At Vozdvizhinsko, Anna's isolation deepens. No neighbors visit. The local gentry wives will not receive her. She has only servants, her daughter, and Vronsky. It is not enough. She clings to Vronsky more tightly with each passing day. Where are you going? When will you return? Every absence feels like abandonment, every distance like betrayal. Jealousy becomes her constant companion. That peasant girl who smiled at him. That landowner's wife who sent a letter about the hospital. Anna suspects them all. Their arguments grow more frequent and more bitter. Passionate reconciliations follow, but each time something is lost. The cycle accelerates, spiraling toward something neither can name. Anna has trouble sleeping. A doctor prescribes morphine for her nerves. The drug brings relief at first, a softening of the sharp edges of her anxiety. But the drug demands more each time. Reality begins to blur at the edges. Anna's perceptions shift, distort. She cannot always tell what is real and what her fears have invented. Dolly comes to visit, the first real friend brave enough to face society's judgment. She brings news of Moscow, of her children, of the normal world Anna has lost. Anna performs happiness for Dolly. She shows off the estate, the hospital, her wardrobe, her horses. Everything is wonderful, she insists. She has never been happier. But Dolly sees through the performance. She notices Anna's too thin frame, her nervous energy, the way her eyes follow Vronsky with anxious intensity. This is not happiness. In private, Dolly confesses her own marital troubles. Steva continues his affairs. She has thought about leaving but cannot. The children, the money, the fear of the unknown all trap her. Anna thinks Dolly's prison is worse than her own. At least Anna chose her cage. At least she has passion. But looking at her friend's tired face, she is not so sure. Anna tells Dolly her darkest secret. She is using methods to prevent more children. She cannot bear to bring another life into her uncertain situation. Dolly is shocked. Without more children, without marriage, without society, what is Anna's position? She is neither wife nor widow, neither respectable nor free. She exists in a limbo without name. Word comes that Karenin will grant a partial divorce. It allows Anna and Vronsky to legally marry. But there is a condition. Karenin keeps full custody of Seryoza forever. Anna cannot accept losing her son completely. Even now, even after everything, she hopes somehow to get him back. She refuses to sign away his future forever. So nothing changes. Anna remains technically married to Karenin, technically unable to marry Vronsky, technically able to be reclaimed at any moment. The limbo continues indefinitely. Countess Vronsky visits her son's estate. Her disapproval poisons every room she enters. She barely acknowledges Anna, speaks to her son in pointed whispers, undermines at every opportunity. Anna begins to see conspiracies everywhere. Vronsky's mother plotting against her. Servants reporting to Petersburg. Everyone working to steal her love, her security, her sanity. The paranoid thoughts multiply in the darkness. She cannot sleep without morphine now. And with morphine, she cannot think clearly. The trap tightens from inside. At Pokrovskoe, Kitty's labor begins. Levin paces the hallway, hearing her screams, helpless to aid or comfort. This is what he feared. This is what he cannot control. Hours pass. The doctor comes and goes. Levin finds himself praying, despite all his doubts, bargaining with a God he is not sure exists. Just let her live. Finally, the cry of a newborn. The doctor emerges smiling. A boy healthy and strong. Kitty is exhausted but well. Levin's legs nearly give way with relief. Levin enters the room and sees Kitty holding their son. The love that floods through him is overwhelming, terrifying in its intensity. He would die for either of them. The baptism ceremony takes place at the local church. Levin fumbles through the rituals, unsure of the responses, feeling like a fraud. But when he holds his son before the priest, something shifts. Perhaps, Levin thinks, the meaning is not in understanding but in living. Perhaps faith is not about certainty, but about showing up, day after day, trying to be good. Anna and Vronsky come to Moscow for one last attempt at normal life. They take an apartment, go out in society, try to pretend they are like any other couple. Princess Betsy, who once tolerated Anna's scandal with amused cynicism, is now cool and distant. Even she has drawn her line. Anna has crossed too far. Every door that was once open now closes. The message is clear: Anna chose passion over propriety, and propriety will never forgive her. She is a warning to other wives. Vronsky's ambitions begin to stir. He hears of political positions, of opportunities for men of his background. He could matter again. He could be something more than Anna's lover. But such positions require a respectable wife, not a scandalous mistress. Anna, who gave up everything to be with him, is now an obstacle to his advancement. Anna feels him pulling away hour by hour. His attention wanders. His patience thins. He has business to attend to, people to see, a world beyond their rooms. They no longer understand each other. She speaks of love, he speaks of practical matters. She asks why he does not look at her the way he once did. A dinner party becomes a battlefield. Anna accuses him of preferring other women's company. He accuses her of suffocating him. Words that cannot be taken back fill the room. Vronsky leaves to visit his mother. A routine call, he says. He will be back in a few hours. But Anna's mind cannot accept his absence, not now. Alone in the apartment, Anna's thoughts spiral. He is leaving her. He regrets everything. He is with another woman right now. The morphine makes the fears feel like certainties. She writes a telegram. Come at once, must see you urgent. She sends it to his mother's house, then waits. Surely he will come. Surely he still loves her. Minutes pass like hours. She watches the clock, counts seconds, imagines every possible reason for his delay. Each minute of silence confirms her worst fears. He does not come. He does not respond. Of course not. He is with them, the people who matter, the world that accepts him and rejects her. She has lost him. She takes a carriage out into Moscow streets, determined to find him, to confront him, to force him to see her, to love her again or tell her the truth. Moscow passes outside the carriage window, but Anna barely sees it. The people on the streets are grotesque, ugly, hateful. Everyone is lying. Everyone is performing, nothing is real. A couple walks arm in arm, laughing. They make Anna sick. All these people pretending at happiness, pretending at love, when underneath is nothing but selfishness and cruelty. The carriage arrives at Countess Vronsky's house. Anna goes to the door, but she is told the Count left an hour ago. He is at the railway station, seeing someone off. To the railway station, she commands the driver. She will find him there. She will make him look at her. She will make him remember what they had. The station. Anna steps onto the platform and memory floods through her. This is where it began. This is where she first saw him, through the steam. The railway worker crushed on the tracks that first night. The omen she felt and ignored. Everything that followed began here, on a platform just like this one. A freight train approaches, its engine roaring, wheels grinding on iron rails. Anna watches it come, mesmerized by its power, its indifference, its absolute unstoppable force. What am I doing here? The question floats through her mind. Vronsky does not love her. Seryozha is lost to her. There is nothing left. Why continue this agony? She thinks of a candle. The way a candle flickers and smokes and finally goes out. That is all life is. A light burning briefly in the darkness. The train is close now. Anna walks to the edge of the platform. She looks down at the wheels, the space between car and rail, and she knows. One step forward. The world tilts. Metal screams. Then nothing but darkness, rushing release. Anna Karenina, at the age of 29, is gone from this world forever. The news reaches Vronsky within the hour. At first he does not understand. Then he does. And the understanding destroys something in him that will never grow back. He had received her telegram. He was coming back. Another hour and he would have been there. But he was too late. He will always be too late now. Vronsky goes to the station. He sees what is left. He stands there unable to speak or move, as workers and officials bustle around him like he does not exist. All of Petersburg is shocked. All of Petersburg whispers, "Poor Anna," or "Foolish Anna," or "Wicked Anna," depending on who is speaking and how well they knew her. Karenin takes baby Annie into his household. He will raise both children now, the son who was always his and the daughter who was not. His duty is clear. Seryozha learns his mother is truly dead now, not the pretend death his father invented. The boy does not cry. Something closes inside him that will take years to reopen. Vronsky cannot work, cannot eat, cannot sleep. He wanders his apartment, seeing her everywhere, hearing her voice, reaching for her hand and finding nothing but empty air. War is brewing in the Balkans. Serbia needs volunteers to fight the Turks. Vronsky signs up immediately. Perhaps a bullet will do what he cannot do to himself. At the Moscow station, the volunteer train prepares to depart for the front. Vronsky stands among doomed young men, seeking the same oblivion they seek, asking nothing of tomorrow. Levin hears of Anna's death from Stiva, a woman he barely knew, yet her story haunts him. What drives someone to such an end? What despair, what darkness? He cannot stop thinking about it. Anna had love, beauty, passion, everything the world calls valuable. Yet she threw herself beneath a train. What was missing? The questions intensify. If life has no meaning, why continue it? Levin finds himself hiding guns and ropes, afraid of what his own hands might do in a moment of despair. He has everything: a wife who loves him, a healthy son, land and work and purpose. Yet the void yawns beneath his feet. Success has not answered anything. One afternoon, walking through his fields, Levin encounters a peasant repairing a fence. They fall into conversation about a mutual neighbor. He lives rightly, the peasant says, for his soul. For his soul. The phrase echoes what Fyodor said years ago cutting hay. Living for your soul, not your belly. Levin has heard these words twice now. He begins to listen. Something shifts inside him. Not answers exactly, but the end of needing them. Faith is not knowing. Faith is choosing to live well each day, despite not knowing. A thunderstorm breaks over Pokrovskoe. Lightning, crashing rain, wind-bending trees. Levin runs toward the house, suddenly terrified for Kitty and Mitya. Are they safe? He must find them. He bursts through the door and finds them. Kitty is calm, reading by lamplight. Mitya sleeps in his cradle. They are safe. The relief that floods through Levin is almost holy. This is it, he realizes, this moment. This love. This daily choosing to care for these people. The meaning of life is not a theory to be proven, but a practice to be lived. Later that night, the storm passes. Levin steps outside and looks up at the stars. The same stars that shone over Anna, over Vronsky, over everyone who ever suffered and loved. He will still have doubts. He will still struggle. But something has changed. Faith now means not certainty but commitment, choosing goodness even when evidence fails. Tomorrow he will wake and work and love imperfectly. He will fail and try again. This is all faith asks. This is all life allows. It is enough. Kitty finds Levin change but cannot quite name how. He is quieter, more present. He holds Mitya longer, listens more carefully. Something difficult has resolved in him. Their marriage continues imperfect and honest. Quarrels come and pass like weather. Love deepens through friction, not despite it. This is the human way. Baby Mitya grows day by day, discovering the world with fresh amazement. His first smile, his first word. The small miracles that anchor life to meaning without philosophy. Evening falls on Pokrovskoe. Levin sits in his study, papers before him, but his mind is at rest. Through the window, he can see Kitty walking with Mitya in the garden. Two paths have been shown to us. Anna chose passion without foundation and found destruction. Levin chose ordinary love and daily faith and found, not happiness exactly, but sufficiency. The novel does not judge them. Tolstoy shows both lives with equal compassion, equal understanding. Neither was simply right or wrong. Both were human, trying to live. And perhaps that is the only answer this great novel offers. Keep living. Keep choosing. Keep loving imperfectly. The questions never end, but neither does the attempt to answer them. Now let us step back from Anna's world and meet the man who created her. Leo Tolstoy, born into Russian aristocracy, destined to become one of humanity's greatest writers. Picture a young count in peasant clothes, working alongside serfs in the fields. Even as a child, Tolstoy felt drawn to the common people, their wisdom, their suffering. His parents died when he was young. Raised by aunts and tutors, he grew up restless, brilliant, tormented by questions that would haunt him his entire life. He went to university but found the lectures tedious. He gambled away portions of his inheritance. He chased women and argued philosophy, and searched desperately for something worth believing. Then came the Crimean War. Tolstoy volunteered for artillery duty and found himself at the siege of Sevastopol, where Russian soldiers died by thousands defending their crumbling fortress. He saw men blown apart by cannonballs. He heard their screams and prayers. Death became real to him in that muddy fortress, and he would never forget what he learned there. From this experience came his Sevastopol sketches, stories that showed war without romance or patriotic lies. Russia read them and recognized a new voice, unflinching and true. After the war, Tolstoy returned to Yasnaya Polyana and met Sophia Bears, the daughter of a family friend. She was 18. He was 34. They fell in love. Their marriage began in passion and partnership. Sophia copied his manuscripts, managed his household, bore him 13 children. She believed in his genius before the world confirmed it. For 7 years, Tolstoy worked on his first masterpiece, War and Peace, an epic of Russia's struggle against Napoleon, encompassing hundreds of characters across decades of history. War and Peace made him famous throughout Europe. Critics called him Russia's greatest living writer. But fame brought no peace to Tolstoy's restless soul. The questions remained. What is the meaning of life? Why do we suffer and die? How should a man live? These questions tormented him through sleepless nights and haunted working days. He watched peasants work his fields and envied them. They seemed to know something he did not. Their lives had purpose without philosophy. Their faith needed no proof. Then one day, Tolstoy saw a woman's face at a railway station. Something about her struck him, her beauty, her sadness, the hint of tragedy around her eyes. He learned later of a real scandal, a neighbor's mistress who had thrown herself under a train. The image lodged in his mind and began to grow into something larger. Anna Karenina grew slowly over 4 years. Tolstoy wrote and rewrote, sometimes despaired of finishing. His wife copied each draft, watching the characters come alive through revision. The novel first appeared in serial form, chapter by chapter in the Russian Messenger magazine. Readers across Russia waited impatiently for each new installment. Anna came alive for them. Readers wrote letters arguing about her choices. Women saw themselves in her. Men debated whether Vronsky was a hero or a cad. The serial publication meant months between chapters. Readers who fell in love with Anna in January had to wait until spring to learn what happened next. In drawing rooms across Russia, the debate raged. Was Anna a victim of cruel society or the author of her own destruction? Tolstoy gave no easy answers. Some women whispered that they understood Anna completely. Trapped in loveless marriages, forbidden to divorce, watched constantly by society's judging eyes, she spoke their secret truths. Some readers found Levin tedious, his philosophical wanderings interrupting the drama of Anna's passion. Why so much time on a farmer's spiritual crisis when Anna was suffering? But Tolstoy insisted on the balance. Levin was not a digression. His story of finding meaning through ordinary life was the counterweight to Anna's destruction through extraordinary passion. Without Levin, Anna Karenina would be merely a tragedy. With him, it becomes a question about how to live, with two radically different answers shown side by side. In Petersburg, Fyodor Dostoevsky read Anna Karenina with admiration and envy. Here was his great rival's masterpiece, and even he had to acknowledge its power. The two giants of Russian literature never met in person, though they moved in overlapping circles. Perhaps the rivalry was better maintained at a distance. The 1870s were Russia's golden age of fiction. Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, Turgenev, Chekhov beginning to write. Petersburg's salons buzzed with literary argument and ambition. Just 14 years before Anna Karenina began appearing, Tsar Alexander II had freed the serfs. Russia was transforming, old certainties crumbling, new questions arising everywhere. The aristocracy Tolstoy depicted was living on borrowed time. They sensed it too, the vague unease beneath the balls and dinner parties, the feeling that their world could not last. For women of Anna's class, almost nothing had changed. They remained property, first of fathers, then of husbands. Divorce was scandal. Adultery was social death. The rules were iron. Divorce in Russia required proof of adultery and was almost never granted. A woman who left her husband became a non-person, excluded from society, separated from her children by law. Anna's tragedy was not unique. Tolstoy knew women who had made similar choices and paid similar prices. He watched society condemn them while excusing the men who ruined them. The railway that kills Anna was transforming Russia when Tolstoy wrote. New lines connecting ancient cities, shrinking distances, bringing change faster than society could absorb. Moscow to Petersburg took days by horse in Tolstoy's youth. By the time he wrote Anna Karenina, the train made the journey overnight. Worlds were colliding at unprecedented speed. Tolstoy chose the train deliberately for Anna's death. This symbol of modern progress, this machine that compressed time and space, becomes the instrument of destruction. He grew to hate these machines. Railways, factories, all the apparatus of industrial life seemed to him to separate humans from nature, from each other, from their own souls. The novel was completed in 1877. Tolstoy was exhausted and strangely unsatisfied. He had written one of the greatest books in human history, yet the questions remained. In the years after Anna Karenina, Tolstoy experienced his own crisis. Like Levin hiding guns from himself, Tolstoy contemplated suicide despite having everything the world values. Sophia noticed and was terrified. She removed ropes from the barn, hid hunting weapons, watched her husband for signs of the darkness overtaking him. Just as Kitty would for Levin, Tolstoy emerged from this crisis with a new faith. He wrote a confession, describing his spiritual journey from doubt to a personal Christianity based on Jesus' moral teachings. But his Christianity rejected the Orthodox Church entirely. He stripped away miracles, ritual, priesthood, keeping only the ethical core. Love your neighbor. Do not resist evil with violence. The Orthodox Church eventually excommunicated him for his heresies. Russia's most famous writer, banned from communion, declared an enemy of the faith he was trying to practice more purely. He continued to write The Death of Ivan Ilyich, a short novel about a man confronting mortality. Resurrection, his last major work, about sin and redemption and social justice. Tolstoy tried to give away his wealth, to live as a peasant, to renounce his copyrights and property. These efforts caused terrible friction with Sophia, who feared for their children's future. Their marriage deteriorated under the weight of his idealism and her practicality. What had begun in love became a battlefield of competing visions for how to live. Meanwhile, Anna Karenina spread across the world. German translations appeared first, then French, then English. Each language brought new readers under Anna's spell. Victorian English readers were shocked and fascinated. Here was adultery treated with sympathy, passion shown without easy condemnation. It was not how respectable novels were supposed to work. The critic Matthew Arnold called it not a work of art but a piece of life itself. High praise from a man not easily impressed, and a judgment that has endured. Dostoevsky died in 1881, leaving Tolstoy without his great rival. For the remaining decades of his life, Tolstoy stood alone atop Russian literature, admired and isolated. Anna Karenina became a cultural touchstone, a reference point for discussions of love and duty and the position of women. Anna herself became an archetype, instantly recognizable. The 20th century brought new ways of telling Anna's story. Theater first, then cinema. Each generation reinterpreted her tragedy for its own time and concerns. In 1935, Greta Garbo played Anna in Hollywood. Her luminous face brought Anna to millions who would never read the novel. The image became inseparable from the character. Vivien Leigh played Anna in 1948, bringing English elegance to the Russian aristocrat. Each actress found something new in the character Tolstoy had created. Soviet interpretations emphasized Anna as victim of bourgeois society. The revolution that Tolstoy never lived to see claimed him as a prophet of capitalist corruption. In 2012, Keira Knightley brought Anna to yet another generation. The story still resonated, still raised questions about love and freedom and the price of passion. Each Anna actress discovers something new. The character is inexhaustible, containing multitudes. She can be sympathetic victim or selfish destroyer or both at once. Tolstoy built her that way. Vronsky has been played as romantic hero, as shallow seducer, as tragic figure. The novel supports all readings. Tolstoy did not simplify his characters into easy categories. Levin usually suffers in adaptation. His philosophical wanderings are harder to film than Anna's passion. Directors cut his scenes, reduce his role, missing half of Tolstoy's design. But Levin is Tolstoy. The searching, doubting farming, philosophizing landowner is the author's self-portrait. Without him, the novel loses its balance, its questioning, its hope. New readers still discover the novel every year. Students assigned it in school, adults seeking great literature, people who saw the film and wanted more. The book waits for them. The debates about marriage that Anna Karenina dramatizes continue unresolved. Should we stay in unhappy unions for duty's sake? What do we owe our children, our desires, ourselves? Women's autonomy remains contested ground. Anna's dilemma, different in details, echoes in every society where women must choose between their desires and their respectability. Levin's question about finding meaning through work and family, rather than grand philosophy, resonates in an age of constant distraction and perpetual seeking. What makes a life worthwhile? Tolstoy himself died in November 1910 at a railway station, of all places. He had run away from home at 82, fleeing his unhappy marriage. The station master's house became his deathbed. Journalists and disciples gathered outside. The world watched as the great novelist approached the mystery he had spent his life exploring. He died at a train station just like Anna. The coincidence was noted by everyone. The iron rails and steam engines that killed his character now formed the backdrop of his own end. He was buried at Yasnaya Polyana as he requested, in a simple grave with no cross, no marker. Just a mound of earth in the birch forest, where he had played as a child. Today, Yasnaya Polyana is a museum. Pilgrims come from every country to walk where Tolstoy walked, to see his standing desk, to feel the presence of greatness in ordinary rooms. Anna Karenina has never gone out of print. New translations appear regularly, each trying to capture Tolstoy's voice for new readers. The novel renews itself with each generation. In reader polls asking for the greatest novel ever written, Anna Karenina appears near the top, decade after decade. Its place in literature seems permanent, unshakable. What makes it endure? Perhaps the way it refuses easy answers. Tolstoy does not tell us how to live. He shows us people trying to figure it out and mostly failing. Anna chooses passion and is destroyed. But Tolstoy does not condemn her. He follows her with compassion into the darkness, understanding why she made her choices, even as he shows their cost. Levin chooses ordinary life and finds, not happiness exactly, but something sustainable. His doubts never fully resolve. His faith remains shaky, but he keeps going. Perhaps that is victory enough. Neither path is right for everyone. That is part of the novel's wisdom. We are all different, with different needs and capacities. Anna's passion was real even if it destroyed her. The honesty of the book is overwhelming. Tolstoy shows his characters' contradictions without smoothing them into consistency. People are messy. He knows. He shows. Anna is sympathetic even when she is cruel. Her jealousy and paranoia make sense given what she has lost. We understand even as we see her destroying herself and those around her. Karenin begins as a monster of cold propriety, yet his forgiveness at Anna's deathbed is genuine and moving. Even he contains depths we did not expect. Even he surprises us. Vronsky believes he loves Anna, and perhaps he does. But his love has limits she cannot accept. He is not a villain, just a man, limited as all men are. Levin doubts until the very end. His faith is a decision, not a conclusion. He chooses to believe because the alternative is unbearable, and he chooses again each morning. Kitty grows from knave girl to capable woman without losing her essential goodness. Her ordinariness becomes her strength. She does not need to be extraordinary to be enough. Each reader finds their own truth in the novel. Some come away condemning Anna, some pitying her, some envying her courage to live authentically whatever the cost. The conservative reader sees a warning against the destruction that follows when duty is abandoned. Anna's death confirms the wisdom of traditional arrangements, whatever their cost in personal happiness. The romantic reader sees a tragedy of a world too cruel to accommodate great love. Anna deserved better. Society, not she, is condemned by her death. The existentialist reader sees both Anna and Levin confronting meaninglessness. One breaks under the weight. One finds a way to carry it. Neither answer is final. Perhaps all these readings are true. That is Tolstoy's genius, to write a book that contains more than any single interpretation can capture. The novel is bigger than our theories about it. The epigraph Tolstoy chose haunts the reader. "Vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord." But who is being punished? And by whom? And for what? Does God punish Anna? Does society? Does she punish herself? The novel refuses to say clearly. The judgment is passed, but the judge remains hidden, as in life. The question remains open, as it does in every human life. We make choices, consequences follow, and we never quite know whether we chose rightly. Anna Karenina offers no comfort on this score. 800 pages of love and doubt, of passion and philosophy, of trains and wheat fields. One impossible question at the center of it all: how should we live? Tolstoy did not answer the question. He lived it, struggled with it, wrote it into stories that help us struggle with it ourselves. Perhaps that is all any teacher can do. So here we are, at the end of our journey through Tolstoy's great novel. The night has deepened around us, and the story has been told. Anna stepping onto that platform, the train approaching, the moment of decision. Her last thought was of a candle flickering out. And then darkness, and then peace. Levin standing under the stars, finally at rest with his questions. Not answered, but no longer tormenting. Choosing each morning to believe, to love, to continue. Two endings for two people. One finding release in death, one finding something like faith in life. Tolstoy does not tell us which is right, he trusts us to wonder. He gave us both stories because both are true. Some of us are Anna, burning too bright for this world. Some of us are Levin, muddling through toward meaning. If tonight you feel like Anna, trapped and yearning, know that Tolstoy understood. He followed her with compassion into the darkness. You are not alone in that feeling. If tonight you feel like Levin, confused but still searching, know that the searching itself is enough. The questions matter more than the answers you may never find. Both are valid places to be. The novel makes room for both. And tonight, in this quiet hour, so do we. Can you feel that space opening? The trains have stopped running now. The platforms are empty. The iron rails cool in the night air. Nothing is rushing toward anything. Just stillness, just breath. The wheat fields of Pokrovskoe stretch out under stars. Somewhere Levin sleeps beside Kitty. Their breathing synchronized after years of practice. The baby stirs and settles. Somewhere a child dreams, perhaps Seryozha, perhaps Mitya, perhaps you long ago, before the questions came. That innocence still lives inside us, waiting to be remembered. What is the meaning of life? Perhaps we will know tomorrow. Perhaps we never will. Tonight it is enough to rest, to let the question float unanswered. Tolstoy asked his questions for 60 years and never stopped asking. If he could keep wondering, so can we. But not tonight. Tonight we rest. The Russian winter stretches out beyond the frosted windows. Snow falling on Yasnaya Polyana, on Moscow, on Petersburg. Covering everything in white silence. Perhaps Tolstoy's ghost walks there still, through the lime tree avenue, past the pond, searching for answers or finally at rest. We cannot know. We can only imagine. Let the question sleep now. Let Anna sleep wherever she is. Let Levin's faith carry him through his dreams. Let the night hold everything gently. In the Oblonsky kitchen, the samovar has gone cold. Morning will heat it again. Morning will bring tea and toast and another day. But morning is hours away. The horses in Vronsky's stable sleep standing, heads bowed. Even Fru, somewhere beyond this world, runs free through fields that never end, all the suffering over now. The lemon trees in Italy still bloom, whether anyone is there to smell them or not. The villa waits, empty or occupied, beautiful regardless. Some things simply go on. The Moscow ballroom where Anna danced in black velvet stands dark now. Chandeliers unlit, parquet floor empty, music silent. But somewhere the waltz still echoes. Anna's black velvet dress, folded away somewhere, or rotted to nothing by now, it does not matter. What remains is not fabric but story, and story lasts forever. Kitty's wedding crown, passed down through generations perhaps, or lost, or sitting in a museum. The gold still gleams somewhere, real or remembered. These images float through your mind now, detaching from narrative, becoming pure sensation. A train whistle. A wheat field. Dark eyes starlight, let them drift. The train station platform is safe tonight. No trains coming, no decisions to make. Just wooden boards under your feet, gas lamps glowing, nowhere you need to be. Other travelers sleep in carriages somewhere, rocking gently toward home. Everyone is going home tonight. Everyone will arrive safely. The journey always ends in rest. The candle in Levin's study has burned almost to its base. In a moment it will gutter and go out. But not yet. Still a little light left. Levin has set down his pen for the night. No more words needed. No more questions. Just the sound of his own breathing and the distant sound of wind. Beside him, Kitty breathes slowly, peacefully. The rhythm of her sleep is the rhythm of the years they will share. This is what faith looks like. This is enough. Outside their window, all of Russia sleeps under snow. Vast distances, countless lives, infinite stories. And above it all, the same stars Levin looked up at in wonder. 800 pages have become one memory now. One feeling. The weight of a great story settling into you, becoming part of who you are, quietly, without effort. Happy families are all alike, Tolstoy wrote. Every unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. But tonight all families are sleeping, and in sleep all are alike. That famous first line returns now, a bell tolling softly. Happy families are all alike. Let it ring once, fade and be gone. You do not need to hold it. You do not need to remember anything. The story is inside you now. It will be there when you wake, changed slightly, made yours. That is how great books work. Morning will bring new chapters. Not of this book, but of your own life. Your own choices, your own loves, your own questions. But that is hours away still. Tonight is only rest, only breath, only the darkness that holds you gently and asks nothing of you. No decisions, no judgments, only sleep. Thank you for traveling with me tonight to Russia. Through Moscow ballrooms and country estates, through passion and philosophy, through Tolstoy's vast and generous heart, through Anna's tragedy and Levin's hope, through questions that have no answers and loves that have no endings, through one of the greatest stories ever told. Sleep now. The trains are still. The questions can wait. The wheat fields stretch out golden under a moon that watches over everything and everyone, asking nothing in return. Until next time, when another great book awaits. Another world to explore together. Another night like this one, quiet and full of story. But now, only rest. Good night. Rest well and dream, if you dream at all, of golden wheat fields and starry Russian skies. The story is told. The night is yours. Sleep now.
How was your day? Maybe it was full of small things you handled, while a quieter part of you stood off to the side, watching, almost narrating it. There's a book about exactly that quiet narrator inside you. It's called Pale Fire, Two Men. A poet named John Shade and his neighbor Charles Kinbote try to tell the same life from two sides. This is exactly that story, about a poem and about the man next door who reads it as if it were his own. Tonight, just listen. If you drift off, that's fine. Maybe today felt a little like that, like someone else was telling the story of your hours, and you were only halfway in it. Half watching, half doing. Pale Fire is a book that knows that feeling. It builds itself out of two people and one life, and asks, gently, who really gets to say what your story was? This is where we read the greatest books ever written, slowly together with the lights off. One book each week. No pressure, no homework, only the story. Pale Fire was published in 1962. Vladimir Nabokov wrote it in his 60s, after Lolita made him famous, when he could finally afford to play. It begins with a foreword by a strange editor, then a poem of 999 lines, then a long, very long, commentary that slowly steals the whole show. Picture two men living next door to each other in a small American college town. One writes a poem about his life. The other writes a commentary about something else entirely. Here's where it gets interesting. The poet's name is John Shade. He is 61. He is heavyset, kind, married to a woman named Sybil. He writes on small index cards. His neighbor's name is Charles Kinbote. He is tall and bearded and lonely. He has come to this town from somewhere else. He says he was once a king of a country called Zembla, somewhere in the cold north of his memory. Nobody else can quite say if Zembla is real or only the shape of his loneliness. And so the book has two centers. One is a quiet New England house and the poem inside it. The other is an icy palace in a country that may not exist. Stay with this. It matters later. Two centers, one book, and a thin gravel path between them where the two men walk in the evenings talking. The town has a name. It's called New Y, a small college town in the Appalachian Hills with elm trees, brick buildings, and a tall library tower covered in ivy. We'll stay with this one tonight. Other Nabokov, other worlds, on other nights. If you drift off somewhere in this one, the book will still be here tomorrow. John Shade has lived here all his life. He teaches poetry at the small college. He has buried both his parents and his only daughter. He keeps writing. Sybil keeps the house. She makes the dinners. She reads what he writes when he asks her to. She is the steady hand on his slowly trembling life. It is July when John starts the poem. He writes the first line on a single index card and lays it on the desk. I was the shadow of the waxwing slain. A waxwing is a small, soft, feathered bird. The kind that flies into a window thinking the sky goes on. The kind that doesn't see the glass. The whole poem grows out of that one image. A creature meeting a reflection of the sky and falling. A man wondering what survives after. Notice how he writes, one card at a time, 4 neat lines per card. He numbers them. He stacks them. He bands them together when a section feels finished. It is a slow, careful, almost devotional kind of work. Like building a house out of small white bricks, each one carrying part of his life. And this is the part most people miss. While he writes, the man next door has begun to listen, to watch, to mark the lit window across the lawn. Charles Kinbote arrived in New Y that February. He rented the Goldsworth house, the one next door to John Shade. He told the college he was a Zemblin scholar. He had no friends here yet. His office at the college was small. His evenings stretched on. He started watching the lit window in the white house across the fence. When he finally met John Shade, at a faculty party, at the door of the men's washroom, Kinbote was already certain this poet would write his story. That was the first crack. Not a loud one. Just a quiet decision in one man's mind that another man's poem already belonged a little to him. From that night on, the two men began to walk together in the evenings, down the gravel path between their houses talking. Or, more accurately, Shade listening while Kinbote talked. He told Shade about a country called Zembla, about a king. about escapes through mirrors and over mountain passes. He told it as if it were memory. He told it as if it mattered. John and Sybil have been married almost 40 years now. They met when she was 17. They've been quietly choosing each other every morning ever since. Their house is a wide white frame house with green shutters, set back from the college road. Inside it smells faintly of book glue, old wood, and good tea. Sybil works in the next room while John writes. She types translations from French. Her quiet, steady tapping is one of the sounds his poem grows inside. He writes in the mornings if the night was bad, in the evenings if the night was kind. He works around her schedule, her cooking, her quiet errands. When the poem grows hard, he reads the latest lines aloud to her. She listens. She rarely says much. Mostly she nods. Sometimes she says, "Try the other word." There's a kind of love in this house that doesn't announce itself. Just two people, doing their work in adjoining rooms, looking up sometimes to make sure the other is still there. Behind them both, though, there is a third presence. A daughter who is no longer in the house. We will get to her. The house knows where she sat. For now, picture them happy as people get who have lost things. The kettle on, the lamp on, a pencil moving, a typewriter clicking, an autumn evening folding around them. Across the lawn in the brick house, the lights stay on later. Charles Kimboat is awake. He is almost always awake. He has by now met John many times, walked with him many evenings. He has begun to copy down on his own cards the things John says. He keeps these cards in a wooden box in his desk drawer. He calls them his commentary. He has decided he will write the only honest book about his neighbor's poem. It is winter when he begins. Snow gathers on the brick window ledges. He works in a navy cardigan. He keeps the kettle warm on the kitchen stove all day. He eats badly. He forgets to. He keeps a bowl of fruit on the desk and remembers it only when the piers go soft. He doesn't mind. He doesn't have many friends at the college. The other faculty find him strange, too tall, too intense, too eager to talk about a country no one has heard of. Only Shade listens. Only Shade lets him talk and walk and tell stories about a kingdom that may exist only on the inside of his skull. There is a moment on one of these walks when Kinboat tells a story so vivid that for a second John believes it. A king escaping over a mountain pass, a red wool cap a wind. Then John blinks. The mountains become low Appalachian hills again. The red cap becomes a woman's scarf in a nearby garden. He smiles, and they walk on. Sybil sees Kinboat at her front door more than once. She does not entirely like him. She is polite. She is also watchful. She doesn't trust the way he looks at her husband. As if John were a window onto something Kinboat needed badly. As if listening were not entirely listening. If you drift off here, that's fine. The poem is still being written. The neighbor is still listening. The world is keeping itself warm without you for a moment. Now picture Kinboat's office at the college. A single desk, a small high window, a typewriter he barely uses, stacks of books on Zembla that he himself has annotated. He is, technically, supposed to be teaching the Zemblan language. He is supposed to have students. He has, in fact, 3. They visit him rarely. They leave puzzled. There are faculty parties. The kind with cheese on toothpicks and red punch in cut glass bowls. The kind where conversation goes politely sideways around him. He doesn't notice the sideways. He's too full of his subject. The dethroned king. The escape. The shape of the country no one has heard of. The college president's wife once tried to ask if his country was somewhere on the map. He answered, "It is on the map of the heart." Then he excused himself and left. Picture him driving home alone afterward. A long, quiet street under bare elm trees. He hums something. It is, he thinks, the Zemblin national anthem. When he gets home, the lights of the shade house are still on. He stands a long time at his front room window. He doesn't turn his own lamp on right away. This is a love story, not in the usual sense. Just one man in the dark, watching the lit window of the only person who will let him talk. Eventually, he turns away. He lights his desk lamp. He sits down. He keeps writing notes for the book that doesn't yet exist. He writes about Zembla, about a young king, a quiet betrayal, a long escape. He writes as if he were the king. He writes as if he had once worn the crown. But back to the shade house, back to the kitchen, back to a quieter, harder story. The story of the daughter the house is missing. Her name was Hazel. She was their only child. She died when she was 23. The poem John is writing keeps trying to say her name. She had not been an easy child, not unhappy, exactly, just held a little to the side of things, quiet at parties, patient with cats, strange, in small ways since she was small. She read more than other children. She read about ghosts, about people who came back as voices. She read late, with the door cracked open for the cat. When she was older, she did not go to dances. She did not want to. She helped her mother with the typing. She looked out windows. She made small notes in a private notebook. Sybil worried about her in a way Sybil tried not to show. John adored her. He thought she was a small grave star, full of patient light. He wrote about her later, often. The thing happened the spring she was 16. There was an old red barn at the edge of the property. Things in it had begun, she said, to move on their own. She had gone in one afternoon to find the cat. She came out 3 hours later. She told her parents that something had spelled out small words for her on the dust of a windowsill. She wouldn't tell them what the words said. She brought a small notebook to her room. She wrote it down. She closed the notebook. She kept it on a shelf. John and Sybil tried gently to ask. They tried not to push. They tried not to scare it away. The notebook stayed on the shelf. Hazel stayed quiet about it. 3 things happen in a quiet family with a quiet, strange child. They watch, they worry, they love anyway. The Shades did all 3 for years. Even Kinboat, when he later read John's drafts about her, claimed to feel something. He wrote in his notes that her story made his hand tremble against the page. But Kinboat almost always made things about himself. So even his sympathy curled slowly into a way of saying he understood her best. He didn't. The truth about Hazel is small and very sad and not quite knowable. Even her parents don't entirely know it. It is the kind of truth that hides itself in plain rooms. We will come to the lake soon. There is a lake in this story. There is a winter night. For now, just hold her in mind. She is the heart of the poem he hasn't finished yet. By 20, Hazel had grown into the shape her childhood promised. Quiet at the door. Patient with strangers. A little held to the side, even at her own birthday table. She studied at the same college her father taught at. She walked to class alone. She kept the same private notebook. She added small sentences to it most evenings. She wasn't bullied. She wasn't quite befriended either. There was a kind of soft, transparent space around her in any room. People walked through it without quite seeing her. At home, this was easier. At home, there were just 2 parents who loved her, a striped cat that slept on her bed, and a lamp she liked to read by until very late. At 23, her parents began gently to worry less about whether she would be brilliant and more about whether she would ever be loved by anyone outside the house. Sybil's brother had a son. a polite young man at a nearby college. He owed his aunt a favor. He agreed to take Hazel out for a single evening that March. Picture it kindly. The young man parked at the curb. Sybil had brushed Hazel's hair. John had pressed a small envelope of taxi money into her coat pocket. She wore the navy dress with the white Peter Pan collar. She brought a small clutch handbag. She sat in the car beside the polite young man and looked straight ahead. They went to a small restaurant near the lake. They ordered carefully. They tried. He talked about his coursework. She listened. She tried too. It didn't catch. He drove her toward the bus that would take her partway home. He explained that he had to study. She said she understood. She did. She got out at a small dark stop alone. The bus did not come quickly. It was already cold for March. She did not want to wait. She started walking. She had walked these roads since she was a child. She did not, that night, walk toward home. She walked instead toward the lake at Dulwich. The lake she had loved since she was small, the black still water under bare birch trees. When the shades realized she had not come home, the kitchen clock said almost midnight. Sybil tried not to call John from the porch. Then she called him from the porch. They called the polite young man's house. He answered. He said he had let her off at the bus. Yes, alone. He hadn't thought, at the time, that anything was wrong. They called the police. They called the bus station. They sat in the kitchen. The kettle boiled and was forgotten. The wall clock kept very quiet, careful time. At 3 in the morning, a state patrolman came to the front door. They saw the patrol car lights through the lace curtain before the doorbell rang. The patrolman was very young. He held his hat in his hands. He told them the truth as gently as he could. They had found a coat at the lake. They had not yet found her. They drove out to the lake at first light. Sybil insisted. John did not argue. The road was long and dark, and finally turned toward the slow blue, gray water. They did not need anyone to tell them what had happened. They could feel it without being told. They could feel it when their feet first touched the cold gravel by the dock. If you drift off here, that's fine. Hazel is still by the lake in this story. The morning is still folding around her parents. The house is still keeping its own quiet vigil. There is no kind way to tell this part. She had walked out onto the dock that night. The water had been deeper than she expected, or she had not expected it to be shallow. We do not know if she meant to. Her parents would never quite know. The poem does not insist. It only says, she went out onto the dock alone, and the lake took her. They drove back home in the same car they had driven out in. They drove very slowly. They did not speak. The road did not seem to be the same road. At the house, the cat was waiting at the door. The kettle was still warm. The wall clock had not stopped. None of these things knew. None of these things could. For a long time after, John could not write. Months, almost a year. He sat at his desk in the morning and looked at fresh white index cards and put the pencil down again. Sybil kept the house running anyway. She made the meals. She typed the translations. She watered Hazel's plants until they died one by one, and then she didn't replace them. Eventually, when the worst of the year had folded by, John sat down at his desk one morning and wrote a single line on a fresh card. I was the shadow of the waxwing slain. That is the line we already know. It opens his poem. It is also his daughter. It is also his own life, flying into a window, because the window looks like sky. From then on, the poem grew steadily. He worked on it for the rest of that year. He worked through autumn. He worked through winter. He worked through into another bright summer. The poem found its title, Pale fire? The phrase came from Shakespeare, from a passage about how the moon is just a thief stealing pale fire from the sun. He did not show every line to Sybil. He showed her most. He read her the lines about Hazel slowly. She listened. She did not always make it through without taking off her glasses. He also did not show every line to his neighbor. He learned to be careful with Kinbote. He learned that anything he gave Kinbote came back twisted into another country. Kinbote did not entirely notice the gentle distance. He kept walking with John in the evenings. He kept telling stories of the king and his lost northern country. He told John how the king kept a small portrait of his estranged wife, Disa, in a private drawer. How the king dreamed about her even when he was free. How he never quite went back to her. John listened. He didn't argue. He thought sometimes that the king's dream wife sounded like Sybil. He didn't say so. He let Kinbote keep the secret of his own country. Meanwhile, Kinbote was already convinced. The poem his neighbor was writing would have to be, the secret biography of the king. His own life, his own escape. This was not entirely his fault. He had walked next to a man writing a poem about loss for almost 2 years. Of course it sounded like his loss. Of course it sounded like home. Picture him on his evening walks now. Picture how he leans toward John. Picture how, while John is thinking about Hazel, Kinbote is thinking about Onhava, the capital of Zembla. 2 countries on the same gravel path. One a small American town with a lake and a missing daughter. One a snow-dusted northern capital with a missing king. Hear that? That's the engine of this book. 2 griefs walking next to each other, neither one of them quite hearing the other, both of them somehow feeding the same poem. At his desk, John keeps writing about Hazel. He writes the night of the lake. He writes the navy dress. He writes the bus stop. He writes his own waiting. He writes about himself, about his old fainting spells as a child, about the white tunnel he saw once and was not sure if he saw, about the doubt he carries about what comes after. He reaches for an idea, that perhaps small patterns persist, that a fountain seen by a stranger somewhere distant might mean Hazel is somehow still in the world. He half believes. He half doesn't. He calls this a web of sense, a net of small coincidences too thin to prove anything, too strong to entirely dismiss. Pale fire, perhaps, in a more private sky. Sybil reads the new lines and sets the paper down very carefully. She does not say anything for a long time. She finally says, "It's lovely, it's..." That night, John walks alone on the gravel path. Kinbote is asleep with his lamp still on. The crickets are loud. The maples are full and dark above him. He feels almost held. When he goes back inside, he writes one more card before bed. "Life everlasting, based on a misprint?" He laughs softly. He underlines it. He puts the cards away. This is the warm middle of the book. The poem has a shape now. The poet has a rhythm. The wife is at his side. The neighbor is, mostly, kept on the gravel path. But this is also where, very far from Nui, in a grim glass factory in Onhava, a dull man called Jacob Gratis is having a very ordinary morning. We will get to him. For now, hold the warmth a little longer. The lamp on the desk, the kettle on the stove, the pencil moving, and, in the next room, a woman quietly listening. Now we leave Nui for a while. We follow Kinbote where his mind keeps going, up north, far north, into a country where he says he was once a king. Zembla, he says, lay somewhere beyond the Baltic. A small kingdom of glass factories, snow-dusted villages, mirrored palace halls, and a quiet, slowly failing dynasty. Picture the young king when he first inherited it. He was 25. He did not entirely want the throne. He spent his early reading in a private library in the South Wing. He was, in Kinbote's telling, an unmarried king. Or rather, married to Disa, the Duchess of Pain, but not in any other sense hers. He kept his heart in private rooms. She loved him in a quiet, unrewarded way. He visited her sometimes. They walked in the palace gardens. She always hoped, on the next visit, that something would be different. He kept her portrait in a small drawer of his private writing desk. He took it out late at night. He looked at it. He folded it back into the drawer. He went on with his books. Picture the palace at night. Long mirrored corridors, polished marble floors, candles in tall iron stands, footsteps echoing softly under vaulted ceilings. Then the trouble. A revolution, slow at first, then quick. A new party with red banners and angry pamphlets. The young king's name in the street, in the wrong tone of voice. They came for him on a quiet morning. They were polite. They were efficient. They did not raise their voices. They walked him to a small high room in the palace and locked the door. For weeks he sat in that small room. He read. He waited. He looked out at the snow-dusted rooftops. He worked very quietly on a problem nobody yet realized he was working on. There was, in the wall behind a tall mirror, an old service passage. The kind palaces always have, built for servants. Used that winter by a king who had been reading too much. He went down it one night with a candle and a small bag. Stone steps, cold drafts, the smell of damp old plaster, small dripping sounds. The palace asleep above him. The passage opened at last on a small door beside a kitchen yard. He stepped out into a snow-covered alley behind the palace. The cold was extraordinary. The night was very quiet. A small group of friends had been waiting for him. Among them, Odom, an actor, a friend since boyhood, athletic, calm, capable of pretending to be anyone for a single useful night. Odon arranged the rest. A change of clothes, a small farmhouse on the way north, a horse, a boat that would meet them on the far coast in a few nights' time. They rode north for 2 days. They slept in the homes of country friends. They were not pursued, in those first days, with any particular speed. The new government had not yet noticed. When the new government did notice, they sent men. The men were not, in the beginning, very serious. They followed at a careful distance. They did not yet know how seriously to take it. It would take them weeks to begin taking it seriously. By then the king had already crossed Har, the mountain pass, into a country that did not extradite him. The pass was the hardest part of the journey. Wind that did not stop, stone underfoot. A path so thin in some places that you walked one boot in front of the other. He was alone for that part. Picture him stopping once halfway across on a small flat stone ledge. He sits. He eats a piece of dried bread. He looks back. He sees no one. He looks forward. He sees mist. He thinks about Disa. He had not even said goodbye. He had not been sure what to say. He half decides he will write to her. He half decides he will not. He gets up and walks on. This is why we read these books at night, for the part that still holds. The figure on the ledge, the wife in the snow, the pause before the next step. He came down the far side of the pass at dusk on the 3rd day. A small fishing village. A friend of Odon's waiting at the back door of an inn. A pot of soup, a bed that was warm. 2 nights later, in a soft cold drizzle, a small fishing boat met him at the end of a stone pier. He did not look back at the country he had been a king of. He looked forward. That, in Kinbote's telling, is how the king became Kinbote. A scholar. A name on a passport. A man with a navy cardigan and a rented house in a small American college town. Breathe here. The story keeps going on its own for a moment. the greatest books. Not to teach you anything, just to sit with you for a while. He arrived in Newry in February. He carried, in a battered leather case, a few books, a few photographs, and the small carved wooden box of index cards he had already started. He did not write to Disa. He told himself it was kinder. He told himself it was safer. He kept the small portrait of her in the same drawer of the same desk. That is the king's part of the story, in Kinbote's telling. We do not know how much is true. We do know it sustains him. We do know he believes it more than anything else in the world. Now meet a much smaller man. Picture a yard at the back of the Onhava glass factory, a gray morning. A line of workers in heavy aprons. One of them is named Jacob Gratis. Gratis is 44. He is not clever. He is not interesting. He is dull in a way that other people only mildly enjoy. He has been with the new party for almost 10 years. They give him an envelope. Inside the envelope is a small photograph of a tall, bearded man, an address in another country, and a train ticket. They tell him what they need. He does not ask many questions. He puts the photograph in his coat pocket. He goes home. He packs a single small suitcase. He boards a train the next morning before the first light. This is one of the strange tricks of pale fire. Kinbote, in his commentary, narrates Gratis's slow journey westward in the same tone he uses for the king's escape, as if both were equal stories. Gratis sleeps in shared train compartments. He eats in dim station cafeterias. He fills out small paper customs forms. He cannot pronounce most of the foreign words. He keeps moving. He passes through cities he barely sees. He buys postcards he never sends. He keeps the small photograph of the tall bearded man in his inside coat pocket against his chest. Picture him on a long sleepless night in a damp Paris hotel. The radiator banging. The window cracked open onto a wet courtyard. He cannot sleep. He stares at the photograph in lamplight. He is not, in himself, frightening. That is the strange thing. He is small, dull, sweaty, plodding. Yet a country has paid for him to keep moving toward a quiet New England street. Picture Kinbote at his desk while this is happening. He does not yet know about Gratis. He is just writing his commentary. He is just whispering Zembla into his neighbor's ear. Picture John Shade at his desk too in the next house, working on his last canto, trying to find the right word for what stays after a daughter is gone. Pencil moving slow, pencil moving sure. Sybil sits in the next room with a translation in her lap. She looks up, every so often, at the soft sound of his pencil. She listens. She is, again, the steady hand of his life. Outside, on the gravel path, the maples have started to redden again. Another autumn, another season closing softly around the small white house. Kinbote has begun to read what John has written. Not all of it, not on purpose, just glimpses when John shows him a card. He is looking, in every glimpse, for Zembla. He reads a phrase about a tall white fountain in a faraway country. He stops. He reads it again. He decides that night that it must be a private signal to him about Zembla. It is not. It is John remembering a moment of his own, a near-death moment from years before. A small white fountain his mind made up in a quiet hospital room. But Kinbote needs the fountain to be Zemblan. Needs it. So in his commentary much later, he writes a long note explaining how it absolutely is. How John must have meant exactly that. This is the engine of the second half of the book. A poet writing about his life. A lonely man rewriting the poem line by line into a different country. Both believing themselves honest. Out on the world's slow trains, Gratis has reached the coast. He boards a steamer. He is sick all 4 nights of the crossing. He lies in a low bunk and looks at the ceiling. He arrives in New York. He takes a train south. He takes another train west. He sits in coach. He eats from waxed paper. He keeps the photograph of the tall bearded man in his pocket. At the same time in New Y, John Shade has begun the last canto of the poem. He has decided how he will end it. He has not told Sybil yet. He has not told anyone. He works on it for several quiet weeks. He does not show his neighbor. He does not need to. He has begun to keep this part for himself. He is, in a small way, protecting it. Sybil notices. She does not press him. She sees him close the desk drawer when he gets up to fetch tea. She lets him keep his last canto in his own pocket for a little while. Kinbote, on his side of the lawn, has begun to feel the poem nearing its end. He cannot quite say how. Maybe by the change in his neighbor's face. Maybe by a quality of silence in the evenings. He grows restless. He reorganizes his cards. He fetches the small carved wooden box. He takes a long walk alone down the gravel path one evening and comes back faster than usual. Far away, Gradus has reached a small American city. He is one train ride and a short bus from New Y now. He sits in a quiet bus station and waits. He does not know quite where he is. It is a Tuesday in late July. Hot but not unkind, cicadas in the maples. The sky a pale washed blue, the kind of afternoon you forget the date of, until later. Sybil is in the kitchen making iced tea. John is at his desk, finishing. Kinbote is in his front room reading. With one ear toward the lit window across the lawn, Gradus has come into town that morning. He has by now a cheap hotel room in a nearby town and a small rented car. He drives slowly. He does not yet know which house is which. He has between his fingers the small photograph of a tall bearded man. He has in his coat pocket a small dark revolver, paid for with money from far away. He stops at a gas station. He shows the address slip to a bored attendant. The attendant points down the road, then to the right, then to the white and brick pair of houses at the end. He drives toward them. Slow, not eager. The small photograph keeps slipping, then settling again on the passenger seat. Inside his study, John Shade has just begun the last 4 lines of the poem. He has the rhyme he wants. He has the shape. He just needs to lay them down. He writes the second to last line. He pauses. He writes the last line. He underlines it once. He sits back in his chair. He looks out the window. He smiles a small private smile. He does not know that the line ends one short of 999. He thinks the poem is done. He is, in a way, right? The reader is the one who finishes it. He gets up. He picks up the entire stack of cards. He bands them with the last rubber band. He carries them out of the study and into the hallway. He calls Sybil's name softly. He says, "It's done." She says, "Read it to me on the porch." So they walk together to the wide front porch with the wicker chairs, and she sits, and he stands, and he reads. He reads slowly. Cicadas in the maples. The cat asleep beside her chair. The street very quiet. He is, in this moment, completely happy. So is she. He reaches the last lines. He reads them. He pauses. He says, "I'll get this typed up tomorrow morning." She says, "First you'll come in and have something to eat." She goes back inside to fix supper. He stays on the porch with the cards. He stands at the railing and looks down the gravel path toward the brick house next door. He sees Kinbote step out of his own front door. He waves the stack of cards once, gently. Kinbote waves back. They walk toward each other on the gravel path one last time. At the same moment, the small dark rented sedan turns slowly into the cul-de-sac. Gradus is, finally, on the right street. He looks at the photograph. He looks at the houses. He sees a tall bearded man. The tall bearded man is, indeed, near the right house. The tall bearded man is, in fact, his target, but he is not alone. Gratus does what dull men under instructions do. He gets out of the car. He walks across the lawn with the small dark revolver already loose in his hand. He does not run. He just walks. It happens very fast. There is a confused step. There is a single sharp sound. There is John's shade falling sideways into Kimboat's arms. There is the stack of index cards still held in one hand. There is a second confused moment. Gratus turns and runs. He drops the revolver. He stumbles toward the parked car. Two neighbors who heard the sound have come out of their own houses. Kimboat does not chase him. Kimboat does not even look at him. Kimboat is on his knees on the gravel beside John, holding John's head against his shoulder, holding the stack of cards. A neighbor calls an ambulance. Sybil, somehow, is already running across her own lawn in her apron. The cat watches from the porch railing. The maples do not stop their soft summer rustle. John Shade does not survive the ambulance ride. The doctor at the small hospital says he was gone before the road turned. Kimboat, who rode with the ambulance, holds the cards the whole way. Sybil does not ride with them. She follows in a neighbor's car. She is, at the hospital, the one who is informed. She stays behind a long time before she is given the small wedding ring. This is why we read these books at night. For the part that still holds. For the porch with the wicker chairs. For the cards her husband brought into her hands. For the love before the lawn. Gratus did not get far. He had wandered lost 2 streets over. The neighbors followed. The patrol car arrived. He sat down on a curb and did not resist. He looked tired mostly. He told the police a confused story about a different man. He used the name of the king. He used the name of Zembla. The police wrote it down without understanding any of it. They concluded he was confused. They concluded he had meant to kill someone else, or perhaps no one in particular. They could not decide. The case, they later said, was very strange. Kimboat, meanwhile, was walking out of the hospital with the banded stack of cards under his arm. He did not give them to Sybil. He did not, in his telling, think of giving them to Sybil. He went home in a taxi. He locked his front door. He laid the cards on his desk. He stood for a long time, looking at them in the lamp's small, warm pool of light. That same night, after most of the noise had gone, he packed a single suitcase. He took the cards. He took the small, carved wooden box. He took the small portrait of Disa. He left a polite note for the Goldsworths whose house he had rented. He told them he would return the keys by mail. He drove west before dawn. He did not say goodbye to Sybil. He drove west until the maples stopped and the dry mountains began. He found a small log cabin to rent in a quiet valley town. He paid in advance. He moved in alone. There he set up his work. The stack of John's index cards. The carved wooden box. The portrait of Disa propped on a corner of the desk. A single lamp. A view of dark mountains. He told himself he would write the only honest book about John Shade's poem. He believed himself. He laid the first index card flat. He began. For weeks he wrote. He woke at dawn. He worked through the day. He stopped only when his hand cramped or the lamp's bulb began to dim. He ate badly, he drank tea, he kept going. He wrote a foreword. He wrote a long, very long commentary. He wrote it not so much about the poem as around it, as if the poem were a small fire and his commentary the slow forest. The strange thing is, most of his commentary is not really about the poem at all. Most of it is the long story of Zembla, the young king, the escape, the mountain pass Disa. Whenever the poem says something Kimboat can stretch toward Zembla, he stretches it. Whenever the poem says something he cannot, He writes a long footnote anyway, half about something else. He even writes himself into the death scene. He becomes the witness. He becomes the rescuer. He becomes the one who carried the cards, some of which is, of course, true. He writes about Sybil too. He writes she was difficult. He writes she did not understand her husband. None of this is fair. None of it is exactly false either. He believes it. From time to time he stops and looks at the small portrait of Disa propped on the desk corner. He talks to it under his breath. He apologizes for never writing. He keeps going. At some point in those quiet weeks, Sybil mails him a single short letter. She thanks him for trying to help. She asks for the cards. He tells her, kindly, that he is editing them on her behalf. Sybil does not write back. She has, by now, decided to grieve quietly and let the man with the cards do whatever he is doing. She trusts the poem will outlive both of them. She is right. The poem will outlive them. The commentary will too. They will be bound eventually into one strange book, inseparable, two voices, one frame. For now, in the cabin, Kinbote keeps writing. He writes through autumn. He writes through the first snowfall. He writes through deep cold he barely notices because he is somewhere else. He finishes the foreword. He finishes the commentary. He compiles an index. The index is very long. The index in places is funny. In places, it is heartbreaking. He does not entirely know which. He bundles the manuscript carefully. The poem first, then the foreword, then the commentary, then the index. He addresses the package to a small literary publisher in New York. He carries the package to the small valley post office on a bright snowy morning. He hands it across the counter. He pays the postage. He walks back out into the snow alone. That, more or less, is where the actual book ends. With the manuscript on its way. With Kinbote walking back through the snow. With the cabin small and warm, and now finally quiet behind him. But the book itself doesn't quite say what happens to him next. Some readers think he goes on writing forever. Some think he simply walks into the mountains and does not come back. Either is allowed. Nabokov leaves it open. He does not insist. The book ends as the poem does, one short of 999. The reader is the one who finishes it. That is the story of Pale Fire. A poet, a neighbor, a daughter who walked to the lake, a king who walked across the pass, a dull man with a small revolver, a wife who waited on the porch. It is a very strange book. It is also a very warm one in its way. We have read most of the strange. Now let me tell you a little about the man who wrote it. His name was Vladimir Nabokov. He was not American by birth. He had been many countries before he was the man writing in the small Cornell study where this strange book was born. If you drift off here, that's perfect. This is where the story rests. We are in the slow part of the night now, the part for shapes more than for action. Vladimir Nabokov was born in 1899 in St. Petersburg. Russia was then an empire. His family was wealthy, liberal, multilingual. He grew up speaking 3 languages without thinking of it. Picture his childhood. Long summers at a country estate called Vira, white columns, birch woods. A young boy with a butterfly net running through tall summer grass. He learned to read English before Russian. He learned French at the same time. His mother read him Tolstoy in 3 languages by the same fireplace, depending on her mood that evening. His father, V.D. Nabokov, was a respected liberal politician. He worked for free elections. He worked for limits on the Tsar's power. He believed, calmly, that Russia could become a human place. Then the revolution. Picture the family hurrying onto a southbound train one cold winter morning, with as much as they could carry. leaving most of what they had ever owned behind. They went south to Crimea, then west on a small ship. Picture him standing at the rail of that ship as the Russian coast disappeared. He was 18. He never saw home again. He spent his 20s in exile, England first, briefly, at Cambridge. Then Berlin, where the Russian émigré community had begun to gather. Cheap flats, Russian newspapers, long evenings of homesickness. He began to write seriously. Russian first, novels and stories printed in small émigré magazines. He wrote under a pen name Sirin. He was, in those circles, already considered the best writer of his generation. He met a young Jewish-Russian woman named Vera Slonim at a costume ball. She was sharp, serious, brilliant. He loved her almost immediately. He stayed in love with her for the rest of his life. They married in 1925. Their son Dmitri was born in 1934. They were by then a small, tight, trilingual family living quietly in Berlin, while history began, slowly, to fold itself toward another disaster. His father had been killed in 1922 by Russian monarchist assassins at a public lecture in Berlin. He had stepped between the assassins and the speaker they were aiming at. He died on the spot. Vladimir was 23. He never wrote about that day directly. It enters his novels instead, sideways. A father, a public hall, a stray bullet, a wrong man falling. You can guess where this goes. Pale Fire is a novel about a poet who is killed by a confused stranger aiming, in a sense, at someone else. That is not a coincidence. Stay with this. It matters later. When Hitler's Germany became unsafe for Vera and Dmitri, the family moved to Paris. They lived there briefly, in a small flat, while Nabokov wrote his first novel in English. When Paris too became unsafe, they boarded a small steamer to America, May 1940, just barely in time. Vera carried Dmitri across the gangway. Vladimir carried mostly his manuscripts. They arrived in New York with very little money. Picture an immigrant intellectual, fluent in 3 languages, looking for work in a country that did not know his name. He took whatever he could. He took small lecture appointments. He worked at a museum sorting butterflies. He wrote articles for free. He kept writing fiction in the evenings in English now, always in English now. In 1948, after several lean years, Cornell University offered him a steady professorship. Comparative literature. He would teach Russian classics and European masterpieces to American undergraduates. He moved with Vera and Dmitri to Ithaca, New York. They rented houses, often other professors' houses, while those professors were away on sabbatical. They moved often. He liked it. Most of these rented houses had a small study with a desk by a window. He set up the same way every time. A neat row of pencils, a lamp, a pile of small index cards, a typewriter on the side table. The index cards are not a coincidence. He always wrote on cards. He wrote scenes out of order. He shuffled them. He laid them out on a sofa. He found the shape of a book that way. John Shade in Pale Fire writes on small index cards, sits at a desk by a window, numbers them, stacks them, bands them with thin rubber bands. None of this is a coincidence either. The poet John Shade is gently a kind of self-portrait, not in life events. Nabokov never lost a daughter, but in working habits, in patient attention, in the small private faith that pattern matters. Charles Kimboat, the lonely, fervent, sometimes ridiculous neighbor, is the other half, the exiled scholar with no country to go back to. That part is closer to Nabokov's own loss. Nabokov split his own grief in 2. He gave the steady, patient half to Shade. He gave the homesick, wandering half to Kinboat. He let them walk together on a gravel path, evening after evening. While he taught at Cornell in his evenings, he wrote a novel called Lolita. It took years. It was difficult, in many senses. He nearly gave up on it more than once. Vera, both times, kept the manuscript out of the fire. Lolita was finished. It was rejected by every American publisher he tried. It was finally printed in Paris in 1955 by a small press that mostly printed pulp. He thought that year that it was over. It was not over. The book caused a slow scandal. By the late 1950s, an American edition appeared. By 1959, he was world famous. He resigned from Cornell. He moved with Vera to a hotel in Switzerland. That is where he wrote Pale Fire. In a top-floor suite of the Montreux Palace Hotel, on the shore of Lake Geneva, with Vera at his side, with his butterfly nets in the cupboard, with his small index cards on the desk. He wrote Pale Fire over 2 years. He wrote the poem first, then the foreword, then the long commentary, then the index. He wrote each piece on cards. He laid them out across hotel sofas. Why this strange shape? Why a poem inside a commentary? Why an index? Why a kingdom? Why a king? The honest answer is, partly because he loved patterns. He loved them more than he loved plot. He had been a butterfly scientist before he was a famous novelist. He had spent his summers chasing butterflies through American mountain meadows. He thought the world was made of small repeating designs. He thought also that great novels were small repeating designs, themes that returned, phrases that echoed, symbols that quietly mirrored across distant chapters. He believed in this almost religiously. Pale Fire is, more than almost any novel, a lattice of small designs, doublings, half-rhymes, a waxwing struck by a window, a king stepping past a mirror, a poet falling in his neighbor's arms. It is also, gently, a joke about scholars. Nabokov spent 20 years teaching literature in classrooms. He had read many bad commentaries. He knew the shape of an obsessive footnote. So he wrote a whole novel disguised as a footnoted edition of a poem. He let his commentators slowly pull the poem into a private autobiography about a kingdom that may not exist. The joke is gentle. It is also kind. He never lets us mock Kinbote. Kinbote is foolish, but he is also clearly carrying real grief. The grief of a man who cannot go home. The grief Nabokov knew very well. Zembla is almost certainly a country Kinbote has invented out of his own loneliness. But it is also, almost certainly, a way for Nabokov to say, I cannot go back to Russia either. The shape of that country is in this book. Picture him, then, at his Swiss hotel desk, finishing the last paragraph of the commentary. Vera is reading in the next room. The lake is dark beyond the window. He is, in his own way, almost happy. Pale Fire was published in 1962. It came out from G.P. Putnam's Sons in New York. It carried a small dedication to Vera. It carried, in its strange shape, a quiet portrait of two kinds of love. The first kind of love, between John Shade and his wife Sybil, quiet, domestic, almost 40 years long. The kind of love that does not announce itself, but builds a whole house anyway. The second kind, between Charles Kinbote and a memory of a woman he could not love properly when she was right beside him. Disa, the dream wife. The grief he writes around without ever quite naming. One love is small and present. One is huge and absent. The book holds both of them. It does not insist either is wrong. It just lets them sit together on the same gravel path. This is also why so many readers come back to Pale Fire. The puzzle gets the attention. The structure gets the praise. But it is the warmth, the porch, the typewriter, the dream wife, that keeps it readable at midnight. Nabokov went on after Pale Fire to write more strange, beautiful books. Ada, Transparent Things. Look at the Harlequins. He never stopped writing on small index cards. He never stopped chasing butterflies in the summers. He stayed at the Montreux Palace Hotel until the end of his life. Vera stayed with him. Their son Dmitri, the small boy from the Berlin train, became an opera singer and his father's chief translator. Vladimir Nabokov died in Switzerland in 1977 at 78. He never went back to Russia. He never asked to. He believed his Russia, the only one he wanted, lived on in the shapes of his sentences. Vera lived another 14 years. She managed his estate. She finished translations he had begun. She kept his desk almost exactly as it had been on the morning he last sat at it. Picture that desk, the lamp on, the cards stacked, the typewriter waiting, the window looking out across a calm dark lake. That is the desk Pale Fire was finished at. That is the desk we are still reading from. When Pale Fire first appeared in 1962, the reviewers did not entirely know what to do with it. Some called it brilliant. Some called it a stunt. A few admitted, gently, that they had not finished it. Mary McCarthy, the American novelist, wrote one of the most generous early reviews. She called Pale Fire one of the great works of the century. She read it as a strange mirror of grief and pattern. Other readers were less sure. Critics complained the commentary was too long. Critics complained the poem was too short. Critics complained the index was, somehow, both unnecessary and the best part. There was, behind all the confusion, a real shock. Novels were not supposed to look like this in 1962. They were supposed to be one continuous voice. They were supposed to be straightforward stories. Pale Fire was not straightforward. It looked like a scholarly edition of an unknown poem. It read like a slow private obsession. It asked the reader to do half the work. It did not tell you which half. Slowly, through the rest of the 1960s, the book began to find its readers. Younger novelists discovered it. Graduate students wrote dissertations about it. It became a quiet underground favorite first. By the 1970s, the dissertations had become essays. The essays had become books. The books had begun to call Pale Fire one of the most influential novels of the second half of the century. By the 1990s, it was being taught in universities across the world. By the 2010s, it was beloved by a whole generation of writers who had grown up on its strange shape without quite knowing why. It also began to leak out of literature. Filmmakers borrowed its tricks. Songwriters borrowed its phrases. The phrase, Pale Fire, itself returned in song titles, in album titles, in countless small homages. But the most important thing it left behind was a shape. The shape of an unreliable narrator who is also, at the same time, deeply sincere, who lies and tells the truth in the same sentence. Before Pale Fire, unreliable narrators existed, but mostly as a small trick at the end, a surprise, a twist. After Pale Fire, the unreliable voice became its own way of being a novel. You can see Kimboat's shadow in many later books. The fervent friend who corrupts the story he is supposedly telling. The lonely scholar whose footnotes become the real plot. The diary kept by a clearly biased ghost. It also gave permission for a certain kind of love between fiction and structure. It told later writers, you can build a novel like a puzzle box and still keep the warmth and still keep a real person inside. That was, in a quiet way, a revolution. Many of the best novels of the next 60 years owe a small piece of their architecture to a poem about a waxwing and a man who thought he had been a king. Picture a young writer at a desk in 1985, or 2005, or 2025. They have a hardcover copy of Pale Fire on the shelf above their head. They turn back to their own page. They keep going. There is, in any older library, a shelf of books that owe a small private debt to Nabokov. Borges sits on that shelf. Calvino sits there. Bolano sits there. Even some recent novels you might have already read. But influence is not the same as warmth. The reason readers actually keep returning to Pale Fire, at the end of long days, late at night, in soft chairs, is not the architecture, it is the kindness. Nabokov is famous for being a difficult writer, for long sentences, for private jokes, for unkind reviews of other people's books. But Pale Fire, of all his novels, is the warmest, the most generous, the most patient. He is patient with John Shade, even when Shade's poem is conventional. He is patient with Sybil, even when she is sharp. He is even patient with Kinbote, who could be cruelly funny in a different writer's hands. He understands his characters even when he disagrees with them. He lets them be wrong without humiliating them. That is, in the end, what makes the book sustainable as bedtime reading. Notice how the tone holds even when the events are hard. A daughter walks into a lake. A poet falls on a gravel path. A man flees alone to a cabin. None of it is told meanly. None of it is told for shock. That patience, that refusal to be cruel about loss, has made it a book people quietly recommend to each other after their own losses, as a way of saying, "See, someone has already drawn this shape." Many readers say their first time through Pale Fire is confusing. Their second time is funny. Their third time is heartbreaking. Their fourth time is comforting. The book is patient with that kind of slow rereading. It is also a book about how grief invents stories. Kinbote's whole Zembla is, in one reading, just a man inventing a country to hold what he cannot let himself feel directly. We have all done a smaller version of that. Maybe after a hard week, you have built your own quiet, imaginary country. A weekend you keep going back to in your mind. A version of someone who left in which they did not. The book sees you doing this. It does not punish anyone for it. It does not say imagination is dangerous. It says only, your imagined country and your real country can sit side by side. Both can keep you warm. Neither one can lie to you forever. It is also, gently, a book about what we owe each other, about the small kindness of letting a lonely man talk on a gravel path at dusk for almost 2 years, about the small dignity of writing carefully on a porch. John Shade in the book is not a saint. He is patient. That is not the same thing. Sybil is not a saint either. She just keeps the kettle warm. Both of those small acts are, in their way, the moral center of the novel. Many of the best novels are about people doing extraordinary things. Pale Fire is, mostly, about people doing very ordinary things very carefully. That, also, was a quiet revolution. Modern readers sometimes ask whether Pale Fire still works. Whether a book that came out in 1962, in a college town that no longer exists in quite that form, can still mean something at midnight in 2026? The honest answer is yes. More than ever, maybe. We live in a time when many of us narrate our own lives quietly to ourselves all day, on screens, in commentaries we never quite finish. Kinbote's situation is, in a small way, ours. We rewrite our days slightly when we tell them. We borrow the lives of strangers and call them our own for a moment. We invent kingdoms in our heads and walk through them on long evening walks. The book sees this and forgives it. It also reminds us that the people who love us are usually the ones who keep typing in the next room while we drift. The Sybils, the friends who remember to pour the tea, the patient hands at the edges of our self-stories. Pale Fire still works because it understands the small economy of grief and pattern. It tells you, yes, you can keep building your kingdom, but also, please remember to come down to the kitchen for dinner. That is the small final wisdom of the book. The kingdom is allowed. The kitchen is also necessary. The dream wife is allowed. The real wife is also necessary. The poem is allowed. The porch is also necessary. Ask a careful reader what their favorite line from Pale Fire is, and they will rarely quote anything from the long Zembla parts. They will quote a small line from the poem, about a fountain, about a daughter, about patient love. That tells you what the book really is. The frame is the puzzle. The heart is the poem. The poem is, at its center, a man trying to love his daughter back into the shape of the world. The puzzle exists to protect the heart. Most of the great books work this way. The cleverness is for the day reader. The warmth is for the night reader. The frame is for the curious. The center is for whoever needs it. Pale Fire does this with unusual grace. That is why we are reading it tonight. Not to solve the puzzle, not to memorize Zembla. Just to sit on a porch with two old men who love each other badly, and a wife who keeps the kettle warm, and a daughter held quietly between the lines. We have read most of the book now. We have read most of its life after. There is only one thing left to do. We will let the lamp dim slowly. We will let the porch settle. We will let the night arrive. Picture the shade house one last time. Late evening, the wide porch quiet, a single warm window upstairs. The cat asleep on the chair Sybil left. Picture the gravel path, the maples settling. No figures on it now. Picture Sybil at her window upstairs, a single lamp on, a book closed in her lap. She is mostly all right tonight. Picture the small log cabin out west, a single warm window in a dark valley, the desk inside, the cards, the lamp left burning low for the night. Picture Vladimir at his hotel desk, Lake Geneva calm beyond the window. The manuscript finished. Vera reading on the couch, the lamp catching the typewriter keys. All these rooms are warm. All these lamps are on. All these people are, for one quiet evening, where they are supposed to be. This is, in a way, the small mercy of finishing a book. Everyone is, for a moment, located. Everyone has a chair. Everyone has a lamp. You are also located, in whatever room is around you. Whatever pillow, whatever soft blanket, whatever low light, the book has been a long shape. A poem, a commentary, a porch. You can let all of it settle now. None of it needs to be carried. If something stayed with you tonight, a small image, a phrase, a feeling, that's enough. If nothing did, that's also fine. The book is patient, so are we. Pale Fire will be on the shelf tomorrow if you want it. There are paperback editions. There are library copies. There are quiet older versions in attics. It is not a hard book if you do not insist that it be one. It is two old men walking in evenings. A poem about a daughter. A kingdom invented out of loneliness. A wife who kept the kettle warm. That is what the book is. It is also, gently, what we do. We narrate our days. We invent small countries to hold what we cannot say. We borrow the lives of strangers when our own lives are too quiet. We hold each other patiently when we can. We let each other be wrong, sometimes, without humiliating each other. We keep the kettles warm in the next room while someone we love writes a poem we may not entirely understand. That is the small private faith of Pale Fire, a faith in patience, a faith in pattern, a faith in keeping the lamp on while someone writes one more line. Stay there a moment. The lamp does not have to go off yet. If tonight helped, even a little, there's a subscribe button somewhere, quietly. Next week, another book. For now, only this room, only this light. The porch is settling. The cat is asleep. The cards are bound for the night. The lamp is low. The page is closed. The night is here. The book will still be here tomorrow. So will we. Sleep well. Next time, something older. Closer to the beginning. Good night, John Shade. Good night, Sybil. Good night, New Eye. Good night, Pale Fire. Let the porch rest. Let the path rest. Let the cat sleep on. Let the lake sit still. Let the past sleep under its mist. Let Disa wait at her balustrade. Let Onhava sleep under its snow. The lamp can dim now. The page can close. The night is steady, you're held. Good night.
Welcome back, friend. Tonight we're settling in with perhaps the greatest novel ever written. Get comfortable. This is going to be wonderful. Don't worry about staying awake for all of it. That's not the point. The story will be here whenever you drift back to listen. The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Some call it the greatest novel ever written. Others simply call it the one that changes you. Karamazov. Even the name feels heavy on the tongue. In Russian literature, this family name has come to mean passion, beyond reason destruction, and strange redemption. Picture a small Russian town in the 1870s. Provincial, dusty in summer, frozen in winter. A place where everyone knows everyone's secrets and sins. Here lives Fyodor Pavlovich Karamazov. The father, a man without shame, without decency, without any quality that might make fatherhood holy or even bearable. His first wife came from money. That's why he married her. He drove her to madness with his debauchery, then abandoned their son Dmitri without a backward glance. She died young, as such women often do in Russian novels. Her money was gone, spent on Fyodor's pleasures. Little Dmitri was left with servants and distant relatives. His second wife was barely 16, young, beautiful, gentle. Within months she fled with a seminarian, leaving behind 2 infant sons, Ivan and Alyosha. She died too, somewhere far away. Fyodor received the news with a shrug. 2 more sons in his house, Ivan the brilliant, Alyosha the gentle, neither one wanted. All 3 brothers grew up essentially orphaned. Different mothers, different temperaments, but united by the same terrible father who gave them nothing but his cursed blood. Dmitri grew up wild. All passion and honor, generosity and rage. He would give his last kopeck to a stranger, then smash a tavern in fury over nothing. Ivan was cold where Dmitri burned hot. Brilliant at university, writing articles that scandalized and impressed. He believed in nothing, or so he told himself. And Alyosha, the youngest, the strangest. Something in him drew toward light. He entered the monastery as a novice, seeking a different father altogether. In the monastery lived Father Zosima, the elder, a holy man beloved by thousands who came seeking blessing, confession, healing. Alyosha became his devoted student. Zosima had a strange practice. When visitors came confessing sins, he would sometimes bow to the ground before them. He saw suffering ahead and honored it. One day, all 3 brothers came together at the monastery. Fyodor had summoned them, claiming he wanted to settle family disputes, but Fyodor never wanted peace. Before the monks, before Father Zosima himself, Fyodor began his performance. Mockery, crude jokes, deliberate provocations. He could not help himself in holy spaces. Dmitri arrived late, uniform disheveled, dark eyes burning. The moment he saw his father, something electric passed between them. Old hatred, fresh grievance. The dispute was about money. It always was. Dmitri claimed his father owed him his mother's inheritance. Fyodor claimed there was nothing left, only debts. Fyodor played the victim brilliantly. His own son threatening him? An old man defenseless, persecuted? The lies came easy as breathing to him. Ivan watched it all with cold eyes. He despised his father, but he despised the spectacle of family feeling even more. His silence was its own kind of judgment. Father Zosima watched Dmitri with different eyes, not judging the rage, but seeing through it to something underneath, a capacity for great suffering, and perhaps redemption. Then Zosima did something no one expected. He rose from his chair, approached Dmitri, and bowed to the ground before him, forehead touching the stone floor. What did the elder see? What suffering awaited Dmitri that deserved such honor? The room fell silent. No one would ever forget this moment. Fyodor could not leave it alone. Even after the holy man's bow, he kept joking, mocking, making everything crude. Some men cannot stop destroying sacred moments. The meeting ended in chaos. Dmitri stormed out. Ivan followed with measured steps. Fyodor was escorted away, still laughing. Alyosha stayed behind, heartbroken. Alyosha loved his brothers, all of them somehow. He loved his father too, or tried to. But the monastery was his true home and Zosima his true father. That night, something hung in the air over the town. A tension like before a storm. In 3 different houses, 3 brothers lay awake with thoughts they dared not speak. Murder was coming. Everyone could feel it, though no one would say the word. The Karamazov blood was heading toward its reckoning. But that's for later. Rest now. Now let me tell you about Grushenka. The woman at the center of everything. Both father and son had fallen under her spell, and she knew it. She had been seduced at 17 by a Polish officer. He promised marriage, took everything she had, then vanished. That betrayal made her who she became. She'd built herself back through old Samsonov, a wealthy merchant who kept her in comfort. Men lined up wanting her. Fyodor Karamazov chief among them, despite his age. Father and son wanting the same woman. Fyodor offered money, jewels, anything. Dmitri offered his whole burning heart. Grushenka kept them both dangling. Waiting. But Dmitri was already engaged to another woman, Katerina Ivanovna, proud, beautiful, aristocratic. Their story was stranger than any novel could invent. Her father had been a military commander and a gambler. He'd lost regimental funds, faced disgrace, imprisonment, death. Only one person could save him, Lieutenant Dmitri Karamazov. Katerina came to Dmitri's rooms alone. At night, to beg for money to save her father. She knew what she was offering. So did he. Dmitri could have taken anything from her that night. Instead, he bowed, gave her the money freely, and opened the door. His one noble act, and it destroyed them both. She became engaged to him out of gratitude. Called it love. Perhaps it was, in its strange way. But gratitude and love are different poisons. Dmitri found himself trapped. Engaged to a woman he respected but couldn't love. Obsessed with Grushenka whom he couldn't have. His passionate nature tearing him apart. Katerina had given Dmitri 3,000 rubles to mail to Moscow for her. He carried that money everywhere. Soon into a cloth around his neck, a test of his honor. Meanwhile Ivan watched Katerina from afar. The intellectual who believed in nothing found himself helplessly drawn to his brother's proud fiancée. He told no one. There was a 4th son no one acknowledged. Smerdyakov, the servant. Born of Fyodor's worst crime, raised in his house as a constant reminder of sin. His mother was called Stinking Lizaveta, a holy fool who wandered the town, touched by God or madness or both. She slept in gutters and spoke to angels. Fyodor had defiled her for sport, to prove he could violate even what the town considered sacred. When she died giving birth in his garden, he laughed. Smerdyakov was raised by Fyodor's servant Grigory, in the same house as his father, but as a kitchen boy. Never named, never claimed, only used. Smerdyakov had epilepsy, falling without warning, foam at his lips, body rigid then convulsing. But he also had intelligence, cold and observant, that no one noticed. Ivan was the only one who talked to Smerdyakov as an equal. Late-night conversations in the kitchen. Philosophy, atheism, the nature of good and evil. Ivan's philosophy was simple and devastating. If there is no God, then everything is permitted. No morality, no sin, no consequences. Smerdyakov memorized every word. Back at the monastery, Father Zosima was teaching Alyosha a different philosophy. Love all creation, he said. Love every leaf, every ray of light, every grain of sand. Zosima had not always been holy. In his youth he was a proud military officer. Quick to anger, quick to demand satisfaction. A duel changed everything. He had challenged a man over a woman. The night before the duel, he beat his servant for a small mistake. The man's silent face haunted him all night. At the dueling ground, he stood and let his opponent fire first. The bullet missed. Then Zosima threw down his pistol and begged forgiveness from everyone present. That was decades ago. Now Zosima was dying. He knew it. Felt his body failing, but his spirit had never been stronger. He had one last mission for Alyosha. Leave the monastery, Zosima commanded. Go into the world. Your brothers need you. Your place is not behind these walls, but among the living and the struggling. Alyosha had imagined his whole life here. Prayer, silence, the peace of the cloisters. Now his beloved elder was sending him away, back to the chaos of his family. You will know great sorrow, Zosima told him. But through that sorrow, great joy will come. Go and bless the world, not by leaving it, but by loving within it. Outside the monastery walls, uglier things were happening. Dmitri's debts and rages had made enemies. One day he publicly humiliated a poor retired captain named Snigiryov. Snigiryov owed money to someone Fyodor was cheating. Dmitri, drunk and furious about his father, took it out on this innocent man, a chain of cruelty without end. Snigiryov's son Ilusha saw everything. 9 years old, watching his father dragged through the mud by a drunken gentleman. Something broke in the boy that day. Days later, Ilyusha saw Alyosha in his monk's cassock and attacked him. Bit his finger to the bone. Defending a father's honor the only way a child knew how. Alyosha didn't fight back. He understood. This was not about him. It was about a son's desperate love, a father's destroyed dignity, a world that crushed the weak. The schoolboys had made Ilyusha their target. Every day they threw stones at the captain's son. Every day he threw stones back, alone against a mob. One boy stood apart from the tormentors, Kolya Krasotkin, proud, intelligent, secretly admiring Ilyusha's courage. But adolescent pride kept him from showing it openly. Alyosha went to the Snigiryov home carrying money from Katerina. Charity for the family Dmitri had wronged. 200 rubles that might feed them for months. Inside that cramped home, Snigiryov wept with gratitude. Then something shifted. His eyes went wild. He threw the money on the ground and stamped on it. He could not accept payment for his dignity. The money would feed his family, but taking it meant admitting his humiliation was a thing that could be bought. Ivan had written an article that scandalized intellectual Russia. About the church and state, about law and morality. Everyone debated it. Few understood its true implications. Beneath the academic language was a simple question. If there is no immortality, no God to judge us, then why should anyone restrain themselves from anything? Everything becomes permitted. Fyodor loved Ivan's article for all the wrong reasons. If there's no God, then the old man's debaucheries carried no sin. He quoted it constantly, misunderstanding everything. Dmitri needed 3,000 rubles desperately. Not just to return Katerina's money, but to run away with Grushenka if she would have him. To start fresh, to escape. He had promised himself return Katerina's money first. Whatever else happened, he would not be a thief. That 3,000 around his neck, his last claim to honor. Nights, Dmitri watched Grushenka's house from the shadows, waiting to see if his father came, if she let him in. Jealousy and love making him half mad. The whole town was whispering. The Karamazovs, father and sons, their scandals, their debts, their lusts. Something terrible was coming. Everyone could feel it. All the threads were gathering. Father and sons, money and women, faith and doubt, love and hatred. A storm system building toward catastrophe. But rest now, will continue soon. One afternoon Ivan and Alyosha met at a tavern. Two brothers who barely knew each other. What followed was a conversation that would shake Alyosha's faith forever. I accept God, Ivan said calmly. I don't deny him, but his world, the world he created, I cannot accept. I return my ticket to his creation. Why can't you accept it? Alyosha asked softly. Ivan's answer came like a blade. Because of the suffering of children. Innocent children. I have collected their stories. Ivan told him about a general's hunting dogs. A serf boy had thrown a stone, hurt one dog's paw. The general had the child stripped naked and hunted. The mother was forced to watch. Ivan continued. Tell me, little brother. What harmony in heaven could ever make that right? What eternal truth justifies one child's tears? I don't want harmony, Ivan declared. Not at that price. It's not worth one tear of that tortured child. I respectfully return my ticket to God. But I have a poem for you, Ivan said. I wrote it years ago. It's about Christ returning to earth, to Seville, Spain, during the Inquisition. Picture Seville in the 16th century. The day after 100 heretics were burned alive for the glory of God. Into this city, Christ returns. He doesn't announce himself, but people know him instantly. He moves among them, healing, blessing. A blind man sees. A dead child rises from her coffin. The Grand Inquisitor watches from the cathedral steps. 90 years old, tall, withered, eyes still burning. He orders his guards arrest that man. They throw Christ into a prison cell. That night, the old Inquisitor comes alone with a lamp. He stands before the silent prisoner and begins to speak. "Why have you come to interfere?" The Inquisitor asks. "You had your chance. 15 centuries ago, you gave humanity freedom. We have spent those centuries correcting your mistake. The 3 temptations in the wilderness," the Inquisitor explains. "You rejected all 3. Bread, miracle, earthly power. You wanted humanity to choose you freely, but they cannot. We took up where you left off," the old man continues. "We gave them bread, miracles, and authority. They need to be led. Freedom only tortures them. We love them more than you did," the Inquisitor says softly now. "We bear their burden of freedom. Tomorrow I will burn you too, and they will bring the wood." Christ says nothing throughout. Then, as the old man finishes, he rises. He approaches the Inquisitor, and he kisses him gently on his bloodless aged lips. The Inquisitor shudders. Then he opens the prison door. "Go," he says. "Go and never return." Christ walks out into the dark streets of Seville. That's the end. Alyosha sat in silence for a long time. Then he leaned across the table and kissed his brother on the lips. "That's plagiarism," Ivan laughed, but he was shaken. The brothers parted that evening. Ivan went back to his books and his terrible logic. Alyosha returned to the monastery, carrying his brother's words like stones in his heart. Father Zosima felt the end approaching. He gathered his monks and began to tell them his life story. Not for pride, but his final teaching, how even a sinner finds grace. He told them of a mysterious visitor years ago. A wealthy, respected man who came to confess a secret murder committed 14 years before. No one had ever suspected him. The man had killed a woman who rejected him, then watched an innocent servant be convicted and die in prison. For 14 years he prospered, gave to charity, was beloved. He confessed publicly and died the next day. Some said of joy, some of heartbreak, but he died free. Zosima learned from him. Confession liberates even unto death. Love all creation, Zosima whispered near the end. Water the earth with your tears of joy. Love the animals, love the plants, love everything. His breathing slowed, then stopped. A holy man's death should be marked by miracles. His body should remain uncorrupt, fragrant with sanctity. Everyone expected Zosima's remains to prove his holiness. They waited and watched. By evening the smell began. Not flowers, not sanctity, corruption. The body was decaying faster than nature would explain. Whispers started, scandal was brewing. Father Ferapont, Zosima's rival in the monastery, declared it proof of fraud. Devils had served the elder all along! The doubters rejoiced, the faithful wavered, and Alyosha watched. Alyosha stumbled out of the chapel, all his certainties crumbling. Why would God shame his faithful servant? Ivan's words returned. What kind of world allows such injustice? That night was Alyosha's dark night of the soul. He wandered the monastery grounds, unable to pray. The man he loved most had been humiliated. God had allowed it. A seminary student named Rakudin found him. Rakudin was cynical, ambitious, secretly delighted by Alyosha's fall. He led the young monk toward Grushenka's house, toward temptation. But Grushenka surprised them both. She saw Alyosha's grief and didn't mock it. She perched on his knee, then slid off when she saw his tears. Something human woke in her. Then a messenger came. Grushenka's Polish officer, the one who ruined her 5 years ago, had returned. He was waiting for her in Mokroy. Everything stopped. She had to go to him. Despite everything. She called for horses, threw on her cloak. The man who betrayed her was calling, and she could not resist. Alyosha returned to the monastery. In the chapel, a monk was reading aloud over Zosima's body. The story of Cana, where Christ turned water into wine at a wedding. Alyosha sank to his knees, listening. And then, he couldn't explain it later, he saw Zosima. Not dead, but standing at a great feast, smiling, beckoning him forward. Alyosha woke sobbing with joy. He ran outside, threw himself on the earth, kissed it, watered it with tears. Something had broken open inside him. He was remade. He rose a different man. Not the same naive faith, but something deeper. He left the monastery 3 days later, as Zosima had commanded. His work was in the world now. Meanwhile, Dmitri was going mad. He needed 3,000 rubles to return Katerina's money, to be free of her and honorable at once. He tried everyone. No one would lend. He went to old Samsonov, Grushenka's merchant protector. Dmitri debased himself, begged. The old man sent him on a fool's errand to a man called Lyagavy, knowing it was pointless. Dmitri drove all night through mud and forests to find Lyagavy. The man was drunk, unconscious, useless. More wasted time. More mounting desperation. The trap grew tighter. Racing back to town, Dmitri's mind spun darker. His father had the money. His father wanted Grushenka. His father was the obstacle to everything he needed and loved. 3,000 rubles. That was all that stood between Dmitri and a clean conscience. 3,000, and he could meet Grushenka as a man of honor, not a thief. He returned to town to find Grushenka gone. To Mokroy, to her Polish officer. Dmitri's world collapsed. She had chosen, and not him. But wait, had she? He went to his father's kitchen. Took the brass pestle from the mortar. Felt its weight in his hand. Then he ran into the night, toward his father's house. Through the dark streets. Through the gate. Into his father's overgrown garden. His heart pounding. The pestle in his coat. What was he planning? Even he didn't know. He crept to the window. His father was inside, pacing. The old man thought Grushenka was coming. Fyodor had offered her 3,000 rubles to visit him tonight. Dmitri knew the signal. A special knock that meant Grushenka had arrived. Smerdyakov had told him about it. What if he used it? What if his father opened the door? He saw his father's face at the window, leering, eager, lustful, looking for Grushenka. That face. The face of the man who had ruined everything. The Karamazov face, his own face. Dmitri ran. Away from the window, away from the house. Through the garden. Something happened, a cry, footsteps, a struggle. But later he couldn't remember clearly. Only that he ran. He found himself on the road to Mokroy. Blood on his hands. Money in his pocket. Where did that come from? Racing toward Grushenka. Behind him, his father's house was silent. Too silent. The troika flew through the night toward Mokroy. Dmitri stopped at every shop along the way, buying champagne, food, anything, spending money that wasn't his, or was it?
Hire the gypsies?
Dmitri shouted. Bring the musicians. Tonight we celebrate. His voice cracked between joy and something like grief, the final party of a doomed man. At the Mokroy Inn, Grushenka sat with her Polish officer. 5 years of longing had led to this moment, and he was nothing. Shabby, mercenary, small, her dream turned to ash. The Pole wanted money. That's all he'd ever wanted. He spoke of old debts, new opportunities. Grushenka's heart, already hardening, felt something unexpected, relief, and something else, freedom. Then Dmitri burst through the door. Champagne in hand, gypsies streaming behind him, money raining from his pockets. Not to win her, but to set her free, his mad gift. The Poles were caught cheating at cards that night. Marked decks, clumsy tricks. Dmitri threw them out bodily, laughing. Grushenka watched her former god crawl away in disgrace. Something shifted in Grushenka. Watching Dmitri, she saw him truly for the first time. Not his madness but his heart. Not his violence but his honor. He had freed her. I'm yours, she told him simply. Not his, not anyone else's. Yours. They sat together while the party raged around them. Two lost souls finding each other at the edge of disaster. The celebration exploded through the night. Gypsies sang, champagne flowed. Dmitri danced like a man possessed. His last night of freedom, though he didn't know it yet. Between dances they whispered plans. America perhaps, a new life, a new name. Everything they'd been could be left behind. If only they had time. They spoke of starting fresh, working with their hands. Dmitri would plow fields, Grushenka would cook and clean. Honest labor. Honest love. Simple and clean and far from Russia. Where had all this money come from? People wondered. Dmitri spending hundreds, thousands. He'd been penniless yesterday. Now gold rained from him like water. No one asked directly. Dawn crept toward the windows. The candles burned low. And then, footsteps outside, many footsteps, official footsteps. The music faltered. Silence fell like a blade. Police, prosecutor, officials from town. Fyodor Karamazov has been murdered, they announced, his skull crushed. And you, Dmitri Fyodorovich, are under arrest for his murder. The blood on his hands. The money in his pockets. The threats he'd made publicly. The pestle missing from the kitchen. Everything pointed to Dmitri. The trap had closed. The interrogation lasted all night. Every detail examined. Every hour accounted for. Dmitri answered everything. Almost everything. There were things he couldn't explain even to himself. I wanted to kill him, Dmitri confessed. I stood at his window with murder in my heart. But I didn't do it. Something stopped me. I ran. I swear I ran. Then explain the money, they demanded. Where did 3,000 rubles come from between your father's garden and the Mokroy road? Dmitri's face went pale. He couldn't tell them. It was Katerina's money, he finally admitted. 3,000 rubles she gave me to mail. I kept half, suited in a pouch around my neck. For weeks, I was a thief. The cloth amulet was found in his coat. Torn open, empty now. He'd spent half at the first Mokroy party a month ago. The other half last night. Mathematics of degradation. So the money wasn't his father's. That much was clear. But did it matter? He'd had motive, opportunity, the weapon. The theft only proved his capacity for dishonor. For Dmitri, the theft was worse than the murder charge. He could face death as an innocent man. But he would face it as a proven thief. And that broke something inside him. Witnesses were called. The servants. The innkeeper. Everyone who'd seen Dmitri that night. The blood, the money, the wild behavior. The evidence piled like stones on a grave. Grushenka burst into the room, still in her party dress. He didn't do it, she screamed. I know him. He couldn't kill his own father. Her certainty meant nothing to the law. They took Dmitri away in chains. In the prison cart, exhausted beyond sleep, he dreamed. A baby crying on the burned step. Why is the baby crying? He asked. Why? Why do they suffer? The question from Ivan's rebellion now rising in Dmitri. Not philosophy, lived truth. The children, the innocents. His own soul suddenly aware of all the world's pain. He woke changed. Something had begun in that dream. A new man struggling to be born inside the destroyed old one. In prison, awaiting trial, Dmitri began to pray. Back in town, Ivan was being eaten alive by knowledge. He suspected Smerdyakov. Had suspected from the beginning. And he knew, with terrible certainty, that he had helped create the crime. He went to Smerdyakov 3 times. Each visit peeled back another layer of the truth. Each visit drove Ivan closer to madness. Let me tell you about those meetings. First visit. Smerdyakov lay recovering from an epileptic fit, or so he claimed. He spoke carefully, hinting. Did Ivan want the murder? Had Ivan's departure been permission? You taught me, Smerdyakov said softly. All those evenings in the kitchen. If there is no God, everything is permitted. You said it. I listened. I learned. If everything is permitted, then murder is permitted. That's all I did. Followed your logic to its natural end. Don't blame the student for learning the lesson too well. Second visit. Smerdyakov was bolder now. He explained how the epileptic fit was faked. How he'd planned for days, knowing exactly when Ivan would leave town. The night of the murder, Smerdyakov lay waiting in the dark. He knew the signal. He knew where the money was hidden. He knew everyone would blame Dmitri. You left town on purpose, Smerdyakov told Ivan. You knew what would happen. You wanted it to happen. You just didn't want to be present when it did. Smerdyakov described the murder, the signal at the window. Fyodor rushing to open the door expecting Grushenka. the paperweight striking the old man's skull, the envelope ripped open. Did I create this creature? Ivan thought. Did my ideas make this murder? The philosopher who denied God now facing the consequences of a world without him. Final visit. Smerdyakov calmly produced the 3,000 rubles, still in Fyodor's envelope, his handwriting on it. The money meant for Groshenka, who never came. Take it, Smerdyakov said. I don't want it. I did this for you, because you wanted it done. Because your philosophy gave me permission. The money means nothing to me. You knew, Smerdyakov said with contempt. You wanted him dead. You just wanted someone else's hands to do it. The clever man, keeping his hands clean while others do the work. Ivan took the money. Evidence. He would present it at the trial, confess everything, save Dmitri. The plan formed through the fog of his mounting fever. Justice, redemption, truth. That night Smerdyakov hanged himself. A note, I end my life by my own will, let no one blame anyone. The murderer departing, leaving only questions behind. Ivan learned of the death and something broke. His only witness gone. The truth buried with the servant. Now only Ivan knew. And who would believe a madman's confession? The fever took hold fully that night. Ivan sat in his darkened room, sweating, shivering. And then he noticed he was not alone. Someone sat in the chair across from him. The visitor looked like a shabby gentleman. Outdated clothes, polite manners, an air of faded respectability. He smiled at Ivan with terrible familiarity. Hello again, he said. You're not real, Ivan said. You're my hallucination. A fever dream, the visitor shrugged pleasantly. Perhaps. But we have so much to discuss. We're so alike, you. The devil spoke in Ivan's own voice, used Ivan's own ideas. Every cynicism, every doubt, every cruel joke, reflected back with perfect accuracy. The nightmare was made of Ivan himself. You wanted everything permitted, the devil laughed. You got it. No God, no meaning, no consequences. Isn't this what you dreamed? Why so unhappy with your creation? Ivan screamed, threw a glass at the apparition. The crash was real, but was the visitor. Creator and creation, unable to tell which was which. The philosopher devoured by his philosophy. A knock at the door. Alyosha's voice calling. The devil vanished, if he had ever been there. Ivan stumbled to let in his brother. Wet towel pressed to his burning forehead. Ivan collapsed into his brother's arms. Brain fever, the doctor said later. He would survive, but his mind would never be quite the same. The trial was in days. Alyosha tended to his brother through the fever. Bringing water, changing cloths, praying beside the bed. The saint caring for the sinner. The believer nursing the atheist back. Across town, Katerina paced her elegant rooms. She had a letter. Dmitri's letter, written drunk, confessing his plan to kill his father. Evidence that could destroy him at trial. She had loved Dmitri once, or thought she did. Now she watched Ivan dying of fever, the man she truly loved. If she testified against Dmitri, would Ivan finally be free to love her? The trial would begin in 3 days. Dmitri in his cell, Ivan in his fever, Katerina with her letter, Groshenka with her love, all of Russia waiting to see justice done, or undone. The trial of Dmitri Karamazov began on a cold autumn morning. All of Russia seemed to be watching. Society ladies filled the galleries. Journalists scribbled in notebooks. The case had everything: parricide, passion, a beautiful woman, 2 beautiful women, money, jealousy. The newspapers called it the trial of the decade, perhaps the century. Dmitri entered the courtroom with his head high. Pale from prison, thinner, but unbroken. He looked at the crowd almost with contempt. Not guilty, he said clearly, not of murder. The prosecutor laid out the case with devastating precision. Motive: the money, the woman. Means: the pestle, the strength, the violence Dmitri was known for. Opportunity: that night in the garden. Witness after witness took the stand, servants describing Dmitri's threats, merchants testifying to his debts, each one adding another stone to the wall being built around him. Groshenka testified. Beautiful, even now defiant, she declared Dmitri's innocence with absolute certainty. He couldn't have done it, she said. I know this man. He has honor they cannot see. Alyosha took the stand. He spoke of the amulet, the money around Dmitri's neck. The 3,000 rubles that proved the spending at Mokroy wasn't his father's money. Couldn't be. The defense attorney Fedyukovich was brilliant, famous throughout Russia for impossible victories. He dismantled the prosecution's case piece by piece with elegant, merciless logic. The envelope was never found on Dmitri, Fedyukovich noted. The money Smerdyakov took was still in its envelope when he confessed to Ivan. Where is the murder weapon's blood? Questions without answers. Was Fyodor Karamazov really a father? Fedyukovich asked boldly. He abandoned his children, corrupted his household, competed with his own son for a woman. Does such a man deserve the sacred name? Then Ivan was brought in, barely conscious, fever still clinging, supported by attendants. The courthouse fell silent. Something was about to happen that no one expected. He killed him. Ivan shouted suddenly, pointing nowhere and everywhere.
Smerdyakov killed our father, and I taught him to do it. I gave him permission.
The truth from a madman's mouth. Smerdyakov murdered him, Ivan raved. He confessed to me 3 times. But Smerdyakov is dead, hung himself. So you must take my word. The word of a man talking to devils. Ivan produced the money. Smerdyakov gave it to me, he said. 3,000 rubles. The evidence. But where had it really come from? A dead servant, a fever dream. The prosecutor dismissed Ivan as deranged. Brain fever, delusions, hallucinations. The court ordered him removed for his own health. His testimony would be given little weight. Ivan collapsed at the courtroom doors. The devil, he screamed.
Ask the devil. He knows everything.
Then silence. Attendants carried him away. The gallery buzzed with horrified excitement. And then Katerina rose. Beautiful, terrible, trembling. She hadn't planned to speak. But something in Ivan's collapse broke her resistance. She had a letter. She would use it. I have proof of his guilt, she announced. A letter in his own hand. Written drunk but true. Listen to what Dmitri Karamazov planned to do to his father. She read the damning words aloud. If I can't get money anywhere else, I'll kill him. I'll kill him and take his money. I swear I will. The courtroom gasped. Then Katerina turned on Dmitri herself. He humiliated me, she screamed. I saved his honor once and he threw it back in my face. The witness become avenger, pride's final revenge. The letter was passed among the jurors. Dmitri's handwriting authenticated. His own words, I will kill him. Intent, premeditation. Everything the prosecution needed, delivered by the woman who once loved him. Katerina collapsed into hysterics and was carried out. The damage was done. Dmitri sat very still in the dock. The woman he'd once saved had just condemned him to Siberia or death. The prosecutor's final argument painted Dmitri as a monster. The Karamazov blood, he called it. Corrupt, violent, inevitable. Such men must be stopped to protect Russia itself. Fetyukovich's closing was brilliant, desperate, appealing to the Russian soul. What is a father? Can money buy that sacred bond? If Fyodor was no father, was this truly parricide? The jury retired. Hours passed. Dmitri waited in a small room, Grushenka allowed to sit with him. They held hands and didn't speak. What was there to say? The jury returned. Their faces told everything before the words were spoken. The foreman stood, on all counts guilty. The courtroom erupted. Dmitri stood perfectly still. I am innocent of my father's blood, Dmitri cried out. Before God, before all of you.
I swear I did not kill him.
His voice broke. But I accept my fate. For other sins, perhaps I deserve this. 20 years in Siberian mines. The sentence fell like an axe. 20 years of frozen earth and darkness. Grushenka screamed. Alyosha wept. Dmitri raised his chained hands in something like blessing. In prison afterward, Grushenka made her vow. I will follow you to Siberia. I will wait at the prison gates. I will be there when you come out, if I have to wait 20 years. Plans whispered between them. Escape was possible. Bribes, a journey to America. The dream from Mokroy still alive. But Dmitri hesitated. Was escape what his new soul needed? I am innocent of murder, Dmitri told Alyosha when his brother visited. But I am guilty of so much else. My whole life. The drinking, the rage, the women, the selfishness. Perhaps this is just. If I suffer for others' sins as well as my own, then let me suffer, Dmitri said. In the mines, in the darkness, a hymn will rise in my heart. I feel it already. The new man was being born in the old man's prison. Not freedom from bars, but freedom inside them. Dmitri Karamazov, wastrel soldier, would-be murderer, finding grace in the ashes of his life. While the trial consumed the town, little Ilyusha Sneguryov was dying. The boy who bit Alyosha's finger. The boy who defended his father's honor. Tuberculosis, the doctor said, nothing to be done. The schoolboys came to visit, even those who had thrown stones. Kolya Krasotkin came every day, reading to Ilyusha, telling him stories. The proud boy learning humility too late. Alyosha was there too, watching over them all. The death of a child. Ivan's great argument against God. But here was the answer: love. Gathered in a poor room, around a fading life. Bury me by the stone, Papa, Ilyusha whispered. The big stone by the bridge where we used to play. Promise me. His father promised through tears he couldn't stop. Kolya had found Ilyusha's lost dog Zhoka, the dog the boys had told him was dead to torment him. But when Kolya brought Zhochka to the bedside, Ilyusha could barely lift his hand to pet it. In the night, while his father dozed at his side, Ilyusha slipped away. No struggle at the end. Just a small sigh, and the fierce spirit departed, leaving silence behind. The funeral procession wound through the November snow. A small coffin carried by schoolboys. Sneguryov stumbling behind, clutching Ilyusha's worn boots, unable to let go even now. To the stone by the bridge. The big flat stone where Ilyusha had played, had fought, had dreamed. The boys gathered in a circle around the open grave. Alyosha stood among them. After the burial, Alyosha asked the boys to stay. He had something to tell them. They gathered around him, faces red with cold and grief, waiting. He began to speak. Remember this moment, Alyosha told them. This place, this day, this feeling in your hearts. One good memory from childhood, truly good, truly sacred, can save a person's whole life. When you're grown, when life is hard, when you're tempted to do wrong, remember this day. Remember Ilyusha. Remember how much you loved each other right now. It will save you. Let us be kind, Alyosha said. Let us first be kind, then honest, then brave. Let us never forget each other. Let us never forget Ilyusha. Kolya's voice broke the silence. Karamazov, he said, will we really see each other again? Will we see Ilyusha again someday? Is any of it true? The rising, the eternal life. We shall rise again, Alyosha answered with certainty that surprised even him. We shall see each other. We shall tell each other everything that happened, and we shall be joyful together. We shall tell each other everything that happened, Alyosha repeated. All the joy and all the sorrow. And we shall understand it then, even what we can't understand now. The boys linked hands in a circle around the stone. An unspoken agreement. They would remember. They would carry Ilyusha with them into whatever their lives became. Hurrah for Karamazov, Kolya shouted suddenly. The other boys took up the cry. Hurrah for Karamazov, an odd celebration at a grave. But exactly right. Life affirming itself against death. They walked together toward the funeral dinner. Children laughing and crying at once, as children do. The stone by the bridge remained, covered in snow, holding its memory. Elsewhere, Ivan lay in fever still, sometimes lucid, sometimes raving. Talking about the devil, about God, about everything being permitted. The doctor said he might recover, or might not. Katerina sat beside him when she was allowed. Her pride shattered, she had found something else beneath it. Perhaps love. She bathed his forehead and did not speak of the trial. In prison, Dmitri and Grushenka made their plans. Escape or acceptance. America or Siberia. They had time to decide, they had each other. The future remained unwritten. The story ends mid-stride. No neat conclusions. All the brothers still becoming who they would be. That's how Dostoevsky wanted it. Life doesn't pause for endings. It keeps going like this story in us. Now let's step back from the story itself. Who created this vast world of Karamazovs? What kind of man could write such a thing? The answer is almost as strange as the novel. Fyodor Mikhailovich Dostoevsky was born in 1821 in Moscow. His father was a military doctor at a hospital for the poor. They lived in the hospital courtyard. His father was strict, perhaps cruel. The family bought a small estate, and there years later, the father was murdered by his own serfs, beaten to death for his brutality. Sound familiar? Young Dostoevsky devoured books. Pushkin, Gogol, the great French novelists. He read everything he could find. Stories became his escape from the hospital's suffering, his father's rages, the world's cruelty. His father insisted on engineering school. Practical skills, not literature. But Dostoevsky wrote in secret at night, filling notebooks with stories while his classmates slept around him. At 24, his first novel was published. An immediate sensation. Critics declared a new genius had arrived. Dostoevsky was famous overnight. And then everything fell apart. It was the 1840s. Russia seethed with dangerous ideas. Young intellectuals gathered in secret circles, discussing revolution, socialism, the overthrow of the Tsar. Dostoevsky attended such meetings. The Petrushevsky Circle, they called themselves. They read banned literature, discussed utopian socialism, dreamed of a new Russia. In 1849, the Tsar's secret police came for them. The sentence death by firing squad. Dostoevsky and his friends were taken to a public square in December, lined up before the soldiers, blindfolded, and told to prepare for death. The drums rolled. The soldiers raised their rifles. And then a rider galloped up with the Tsar's reprieve. It had all been staged. Cruel theater. The sentence was commuted to prison in Siberia. One prisoner went permanently mad from those moments before the reprieve. Dostoevsky never forgot the experience. Standing on the edge of death changed everything he would ever write. 4 years in a Siberian prison camp. Brutal cold, brutal labor, brutal guards. He slept chained to murderers, thieves, the desperate men who had nothing left to lose. Only one book was allowed in the camp, the New Testament. Dostoevsky read it obsessively, over and over. The words of Christ became his anchor in the frozen darkness. Among murderers and thieves, he learned about human nature, not from books but from the men themselves. Their stories, their crimes, their unexpected moments of goodness. His education in the soul. His views transformed completely. The young socialist became something else, a believer in redemption through suffering, in the mystical truth of Russian Christianity, in the soul's capacity for regeneration. Released after 4 years, then forced to serve as a common soldier in Siberia for 5 more. He married a widow there, a troubled woman, wrong for him. The suffering continued. Finally allowed to return to St. Petersburg after a decade of exile. A different man now. He resumed writing, established a journal. Began the novels that would make him immortal. The epilepsy had begun in prison, or perhaps even earlier. Seizures that struck without warning, leaving him shattered for days. But sometimes, just before the fit, he felt transcendent ecstasy. He gave epilepsy to his characters. Prince Mishkin Smerdyakov. The sacred disease, he called it. That terrible knowledge of the body's betrayal, the mind's fragility, became part of his art. In 1864, he published a strange short novel that changed literature forever. A bitter man in a basement, raging against reason, against progress, against everything. The first existentialist hero. Then came gambling, a compulsion that nearly destroyed him. In European casinos, he lost everything repeatedly. His money, his wife's money, his publisher's advances. Poverty became his constant companion. He wrote his greatest works in desperate poverty. Publishers pressing for pages, creditors knocking at the door. Genius performed under crushing deadline, words exchanged directly for bread. One great novel explored his prison experiences. Another asked whether a superior man could commit murder and remain superior. The question that obsessed him: is everything permitted without God? His second wife saved him. Anna was young, practical, devoted. She took over his finances, managed his publishing, transcribed his dictation. Without her, the final novels might never have existed. Anna handled the creditors, negotiated with publishers, even sold his books directly to readers. For the first time in his life, Dostoevsky achieved something like stability. He could finally breathe. Each novel went deeper into the soul's darkness and its capacity for light. The themes that would culminate in the Karamazovs were developing: fathers and sons, faith and doubt, freedom and suffering. Every novel circled the same abyss: if God does not exist, is everything permitted? Ivan's question was Dostoevsky's own. He spent his life trying to answer it through his characters. In 1878, his 3-year-old son Alyosha died of epilepsy, the same disease that tormented Dostoevsky, the child named for his gentlest character, taken in a seizure. Unimaginable grief. Why do innocent children suffer? Ivan's catalogue of horrors came from newspaper clippings Dostoevsky had collected for years. But now the question was personal. Now it was his own child. Ivan's rebellion against God was Dostoevsky's own deepest doubt given voice. He made Ivan's argument as powerful as possible because he had felt that argument himself. The Grand Inquisitor emerged from real anguish. He began the brothers Karamazov in 1878, the year his son died. It would take him 2 years to complete his final testament. Everything he believed and everything he doubted. He planned a sequel. Alyosha would return to the world, perhaps become a revolutionary, perhaps sin greatly, certainly struggle and grow. The story would continue across generations. But Dostoevsky would not live to write it. And yet the novel stands complete as it is. The ending, Alyosha and the boys at the stone, feels like a beginning, not an ending. That was perhaps intentional. Life continues. Stories continue in us. Understanding the novel means understanding Russia in the 1870s. A nation in transformation, stretched between old certainties and terrifying new freedoms. The Karamazovs embody that national crisis. In 1861, the serfs were emancipated. Millions of peasants suddenly free after centuries of bondage. The old social order collapsed. Russia asked what comes next. Who are we now? Young intellectuals rejected everything their fathers believed. God, Tsar, tradition, all dismissed as superstition holding Russia back. They called themselves nihilists. They believed in nothing but science and progress. If there is no God, no immortal soul, then why not live for pleasure? Why not take what you want? The Karamazov question emerged from a genuine social crisis about morality without faith. Dostoevsky's answer was not intellectual argument but character, story, lived experience. Zosima bowing to Dmitri, Alyosha kissing the earth. The answer to nihilism was not philosophy but active love. The Russian soul, Dostoevsky believed, had a unique capacity for both destruction and redemption. The Karamazovs embody this, capable of the worst sins and the most profound transformations. Russian Orthodox Christianity permeates the novel. Not official church bureaucracy, but the mystical tradition, the startsi, the holy elders, the belief that suffering itself could be redemptive. The startsi were real, holy elders who lived in monasteries, counseling thousands who came seeking wisdom. Pilgrims walked hundreds of miles to kneel before them and receive blessing. Dostoevsky himself made such a pilgrimage to Optina Pustin Monastery. There he met Father Ambrose, an elder who blessed thousands. Zosima is partially modeled on this real holy man. Father Ambrose received Dostoevsky privately after his son's death. What passed between them, we don't know. But Dostoevsky left with the fire that would become Zosima's teachings. Active love, that phrase from Zosima's teachings, was Dostoevsky's answer to Ivan. Not passive acceptance of suffering, but going out to meet it. To transform it through engagement with the world. Why did Russia produce such a novel? Perhaps because Russian writers felt permission to address ultimate questions directly. Life, death, God, meaning, subjects other literatures approached obliquely, if at all. No English reserve here, no French irony. Russian literature demanded engagement with the eternal. Dostoevsky wrote as if souls hung in the balance, because he believed they did. The novel is spiritual arena, a place where souls are won or lost, where ideas have consequences, where fiction becomes a matter of life and death. That was Dostoevsky's gift and burden. Dostoevsky died in January 1881, just weeks after completing the brothers Karamazov. The novel finished, the sequel never begun. His body gave out, but his work was done. 30,000 people attended his funeral in St. Petersburg. An outpouring of grief and gratitude such as Russia had never seen for a writer. He had touched something deep in the national soul. His last words to his family came from the gospel, and then silence. The man who had stared down the firing squad, survived Siberia, and wrestled with God for 60 years, was at peace at last. What happened to this novel after Dostoevsky's death? How did a story from 1880s Russia become one of the most influential works ever written? Let's trace its extraordinary journey. In Russia, the novel was immediately recognized as a masterpiece. Critics who had doubted Dostoevsky fell silent before its scope and power. He had created something beyond argument, a world entire. The Grand Inquisitor chapter became the most debated piece of writing in all of Russian literature. Philosophers, theologians, revolutionaries, everyone had an opinion on Ivan's terrible poem and Christ's silent kiss. Sigmund Freud was obsessed with Dostoevsky. He wrote extensively about the Russian psychology, his epilepsy, his relationship with his murdered father. The founder of psychoanalysis saw a kindred spirit. Freud believed Dostoevsky's own guilt about his father's death. The unconscious wish fulfilled drove his fiction. The Karamazovs, he argued, were Dostoevsky wrestling with his own parricide fantasies made safe through art. Friedrich Nietzsche discovered Dostoevsky and felt he had found someone who understood. The philosopher who declared God dead recognized his ideas in Ivan and was troubled by where those ideas led. Existentialism was born partly from Dostoevsky's pages. The anxiety of freedom, the absurdity of existence, the responsibility of choice without divine guidance. His characters lived these ideas before philosophers named them. If God does not exist, everything is permitted. This phrase, Ivan's credo, echoed through 20th century philosophy. Writers and thinkers returned to it again and again, agreeing, disagreeing, unable to escape it. The modernist writers, Kafka, Joyce, Woolf, all acknowledged their debt to Dostoevsky. He had mapped the interior landscape of consciousness before anyone else. He had made psychology into art. Translations spread the novel across the world. Constance Garnett brought Dostoevsky to English readers in the early 1900s. Each translator wrestled with capturing the Russian soul in foreign words. How do you translate the Russian soul? That ineffable quality, the capacity for both supreme goodness and terrible destruction, that Dostoevsky embodied in his characters. Every translation is an interpretation. Film directors have attempted the novel since cinema began. The earliest versions were silent films, trying to capture Dostoevsky's psychological complexity through faces and gestures alone. Few have fully succeeded. Soviet Russia had a complicated relationship with Dostoevsky. His religious faith was problematic for the atheist state, but his critiques of bourgeois society were useful. He was cautiously embraced, then rejected, then reclaimed. The Grand Inquisitor has been performed as a standalone piece countless times. Actors have spoken Ivan's terrible monologue on stages across the world. The chapter works as drama because it is drama. Composers have tried to make the novel into opera. The emotional extremes, the philosophical debates, the human drama. It seems perfect for music. But its sprawl resists compression into any single form. Why does the novel resist adaptation? Perhaps because its greatness lies in what cannot be shown. The interior monologue, the philosophical argument, the narrator's voice weaving through the action. Film shows, Dostoevsky tells and thinks. Every generation discovers the Karamazovs anew. What speaks to each reader changes with the times. Cold War readers saw East versus West. Today's readers find new meanings we can't yet name. During the Cold War, some saw the brothers as ideologies. Ivan the skeptical West, Alyosha the spiritual Russia. Dmitri the passionate revolutionary who might go either way. Politics found its mirror in fiction. After the Soviet Union fell, Russians rediscovered their own literary heritage. Dostoevsky's religious vision, once suppressed, now spoke freely again. Churches displayed his portrait. Schools taught his faith. Scholars continue arguing about the novel's meaning. Was Dostoevsky's answer to Ivan convincing? Does Zosima's faith really refute the Grand Inquisitor? The debate continues in universities everywhere. The question of Alyosha's future haunts readers. What was Dostoevsky planning? Some scholars found hints he meant Alyosha to become a revolutionary, even an assassin. The gentle monk transformed by the world's violence. Some speculate Alyosha would have sinned greatly before achieving redemption. A fall from grace, then a harder one return. The sequel might have tested everything the first novel established. We'll never know. Perhaps the novel's incompleteness is its perfection. Like life itself, it refuses neat endings. The Karamazovs are still becoming who they will be, in our imaginations, in our arguments, in our souls. Readers who return to the novel year after year report that it changes. Or rather, they change, and the novel reflects new things back at them. A living text that grows with its readers. Which characters stay with us most? Dmitri's passion, that wild, destructive, creative energy. So human in his contradictions. So recognizable in his struggle between what he wants and what he should be. Ivan's cold despair speaks to every reader who has looked at the world's suffering and questioned whether any god could permit it. His rebellion is terrible because it's so reasonable. Alyosha's quiet hope is perhaps the hardest to achieve. Not naive faith, but tested faith. Not ignorance of evil, but acknowledgement and still choosing love. The mature spiritual response. Grushenka's transformation shows that no one is beyond redemption. The fallen woman who finds genuine love. The hardened heart that softens. The sinner who becomes capable of sacrifice. Father Zosima's teaching remains radical: love all creation. Every leaf, every ray of light. Water the earth with your tears of joy. In an age of cynicism, such words challenge and console. Reading the novel, we might ask ourselves, which brother am I? The passionate one, the skeptical one, the gentle one. Perhaps we contain all three. Perhaps that's the point. Ivan's problem, innocent suffering in a world created by a supposedly good God, remains unsolved. Theodicy, the philosophers call it. Dostoevsky didn't solve it intellectually. He answered it with lives lived. The answer Dostoevsky offers is not intellectual but lived. Active love, moment by moment. Not understanding suffering but standing with the suffering. Presence, not explanation. Active love is difficult and demanding. It requires engagement, not withdrawal. It means loving the unlovable, forgiving the unforgivable. It means becoming more than we thought we could be. The stone by the bridge. That final image, the boys gathered, promising to remember. One good memory can save a life. This is what Dostoevsky leaves us, the power of remembered love. Why does this novel still matter? Because we still ask the questions. Does God exist? Is everything permitted? Can people change? How should we live? Dostoevsky doesn't answer for us. He insists we ask. Each reader finishes the book differently. Some find faith strengthened. Others find doubt deepened. Some carry Dmitri's passion, others Ivan's questions, others Alyosha's hope. The novel gives according to what we bring. The invitation remains open, to keep wrestling with the text, with the questions, with ourselves. Dostoevsky offers no final answers. He offers company in the struggle. That's what great literature does. Dostoevsky would have wanted this. Readers still arguing with him, still questioning, still seeking. Not passive acceptance but active engagement. Not worship but wrestling. That's the only tribute he'd respect. The novel is a living thing. It grows in each reader, changes with each reading. Propagates through conversations and arguments and memories. It has become part of how humanity thinks about itself. And now, as we approach the end of our journey together, let these ideas settle. The Karamazovs have entered your mind. They'll stay there, those brothers, that question, that kiss. Let them rest with you. We've traveled far together tonight, through a world of brothers and fathers, faith and doubt, suffering and love. Let's begin to let it settle now. Let the story rest. A family torn apart by passion, greed, and old wounds. Father against sons, brothers against each other. And yet, at the end, something like redemption flickering in the darkness. The question of God tested in the crucible of human suffering. Ivan's rebellion, the Grand Inquisitor's accusation, and Christ's only answer, a kiss, not argument but presence, not logic but love. No easy answers. That was never the point. Dostoevsky didn't write to comfort us with certainties. He wrote to make us feel the weight of the questions, to keep us awake to mystery, but perhaps a direction. Toward love, toward others, toward the earth itself. Father Zosima's teaching echoing forward, love all creation. Water it with your tears, and you will understand. Dmitri in his prison cell, learning to pray. The wild man becoming quiet, not defeated, transformed. Finding in confinement a freedom he never knew when he was free. Ivan in his fever, wrestling still with angels and devils. Perhaps he will recover. Perhaps he will find his way back to something he can believe in. We can hope for him. Alyosha walking in the world now, carrying Zosima's blessing. The gentle brother who chose love over answers. His story continues beyond the page, in everyone who reads him and is changed. The boys at the stone. They will remember. Kolya and all the others. One good memory from childhood, held sacred. One promise to be kind. Sometimes that's all it takes to save a life. Small acts of kindness. That's the answer to the Grand Inquisitor. Not grand gestures, not theological systems. Just one person helping another, moment by moment, day by day. Active love in action. Let the characters rest now. Dmitri with Groshenka dreaming of futures. Ivan in his sleep. Alyosha on his road. They've earned their peace, and so have you. The story is told. Let the questions rest too. They'll be there tomorrow if you want to wrestle with them. Tonight, just let them float like clouds across a quiet mind. No demand. The snow is falling on the Russian town now. Soft, silent, covering everything in white. The monastery, the courthouse, the Karamazov house. All tucked in for the night. Monastery bells in the distance. Evensong perhaps, or just the hour being marked. The sound carries over the snow, soft and far and ancient. The world continues its rhythms. Candles burning low in windows across the town. One by one they flicker and go out. Families settling in. Stories ending for the night. Dreams beginning their work. The vast Russian landscape settling into sleep. Fields white with snow, forests dark against the sky, roads empty now. The world is large and quiet and patient. Birch trees white against the dark, like ghosts or like guardians. They've stood here for generations, watching human dramas pass. They'll stand here for generations more. Some things endure. Stars appearing one by one overhead. The same stars that shone on Dostoevsky. The same stars that shone on the first readers of this novel. The same stars shining on you now. Everything that happened. Fyodor's murder, Dmitri's trial, Ivan's fever. Ilyusha's death. Alyosha's blessing, it all happened in the way that stories happen, which is to say, truly. Everything that will happen waits. For the characters, for you, for all of us. Tomorrow and tomorrow. But that's for then. For now, just this moment, this rest, this quiet. For now, just this quiet. The story finished. The questions resting. The night deep and soft and welcoming. You've traveled far. You can stop now. You can rest. The book is closed now. The story held inside like a seed. It will grow in you quietly, in ways you won't notice until later. That's how good stories work. You carry it with you now. The brothers and their struggles. The question of God and the answer of love. The stone by the bridge. These things are yours. These brothers, Dmitri, Ivan, Alyosha, their struggles and their loves. They'll walk beside you into sleep tonight. Companions now. Fellow travelers through the questions that matter most. Let them walk beside you into sleep. No need to think about them actively. Just let them be there, at the edge of your dreaming mind. Friends now, after all this time together. No tests, no requirements. No one is going to ask you what the Grand Inquisitor meant. Just the gift of a story, offered freely. Receive it however you wish. Just the gift of a story shared. From Dostoevsky to the world. From the world to you. From this voice to your ears in the dark, wherever you are. Dostoevsky would have liked that. Stories in the night against the darkness. Connection across centuries. The only immortality he believed in besides the soul's. The immortality of words shared. Stories in the dark against the cold. The oldest comfort there is. Since the first fires in the first caves, humans have told each other stories to make the night bearable. The oldest comfort there is. You're part of that now, the great chain of tellers and listeners stretching back through time. Tonight, the Karamazovs were told to you. Tomorrow, perhaps, you tell them to someone else. So close your eyes if they're heavy. Let the weight of the story press you gently down into sleep. The brothers will be here when you wake, if you want to visit them again. The Karamazovs will be here, on the shelf in your memory, in the culture that holds them. They don't go away. The great characters never do. They wait for us to return. Whenever you want to return. Whenever you need the questions, the company, the comfort of Dostoevsky's dark and loving world. The door is always open. The brothers always waiting. Good night, friend. Thank you for staying with me through this long journey. Through murder and faith and doubt and love. Through the Karamazovs and their creator. Through Russia and back again. Sleep well. Dream of Russia if you like. The snow, the birches, the golden domes. Dream of brothers finding their way. Dream of love that answers every question. Good night. Good night. Tonight, let's talk about one of the strangest, funniest, and most beautiful novels ever written. A story where the devil visits Moscow. Don't worry about staying awake for all of it. Just settle in, breathe easy, and let this wild story carry you wherever it goes tonight. Imagine the devil himself walking into Soviet Moscow in the 1930s. Not with fire and brimstone, but wearing a nice suit and speaking perfect Russian. It's a hot spring evening at Patriarch's Ponds in Moscow. The lime trees are in bloom. Two literary men sit arguing on a bench. There's Berlioz, the editor. Bald, round spectacles, very sure of himself. And young Ivan, a poet, earnest and a little lost. They're debating Jesus. Berlioz insists that Jesus never existed. Pure myth, he says. Ivan nods along, though his antic religious poem wasn't quite atheist enough for the editor. Something changes when a stranger sits down beside them. Tall, foreign-looking, with one green eye and one that seems entirely black. A knowing smile. He introduces himself as a professor of black magic. Just visiting Moscow, he says. Berlioz and Ivan exchange an uneasy glance. The man seems perfectly sincere. Listen to what he claims next. He says he was personally present when Pontius Pilate interrogated a certain wandering philosopher almost 2,000 years ago. Picture ancient Jerusalem under a blazing sun. White marble columns and a man with the worst headache of his life. Pontius Pilate, the Roman governor. A prisoner is brought before him. Thin, bruised, barefoot, hands tied. But his eyes are calm. He calls the governor, good man. Pilate is startled. Pilate interrogates this strange prisoner, but finds himself fascinated. The man speaks simply, without fear, as though pain and death mean nothing to him at all. Yeshua tells Pilate that every person is good. That cowardice is the most terrible vice of all. These words hit the governor like a physical blow. Here's where something miraculous happens. Pilate's terrible migraine simply vanishes. While talking to this prisoner, the pain just lifts away like a veil removed. But then comes the political trap. Yeshua's words about earthly power threaten Pilate's position. Rome doesn't tolerate governors who show weakness. The moment freezes. Pilate wants to save this man. He truly does. But fear wins. He confirms the death sentence. Cowardice exactly as Yeshua described. The cruelest irony. Back in Moscow, at the park bench, Woland finishes his tale. Berlioz and Ivan sit stunned. The sun has dropped lower. Shadows stretch long across the pond. Then Woland says something terrible with perfect calm. He tells Berlioz that tonight, a Russian girl will cut off his head. Not a metaphor, a prophecy. Berlioz laughs nervously and hurries away. Ridiculous foreigner. Clearly insane, he walks fast toward the tram stop, wanting to report this lunatic to the authorities. No one expects what happens next. A woman named Anushka has spilled sunflower oil near the tram tracks. A small, ordinary accident. But nothing tonight is ordinary. Berlioz steps onto the tracks. His foot hits the oil, he slips. The tramcar cannot stop. In one terrible instant, the prophecy comes true. Berlioz is dead. Ivan sees everything. He runs to the scene screaming. A crowd gathers around the impossible sight. The severed head rolls under the tramcar, spectacles still attached. Ivan whirls around and sees Wooland still on the bench in the distance, watching calmly. The cat sits beside him. Ivan chases them through the darkening Moscow streets. The chase becomes surreal. Wooland vanishes around corners and reappears blocks away. The enormous cat waves at Ivan from a windowsill. Moscow itself seems to shift and mock him. Somehow Ivan ends up at the Moscow River. He strips off his clothes and plunges in, swimming wildly, convinced the devil is following him through the water. Dripping wet, nearly naked, holding only a candle and a paper icon, Ivan bursts into the famous Griboidov House restaurant where Moscow's writers are dining elegantly. He shouts about the devil at Patriarch's Ponds, about Berlioz's head, about the giant cat. The writers stare at him as though he's lost his mind completely. Within the hour, men in white coats arrive. Ivan is restrained, sedated, and driven through the Moscow night to a psychiatric hospital. The door locks behind him. In his white hospital room, Ivan tries to write down everything that happened. But the more carefully he explains, the more insane his account sounds on paper. And so the devil walks free through Moscow, and the only person who knows the truth is locked in a madhouse. No one is coming to help. Not yet. Now let's meet the devil's entourage. Because Wooland didn't come to Moscow alone. He brought the most bizarre household you could ever imagine with him. First there's Kuroviev, also called Fagot, impossibly tall, skeleton thin, wearing a ridiculous checkered jacket and a tiny pince, Nez balanced on his enormous nose. Then there's Behemoth, an enormous black cat the size of a small pig who walks on his hind legs, drinks vodka, and has opinions about everything. Yes, a cat. Azazello is the muscle. Short, squat, brick red hair, one milky white eye, and a single fang protruding from his lip. He handles the violent assignments with casual efficiency. And Hela, the vampire maid. Beautiful, completely naked, with wild red hair and a terrible purple scar across her throat. She answers the apartment door without shame. Together they take over apartment number 50 on Sadovaya Street. The previous tenants simply vanish. No one can explain where they went. No one tries very hard. Morning brings a nasty surprise for Styopa Likadeev, the theater director who lives in that apartment. He wakes with a crushing hangover and cannot remember the previous night. Wooland is sitting calmly in Styopa's living room. "Good morning," he says. "You invited me to perform at your theater. Don't you remember?" Styopa remembers nothing at all. Before Styopa can protest, the room spins. When his vision clears, he's standing on a seaside promenade in Yalta, thousands of miles from Moscow, in his pajama. Meanwhile, back at the psychiatric hospital, Ivan Bezdomny stares at the ceiling of his white room. Then someone taps on his window. A face appears in the moonlight. The stranger climbs in through the window. He's gaunt, pale, with haunted eyes and a shabby dark coat. He says only this: "Call me the master. That is my name now." He tells Ivan his story. It begins with love. On a Moscow street he saw a woman carrying yellow flowers. Their eyes met, and everything in both their lives changed forever. She was carrying those ugly yellow flowers, he tells Ivan, and something in her eyes, a kind of loneliness, struck me like lightning. We both knew it immediately. Their love affair unfolded in his tiny basement apartment. She would come to him every afternoon, hanging her coat on the hook, and they would exist in their own hidden world. While she sat beside him, the master wrote his novel. A novel about Pontius Pilate. Every word felt channeled from somewhere beyond himself, as if the story demanded to be told. He finished the novel and submitted it everywhere. Every publisher rejected it. Then the critics attacked. They didn't just dislike it. They called it dangerous. They called him an enemy. One night, alone in his basement, the master burned his manuscript in the stove. Page by page, he fed his life's work to the flames. He watched every word turn to ash. After that, he went mad. He checked himself into this very hospital voluntarily. Margarita doesn't know where he is. She thinks he might be dead. He let her believe it. But here in the hospital, the master tells Ivan something strange. He whispers it like a secret: manuscripts don't burn. Someone told him that, someone with mismatched eyes. Far across Moscow, Margarita Nikolaevna sits in her comfortable apartment with her wealthy husband. She has everything a Soviet woman could want, except the man she loves. Now the story shifts to spectacle. The variety theater is packed tonight. Moscow's elite have come to see the mysterious foreign professor perform his black magic show. Woolen takes the stage. He doesn't perform tricks. He simply sits in a chair and speaks, and the entire audience falls silent. His mismatched eyes sweep across every row. Koroviev bounds onto the stage with a deck of cards. He snaps his fingers and money begins raining from the ceiling. Real Soviet rubles, fluttering down like paper snow. Behemoth waddles on stage next. The enormous cat challenges the theater MC to a debate, then simply reaches up and tears the man's head clean off his shoulders. Then a luxury women's fashion boutique materializes on stage. Parisian dresses, Italian shoes, French perfume. Everything Soviet women can't buy, all of it free tonight. Women rush the stage in a frenzy. They grab armfuls of Parisian couture. Stripping off their plain Soviet dresses, right there in the theater aisles, to try on the finery. Outside the theater, the magic dissolves. The Parisian dresses vanish. Women find themselves walking through Moscow streets in nothing but their underwear. Woolen's lesson is delivered. Moscow's bureaucracy goes into overdrive. Reports flood every office. Black magic at the theater. Vanishing citizens. A cat drinking vodka. Soviet officials have no protocol for the devil. Anyone who investigates apartment 50 comes out changed. One man is transported to a distant city. Another signs a contract he can't remember. A third simply vanishes forever. Poor Nikanor Bosoy, the building chairman, gets the worst of it. Koroviev slips foreign currency into his apartment. The police find it. Now Bosoy is an international criminal. Bosoy ends up in the psychiatric hospital too. He joins Ivan's growing collection of roommates, all claiming they've been victimized by supernatural forces. The doctors are overwhelmed. Picture the hospital filling up. Accountants who saw money rain. Officials transported to other cities. A man whose suit went to work without him. Moscow is cracking at the seams. Dr. Stravinsky listens to each new patient with professional calm. He's heard it all now. Except he keeps hearing the same impossible details from people who've never met each other. The psychiatric hospital becomes a mirror of Moscow itself. Outside, people pretend everything is normal. Inside, the ones who told the truth are called insane. Sound familiar? Now the story takes us back to ancient Jerusalem. Pilate has condemned Yeshua, but cannot let it rest. He secretly orders his spy chief Afranius to protect the prisoner somehow. But it's already too late. The execution procession marches through the dusty streets of Jerusalem. 3 condemned men carry wooden beams. The crowd parts to let death pass. In a side street, Judas receives his 30 pieces of silver in a leather pouch. He counts them carefully, smiling. But Pilate has already decided that Judas must die for his betrayal. Pilate sends Afranius with quiet, coded orders. Make it look like a robbery, the coins must be returned. The betrayer must be silenced. Justice through assassination, the Roman way. Judas dies in the Garden of Gethsemane. Knives flash in the moonlight. His body crumples among the olive trees. The silver coins scatter across the dark ground like fallen stars. Pilate sits alone on his palace terrace that night. His dog Banga lies at his feet. The moon floods everything with silver light. The governor has never felt more alone. Deep in that moonlit silence, Pilate understands. He will never escape this night. He chose fear over truth, power over justice. That choice will define him for 2,000 years. You might wonder why these two stories keep weaving together. Moscow and Jerusalem, the master and Pilate. Because the master's novel isn't fiction. It's the truth Wooland himself confirms. Somehow, in his basement apartment, the master channeled events from 2,000 years ago. He wrote what actually happened between Pilate and Yeshua, without ever being told. Across the city, Margarita reads a newspaper article about strange events at the Variety Theater. A foreign professor. Black magic. Somehow she knows this connects to her lost master. Something crystallizes in Margarita. She stands up from that kitchen table a different woman. She will find the master. She will do anything it takes, even bargain with the devil himself. Margarita sits on a park bench the next morning, waiting for something she can't name. She left home without a word. Her old life is already behind her. A squat ugly man in a bowler hat sits down beside her. One milky eye, a protruding fang, it's Azazello. He says he comes from a foreign gentleman who wants to meet her. Azazello hands her a small golden box. Inside gleams a mysterious cream. Rub this on your body tonight, he tells her, and everything you've lost will be returned to you. She returns home and waits for nightfall. Her husband chatters about his day. She nods, says nothing. The golden box sits hidden in her dresser drawer, waiting like a promise. Her husband leaves for the evening. The apartment falls silent. Margarita stands before her bedroom mirror, unclasps the golden box, and dips her fingers into the glowing cream. The transformation is instant and electric. As the cream touches her skin, years fall away. Her body grows young, powerful, wild. She feels gravity loosening its grip on her. Margarita is a witch now. She seizes a broom from the kitchen and leaps from the window. The Moscow night opens beneath her like a dark ocean. She is completely, magnificently free. She flies over the sleeping city. Church spires pass beneath her. The river gleams like mercury. Moscow from above is beautiful and strange, a labyrinth of light and shadow. There's a kind of joy in Margarita's flight that goes beyond magic. After months of grief and helplessness, she is finally doing something. Acting, power, not patience. But first, revenge. Margarita knows exactly where the literary critic Latunsky lives. The man who destroyed the master's novel with his vicious review. Tonight she pays him a visit. She smashes every window in Latunsky's apartment. Tears open his water pipes, floods his rooms, his books, his desk, his carefully curated career, all drenched and ruined in minutes. In the middle of her destruction, a small boy in the apartment below wakes up crying, frightened by the noise. Margarita stops immediately. She floats to his window and comforts him. This moment matters. Even transformed into a supernatural creature of vengeance, Margarita's compassion survives. Her humanity is not a weakness. It's the source of her real power. Back at Margarita's apartment, her maid Natasha discovers the leftover cream in the golden box. Curiosity wins. She rubs it on herself, and the transformation takes her too. Natasha needs something to ride. The downstairs neighbor Nikolai Ivanovich, a respectable Soviet citizen, is transformed into a large flying pig. She rides him laughing across the Moscow sky. Margarita descends to the Moscow River embankment. Azazello is waiting. He hands her a towel and a dark cloak. "Time to meet the gentleman who arranged all this," he says. She enters apartment 50, and the ordinary Soviet flat is gone. The space inside is vast, impossibly vast, with corridors stretching farther than any building could contain. Korolev appears with an elaborate bow that nearly folds him in half. "My queen," he says, "you have been chosen for the greatest honor imaginable, hostess of Satan's annual ball. The deal is simple but absolute. She must be queen of the ball. She must welcome every guest, no matter how terrible, smile at every monster. In return, she gets one wish. Every guest at the ball will be dead. Murderers, poisoners, traitors. Risen from their graves for one night of infernal celebration. Margarita must treat each one with warmth." Margarita doesn't hesitate. She agrees without conditions. There is nothing she wouldn't endure to find the master. Love makes her braver than any hero in any story she's ever read. Hela and Behemoth prepare her. They dress Margarita as a queen, not with modesty but with dark magnificence. She is being armored for an ordeal, not adorned for a party. The final piece, a heavy diamond necklace placed around her throat. It settles against her skin like a chain of office. The weight of what she's agreed to made real in cold stones. The apartment completes its transformation around her. Walls dissolve into a tropical paradise. Columns rise from floors that weren't there moments ago. An orchestra begins to tune. Somewhere an orchestra strikes its first chord. The sound fills the impossible space like thunder inside a cathedral. Crystal glasses tremble on silver trays. The dead are coming. Satan's grand ball begins. From a vast fireplace, the dead emerge one by one. Each climbs out of the flames fully dressed, fully restored, ready to dance one night before returning to dust. Margarita stands at the top of the great staircase. Each guest is announced by name and crime. She must greet them, offer her hand, accept their kiss on her knee, every single one. The parade of sinners begins. Poisoners in Renaissance silks, counterfeiters in powdered wigs, men who murdered for love, for money, for power, all magnificent in their ruined finery. Hours pass. Hundreds of guests. Margarita's knee aches where they kiss it. Her smile freezes, but she never stops. She greets each damned soul as though they were a treasured friend. Behind her fixed smile, Margarita holds one thought like an anchor: the master. Every kiss she endures is a step closer to him. Every monster she welcomes buys his freedom. Famous historical villains arrive now. Names that made continents tremble. Emperors and inquisitors. Each bows before this Moscow woman in her borrowed crown, and she receives them all. Then comes a young woman, barely 20. A servant girl who killed her unwanted baby in despair. She weeps as she climbs the stairs. Unlike the others, her crime was born of suffering. Margarita breaks protocol. Instead of the formal greeting, she bends down and whispers to the girl. Something private, something kind. The girl's weeping slows. Someone has finally shown her mercy. The ball reaches its crescendo. A swimming pool filled with champagne appears in the center of the ballroom. The dead plunge in, fully clothed, laughing, splashing golden liquid everywhere. Behemoth sits at a grand piano and plays with astonishing skill. His furry black paws race across the keys, while the dead waltz around the champagne pool, surreal, magnificent, horrifying. At last, Wooland appears. He descends the staircase in a magnificent black tailcoat, diamond stickpin blazing at his throat. The king of this infernal celebration has arrived. A silver platter is carried forward. On it rests the severed head of Berlioz, the editor from the park bench. His spectacles are still perched on his nose. Wooland lifts the skull. Wooland speaks to the skull of the man who denied everything supernatural. Each skull once housed a brain, he says. But what good is cleverness without imagination? He drinks from it. Margarita must drink too. The skull cup is offered to her. She takes it without flinching. The wine tastes of blood and fire. She drinks every drop. She has earned her place here. Between one heartbeat and the next, the ball ends. The dead vanish. The tropical garden withers. The swimming pool drains. Apartment 50 shrinks back to its ordinary Soviet dimensions. Margarita has survived it. Hours of greeting the damned, drinking from a skull, smiling through exhaustion. Now she stands before Wooland to collect what was promised, her wish. Wooland settles into an armchair, the skull, cup still in his hand. Well then, he says, you've been an excellent queen. Ask for anything in the world. What do you desire most? Here's where Margarita surprises even the devil. Her first request isn't for herself. She asks for mercy for the weeping servant girl from the ball. Stop tormenting her, she says. Wooland grants it. But he tells her that mercy was not his debt to repay. She could have done that herself. Now ask for what you truly came here for. Ask for your own heart's desire. Give me back my master, Margarita says. That's all. Not wealth, not power, not eternal youth. Just a broken man in a hospital gown who wrote a novel no one wanted. Wooland snaps his fingers. The air in the apartment shimmers. And there he is, the master, standing in his hospital gown, blinking, trembling, unable to believe what he's seeing. Margarita runs to him. She throws her arms around his thin body and holds on, as if the world might try to take him away again. He buries his face in her hair, neither speaks. The master can barely speak. He keeps touching her face, her hair, as if confirming she's real. "I thought you were lost forever," he whispers. She tells him no, never, not ever. Then Wooland performs his greatest trick. The master's manuscript appears, every page restored. The novel he burned page by page in the stove. Manuscripts don't burn. The master holds his novel against his chest. Everything he destroyed has been returned. Every word, every comma. In the devil's apartment, of all places, a writer's faith is restored. Wooland turns the restored manuscript over in his hands. "This novel," he says, "contains the truth about Pontius Pilate, not history's version, the real one, the one no one dared write." Something profound clicks into place. The master's fiction and Wooland's testimony are the same story. 2,000 years apart, one man wrote what another witnessed. Truth found its author. Let's return one last time to ancient Jerusalem. The execution is done. Night has fallen. Pilate sits alone on his moonlit terrace, unable to sleep, unable to forget what he allowed. A visitor arrives uninvited. Matthew Levy, the former tax collector who followed Yeshua everywhere. He carries a worn parchment scroll, the dead philosopher's last recorded words. Pilate unrolls the parchment. Among the philosopher's scattered sayings, one line burns: "The greatest human vice is cowardice." The exact words Yeshua spoke to Pilate's face that morning. Those words describe Pilate's failing with surgical precision. He knew the truth that morning. He felt it when his headache vanished. And he sentenced truth to death anyway. He tried to save Yeshua through cleverness. Political maneuvering, coded messages, behind the scenes manipulation. Everything except the one thing that mattered: standing up and saying no. The execution plays again behind Pilate's closed eyes. 3 crosses on the hill called Golgotha. The sky darkening at midday, as if the sun itself refused to watch what men had done. Yeshua on the cross. Hours of suffering under the merciless Judean sun. A Roman soldier lifts a sponge soaked in vinegar to his cracked lips. Even this small mercy comes from a stranger. The executioner, a man called Mark Ratslayer, shows the only mercy available to him. His spear thrust is precise, ending hours of agony in a single instant, a soldier's grim kindness. A great storm breaks over Jerusalem. Lightning splits the sky. Rain pounds the dusty streets into rivers of mud. The world rages at what has been done on that hill today. On his terrace, Pilate knows the storm will never truly end for him. 2,000 years of moonlit nights await. He will sit and remember and regret, forever unable to undo one cowardly morning. Back in Moscow, the sky is clearing after the ball. Wooland's work in this city is nearly done. But before leaving, there are scores to settle and lessons to deliver across the capital. Across Moscow, Wooland's retinue delivers supernatural justice. Every petty tyrant, every corrupt official, every coward who abused their position faces a reckoning tailored precisely to their sin. One of the best absurdities: a government chairman's empty suit continues working at his desk, signing documents, answering phones. Nobody notices the difference for 3 full days. Behemoth and Koroviv decide to visit the Gribodov House restaurant, the same place where Ivan was dragged away raving. They request a table. The doorman demands to see their papers. When refused service, they burn the building down. The literary establishment's headquarters goes up in flames. Bulgakov's revenge on the critics who destroyed him, written in fire and comedy. There's real anger behind the comedy here. This building represents everything that crushed the master. The committees, the critics, the bureaucrats who decided which truths were allowed to exist. Moscow's secret police mobilize against Wooland's gang. Dozens of agents converge on apartment 50. They come with authority and weapons. They leave with confusion and missing trousers. They try shooting Behemoth. Bullets pass through the cat without effect. He clutches his chest theatrically, pretends to die with operatic grandeur, then springs back to life demanding an apology. Behemoth leaps up, entirely unharmed, and begins drinking kerosene from a saucer. He belches a fireball that singes an agent's eyebrows. The secret police retreat in undignified haste. What Behemoth represents is chaos itself. Pure ungovernable disorder in a society that demands total control. The Soviet system can manage people, but it cannot manage magic or truth. Now comes the strangest mercy. Azazello visits the master and Margarita in their restored basement apartment. He brings a gift, a bottle of wine, he says. From Woland. They understand what the wine is, poison, or liberation, or both. The master looks at Margarita. She looks at him. They drink together willingly, without fear. This is not death, it's departure. The wine does its work gently. The master's eyes close first, then Margarita's. They sink toward each other, still holding hands across the table. The candle flame doesn't waver. Their earthly bodies die in that basement, but they wake somewhere else entirely. Both of them together, standing in a darkness that feels warm rather than frightening. They are free. Somewhere in Moscow, Margarita's husband will come home to find her. He will call doctors and police. He will never understand what happened or where she truly went. The ordinary world closes over them. In the psychiatric hospital, Ivan feels a sudden shift. Something in the air changes. He sits up in bed, certain that the master has gone somewhere beyond reach. A sadness and a peace. Ivan lies back slowly. For the first time since Patriarch's Pawns, a strange calm settles over him. He stops fighting. The truth is real. Even if no one believes him, that's enough. Moscow at twilight doesn't know what has happened within its borders. The city goes on. Trams run. People queue for bread. The devil was here, and the city barely noticed. On the Sparrow Hills overlooking Moscow, Woland gathers his retinue for the final time. The entire city spreads below them, glittering in the last light. Their work here is finished. The master and Margarita appear beside them, transformed. No longer the broken rider and the grieving lover. They stand tall, whole, ready for whatever comes next, together. Woland gazes across Moscow one last time. This peculiar city, he says. Its people are greedy, suspicious, and terrified. But not so different from any other century's inhabitants. He reflects on everything he witnessed. The money, grabbing at the theater. The corruption of officials. The cowardice of those who wouldn't speak truth. People haven't changed since Pilate's time, but then Woland admits something unexpected. They are also capable of love, of sacrifice, of choosing truth over safety. These small acts of courage almost make the rest of it worthwhile. Margarita proved it. She flew naked over a city to find one broken man, endured a ball of the damned, drank from a skull, and her first wish was mercy for a stranger, not herself. The master proved it too, in his own quieter way. He pursued truth in his writing, even when every institution in his country tried to silence him. The novel was his act of defiance. And Pilate proved the opposite. He had truth standing right in front of him, barefoot and bruised and brave. He recognized it, and he let fear make his decision for him. Night falls completely over Moscow. The city's lights multiply like earthbound stars. Below, millions of lives continue. Above, the devil prepares to ride into eternity. Between them, one question remains. Woland raises his cane. The time has come. The great departure begins. And as they prepare to leave this world, each member of Woland's retinue reveals their true and ancient form. Koroviv transforms first. The ridiculous checkered jacket dissolves. The mocking grin fades. In its place stands a dark violet knight with a sorrowful, beautiful face. He was never funny at all. His punishment, Woland explains, was for a bad joke. A terrible pun about light and darkness made centuries ago. For that, he was condemned to play the fool until the end of time. Behemoth changes next. The enormous vodka-drinking cat dissolves into light. A slim young page boy emerges, the most playful of all demons, his mischief now wearing its truest face. Azazello transforms into his true self, a demon of the desert, of waterless and lightless places. His squat body stretches into something lean and merciless. The bowler hat vanishes like a bad memory. Finally, Woland himself, the elegant professor, vanishes. In his place rides a dark horseman from beyond time itself. No longer amused. No longer sardonic. Only vast and ancient and necessary. Black horses appear for all of them. The company mounts and rides skyward. Moscow shrinks beneath their hooves. The city becomes a constellation of earthbound lights, then a memory, then nothing. A figure appears in their path. Matthew Levy, the tax collector who followed Yeshua, now a messenger from a higher power. He brings a request from Yeshua himself to Woland. Yeshua has read the Master's novel, Matthew says. He asks that the Master be granted peace. Not paradise, not reward. Simply peace. An end to suffering. Can Woland arrange this? Not light, Matthew emphasizes. The Master doesn't deserve light, but he has earned peace. Rest from the world that broke him. A quiet place where the creative spirit can finally breathe. Woland agrees. Then he turns to Matthew with a philosophical challenge. You speak of light and I speak of shadow. But tell me, what would your light look like if darkness didn't exist? Without shadows, what would light look like? Without evil, how would you recognize good? Woland's deepest argument, darkness, is not the enemy of light. It's the canvas light is painted on. This is the novel's deepest idea. Good and evil aren't at war. They're partners in making the world complete. Woland doesn't oppose God, he completes the picture. Darkness serves light. Matthew Levy departs without farewell. The riders turn their horses toward the moonlit horizon. Below them, Moscow fades entirely. They fly toward something older and stranger than any city. Below them on the moonlit path, a figure sits on a stone chair. He has been sitting there for 2,000 years. His dog lies beside him. Even from this height, they can see his face. Pontius Pilate. 2,000 years of moonlit imprisonment. Every night he sits and talks to himself about the morning he betrayed truth. His dog is the only one who listens. Pilate on the moonlit path. His faithful dog Banga hasn't left his side in 2,000 years. The Roman governor and his hound, frozen together in an eternity of waiting. For 20 centuries, Pilate has repeated the same confession to the empty air. He insists he did everything he could. But even he knows that's not true. He didn't do the one thing. His one regret, spoken endlessly to the moon, he didn't walk beside the wandering philosopher that morning. Didn't save him. Didn't choose truth over safety. That single failure defines eternity. The Master looks down from his horse and recognizes Pilate instantly. This is the man he wrote about for years. His character, his obsession, his creation made real and suffering below. Woland turns to the Master on his black horse. Your novel is not yet finished, he says. There is one final line to write. One sentence that will set your character free. The Master cups his hands to his mouth and calls down through the moonlit air. 5 words that change everything.
You are free!
He is waiting for you. Pilate hears them like thunder. Pilate rises from his stone chair for the first time in 20 centuries. His legs tremble. The stone is warm where he sat. Before him, the moonlit path opens like a road that finally has a destination. Yeshua walks toward Pilate on the moonbeam. The wandering philosopher and the governor who condemned him. They will walk this path together now. Talking, arguing, forgiving, forever. The two figures walk away together along the moonlit path. Their voices carry faintly, philosophy, regret, forgiveness. Banga trots between them. 2,000 years of imprisonment, ended by 5 words. The Master has done it. His novel is complete. Not just the pages, the living story itself resolved. He freed his character with the authority only a creator possesses, the writer's truest power. Now the Master and Margarita receive their own reward. Woland leads the company forward through the silver landscape toward something waiting beyond the cliffs. Their eternity approaches. They arrive at a small house. A garden surrounds it. A creek murmurs nearby. Candlelight glows in every window. It's simple and beautiful, and it has been waiting for them. Cherry blossoms fall gently onto the path. A Venetian-style bridge crosses the creek. The air smells of flowers and clean water. This isn't paradise. It's something more personal than that. Inside the cottage, the master sees a desk, clean paper, an inkwell, a new pen, everything a writer needs and nothing a writer fears. No editors, no critics, no censors, only the blank page. Margarita finds their bedroom. White sheets on a wide bed, an open window with the garden breeze carrying the scent of blossoms. She touches the pillow and knows they're finally home. This is their eternity. Not the blinding light of paradise, not the glory of saints. A quiet house, a writing desk, a garden, and each other. Peace earned through courage and love. The master asks quietly, "Does this mean we're dead?" Woland, standing in the doorway about to leave forever, only smiles. Some questions don't need answers. Some answers would ruin the peace. Margarita takes the master's hand. Whatever this place is, afterlife, dream, reward, they are together in it. That was always the only thing that mattered. The rest is silence. She whispers to him, "Listen." No critics arguing in the next room. No police knocking at the door. No publishers returning manuscripts. Just the creek and the witness. The master sits at his new desk. But he doesn't write. He simply looks through the window at the garden, at the creek, at the blossoms falling. Perhaps just looking is enough now. Maybe he doesn't need to write anymore. The one story that mattered has been told and completed. His character is free. His lover is beside him. The pen can rest, and so can he. Woland and his retinue ride away into the night sky. Their work is complete. Moscow has been tested and measured, and found to be exactly as human as everywhere else. Moscow wakes up the next morning with a collective hangover. Strange memories surface. Did money really fall from a ceiling? Did a cat set a building on fire? Surely not. The authorities produce a rational explanation within days. Mass hypnosis, they announce. A criminal gang using suggestion techniques. Nothing supernatural. Move along, case closed, sealed. Apartment 50 on Sadovaya Street is sealed with police tape. But neighbors whisper that, on full moon nights, the lights inside flicker. Piano music drifts under the door, a cat laughs. The Variety Theater reopens within a week. New management, new shows. Nobody on stage mentions the evening when money fell from the sky and women lost their clothes. Official amnesia. The literary world resumes its petty politics. New editors replace old ones. New critics sharpen their pens. The same system that crushed the master continues turning, grinding, producing approved truths. Ivan Bezdomny recovers slowly in the hospital. Weeks pass. The bandages come off. The raving stops. He's released into a Moscow that has conveniently forgotten everything he witnessed. He abandons poetry forever. The young firebrand poet becomes Professor Ponirev, a quiet historian at a Moscow institute. He publishes careful academic papers. He never mentions the devil. But every full moon, the old restlessness returns. Ivan feels it in his chest like a second heartbeat. Memories stir. The park bench, the mismatched eyes, the tramcar, the head rolling. On those nights, Ivan walks to Patriarch's Ponds. He sits on the very bench where it all began. He waits. Nothing supernatural happens, but the waiting feels necessary, like a private ritual. When he finally sleeps on those moonlit nights, Ivan dreams. He sees the silver path between stone cliffs. Pilate and Yeshua walking together at last, talking endlessly, the dog trotting between them. He sees the master and Margarita too, in their cottage garden. She's arranging flowers by the window. He's sitting at his desk, not writing, just looking at the light, both perfectly at rest. Ivan wakes with tears on his face. The dream fades, but the feeling remains, a warmth, a certainty that the story ended well. He lies still, letting the moonlight hold him. His wife stirs beside him. She gives him a sleeping pill and a glass of water. He swallows it gratefully. The moon passes over Moscow. The restlessness fades until next month. The novel's final image belongs to Moscow itself, the city under moonlight, ordinary and magical at once, every building holding secrets, every street remembering what the officials have chosen to forget. Every person sleeping in those buildings carries their own private encounter with wonder. A dream they can't explain, A memory that doesn't fit. A moment when the world was stranger than it should be. Some remember clearly and stay silent. Some forget entirely and feel only a vague unease. But the city itself remembers. Moscow is different now, whether anyone admits it or not. The story ends where it began, at Patriarch's Ponds with a question about truth. Berlioz said Jesus never existed. Woolen said he was there. The truth was sitting on the bench all along. What is truth? Pilate asked that question on his judgment balcony. The master tried to answer it in his novel. Woolen tested it in the streets of Moscow. The question echoes across every century. Bulgakov's answer isn't a definition you can look up. Truth isn't a fact. It's what you're willing to sacrifice for. It's what you do when the easy path leads away from what you know is right. Cowardice was the greatest sin because Pilate knew the truth. He felt it heal his headache. He heard it in Yeshua's voice, and he chose his career over his conscience. That choice cost him eternity. The master knew the truth too, and it nearly destroyed him. Critics attacked. Publishers rejected. Society declared his vision dangerous. He burned his work and broke his own mind, but the work survived. Margarita's truth was simpler and maybe braver. She loved someone. She loved him completely. And she was willing to become a witch, a queen of demons, a dead woman for that love. Even the devil served truth in his own dark way. He didn't create evil in Moscow. He simply removed the masks. Every corrupt official, every greedy citizen, every coward was already there. The novel's central question reaches beyond its pages. In a world saturated with comfortable lies, who has the courage to speak honestly? To write honestly, to love honestly, do you? Bulgakov wrote this novel knowing it could never be published in his lifetime. He wrote it anyway. For 12 years, in secret, while his friends disappeared into prison camps. His own act of courage. And now, before we wind towards sleep, let's spend some time with the man behind this extraordinary story. Who was Mikhail Bulgakov? How did he become the kind of writer who creates devils? Let the story settle for a moment. We've traveled from a Moscow park bench to the gates of eternity tonight. We've watched a woman fly and a man freed from 2,000 years of guilt. If you're still awake, stay with me for the author's story. It's remarkable in its own right. And if you're drifting, that's perfect too. The story has already given you everything it has. What remains now is understanding. Why this book exists, what it cost to write, and why, decades later, people across the world still read it and find themselves changed by it. The master's story mirrors Bulgakov's own life almost exactly. A destroyed manuscript, persecution by critics, a devoted woman who protected his work, art crushed by authority, truth that survived anyway. If the novel is about anything, it's about the courage required to create in hostile times. To write the truth when lies are mandatory, to insist on beauty when ugliness is policy, and about the stubborn survival of truth. Manuscripts don't burn, Woolen promised. The fire can destroy paper, but not the idea on it. The censor can ban a book, but not its meaning. Now let's meet the man who believed that deeply enough to spend his last 12 years proving it. Mikhail Afanasyevich Bulgakov. Born in Kiev, 1891. Died in Moscow, knowing his book would live. Mikhail Bulgakov was born in Kiev in 1891, the eldest of 7 children. His father was a theology professor. The household was full of books, church music, and argument. Young Mikhail grew up hearing Bible stories and opera in equal measure. His mother played piano. His father lectured on church history. The supernatural and the artistic were never separate for him. He trained as a doctor at Kiev University. Medicine gave him something essential: precision. The clinical eye that would later describe both Moscow's absurdities and Jerusalem's cruelties with equal clarity. During the Russian Civil War, he served as a field surgeon in remote villages. He saw suffering that would haunt his writing forever. He also became briefly addicted to morphine, a battle he won alone. In 1921, Bulgakov abandoned medicine and moved to Moscow. He would be a writer, he decided. In the chaos of post-revolutionary Russia, He chose the most dangerous profession imaginable. His early writing was sharp, funny, and dangerous. Short stories that satirized the new Soviet bureaucracy. A novel about the civil war that showed both sides as human. The authorities noticed immediately. His play The Days of the Turbans premiered at the Moscow Art Theater and became a sensation. It showed a white Russian family during the Civil War with sympathy and complexity. The censors were outraged. Here's the strangest detail. Joseph Stalin himself attended that play, not once, 15 times. The dictator loved the play even though it humanized people he considered enemies of the state. This bizarre relationship with Stalin would define Bulgakov's life. The most powerful man in Russia admired the work of a writer he simultaneously persecuted, patron and tormentor in one person. By the late 1920s, every one of Bulgakov's works was banned. Every play pulled from theaters. Every story removed from magazines. He could not earn a living. He could barely survive. Desperate, Bulgakov wrote a letter to the Soviet government. "Let me work," he begged, "or let me emigrate. A writer who cannot publish is a writer who is slowly dying." The letter was extraordinary. On April 18, 1930, the telephone rang in Bulgakov's apartment. The voice on the other end was unmistakable. Stalin himself was calling. Imagine that moment. The devil on the line. "Stay in Moscow," Stalin told him. A job was arranged at the art theater. But no real promise of creative freedom. The writer was kept alive but kept silent, a gilded cage without the gold. That same year, 1928, Bulgakov began writing The Master and Margarita. The first draft poured out of him. A novel about the devil visiting Moscow, exposing every lie the city lived by. Then he burned it. Just like the master in his novel, Bulgakov fed his own first draft to the fire. Fear, despair, or artistic dissatisfaction, historians still argue about why. But manuscripts don't burn. Bulgakov started over. From memory, from notes, from sheer determination, he rebuilt his novel from the ashes. The second version was better. The third better still. For 12 years he wrote and revised, knowing it could never be published while he lived. 12 years of secret labor on a book the world might never read. That takes a special kind of faith. His third wife, Elena Shilovskaya, became his Margarita. She was fierce, devoted, and fearless. She understood what the novel meant. She made its survival her mission alongside his. Elena copied manuscripts by hand, hid them in different locations, protected them from informers and secret police searches. She was the firewall between Bulgakov's truth and the state's desire to destroy it. By 1939, Bulgakov was dying. Kidney disease, inherited from his father, was shutting down his body. His eyesight failed. But he kept dictating revisions to Elena from his bed. His last words to Elena about the novel were these: "So that they know. So that they know." He needed the world to know what he had seen, what he had understood. Truth was the point. Mikhail Bulgakov died on March 10, 1940. He was 48 years old. The novel was unfinished in its final details, but complete in its vision. Elena held the manuscript and a promise. Elena spent the next 26 years protecting that manuscript. Through World War II, through Stalin's final terrors, through the slow thaw that followed. She waited for the moment the world was ready. In 1966, a literary magazine published a censored version. 26 years after Bulgakov's death, his words finally reached readers. The censors had cut the most dangerous passages, but the power remained. The full uncensored text appeared in 1973. Every word restored, every scene intact. Bulgakov's complete vision finally existed in the world. Elena lived just long enough to see it happen. The novel's structure mirrors its deepest themes. Two worlds, Moscow and Jerusalem, running in parallel. Satan and the philosopher, art and power, lies that rule and truth that endures. Why make the devil the hero? Because in a country where the state controlled all moral authority, only someone outside that system could tell the truth. Satan was the ultimate outsider. Woolen doesn't plant evil. He holds up a mirror. The money lust at the theater was already in those hearts. The corruption in the officials was already in their drawers. He merely revealed it. The Moscow chapters are savage comedy. Bulgakov skewered every aspect of Soviet bureaucracy. The housing shortages, the literary committees, the secret police, the collective amnesia that kept the system running. Every ridiculous official in the novel had a real world counterpart. Bulgakov knew these people personally. The literary bureaucrats who banned his plays drank vodka at the same restaurants he couldn't afford. The Jerusalem chapters are written in an entirely different register. Spare, luminous, almost biblical. Where Moscow is chaos and comedy, Jerusalem is stillness and tragic weight. Two voices, one author. Two completely different styles, two worlds separated by 20 centuries. But the same question echoes through both of them. What is truth, and what happens when cowardice silences it? Bulgakov drew deeply from the Faust legend. Margarita's bargain with the devil echoes Goethe's Gretchen. The novel's epigraph comes straight from Faust, that power which wills evil and works good. But Bulgakov inverts the Faust tradition brilliantly. In his novel, the devil is more just than any human authority. Woland punishes the guilty and rewards the brave. The state does the opposite. Woland only punishes those who deserve it. The greedy lose their stolen money. The liars are exposed. The cowards face their fears. Meanwhile, the Soviet system imprisoned people for telling the truth. The novel's epigraph from Goethe sets up everything. I am part of that power, which eternally wills evil and eternally works good. Woland quotes it as his own identity. The paradox is the point. This describes Woland perfectly. Evil in form, good in function. A devil who serves justice when the official systems of justice have become tools of oppression. The moral universe, inverted. Bulgakov's version of Jesus is equally radical. Yeshua HaNozri is not the divine Son of God performing miracles. He's a wandering philosopher, human, vulnerable and compassionate, no halo. Just truth. By making Yeshua fully human, Bulgakov makes his truth more powerful, not less. If this philosopher is just a man, then his bravery before Pilate is something any human could aspire to. That's the point. Bulgakov's theology doesn't fit neatly into any box. Neither fully atheist nor conventionally Christian. He creates a universe where God exists but operates through the most unexpected agents, including Satan. The novel suggests something brave. Truth doesn't need miracles to survive. It doesn't need institutional backing. It just needs someone willing to speak it, and someone willing to preserve it. Consider the world Bulgakov wrote in 1930s Moscow. Stalin's Great Purge killing hundreds of thousands. Show trials. Midnight arrests. Neighbors informing on neighbors. Terror as national policy. Writers vanished into prison camps. Bulgakov's friends, colleagues, people who had sat at his dinner table. Arrested, exiled, shot. The literary community he belonged to was systematically dismantled. To write a novel with the devil as hero in this environment was nearly suicidal. Every page was evidence of independent thought. Every joke was a potential death sentence. Bulgakov wrote it anyway. The master's decision to burn his manuscript in the novel reflects the real desperation of Soviet writers. Many destroyed their own work preemptively. Better to burn it yourself than let them find it. Manuscripts don't burn became more than a line in a novel. It became a battle cry, a declaration that truth is indestructible, that no fire, no censor, no dictator can permanently silence an honest voice. The novel is simultaneously a love story, a political satire, a theological meditation, and an anarchic farce. It shouldn't work. These genres shouldn't coexist. But in Bulgakov's hands, they dance together perfectly. No other novel in world literature attempts all four registers at once and succeeds. Bulgakov could make you laugh, weep, think, and tremble within the span of 3 pages. That range is his genius. His genius was making the impossible feel inevitable. When a giant cat shoots a pistol, you believe it. When the devil drinks from a skull, it feels natural. Magic as ordinary as breathing. Bulgakov's legacy begins with this novel, but his influence radiates outward, through film, music, theater, and the imaginations of readers on every continent. Let's follow that legacy now. When the novel first appeared in 1966, the effect on Russian readers was seismic. Here was a voice from the grave, speaking truths no living writer dared to say aloud. Before official publication, samizdat copies had circulated for years. Hand-typed manuscripts, carbon copies of carbon copies, passed from friend to friend in secret. Underground literature keeping the truth alive. Suddenly, the suppressed masterpiece was available to everyone. Russians devoured it. Lines formed at bookshops. People read it on the metro, in parks, aloud to their children. A cultural earthquake. It became the most beloved Russian novel of the 20th century, more widely read than Solzhenitsyn, more quoted than Pasternak. Bulgakov, dead for decades, became the most present writer in Russia. International translations followed rapidly. English, French, German, Spanish, Japanese. The world outside Russia discovered that one of the greatest novels of the century had been hidden from them. Patriarch's Pawns in Moscow became a literary pilgrimage site. Fans seek out the bench where Woolen first appeared. They sit where the devil sat and look for signs of magic in the ordinary afternoon. The stairwell of the real apartment building on Sadovaya Street became a canvas. Fans covered every wall with graffiti. Quotes, drawings of Behemoth, love letters to Margarita, declarations that manuscripts don't burn. A Bulgakov museum opened in that building. The fictional apartment 50 became a real cultural institution. Visitors walk through rooms where the devil once held court, where Behemoth drank vodka. The novel's influence rippled outward through world literature. Gabriel Garcia Marquez acknowledged a debt to Bulgakov. The Russians' blending of the magical and the mundane opened doors for Latin American writers. Salman Rushdie's work echoes Bulgakov's fearless blending of satire and the supernatural. Both writers understood that fantasy can carry truths too dangerous for realism. Both paid a price for their honesty. Mick Jagger wrote, "Sympathy for the Devil," after reading the novel. The song captures Woolen's voice with uncanny precision. Charming, dangerous, ancient, speaking as a witness to every human atrocity. The song spread Woolen's spirit to millions who would never read the novel. Bulgakov's Devil entered popular culture through a completely unexpected door. A guitar riff and a samba beat. Film directors have tried repeatedly to capture the novel on screen. Each attempt struggles with the same challenge. How do you film something that exists most powerfully in the reader's imagination? A major Russian television series in 2005 brought the story to millions of new viewers. For many younger Russians, this was their first encounter with Bulgakov's Moscow, Woolen's Smile, Margarita's Flight. Theater adaptations have flourished across Europe and beyond. The ball scene in particular becomes breathtaking live theater. The dead waltzing, the champagne flowing, the cat playing piano on a real stage. Opera, ballet, graphic novels. Each art form has claimed a piece of Bulgakov's vision. The story proves endlessly adaptable because its core elements are universal love, truth, sacrifice, and the comedy of power. Why does this novel keep getting reimagined? Because every generation finds something new in it. The book doesn't stay the same. It changes with its readers, reflecting whatever truth they need most. For Soviet readers, it was a coded protest. Every scene of bureaucratic absurdity was a wink at shared suffering. Every act of supernatural justice was a fantasy of accountability the real system never provided. Western readers discovered it as a dazzling work of imaginative fiction. The comedy, the romance, the supernatural spectacle. Divorced from its political context, the novel still dazzles on pure storytelling power. Modern readers find yet another resonance. In an age of manufactured news and institutional dishonesty, the novel's insistence on truth feels more urgent than ever. Woolen's mirror is still needed. The theme of censorship feels eternal because it is. Every era has its forbidden truths. Every system of power decides which voices are allowed and which are silenced. The specifics change. The pattern never does. The love story between the master and Margarita transcends its Russian setting. Devotion against impossible odds. love that doesn't calculate cost, the willingness to lose everything for one person. Margarita's willingness to become a witch for love resonates everywhere. She didn't wait to be rescued. She flew. She fought. She bargained with darkness on her own terms and won. The Jerusalem chapters continue to provoke theological debate. Bulgakov's Yeshua is no one's orthodoxy. He's too human for traditionalists, too spiritual for atheists, too compassionate for cynics. He's perfect. Scholars still argue about the ending. The master receives peace, not light. Is that a reward or a consolation prize? Is Bulgakov saying art brings rest but not salvation? He receives peace but not light. Some read this as sadness. The master wasn't good enough for heaven. Others read it as Bulgakov's deepest wisdom. After sufficient suffering, rest is the truest paradise. Perhaps peace is the highest gift for a man who knew only turmoil. After madness, censorship, burned manuscripts, and persecution, to simply rest, to simply be, could be everything. Can you feel that? Behemoth the cat became a Russian cultural icon. Plush toys, street art, internet memes. The vodka-drinking, chess-playing, gun-wielding demon cat is arguably Russia's most beloved literary character. Manuscripts don't burn is quoted daily across Russia. On protest signs, in graduation speeches, in quiet conversations between writers. 4 words carrying an entire philosophy of resistance and hope. The phrase has become a universal statement about the persistence of truth. It travels beyond Russian borders, beyond literature, beyond Bulgakov's original intention, into the shared vocabulary of human defiance. In the age of digital information, manuscripts literally cannot burn anymore. Every text can be copied infinitely, stored in clouds, spread across networks. Bulgakov's metaphor has become technological reality. But the deeper truth goes beyond technology. Manuscripts don't burn because truth lives in human memory and courage. Even if every copy were destroyed, someone would remember. Someone would rewrite. Someone would speak. Bulgakov couldn't have known his novel would survive. When he died in 1940, its future was entirely uncertain. He trusted Elena. He trusted time. Both proved worthy of that trust. 26 years between his death and publication. Elena never gave up. She copied, she preserved, she waited. When the moment came, the manuscript was ready. Her devotion matched Margarita's exactly. The real Margarita saved the real manuscript. Life imitating art, imitating life. Bulgakov wrote about a woman who would do anything for her writer, and then his own wife became exactly that woman. Today the novel is required reading in Russian schools. The book that was banned, burned, hidden, and smuggled is now assigned as homework. The transformation from forbidden to canonical in a single lifetime. Young Russians discover it fresh each year and find it as wild and funny and devastating as the day it was written. Bulgakov's humor hasn't aged a day. Absurdity is timeless. The humor hasn't dated because bureaucratic absurdity is eternal. Bulgakov satirized the Soviet system, but his targets, pomposity, corruption, willful ignorance, exist in every society, in every century. The love hasn't faded because desperate devotion is timeless. People still sacrifice everything for the ones they love. People still fly through the night, metaphorically or otherwise, to reach each other. And the question hasn't been answered. What is truth? Who has the courage to speak it? That question was ancient when Pilate asked it, and it will be new when someone asks it tomorrow. We've traveled a long way together tonight, from a hot afternoon at Patriarchus Pons to the gates of eternity, and back again to the moonlit city where it all began. We met the devil in a summer suit, and he turned out to be more honest than every official in Moscow. His crimes were exposure. His punishments were truth. His gift was a restored manuscript. We watched a woman fly naked over Moscow on a broomstick, and understood that it was the most rational thing anyone did in the entire story. Love demanded flight, she flew. We sat with Pontius Pilate under the moon for 2,000 years. We felt the weight of his one terrible morning, and we heard the words that finally set him free. And we met a writer who burned his own book and a wife who kept it alive for 26 years. The story behind the story proved just as extraordinary as the fiction itself. Bulgakov's greatest gift was laughter in the dark. He proved that comedy is not the opposite of seriousness. It's the sharpest weapon against tyranny. A joke can cut deeper than any sword. The novel teaches that love is the strongest magic, stronger than Woolen's powers, stronger than death. Margarita's love moved the devil himself to an act of mercy. That's real sorcery. It teaches that cowardice is the only unforgivable sin. Not because it's the worst thing a person can do, but because it's the betrayal of what a person knows to be right. Pilate knew. He failed. And it teaches that art survives. Pages burn. Writers die, empires fall. But the story remains. Somewhere, always, someone is reading the master's novel for the first time. Manuscripts don't burn. If you've stayed awake this far, thank you for the company. It's been a genuine pleasure sharing this story with you tonight. Not many tales deserve a full hour, this one does. And if you drifted off somewhere along the way, that's perfect. The story will be here whenever you want to return. It's patient. It's been waiting since 1940. A few more hours won't matter. Picture the moonlit path one last time. Silver light on ancient stone. The cliffs rising on either side like the walls of a great cathedral. Everything still, everything at peace. Pilate walks that path no more. After 2,000 years, he's been freed by 5 words from a writer who loved him enough to end his suffering. The chair is empty, the vigil is over. The master sits in his quiet garden. The pen rests beside clean paper he may never use. Margarita reads beside him. The creek murmurs its endless simple song. This is enough. Somewhere in Moscow right now, the moon is rising, full and silver and patient. And if you listen carefully through the nighttime quiet, you might hear a very large cat laughing. Maybe Behemoth is still out there, drinking vodka on a windowsill, riding the metro at midnight, setting small fires in buildings that deserve it. Moscow's most beloved troublemaker, never truly gone. The city sleeps and the city dreams. Millions of private worlds behind millions of windows. And in those dreams, anything is possible. Even the devil having tea with a cat. Somewhere a woman flies over rooftops, not on a broomstick, perhaps, but in the way love makes you fly, recklessly, joyfully, without caring what the world below thinks of you. Somewhere a writer finds their pages restored, every word returned, nothing truly lost. The novel they thought was finished, destroyed, alive again, glowing with its own quiet fire. Somewhere a philosopher walks with the man who condemned him and forgives him completely. Not because the wrong was small, but because forgiveness is the only path wide enough for 2 people. These images are yours now, the flying woman, the burning pages that return, the moonlit path, the cat with the vodka. Carry them gently into whatever comes next for you tonight. The night is quiet now. The story has been told. Let your breathing slow down just a little. There's nowhere to go, nothing to solve. Just this comfortable darkness and the memory of a good tale. You don't need to hold on to any of it. The words will wait. Like manuscripts that don't burn, good stories never truly disappear. They sit patiently until someone reaches for them again. Good stories don't disappear. They wait patiently on shelves and in memories. They wait in the way the moonlight waits on patriarch's pawns, always there, always ready for whoever needs it. Perhaps tomorrow you'll pick up the novel itself. Feel the weight of those pages in your hands. Discover the 1,000 details we couldn't fit into a single hour. There's so much more waiting inside. Or perhaps this telling was enough for tonight. Either way, you've spent an hour with one of the greatest novels the 20th century produced. That's not nothing. That's quite a lot, actually. A novel about love and courage and the strange mercy of the devil. About a cat who drank vodka and a woman who flew over Moscow. About truth that refuses to die. Written by a man who knew he was dying. Dictated from a bed he would never leave. For a world that wasn't ready to hear what he had to say. But the world caught up. The world always catches up eventually. It has to. Because truth is patient. And manuscripts don't burn, and love, real love, outlasts everything that tries to prevent it. Bulgakov trusted that. He trusted his wife. He trusted his story. He trusted that somewhere, someday, someone would read his words and understand. Tonight, that someone was you. Manuscripts don't burn. Neither does love, or courage, or a story told well on a quiet night. These things endure. They find their way. They always find their way. The moon is shining somewhere right now. Full and silver and ancient. The same moon that lit Pilate's terrace. The same moon that guided Margarita's flight. It shines for you tonight. Let it shine on you as you rest. You've earned this quiet. An hour of Moscow and Jerusalem and magic and love. Let it settle. Let it go. Let sleep come when it's ready. Good night from the master and Margarita, safe in their garden. From Wooland and his magnificent cat. From Pilate, walking free at last. And from Bulgakov, who trusted you with his truth. Sleep well tonight. Dream of moonlit paths and flying women and cats who drink vodka. And remember, always manuscripts don't burn. Good night. Tonight we're going to talk about one of the most controversial novels ever written. A book that disturbs, dazzles, and refuses to let you look away. If you drift off while listening, that's perfectly fine. No judgment here. This is a space for rest, wherever the story takes us. Lolita is a novel about obsession, about memory, about the seductive power of beautiful language to obscure terrible truths beneath its surface. The story is told by Humbert Humbert, a European intellectual writing his confession in an American prison cell, awaiting trial for murder. He begins with a name, Lolita. He lets it roll across his tongue like poetry, like music, like a spell he cannot break. The America of this novel is the 1950s. Chrome diners and neon motels. Highways stretching endlessly through landscapes of impossible beauty and emptiness. Humbert is a middle-aged European scholar with impeccable manners and a monstrous secret. The girl, Dolores Hayes, is 12 years old when they meet. This is not a love story, though Humbert desperately wants you to believe it is. This is a story about the destruction of a child. Nabokov wraps this horror in the most beautiful prose in the English language. That's the trap, and that's the point. Beauty serving darkness. Humbert's story begins in his own childhood, in the glamorous world of pre-war Europe. His father owned a luxury hotel on the French Riviera. There, when Humbert was 13, he fell in love for the first time. Her name was Annabelle, and she was the same age as him. They shared a single summer of longing glances and stolen moments. One afternoon on a hidden beach, they tried to consummate their young love. They were interrupted. Adults appeared. And then, 4 months later, Annabelle died of typhus. She was gone, and something in Humbert froze forever. In his twisted mind, Humbert constructs a theory. He becomes fixated on what he calls nymphets, girls of a certain age who hold mysterious power over him. Years pass. He marries briefly, disastrously. He suffers breakdowns. He wanders through Europe as it slides toward another world war. Then America calls. Humbert arrives in America to take an academic position. He needs lodging for the summer. A newspaper advertisement leads him to a small town called Ramsdale. The listing promises a room in a respectable home. The landlady is a widow named Charlotte Hayes, and she is eager to show him the house. Charlotte Hayes is desperate for culture, for romance, for escape from her provincial life. She sees this European intellectual and immediately begins to perform for him. Humbert is polite but uninterested. The house is ordinary, Charlotte is tiresome, and he has already decided to decline the room when something stops him. Through the back window in the garden, a girl lies on a blanket in the sun. She is reading a magazine. She looks up. Time shatters. Humbert sees Annabelle. Not literally but spiritually, the same coltish limbs, the same freckled nose, the same impossible magnetism that stopped his heart decades ago. His whole plan changes in an instant. He will take the room. He will stay in this house. He will do whatever it takes to remain near her. Charlotte mistakes his sudden interest. She believes this cultured European man has been captivated by her charm, her home, her desperate hospitality. A triangle forms in that moment. Charlotte wanting Humbert, Humbert wanting her daughter, and Dolores unaware, still lying in the garden reading her magazine, chewing gum. Humbert crosses the threshold into the Hayes household. The trap is set, though it's unclear who has trapped whom. The long, terrible journey begins. Charlotte leads Humbert through her home with nervous pride, pointing out every doily, every painting, every piece of furniture she believes speaks of refinement. Through the doorway of a small bedroom, Humbert glimpses movie magazines scattered across a quilted bedspread. Bobby's socks on the floor, a girl's private world. Dinner that first evening is an exercise in performance. Charlotte serves pot roast and interrogates Humbert about Europe, while Dolores slouches and rolls her eyes. Humbert watches everything. He notes Charlotte's desperate chatter, the way she touches her hair, the sad hunger in her eyes. She is a means to an end. Charlotte asks about his wife. Humbert mentions his brief marriage ended badly. Charlotte's eyes brighten. A divorced European intellectual available under her own roof. After dinner, Dolores sits on the porch swing, bare legs tucked beneath her, reading a comic book by the dying light. She barely acknowledges Humbert's presence. Days pass. Dolores tests Humbert with sideways glances, with casual cruelties toward her mother. With the thoughtless confidence of a child who knows she's being watched. Charlotte announces her plan to send Dolores to Camp Q for the summer. A wonderful opportunity, she says. Fresh air and wholesome activities for growing girls. Humbert feels panic rising. If Dolores leaves for camp, he loses access to her. He must find a way to remain in this house, to keep the connection. Sunday morning, the Hayes family attends church. Humbert sits beside Charlotte in the pew, playing the role of respectable lodger, while Dolores fidgets and passes notes to friends. After church, they visit the Farlows next door. John Farlow is a gentle academic. Jean Farlow is athletic and flirtatious. Charlotte watches Jean watch Humbert with visible jealousy. Jean Farlow touches Humbert's arm while laughing at his European wit. Charlotte's smile becomes fixed, her eyes hard. She moves closer to Humbert, claiming territory. Humbert discovers Dolores sunbathing in the backyard, lying on her stomach, reading. He positions himself where he can watch, while pretending to tend the garden Charlotte has assigned him. One evening Charlotte appears at Humbert's door in a negligee. She has something important to discuss. Her eyes are glassy with wine and desperation and hope. Charlotte proposes marriage. She wants culture, companionship, someone to grow old with. She offers herself and her home and her daughter as a package deal. Humbert considers. If he marries Charlotte, he becomes Dolores' stepfather. He gains permanent access, legal standing, domestic cover. He accepts. The wedding is small and quick. Charlotte transforms into a possessive wife. She redecorates, rearranges, claims every corner of the house. She watches Humbert constantly, hungry for affection he cannot provide. Humbert keeps a diary. In small, careful handwriting, he records his true thoughts. He hides it in his desk, believing Charlotte would never dare to look. The day arrives. Charlotte drives Dolores to Camp Q, a lakeside retreat in the mountains. Humbert stands on the porch, watching the car disappear down the street. Summer without Dolores is torture for Humbert. Charlotte clings to him, demands attention, plans their future together. He writes letters to the camp, posing as concerned stepfather. One afternoon, Charlotte goes to Humbert's desk looking for stamps. She finds the diary. She reads. She discovers exactly what her new husband truly wants. Charlotte confronts Humbert with the diary clutched to her chest. Her voice breaks as she reads his words back to him. Monster, she calls him. Monster. Charlotte runs from the house, still holding damning letters she has written to everyone they know. She does not look as she crosses the street. There is a car. Charlotte dies in the street. A neighbor's car moving too fast, unable to stop. The letters scatter in the wind. No one reads what she wrote. Humbert stands at the window watching the ambulance lights. He feels shock, yes, and something else beneath it. Opportunity. Terrible, undeniable opportunity. He is free. In the following days, Humbert arranges everything. He becomes Dolores's legal guardian. He inherits the house, the car, the bank accounts. He inherits the child. Humbert drives toward Camp Q. The road unspools through summer countryside, green and golden and beautiful. He rehearses what he will tell her about her mother. Camp Q appears through the trees. Log cabins, a dock jutting into blue water, girls in shorts running between buildings. Somewhere among them is Dolores. Humbert finds her and tells the first lie. Her mother is very sick, in the hospital. They must leave immediately to see her. Dolores believes him. In the car, Dolores asks questions about her mother's illness. Humbert answers vaguely. Appendix, he says. Surgery, she will be fine. He keeps driving away from the hospital. They do not drive toward the hospital. They drive toward a hotel Humbert has selected in advance. The Enchanted Hunters, it is called. He checked the name twice. Night falls as they drive. Dolores sleeps against the passenger window, trusting unaware. Humbert watches the road and plans what comes next, what he has always planned. The Enchanted Hunters Hotel rises from the darkness. Colonial pillars, hunting trophies in the lobby, brass fixtures gleaming. A temple of Americana where everything will change. Humbert checks them in as father and daughter. The clerk does not question this. No one questions a well-dressed European man with a tired child at night. The room has only one bed. Humbert requested this specifically. Dolores is too tired to notice or complain. She falls onto the quilted bedspread without changing clothes. Downstairs in the dining room, Humbert orders dinner. Other families eat nearby, children laughing, parents tired from travel. Everything looks wholesome and ordinary. Nothing is. A man sits at the bar watching Humbert. Handsome, theatrical, smoking through an ivory holder. His smile has too many teeth. Humbert does not recognize him yet. Midnight at the Enchanted Hunters. The hotel sleeps. Somewhere a clock ticks. In their shared room. Humbert waits for sleeping pills to take effect on the child. Humbert has obtained pills from a doctor, claiming insomnia. He has calculated dosages. He has planned this night for months, for years, for his entire broken life. What happens that night is the center of the novel's darkness. Nabokov does not describe it directly. The prose circles around it, beautiful and evasive. The horror remains. Morning comes. Everything has changed and nothing can be undone. Dolores is awake, and Humbert must now tell her the truth about her mother. Part of it. Charlotte is dead. Humbert finally says the words, a car accident, days ago. There is no hospital. There is no home to return to anymore. Dolores cries. Real grief, real loss, a child suddenly orphaned and entirely alone in the world, except for this man who now has complete power over her. The road trip begins in earnest. No home, no school, no fixed address. Just Humbert and Dolores, and the endless American highway stretching toward nowhere in particular. Their first motel is called the Sunset Arms. Pink neon sign flickering, ice machine humming outside, room smelling of disinfectant and other people's cigarettes. Home now. A pattern establishes itself. Driving all day, motel at night, new state each week. Humbert controls the money, the car, the route, the story they tell strangers. Dolores learns quickly that she has one source of power. She can withhold what Humbert wants. She can bargain. She begins to demand things in exchange. Allowance negotiations become ritual. Dolores wants movie magazines, ice cream, new saddle shoes. Humbert pays and pays. It is the economy of their terrible arrangement. They visit roadside attractions. The world's largest ball of twine, mystery caves, petrified forests. Humbert takes photographs of Dolores posed before each landmark, building an album of lies. At a diner counter, Dolores spins on her stool and orders a chocolate milkshake. For a moment she seems like any American teenager. But she is not, she cannot be. Other families pass them on the highway, waving from station wagons. Fathers driving, mothers navigating, children fighting in back seats. Normal American families going normal places. Humbert begins to notice something. A red convertible appears in his mirrors too often. The same car at the diner, at the motel, following at careful distance. The convertible vanishes and reappears. Always too far to see the driver clearly. Always present when Humbert looks for it. Someone is watching the watcher. At a gas station, Humbert asks about the red car. The attendant shrugs. Lots of red cars on the road. Humbert pays and drives faster, but the shadow follows. They cross into the desert southwest. Monument Valley rises in red spires. The landscape is ancient and indifferent to the small drama of their car passing through. At the Grand Canyon, Dolores stands at the railing looking down into that impossible chasm. Humbert stands behind her, one hand on her shoulder, posing for no one. One night, Dolores tries to run. She slips out the motel door while Humbert sleeps. He wakes and finds her a mile down the road, walking toward nothing. After that, Humbert increases the bribes. A new bicycle. Tennis lessons at each town they pass. Movie tickets, record albums, anything to keep her compliant, contained. A year passes on the road. They have crossed America twice, zigzagging through 30 states. Humbert documents everything in his journal. Miles, motels, the degradation of a child. Humbert decides they must settle somewhere. He cannot keep driving forever. He finds an academic position in Beardsley, a New England college town. They will pretend to be normal. The Beardsley house has white shutters and a small yard. Humbert enrolls Dolores in school. For a few months, the terrible arrangement wears a mask of suburban propriety. Dolores attends Beardsley Girls' School. She wears the uniform, carries books, walks to class with other girls. For hours each day, she exists outside Humbert's direct control. Miss Pratt, the headmistress, summons Humbert for a conference. She is concerned about Dolores's adjustment. Withdrawn, she says, distracted. Pratt recommends extracurricular activities. The theater club, perhaps. The school is mounting a play called The Enchanted Hunters. The name strikes Humbert like a blow. Dolores wants desperately to audition. He reluctantly agrees. Humbert meets Gaston Godin, a fellow European at the college. Portly, nervous, living alone with curious tastes. They play chess and speak French. Two outsiders recognizing each other. Over the chessboard, Gaston hints at his own secrets. Humbert recognizes a fellow deviant, though Gaston's interests run in different directions. They become friends of a sort, mutual blackmail potential. Dolores throws herself into rehearsals. She comes home late, memorizing lines, glowing with a passion Humbert has never seen from her. She is excited about something he doesn't control. Humbert discovers the playwright's name, Claire Quilty, a famous writer of television dramas and stage plays. He has been visiting the school to supervise his production. The name triggers something. The hotel, the red convertible, the man at the bar with too many teeth and the knowing smile. Quilty has been following them all along. Dolores becomes secretive. Phone calls late at night, whispered conversations she ends when Humbert enters the room. Notes passed at school. She is communicating with someone outside his control. Opening night of the play. Humbert sits in the audience with other parents, watching Dolores perform. She is radiant, transformed. And in the back row, Quilty watches them both. Humbert watches Dolores take her bow to applause. He watches Quilty slip out the side door. Two predators circling the same prey, and one of them is winning. Backstage, Humbert finds Dolores in costume talking to a man he cannot quite see. They lean close, whispering. When Humbert approaches, the man vanishes into the crowded wings. Humbert confronts Dolores. Who was that man? What did he want? She looks at him with something new in her eyes. Defiance, maybe. Or the beginning of an escape plan. Humbert's jealousy ignites. He threatens consequences if she continues her secret communications. His control is slipping, and he responds with violence, verbal and otherwise. The cycle tightens. Humbert announces they are leaving Beardsley. Another road trip. They must visit her mother's grave, he lies. They must get away. He must separate her from Quilty. But Dolores is sick, fever and chills. Humbert takes her to the local hospital, where doctors recommend she stay for observation. He cannot refuse without raising suspicion. Humbert visits every day, sitting beside her hospital bed, watching nurses come and go. She seems to be recovering, but something in her eyes has changed. She is planning. One morning, Humbert arrives and the bed is empty. Dolores checked out hours ago, the nurse says. An uncle came for her. She left willingly, even eagerly. Humbert collapses, his nightmare made real. She is gone, taken by his rival, his shadow, his fellow monster. He tears apart the hospital room looking for clues. The hunt begins. Humbert drives back along their route, checking every motel register for familiar names. Quilty leaves clues, mocking wordplay aliases designed to taunt him. The false names are elaborate jokes. Dr. Graciano Forbson, Arthur Rainbow, Ted Hunter. Each one a literary reference, a private taunt Quilty knows only Humbert will understand. The trail goes cold somewhere in the mountains. Quilty has covered his tracks. Dolores has vanished completely into America's vastness. Humbert drives in circles, searching for nothing. Humbert's health fails. Heart trouble, the doctors say, but it is something else breaking. He spends time in a sanatorium, staring at walls, waiting for word that never comes. Years pass, 3 years. Humbert teaches at a small college, keeps to himself, carries a gun now. He waits. He has learned patience in his madness. A letter arrives one September morning. Cheap paper, penciled address, postmarked from a town called Colmont. Inside, a few sentences from someone calling herself Mrs. Richard Schiller. She needs money. $500 for her husband's business. She is married, pregnant, poor. She asks nothing else. She offers no explanation, just her new address. Humbert drives to Colmont, a mining town in the Appalachian foothills. Slag heaps and company houses. Nothing glamorous here, nothing beautiful, just American poverty laid bare. He finds the address. A ramshackle house with peeling paint and sagging porch. Laundry hangs limp in the gray air. This is where his Lolita ended up. The door opens. Dolores stands there, 17 now, heavily pregnant, wearing a faded housedress. She looks older than her years. She looks like her mother did. Her husband Richard appears behind her. A kind, plain young man, partly deaf from war wounds. He shakes Humbert's hand warmly, knows nothing, suspects nothing, good decent people living small. They sit in the poor front room, and Dolores tells Humbert everything. How Quilty found her at school. How he promised her Hollywood, stardom, escape from the monster who owned her. Quilty took her to his ranch where he made films, special films, with children. When she refused to participate, he threw her out. Another monster. Different appetite, same destruction. Humbert asks her to leave with him. Now. He will take her anywhere. He still loves her, he says, always has, always will. She looks at him with pity. She refuses. She loves her husband. She is happy here, as happy as she can be. Humbert writes a check for $400, everything he has. He leaves her everything and leaves. Humbert drives away from Colmont with murder in his heart. The gun sits in his glove compartment, loaded and waiting. He knows now where Quilty lives. Paver Manor. The name alone sounds like a Gothic joke. Quilty's estate sits somewhere in the countryside, decaying grandly while its owner parties and writes and destroys lives. Humbert finds the estate as evening falls. Wrought iron gates hang open, rusting. The driveway is overgrown. Whatever glory this place once had has long since faded into decay. The mansion looms against the darkening sky, windows broken, shutters hanging loose, yet lights burn inside. Someone is home. Someone is always home at Paver Manor. Humbert walks through the overgrown garden toward the front door. Statues covered in vines, a fountain choked with leaves. Beauty rotting everywhere, just like its owner's soul. The front door stands open, inside chaos reigns. Furniture overturned, bottles everywhere. Theatrical costumes and props scattered as if a party ended badly and no one cleaned up. Humbert moves through the house, gun drawn. Room after room of destruction and abandonment. Then a voice calls out from somewhere above. Playful, mocking, utterly unafraid. Quilty appears at the top of the stairs in a silk robe, drink in hand, cigarette holder clenched between teeth. He smiles down at Humbert like an old friend arriving for dinner. The confrontation is absurd from the start. Quilty refuses to take Humbert seriously. He jokes, deflects, offers drinks, makes literary puns about murder and revenge and jealousy. Humbert produces a poem he has written for this moment, a formal accusation in verse. He demands that Quilty read it aloud, understand exactly why he must die tonight. Quilty refuses to read. He laughs, crumples the paper, tosses it aside. This infuriates Humbert beyond reason. He fires once, wildly. The bullet shatters a mirror instead. The chase begins through the ruined mansion. Quilty runs, laughing still, through doorways and upstairs and down corridors. Humbert follows, firing badly, hitting walls and furniture. They end up in a bedroom. Quilty, wounded now, crawls onto the bed, still joking, still refusing to die with dignity. Humbert empties the gun into him at last. Quilty dies as he lived, performing until the final breath. Humbert stands over the body, gun empty, breathing hard. He has done it. It changes nothing at all. Humbert walks out of Paver Manor covered in blood that is not all Quilty's. He has been wounded too, somewhere in the chaos. He barely feels it now. He drives without destination, the roads blur, the trees blur. America itself seems to dissolve around him as shock and blood loss take their toll on his body. Humbert drifts across the center line. He drives on the wrong side of the road for miles, not caring anymore. Perhaps hoping another car will end this story for him. Police lights appear in his mirror. Sirens. He does not speed up or try to escape. He pulls over gently and waits with his hands on the wheel. They find the gun, the blood, eventually the body at Paver Manor. Humbert confesses everything except the one thing he believes matters. He loved her. He still insists he loved her. In his cell, Humbert begins to write. He has 56 days before his trial, and he intends to use every one of them. The confession becomes the novel we are reading. Page after page flows from his pen. He writes with the precision of a lepidopterist pinning butterflies, each word chosen to preserve his version of events forever in amber. Humbert addresses the reader directly throughout. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, he says. He knows he is on trial. He knows you are the judge. He performs anyway. He claims he writes not for redemption but for record. Not to be forgiven but to be understood. Yet every beautiful sentence begs for sympathy he does not deserve. Consider the opening lines. Lolita, light of my life, fire of my loins. The most famous beginning in modern literature. Poetry masking predation from the very first breath. Nabokov gives Humbert the most seductive voice in fiction. We are meant to be charmed even as we are horrified. That is the trap. That is the entire point. Humbert is what scholars call an unreliable narrator. Everything we know comes filtered through his obsession. We see Dolores only as he chooses to show her, which is barely at all. Dolores speaks perhaps 100 lines in the entire novel. Her jokes, complaints, movie star crushes, teenage slang. Humbert quotes her rarely, and only to mock or dismiss her voice. The real crime lies beneath the beautiful sentences. A child was groomed, abducted, raped, imprisoned for years. Nabokov never lets us forget, even as Humbert tries to make us forget. The prose is the accomplice. Every beautiful phrase invites the reader to look away from the ugliness. To be complicit in Humbert's sanitizing project. Reading carefully means resisting this invitation. Humbert knows exactly what he is. Monster, he calls himself. Madman, he confesses his villainy while simultaneously asking us to see him as more than villain. That is his final manipulation. The purpose of the confession, he claims, is to immortalize Lolita. In art alone, he writes, can she live forever? He makes her eternal by making her his. But Dolores does not live forever. Nabokov tells us in the foreword, through the fictional editor. She dies in childbirth on Christmas Day, 17 years old in a town called Grey Star. The manuscript becomes her only memorial. The novel we hold contains the only version of her that will survive. Humbert has won, in the most terrible way possible. Humbert dies of heart failure just days after completing his confession. He never faces trial. He never faces justice. Only the reader remains to deliver a verdict that never comes. 2 deaths recorded in the fictional editor's foreword. Dolores Schiller and Humbert. both gone before the story reaches us. We read testimony from ghosts about other ghosts. The fictional editor is named John Ray Jr., Ph.D., a psychologist who writes the foreword as scholarly introduction. He entirely misses the point of everything he has read. Ray moralizes heavily. He calls the manuscript a case study. He recommends it for parents and social workers. He treats art as warning label, beauty as cautionary tale. Nabokov hides behind these masks. Ray Humbert, the manuscript itself. The real author is nowhere and everywhere. Manipulating readers through layers of fiction, pretending to be confession, pretending to be scholarship. This nesting structure protects and implicates simultaneously. No one can be blamed directly. Everyone is implicated in transmission. The horror passes hand to hand like contraband. America itself becomes a character in this novel. The landscape that swallows Humbert and Dolores is vast, indifferent, complicit in its anonymity. Motels ask no questions. Nabokov saw America with immigrant eyes. Strange customs, strange landscapes, strange freedoms. The road trip as both liberation and trap. Distance as both escape and prison. The motels and diners and gas stations form a shadow geography. A world where cash buys anonymity, and no one looks too closely at relationships that seem slightly wrong. Consumer culture saturates the novel. Aids magazines, movies, products. Dolores is obsessed with Hollywood, with teen fads, with everything her culture tells her to want. She is so American. The American dream inverted here becomes nightmare. Freedom becomes captivity. The open road becomes endless trap. Promise becomes horror. Everything bright and hopeful turns sinister under Nabokov's gaze. Compare this to Kerouac's On the Road, published the same year. Both novels feature cross-country driving, American vastness, characters fleeing something. The difference is everything that matters. The motel becomes the Central American space in Lolita. Not home, not hotel, but something in between. Temporary, anonymous. Designed for people passing through and leaving no trace. Claire Quilty serves as Humbert's double throughout the novel. Same appetites, different style. Where Humbert is European and refined, Quilty is American and crude. Same monster, different mask. Quilty represents Hollywood, America, commerce, mass entertainment. Humbert represents Europe, literature, high culture, refinement. Both destroy children. Culture is no protection against monstrosity. Perhaps it enables it. The Enchanted Hunters, Hotel and Play, provides the novel's central image. Hunting as enchantment. Enchantment as hunting. The predator calling his prey magical to justify the chase. Throughout the novel, hunting imagery surfaces and resurfaces. Humbert stalks, tracks, captures, possesses. The language of the chase infuses every description of his relationship with Dolores. Nabokov fills the text with puzzles and games. Anagrams, acrostics, hidden patterns. Quilty's fake names mock Humbert with literary jokes only he would catch. The reader becomes detective. The title invokes Edgar Allan Poe's poem Annabel Lee. Humbert's first love shares that name deliberately. Poe married his 13-year-old cousin. Literature has always harbored these monsters. Humbert uses literature to justify his obsession. He cites Dante and Petrarch and their child brides. He makes himself part of a tradition. Culture becomes alibi for crime. Memory itself imprisons Humbert. He is frozen at 13, at the moment of Annabel's death. Every obsession afterward is an attempt to return to that summer, that beach, that interrupted moment. Time is the novel's enemy. Children grow up, nymphets become women. Humbert's entire project is to stop time, to possess a moment forever. But time always wins. Time destroys everything. What was stolen from Dolores Hayes? A childhood, a normal adolescence. First dates and proms in college and the freedom to become whoever she might have been, everything. She might have become an actress. She loved the stage. A tennis player. She was genuinely talented. A mother on her own terms. A woman with choices. We will never know. Listen to her voice when it appears. She wants to see movies, eat ice cream, read movie magazines, be like other girls. She wants such ordinary things. She deserves them. The allowance scenes reveal the economic dimension of abuse. Humbert pays for compliance. Dolores sells the only thing she has left. The transaction is clear and horrible. Charlotte Hayes deserves reconsideration too. A lonely widow, desperate for love, choosing badly. Humbert manipulated her as surely as he manipulated her daughter. Another victim of his performance. No one protected Dolores. Her father dead before the story begins. Her mother distracted by desire. The school oblivious. Society designed to look away. She was entirely alone. Camp Q should have been safe haven. Lakeside summers, campfires, girls her own age. Instead it became the place from which she was abducted. Even childhood spaces fail her. Beardsley offered a glimpse of normal life. School friends, the play a room of her own. Humbert could not tolerate her having anything he did not control. Her choice of Quilty over Humbert was a choice between monsters. She chose the one who promised Hollywood, escape, glamour. She chose wrong, but she had no good options. Quilty's ranch was worse in some ways. He wanted her for films, performances, things she would not do. When she refused, he discarded her. At least Humbert wanted to keep her. She escaped Quilty on her own. No one rescued her. She found her way to a small town, met a simple man, built a life from the wreckage. Survivor. Richard Schiller is the only decent man in the novel. Hard-working, kind, deaf to the horrors of her past, loving her simply. He gives her the one thing no one else did: choice. The coal town marriage is poor but real. A rented house, an honest man, a baby coming. Not the glamour she dreamed of, but something Humbert could never give. Freedom. When Humbert arrives at her door, Dolores is 17 and looks older. The girl he pursued is gone. The woman who remains sees him clearly and feels nothing but mild pity. He offers to take her away, anywhere forever. He still believes what he feels is love. She refuses without hesitation. She has finally found something worth staying for. Broke my heart, Dolores says, speaking of Quilty, not Humbert. Quilty, who promised her dreams and used her and threw her away. That is who she cared about. This devastates Humbert more than anything. Not that she hates him, but that he barely registered. He was obstacle, not lover. Captor, not beloved. His entire narrative collapses. He built a cathedral of words to their love. She experienced it as years of captivity and abuse. These two narratives cannot be reconciled. Only one is true. Humbert drives away with everything shattered. His love story was always fiction. His Lolita never existed except as projection onto a real girl he destroyed. The confession is for nothing, yet he writes anyway. Perhaps for himself. Perhaps for the Dolores who lived only in his mind. Perhaps to control even this final narrative when everything else has slipped away. Near the end, Humbert describes a moment of genuine clarity. Standing on a cliff above a valley town, he hears children playing below. Their voices rise as one. He listens. The hopelessly poignant thing, he writes, was not Lolita's absence from my side, but the absence of her voice from that concord. She should have been there, being a child. This is the closest Humbert comes to understanding. He stole her voice from the chorus of normal childhood. He removed her from life and made her his object. This is the crime. Not murder. That came later and mattered less. The real crime was smaller and larger at once. The daily theft of a child's self. The erasure of who she might have been. Humbert's single true insight comes too late to save anyone, least of all himself. Knowledge is not redemption. Understanding is not forgiveness. Some damage cannot be undone. Why does this book disturb us so deeply? Because it makes us feel things we should not feel. Sympathy for a monster. Pleasure in beautiful words describing ugly acts. Nabokov understood that seduction works through language. If we enjoy Humbert's prose, we are already compromised. The book makes us his accomplices, even as it makes us his judges. The moral complexity is the point. Nabokov refused easy answers, simple condemnations, comfortable distance. He wanted readers to struggle. Struggle means engagement. Engagement means understanding. Understanding is everything. The book's reputation has swung between scandal and classic. Pornography, some called it. Masterpiece, others insisted. Both missed the point. It is neither. It is something far more disturbing. When Nabokov first submitted the manuscript, American publishers fled in terror. The subject was impossible. The treatment was dangerous. No one wanted to be responsible for releasing this into the world. Maurice Girodias of Olympia Press in Paris said yes. His press specialized in books other publishers feared. In 1955, 2 green volumes appeared in limited edition. The bomb was lit. British customs seized copies. France banned its own publication temporarily. The scandal spread across borders, making the book famous before most people had read a word. Notoriety as publicity. In 1958, Putnam in New York finally dared to publish an American edition. It shot to number 1 on the bestseller list. Everyone wanted to see what the fuss was about. Controversy sells books. The scandal brought readers. But what kept them was the prose, the complexity, the unsettling artistry. Lolita became classic because it earned that title beyond sensation. Graham Greene championed the novel publicly. His defense as respected literary figure legitimized what might have remained underground scandal. The establishment opened its doors, reluctantly, to Nabokov's monster. Success transformed Nabokov's life. After decades of poverty, exile, obscure teaching positions, he finally had money. He could write full-time. He could choose where to live. Freedom at 60. He chose Switzerland. The Montreux Palace Hotel became his permanent home. He and Vieira took rooms overlooking the lake. And there they stayed for the rest of their lives. Stanley Kubrick adapted Lolita for film in 1962. The Hays Code and public pressure forced compromises everywhere. The movie is brilliant but fundamentally different. The language is gone. Sue Lyon, cast as Lolita, was 14 but played older. The film aged the character, softened the horror, made the relationship almost plausible. This was the only way to show it then. What the film could not capture was Nabokov's language. The seduction happens in sentences, in rhythm, in the very sound of words. No camera can film prose. Adrian Lyne tried again in 1997. Closer to the book in some ways, more explicit in others. Still missing something essential. The novel resists translation to any other form. Perhaps Lolita is simply unadaptable. The prose is not decoration but substance. Remove the language and you remove the trap. The film becomes either prurient or moralistic. The novel is neither. Stage versions have been attempted with varying success. Opera adaptations too. Each medium finds something in the story. None finds everything. The novel remains the only true Lolita. Joshua Feinberg's opera Vergink found music for Humbert's obsession. The dissonance captured something the films could not. Sound approaching what only language originally achieved. But still not quite. Modern critics increasingly focus on what earlier readers missed: Dolores herself. Feminist scholars have reclaimed the novel, reading against Humbert, finding the buried girl beneath his performance. These readings center the victim rather than the victimizer. They ask what Dolores experienced while Humbert was composing pretty sentences. They restore her humanity against his objectification. The contemporary understanding of child abuse has changed how we read Lolita. What once shocked now illuminates. We have vocabulary now for what Humbert did. We can name the crime precisely. Teaching Lolita remains ethically challenging. How do you discuss a brilliant work that seduces readers toward sympathy for a child abuser? Very carefully, with constant context, with refusal to simplify. Why does this book remain essential? Because darkness exists and literature must face it. Because beauty can serve horror, and we need to understand how. Because art is not safe. Literature's purpose is not comfort but truth. Lolita tells truths about obsession, about language, about America, about the ways we deceive ourselves. Uncomfortable truths we need to hear. Nabokov wrote other masterpieces. Pale Fire with its mad commentator. Ada, his longest and strangest. Speak Memory, his autobiography of exile. Each brilliant, none quite like Lolita. His themes recur across works: memory's tyranny, the exile's longing, games and puzzles, the beautiful and terrible precision of obsession. He returned again and again to what haunted him. The butterflies were real. Nabokov spent decades collecting and studying Lepidoptera. He discovered species, published scientific papers, worked at Harvard's museum. Writer and scientist in one restless mind. Art as preservation. This connects his two vocations. The novelist pins characters to pages as the scientist pins specimens to boards. Both freeze beauty in time, both end life to extend it. Lolita achieves this dark immortality. Dolores Hayes is forever 12, forever trapped, forever beautiful in Humbert's prose. This is tribute and crime in one. The terrible gift of art. Vladimir Vladimirovich Nabokov was born in St. Petersburg on April 22, 1899, into a world of extraordinary privilege that would soon vanish completely. His family was fabulously wealthy. Townhouse in the capital, country estate at Vera, summers on the Baltic coast. Servants, tutors, every advantage a child could have. His father, Vladimir Dmitrievich, was a prominent liberal politician and legal scholar. He edited a newspaper, fought for civil rights, believed in democracy. Dangerous views in Tsarist Russia. Young Vladimir grew up trilingual. Russian at home, French with governesses, English with tutors. He read Dickens and Flaubert before most children learn cursive. Language was his element from birth. Summers at Vera were paradise. Forests full of butterflies waiting to be caught, identified, catalogued. The boy roamed with net and killing jar, beginning a lifelong obsession with winged beauty. At 12, Vladimir experienced his first love, a girl named Colette at a French resort. Brief, intense, unconsummated, sound familiar. The pattern established early, though without the pathology. Then came 1917. Revolution swept through Russia, and the Nabokov world ended overnight. Workers seized the townhouse. Soldiers occupied Vera. Everything the family owned became suddenly dangerous to possess. The family fled south to Crimea, then further. They stayed ahead of the Bolsheviks by months, sometimes weeks. Vladimir was 18, watching his entire world disappear behind him. They reached Berlin in 1919. The great Russian émigré community gathered there, impoverished aristocrats teaching French, former generals driving taxis. Nabokov was one of thousands, suddenly nobody. In 1922, Vladimir's father was assassinated at a political meeting. He threw himself in front of a bullet meant for another man. Random heroism, random death, random grief. Nabokov finished his education at Cambridge, studying Russian and French literature. He was poor now, truly poor, supporting himself with tutoring and boxing lessons and chess games for money. Back in Berlin, he lived in rented rooms, wrote constantly, published in émigré journals that paid almost nothing. He was famous among Russians and invisible to everyone else. In 1925, he married V.A. Roslonim. She was Jewish, intelligent, fierce in her devotion. She would become his first reader, his typist, his driver, his protector for 52 years. V.A. Ra typed every manuscript. She answered his mail, managed his affairs, drove him everywhere because he never learned. Behind every Nabokov sentence stood V.A. Ra, making the writing life possible. Their son Dmitri was born in 1934. A new generation in exile, speaking languages of countries that had expelled his parents, belonging nowhere and everywhere at once. Under the pen name V. Sarin, Nabokov published 9 Russian novels. They were brilliant, experimental, praised by fellow émigrés. They earned him almost no money. The audience was too small, too scattered. The émigré critics adored him. Bunin, the Nobel laureate, praised his prose. Younger writers imitated his style. Within the tiny world of Russian exile literature, Sarin was king. But kingdoms can be very small. Then the Nazis came to power. Berlin became dangerous for different reasons now. Vieira was Jewish. Their friends began disappearing. The Nabokov's precarious refuge became a trap. Vieira's ancestry made her a target. The Nuremberg laws applied to her, to their son, to their entire future in Germany. They had to leave, again, always leaving. Paris in 1937 offered temporary safety. The émigré community had shifted west. But Paris too felt precarious, the shadow of war growing longer every month. The Paris years were harder than Berlin. Less money, fewer connections, a language Nabokov knew but had never written in professionally. He was nearly 40, still obscure, still struggling. The Real Life of Sebastian Knight, written in 1938, was his first novel composed in English. It announced his arrival in a new language. It sold modestly. The war came. In May 1940, the Germans invaded France. The Nabokovs escaped on one of the last ships to America. Europe closed behind them like a door slamming shut forever. They arrived in New York with almost nothing. 41 years old, famous in a language almost no one in America read. Starting over for the third time in his life. Wellesley College offered him a teaching position. He lectured on Russian literature to young women who had never heard of Pushkin. He was charming, demanding, utterly foreign. They loved him. America transformed Nabokov as he transformed himself for America. He learned to drive badly, to eat hamburgers, to navigate a culture that baffled and delighted him in equal measure. Summers he spent in the American West, collecting butterflies. Stanford's entomology department welcomed him. He roamed the Rockies with net and notebook, cataloging species, finding new ones, purely happy. In 1948, Cornell University hired him to teach European literature. Finally, a stable position, a decent salary, a home in Ithaca, New York. He could breathe at last. His lectures became legendary. He read aloud dramatically, demanded close attention, dismissed entire schools of criticism with aristocratic contempt. Students either worshipped or fled. There was no middle ground. He taught Kafka and Flaubert, Dickens and Proust. He taught students to read like writers, to notice every word, to distrust abstractions and love specific details. He taught precision. The seeds of Lolita were planted years earlier. In 1939, still in Paris, Nabokov wrote a short story in Russian called The Enchanter. Same basic situation, darker ending. The Enchanter ended with the man's suicide by truck. No elaborate confession, no seductive prose. Just horror and death. Nabokov knew the subject needed something more. He filed it away. During his American cross-country trips, Nabokov gathered material. He stayed in the motels, ate at the diners, drove the highways that would become Humbert's cage and Dolores's prison. He recorded names of motels, phrases from advertisements, slang overheard at lunch counters. Every detail might be useful. The butterfly collector applied his methods to American culture. The voice came to him gradually. Humbert's particular blend of European refinement and American vulgarity, of self-awareness and self-deception. A monster who knows he's a monster and performs anyway. He wrote between 1948 and 1953, 5 years of careful composition. Each sentence weighed, each word chosen. Nabokov never wrote quickly, he wrote precisely. Twice he tried to burn the manuscript. The subject disgusted him even as he felt compelled to explore it. Vieira stopped him both times. She knew it was a masterpiece. American publishers rejected it unanimously. Viking, Simon & Schuster, New Directions, Farrar Straus, all said no. Too dangerous, too controversial. No one wanted to be the publisher of this particular book. Maurice Girodias in Paris ran Olympia Press, which published books too hot for mainstream houses. Some were pornography. Some were literature. Sometimes the line was genuinely unclear. He said yes to Lolita. In September 1955, 2 small green volumes appeared in Paris. Limited edition sold mostly to travelers. The fuse was lit. Word began to spread among those who knew. Graham Greene, one of the most respected English writers alive, declared Lolita one of the 3 best books of the year. Suddenly people who mattered were paying attention. The Sunday Times printed a rebuttal calling the book utterly obscene. Greene defended it again. The controversy made news. Scandal became publicity. Everyone wanted to read what the fuss was about. France banned the book briefly. A French publisher banning a book published in France. The irony pleased Nabokov. The ban was lifted. Sales continued. The momentum became unstoppable. In 1958, Putnam in New York finally dared to publish an American edition. The first printing sold out immediately. By year's end, it was the best-selling novel in America. Number 1 on the New York Times list. The first book since Gone with the Wind to sell 100,000 copies in its first 3 weeks. Nabokov, at 59, was finally famous. He resigned from Cornell. No more grading papers, no more committee meetings, no more explaining Kafka to undergraduates. He could write full-time at last. Money had bought him time. The Nabokovs chose Switzerland. The Montreux Palace Hotel offered suites with lake views, room service, discretion. They moved in and never moved out, home at last in a hotel. His routine became famous. Mornings he wrote standing at a lectern, filling index cards with tiny handwriting. Afternoons he walked the mountain paths, hunting butterflies even into his 70s. Each novel was assembled from hundreds of these index cards, shuffled and reshuffled until the order felt right. Not linear composition but mosaic, fragments arranged into pattern, architecture of cards. The afternoon walks along Lake Geneva and into the mountains above were as essential as the morning writing. He carried his butterfly net always, ready for any specimen that crossed his path. Evenings belonged to Vieira. They dined in the hotel restaurant, worked together on translations, discussed the day's writing. She remained his first reader, his toughest critic, his essential collaborator. Nabokov gave interviews only in writing. He distrusted improvisation, spontaneity, any utterance he had not polished in advance. Questions submitted, answers composed, control maintained. The performance never stopped. His prepared answers were brilliant, quotable, often cruel. He dismissed Freud as a fraud, Dostoevsky as a journalist, Hemingway as empty. He made enemies cheerfully, he did not care. Strong Opinions collected these interviews and essays. The title was accurate. Nabokov had opinions on everything and expressed them with aristocratic certainty. Agreement was not required or expected. His feuds were legendary. He despised psychoanalysis, distrusted symbols, mocked readers who sought hidden meanings. The text was the text. Close reading was everything. Depth was surface properly observed. Pale Fire appeared in 1962. A poem with commentary that overwhelms it, a mad narrator who may have invented everything. Another game, another puzzle, another masterpiece hidden in plain sight. Ado or Ardor came in 1969. His longest novel, his strangest, a family saga spanning alternate worlds and incestuous love. Critics debated its merits for decades. He did not explain. The late novels grew more compressed, more private, more difficult. Transparent things. Look at the Harlequins. Each a puzzle some readers adored and others abandoned. He was writing for himself now. His final unfinished novel was called The Original of Laura. He worked on it until weeks before his death, filling index cards he knew he might never assemble. He left instructions to burn it. Vieira could not bring herself to obey. She died in 1991, still holding the cards. The decision passed to their son Dmitri. Vladimir Nabokov died on July 2, 1977, in a hospital in Lausanne. He was 78 years old. Vieira was beside him, as she had been for 52 years. Vieira survived him by 14 years, guarding his legacy fiercely. She answered letters, corrected misreadings, protected his reputation with the same devotion she had shown his manuscripts for half a century. The Laura cards remained in a Swiss bank vault. Should they be destroyed as he wished, or published as literature? Dmitri struggled with the question for 30 years before deciding. In 2009, Dmitri published The Original of Laura as Nabokov left it. Reproductions of the index cards, incomplete, fragmentary, haunting. Some readers felt betrayed, others felt grateful. Both were right. Nabokov's influence spread through American literature like invisible ink becoming visible. Pynchon de Lillo, David Foster Wallace. Each absorbed his games, his precision, his refusal to make things easy for readers. Critics began calling him a postmodern precursor, someone who did in the 1950s what postmodernists would theorize in the 1970s. He would have hated the term. He hated all terms. His scientific work on butterflies gained new respect after his death. Modern researchers confirmed his theories about blue butterfly evolution. He had been right all along, the scientist vindicated. Several butterfly species now bear his name. Nabokovia cusquina, the Nabokov's blue. His specimens remain in museum collections. The novelist was also a scientist, and the scientist left specimens. Two careers intertwined in one restless mind. Both required patience, precision, the ability to see patterns invisible to casual observation. Both were forms of passionate attention to the world. Memory connects both pursuits. The novelist preserves vanished worlds in prose as the scientist preserves vanished specimens in cases. Both fight time. Both lose, both leave something behind. Speak Memory, his autobiography, may be his most beautiful book. It recreates the lost paradise of Russian childhood with impossible precision. Every detail shimmers, every sentence echoes with loss. The estate at Vyra gone. The St. Petersburg house gone. His father gone. All of Russia gone. Only memory remained, and memory transmuted into art. That was enough. That had to be enough. He wrote Speak Memory in English for American readers, translating a world they could never have known into sentences they could feel. The Exile's Gift, making loss communicable. Later he translated Pushkin's Eugene Onegin into English, with commentary 3 times longer than the poem. Scholars called it pedantic, he called it accurate. The debate continues still. Precision was his creed. The right word, the exact image, the perfect rhythm. He distrusted the approximate, the vague, the merely emotional. Art was craft. Craft required work. Lolita endures because it earns its immortality. Every generation rediscovers it, argues about it, teaches it, bans it, defends it. The conversation never ends. That is what classics do. New readers approach it every year. Some are seduced by the prose. Some are repulsed by the content. Most are both. The novel designed to produce this confusion still produces it. The misreadings persist too. People who think it romanticizes abuse. People who miss the irony, the horror, the trap Nabokov set. The beautiful surface still seduces the careless reader. The careful reader sees through Humbert. Sees the child beneath the prose. Sees the horror beneath the beauty. Sees what Nabokov wanted us to see if we look closely enough. The word, nymphet, entered English through this novel. Humbert's coinage. Some use it casually now, forgetting the horror it was meant to name. Language drifts away from its origins. This linguistic legacy is damage. When people use Lolita to mean seductive young girl, they invert Nabokov's meaning completely. The victim becomes temptress. The novel's point is erased. Scholars work to reclaim the novel's meaning. Feminist critics, trauma scholars, literary historians, all insisting we read Dolores as victim, not vixen. The battle for interpretation continues. Modern editions often include introductions guiding readers through the complexity. Not to tell them what to think, but to ensure they know the questions the novel asks and asks and asks. Teaching strategies have evolved. Instructors now foreground Dolores from the start, asking students to read against Humbert, to find the silenced girl, to hear what the beautiful prose obscures. Alfred Appel's annotated Lolita, published in 1970, remains essential. Hundreds of notes explaining allusions, puns, patterns. The novel's density revealed, the craft made visible for those who want to see. The annotations reveal how much Nabokov hid in plain sight. Quilty's presence throughout, signaled in wordplay invisible on first reading. The game deeper than anyone realized without the key. The doppelganger theme runs deeper than plot. Quilty is Humbert's American shadow. Both destroy children. Both make art from destruction. The novel asks, what distinguishes them? Perhaps nothing that matters. What survives destruction in this novel? Only the art itself. The manuscript Humbert leaves behind. The book we hold. Language outlasting the horrors it describes. Cold comfort, but comfort nonetheless. Nabokov said he wanted Lolita to be remembered. Not for scandal, not for controversy. For the sentences. For the precision. For the terrible beauty he made from terrible material. He achieved his wish. The book endures. The sentences still shimmer. The trap still catches readers. The horror still sits beneath the beauty, waiting for anyone brave enough to look. We have traveled far tonight, through a difficult and beautiful book, through obsession and exile and the strange landscape of American motels and highways and broken dreams. Lolita asks us to hold contradictions without resolving them. Beauty and horror, sympathy and judgment, the seduction of language and the reality it conceals beneath its shimmering surface. Humbert wanted to be remembered as a lover. He was not. He was a captor, an abuser, a man who destroyed a child while calling it devotion. The confession condemns him. Dolores deserved a different life. Tennis courts and movie theaters and first dates and college and choices. Instead, she got motels and captivity and early death. Remember her. The American road that carried them was indifferent to their tragedy. Motels still flicker with neon. Diners still serve coffee at dawn. The country absorbs all stories and forgets them. Memory imprisoned Humbert in a summer that never ended, a beach where time stopped. We all have moments that trap us. Not all of us build prisons from them. Language has power to reveal and to conceal. Nabokov gave Humbert the most beautiful voice to show us how beauty can serve lies. Now we know. Now we can resist. Art does not offer easy answers. Great novels disturb us, complicate us, refuse to let us rest in comfortable certainties. That discomfort is the point. Growth requires it. We read difficult books to understand darkness without being consumed by it. To name horrors so we can recognize them. To know that beauty is not always innocent. The butterfly pinned under glass is beautiful and dead. The specimen preserved loses its flight. Nabokov understood this paradox as artist and scientist both. Capture always costs something. Literature can hold what life cannot. The impossible, the unbearable, the truths too large for daily carrying. Books take the weight so we can set it down sometimes. Nabokov gave us eyes to see strangeness in the familiar. America through emigrant vision. Obsession from inside its terrible logic. The world made strange so we could see it fresh. The exile sees what natives miss. Having lost one world, he notices everything in the new one. Nabokov's displacement became his power. Loss sharpened his attention to impossible precision. Words outlast their writers. Nabokov is gone, Varov is gone, Dmitri is gone. The sentences remain patient on pages, waiting for each new reader who will find them. Lolita endures because it earned its place. Not through scandal but through craft. Not through shock but through truth. The truth that beauty and horror can share the same breath. Now the night grows deeper around us both. The story has been told, the journey traced. Let the complexity rest now. You have held difficult things. You can set them down. Imagine the motels going dark now, one by one across America. Neon signs flickering off, vacancy lights dimming. The highways emptying of all traffic, just stillness settling in. The diners closing for the night. Last cups of coffee poured and drunk. Stools spun empty, the chrome reflecting no one now. America sleeping, dreaming its complicated dreams. Somewhere the manuscript rests in an archive, pages yellowed now, ink fading slowly. The confession made, the story told, the record kept. It does not need us watching. Let the complexity sleep too. The questions the novel asks will still be there tomorrow. You do not need to solve them tonight. Rest is allowed. Rest is necessary. Some stories do not comfort. They illuminate. They show us corners of human experience we might prefer not to see. Having seen, we understand more. Understanding costs something, but it gives more. You have stayed with difficult material tonight. That takes a kind of courage, a willingness to face what is hard to face. Thank you for that courage, it matters. Now release what you have carried. Let the images fade. Let the sentences settle into memory, where they will wait quietly until you need them. Morning will bring new clarity. The mind that has worked hard deserves rest. You have thought about obsession and language and America and art. Now think about nothing. Let the nothing be enough. Breathe with the darkness now. It holds no judgment, no questions, no demands. Just the soft weight of night pressing gently. You are safe here. The story cannot hurt you. Stories carry what we cannot carry alone. They take the weight of human experience and hold it in pages, so we do not have to hold it always. That is their purpose. Nabokov rests now in Switzerland in the cemetery at Montreux, overlooking the lake he loved. Fyodor beside him still. The butterflies still fly in the mountain meadows above. Readers across the world tonight are finding his sentences for the first time or the 100th. The conversation continues. You are part of it now, part of the long chain of understanding. What you understand passes forward. To conversations you will have, thoughts you will think, connections you will make. Understanding does not end with you, it moves through you. But for now, just rest. The understanding can work while you sleep. The mind processes in darkness what it gathered in light. Trust the night to do its work. One last image before sleep. A motel room going dark, a book closed on the nightstand outside. The American night stretching vast and quiet, and indifferent and beautiful. The book rests closed now, its secrets contained between covers. All that beauty and horror packed into paper and ink. Waiting for the next reader, patient as the night. Outside, America continues its dream. Cars on distant highways heading somewhere. Stars wheeling slowly overhead. The continent breathing in the darkness, vast and strange and endlessly itself. Tomorrow the roads will fill again. The motels will light their signs. The stories will continue being told and lived and survived. But tonight, stillness. Tonight, peace. You have done enough tonight. You have listened, imagined, thought, felt. That is the work of being human. Now let the work pause. You have earned this rest completely. Let me hold the story now while you drift. I will keep it safe until you need it again. That is what I am here for. To carry what you cannot carry alone. Thank you for traveling with me through this difficult, beautiful book. Your attention is a gift. Your time is precious. I do not take either for granted. Truly thank you. Until next time. There are more stories waiting. More beautiful, difficult books to explore together in the dark. But that is for another night, many nights still ahead. Sleep well now, dear listener. Let the words fade into silence. Let the images dissolve into darkness. Let everything you have carried tonight settle softly into rest. You have earned this peace. Good night. From somewhere on the endless American road, from a quiet room in the vast night, from one voice to another across the darkness. Good night. Rest now, good night. Tonight, let's travel to Russia with one of the darkest, most haunting novels ever written. Find a comfortable position and let yourself drift. No pressure to follow every detail or remember every name. If you drift off, that's perfect. The story will carry you gently through the night. This is Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoevsky, a story about a young man who asks a terrible question: can murder ever be justified? St. Petersburg, 1865, July. A former student named Raskolnikov lives in a coffin-like room, planning something unthinkable in the sweltering summer heat. What happens when brilliant ideas curdle into something monstrous? When poverty and pride combine into murder? And is redemption possible after the worst? Picture St. Petersburg in summer. Dust everywhere, heat shimmering off cobblestones, the stench of poverty rising from the canals, and cramped tenement courtyards around the Haymarket. The Haymarket district, where the desperate gather, drunks and prostitutes, students and servants, all pressed together in the suffocating maze of narrow streets and alleys. Here lives Rodion Romanovich Raskolnikov, 23 years old, once a promising law student. Now withdrawn from university, hiding from his landlady, barely eating. His room under the roof is barely 6 paces long, yellow wallpaper peeling from the walls. A narrow bed, a rickety table. It feels less like a room, more like a coffin. He has pawned everything he owns: his father's watch, his textbooks, even his good coat. He owes months of rent and creeps past the landlady's door like a thief. Something has been growing in his feverish mind for weeks. A theory that extraordinary men, like Napoleon, stand above ordinary moral laws. They have the right to transgress. And there is a certain old woman, a pawnbroker named Alyona Ivanovna. She lives just 730 steps from his building. He has counted them carefully. She exploits the desperate, this pawnbroker. Gives a few kopecks for precious objects. charges ruinous interest. She is a louse, Raskolnikov thinks, sucking blood from the poor. He has visited her before, pawning his last possessions, each time studying the apartment, the locks on the doors. When her half-sister Lizaveta is away, aplams. Then a letter arrives from his mother in the provinces. His heart sinks as he reads. His sister Donya has been working as a governess for a wealthy family. A man named Luzhin wants to marry Donya. He is older, calculating, not wealthy but comfortable. He wants a wife who will be grateful, beholden, under his control forever. His mother writes hopefully, but Raskolnikov sees the truth. Donya is sacrificing herself for him, selling herself to this petty tyrant so her brother can finish his education. That evening he wanders into a tavern, slumps at a dirty table. A ruined man approaches him, reeking of vodka, eyes desperate and strangely hopeful. He wants to confess. Marmeladov was once a minor government official. He had position, dignity, a family. Then drink took everything. He lost his job, his self-respect, his wife's health to consumption. And his daughter Sonia, 18 years old. To feed her starving stepbrothers and sisters, she has become a prostitute. She takes the yellow ticket and sells her body. She brings home her earnings and places them silently on the table. 30 kopecks. Her stepmother Katerina Ivanovna says nothing. The children eat. The sacrifice continues each night. Raskolnikov walks Marmeladov home through the dark streets. He sees the miserable room, the dying wife coughing blood, the frightened children huddled in corners, absolute poverty revealed. Before leaving, he empties his pockets. His last coins from pawning. He leaves them all on the windowsill. His own compassion surprises him. He didn't know he still had it. Walking home through the summer night, the white northern sky never quite darkening, he feels his plan crystallizing into certainty. Tomorrow. The pawnbroker, the axe, it must happen. 730 steps away, an old woman sleeps, not knowing her final day has been chosen. The city holds its breath. Something terrible is about to begin. The morning arrives heavy and hot. Raskolnikov wakes from troubled sleep, his sheets damp with sweat. His mind still churning through fragments of nightmare and resolve. In his dream, he was a child again, walking with his father through the village. They passed a tavern where peasants gathered around a cart, drinking, shouting at something. A thin old mare was harnessed to an impossible load. The drunken owner beat her with a whip, demanding she pull. The horse's legs buckled. The blows continued falling. Little Radia broke free from his father and ran to the dying horse. He threw his arms around her bloodied muzzle, weeping. He woke from this dream trembling with horror. Can he really do what he has planned? He forces the doubt away, wraps a small wooden pledge in paper, fashions a loop inside his coat to hold the axe. Walking through the streets toward her building, everything seems unreal. The summer heat ripples the air. Faces pass like phantoms. His own body moves without his will directing it. Up the dark staircase, past closed doors behind which ordinary lives continue, his footsteps echo on worn stone. 4th floor. Her door stands before him, waiting patient. His hand rises to knock. Once, twice. His heart pounds so loudly he fears she will hear it through the door. Footsteps shuffle inside. The chain rattles. Alyona Ivanovna opens the door a crack, peering through the chain with her sharp little eyes. She recognizes the young man who has pawned things before. Suspicion wars with greed. Inside her cluttered rooms, she turns her back to examine his pledge by the window's light. The axe is in his hand now. He cannot feel it. Time stretches into forever. The first blow catches her on the crown of the head. She cries out weakly, falls to her knees. He strikes again and again, until she is still and silent. What has he done? Blood pools on the floorboards. Her eyes stare at nothing. The room that held a living person moments ago now holds only a corpse. And him. Frantically he searches. Her keys. The trunk under the bed. Coins, trinkets, pledges wrapped in paper. He stuffs things into his pockets, hands shaking, smearing blood on everything. Footsteps. A key turning in the lock. Lizaveta, the pawnbroker's half-sister, stands frozen in the doorway. Simple, innocent. Gentle Lizaveta, she sees everything. She doesn't scream or run. She simply raises her hands like a child warding off a blow. The axe falls again. Now 2 bodies lie in the blood-soaked room. Voices on the stairs. Footsteps ascending. Someone is coming to visit the pawnbroker. Raskolnikov stands paralyzed, trapped in a locked apartment with 2 corpses and blood on his hands. The visitors call out. Knock again, harder. They try the door. It's latched from inside. They grow suspicious, arguing about whether to fetch the porter, the police. Miracle, they leave, going for help. In the gap of their absence, Raskolnikov slips out, down the stairs, pressing himself into shadows as new visitors pass going up. He escapes. Back in his garret, he hides the stolen things under a loose floorboard, falls onto his bed without undressing. Fever takes him. The world dissolves into delirium for days. Someone is taking care of him. A familiar voice. Razumikin, his old university friend, loyal and bewildered. He found Raskolnikov by chance and won't leave him to die alone. Dmitry Razumikin, everything Raskolnikov is not. Big, ruddy, cheerful despite his own poverty. He believes the best of everyone, especially his brilliant troubled friend, whom he deeply admires. Days pass, the fever breaks. Raskolnikov wakes to find a police summons waiting. Terror seizes him. But it's only about his unpaid rent, nothing more. Not yet. At the police station, waiting in a crowded office, he overhears officers discussing the murders. The pawnbroker and her sister. No suspects yet. The investigation continues. His crime is real. The heat, the smell, the noise, and their words about the murders overwhelm him. He faints dead away on the station floor. When he wakes, all eyes are watching him. They help him up. Offer water, ask if he's ill. He mumbles about fever, about not eating. But he sees the curious glances following him as he leaves. Seeds are planted. Razumikin brings news. There's an investigator named Porfiry Petrovich looking into the murders. He's also a distant relation of Razumikin's. Would Raskolnikov like to meet him? Of course he would. Porfiry Petrovich, round and rumpled, a friendly face with small, terribly intelligent eyes. He greets Raskolnikov like an old friend, all warmth and curiosity. The trap has soft edges. Such interesting conversation. Porfiry has read an article Raskolnikov published months ago about crime and extraordinary men. He wants to discuss the theory. Just intellectual curiosity, nothing more. The article argues that humanity divides into ordinary people and extraordinary ones. The ordinary must obey laws. The extraordinary have the right, even the duty, to transgress when necessary for higher purposes. Napoleon, for instance. He stepped over bodies by the thousands to achieve his destiny. He didn't ask permission. Great men make their own morality, so argues the young author. Porfiry smiles. Fascinating theory, but how does one know if one is extraordinary or merely ordinary? What if someone mistakes themselves? Commits a crime believing themselves Napoleon, but is simply a criminal? Raskolnikov answers carefully. Too carefully. Porfiry has no evidence. Just instinct, pattern recognition, years of reading guilty men. But the game has begun, and he will not let go. Walking home, Raskolnikov feels a strange elation. He was clever. He revealed nothing. This investigator is no match for an extraordinary mind. Pride swells where fear should live. News from Razumikin, Raskolnikov's mother and sister, have arrived in Petersburg. They've taken modest lodgings nearby. They're anxious to see him. His heart splits between love and dread. Pulcheria Alexandrovna, his mother. 43 years of worry have lined her face. She rushes to embrace her son, weeping, not seeing how thin he has become, how haunted his eyes. Donia is different. She sees more clearly. Her brother has always been difficult, intense, but something new haunts him now. Something he won't name. She watches him with worried vigilance. Then Luzhin arrives to meet his future brother-in-law, immaculately dressed in his provincial way. Pompous, condescending. He speaks of Donia as a possession he is generously acquiring. Raskolnikov attacks, verbally, viciously. How dare this clerk think himself worthy of Donia? She is sacrificing herself for nothing, For no one. For this small, souled creature. The engagement must end. Chaos follows. Luzin leaves insulted. Mother weeps. Donia is torn. She doesn't love Luzin, but what other path exists? Her brother offers fury without solutions. The family fractures. Days later, a new figure enters the story. Svidrigailov, the wealthy landowner who employed Donia as governess. The one whose pursuit forced her to leave. He appears at Raskolnikov's door. Svidrigailov explains himself casually. Yes, he pursued Donia. His wife discovered and publicly shamed her. Then his wife died suddenly, mysteriously. People whisper about poison. He doesn't deny it convincingly. Something about Raskolnikov interests Svidrigailov. A recognition, one damaged soul sensing another. He speaks of strange things, ghosts, dreams, the meaninglessness of life. They are more alike than different, perhaps. Svidrigailov offers money. 10,000 rubles for Donia, to free her from needing to marry Luzin. A gift, he claims. No strings. But from such a man, what gift is clean? Raskolnikov is drawn elsewhere. To a poor room in another tenement. To the girl whose father confessed his shame in the tavern. To Sonia. He needs to see her again. Sonia's room surprises him. Large but oddly shaped, irregular angles making it hard to rent. 3 windows, sparse furnishings, but clean and strangely peaceful. Her Bible sits on the small table. He asks her to read to him. The story of Lazarus, the man who died and was buried 4 days before Jesus called him back to life. Sonia's hands tremble on the pages. Her voice shakes as she reads. Jesus said unto her, I am the resurrection and the life. The words fill the small room. Can the dead really rise? Can anyone be reborn? Something passes between them. 2 outcasts recognizing each other. She has sold her body. He has murdered. Both have crossed into territories from which return seems impossible. But she believes otherwise. Neither knows that Svidrigailov has taken the room next door. That he presses his ear to the thin wall, listening to everything. The confession that almost happens. The faith that trembles. News comes that Marmeladov is dead. The drunken father, crushed by a carriage in the street. His ruined body carried home to die in his wife's arms before their terrified children. Raskolnikov pushes through the crowd, takes charge, helps carry the dying man upstairs, his own hands pressing cloths to wounds. His voice calling for a doctor who comes too late. Katerina Ivanovna screams accusations at her dying husband, then collapses in coughing fits, blood speckling her lips. Consumption is eating her alive too. This family is dying in pieces. Before leaving, Raskolnikov empties his pockets again. All the money Razumikin had given him for recovery. Every kopeck left for the funeral. His hands give while his conscience wrethers with knowing. A few days later, another summons from Porfiry Petrovitch. Another friendly conversation in the cramped office. The cat plays with the mouse again, more openly now, claws extending from velvet paws. Porfiry speaks of psychology. How murderers often return to the scene of crime. How guilt drives them to confess in 1,000 small ways. He watches Raskolnikov's face for each flinch. Then a surprise. A painter named Nikolai bursts in and confesses to the murders himself. He saw the bodies, felt guilty somehow, convinced himself he did it. False confession, but useful distraction. Porfiry dismisses the confession with a wave. This boy is innocent. Just a troubled soul drawn to punishment. The real murderer is still out there. Still sitting in this very room, perhaps. The following days blur into paranoid wandering. Every face on the street seems to be watching him. Every policeman might be following. Raskolnikov walks and walks, unable to rest or think clearly. A stranger approaches on the street, leans close, whispers a single word, murderer, then walks away without looking back. Was he real? Did that really happen? Raskolnikov's grip on sanity loosens. He chases the man down the street, grabs his arm, demands explanation. The stranger simply looks at him with cold contempt. Murderer, he says again. Then shakes free and disappears into the crowd. That night, Raskolnikov returns to the pawnbroker's building. He doesn't know why. His feet simply carry him there. He climbs the dark stairs. Stands before the door where he killed. Workmen are inside now, renovating. Raskolnikov walks in and watches them tear down the old wallpaper. He pulls the doorbell, listening to it ring. The workers think him mad. "Did much blood flow here?" he asks them. They stare at him. He nearly tells them everything. "This is where I killed her, right here, just so," but catches himself at the edge. He flees back down the stairs out into the night, leaning against a cold wall to catch his breath. So close. So terrifyingly close to ending everything with simple words. Meanwhile, love grows in unexpected places. Razumikin has fallen for Donya. Her intelligence, her courage, her fierce protection of her impossible brother. He adores her without any hope of return. Donya breaks her engagement to Luzhin. She refuses to be purchased, refuses to trade herself for security. Her mother weeps with worry, but Donya stands firm. She would rather risk poverty with dignity. Luzhin's revenge is petty and vicious. At a public memorial gathering for Marmeladov, he accuses Sonia of theft. Claims she stole 100-ruble note from his pocket right before everyone. Sonia is searched. The money is found in her pocket. Luzhin planted it himself. The room erupts.
A prostitute and a thief!
The crowd's judgment falls swift and merciless on the trembling girl. But a witness saw everything. Luzhin dropping the note into Sonia's pocket while pretending to help her. The truth comes out. The accuser becomes the accused. Luzhin stands exposed as the fraud he is. Luzhin flees in disgrace. Sonia is exonerated. But the damage to her spirit is done, another wound on top of so many. She returns home shaking, Raskolnikov silently following. Katerina Ivanovna's mind has finally broken. Her husband dead, her family shamed. Consumption eating her lungs. She laughs and weeps and plans an impossible funeral feast to show her worth. She invites everyone. The landlady, the neighbors, anyone who ever looked down on her. Most don't come. Those who do quickly leave. Her pride has become her final torture. The landlady demands she leave. Scenes and curses follow. Katerina Ivanovna, coughing blood, grabs her children and storms into the street. If no one respects her here, she'll take her dignity elsewhere. She forces the children to perform on the street. To sing, to beg, to dance for kopecks. Her eldest daughter Polenka weeps but obeys. A crowd gathers to stare at this spectacle of ruin. She collapses on the cobblestones. Blood pours from her lungs now, unstoppable. The crowd parts in horror. Sonia pushes through to gather her stepmother in her arms, as the hemorrhage takes everything. There is no time for prayers or final words. Katerina Ivanovna dies in the street, where she was born to poverty, married into worse, and never escape. Only Sonia's tears mark her passing. Svidrigailov appears from nowhere. He offers to pay for the children's care, an orphanage, education, everything. His money comes with no visible strings. But what does this ghost-seeing libertine truly want? The children are taken to a respectable institution. The funeral is paid for. Svidrigailov has done a genuinely good deed. Yet something in his pale eyes suggests this is merely prologue to darker purposes. Porfiry summons Raskolnikov again. This time there's no pretense of casual conversation. The investigator speaks directly, softly, like a doctor delivering a terminal diagnosis with practiced compassion. "I know you killed them," Porfiry says simply. "I have no evidence that would stand in court. But I know." He waits for the denial that doesn't come convincingly. "You need air, my friend," Porfiry continues. "The air that comes from confession. From taking responsibility. From suffering the punishment and finding whatever waits on the other side of it. Give yourself up. Confess. It will reduce your sentence. But more importantly, it will save your soul. Suffering is a great thing, Rodion Romanovich. Don't run from it. Embrace it." Raskolnikov refuses. His extraordinary theory demands he stand above such ordinary endings. He will not grovel. He will not confess. He leaves Porfiry's office with his head high and his soul in agony. Porfiry doesn't arrest him. "I'll give you 2 days," he says to the retreating back. "Think about what I've said, then decide. I will be here when you're ready." Svidrigailov finds Raskolnikov that evening, pulls him into a tavern, wants to talk. About what exactly? About himself. about his past, about the ghosts that visit him at night. He speaks of a servant he once beat. The man hanged himself. Of a deaf-mute girl who drowned. They say Svidrigailov violated her. His voice remains light, as if discussing the weather. And his wife Marfa. She appears to him sometimes at night, sits by his bed. They have little conversations. She doesn't seem angry about the poison. Just disappointed, perhaps, in how things ended. "We are alike, you and I," Svidrigailov tells Raskolnikov. "Both have crossed lines. Both live with ghosts of their own making. The difference is Svidrigailov has stopped pretending it matters. But Svidrigailov has no Sonia. No faith to reach toward. No one to read him the story of Lazarus rising from the dead. His world is sealed and airless and empty of hope. His final obsession fixes on Donia. He lures her to his rented room with a promise to reveal everything about her brother's crime. She comes alone, trusting his information if not him. The door locks behind her. Svidrigailov reveals what he overheard through the wall. Raskolnikov's near confession to Sonia. Her brother is a murderer. Now she understands, and now she cannot leave. She pulls a revolver from her bag. She came prepared for anything. Points it at his chest with steady hands. "Open the door." She commands. He doesn't move. He almost smiles. "Shoot," he says. "Please. It would be a kindness." She fires. The bullet grazes his scalp. He begs her to shoot again, to aim better. He wants her to kill him. She can't. She throws the gun down in revulsion and runs. He lets her go. The one person who might have saved him, who might have given meaning to his empty existence. Gone forever. He picks up the gun. There is one bullet left. He knows already how this night will end. But not yet. Not quite yet. He has a few more hours of darkness to wander. Svidrigailov wanders through the rainy Petersburg night. Past taverns still glowing with desperate life. Past shuttered shops. Past sleeping doorways where the homeless curl against the cold damp. He enters a grimy hotel near the river. Takes a tiny room with water, stained walls, and a window facing a blank brick wall. This will be the last room he ever rents. Sleep won't come. Every time he closes his eyes, the ghosts gather. His wife Marfa, the hanged servant, the drowned girl. They wait at the edges of his consciousness, patient and eternal. A nightmare breaks through anyway. He finds himself in a grand house, searching room after room. In a corner, surrounded by flowers, lies a young girl, too young, too knowing, too corrupted. Her eyes open. She looks at him with ancient accusation in a child's face. He screams himself awake. The hotel room is unchanged. The rain still falls. The revolver still waits. Dawn breaks gray and cold over the Neva. Svidrigailov rises, dresses carefully in his finest clothes. The rain has stopped. A chill fog hangs over the city, muffling every sound. He walks to a watchtower where a Jewish fireman stands guard. The man looks at this elegant stranger with curiosity. "What brings a gentleman here at such an hour?" "I'm going to America," Svidrigailov tells him with a strange smile. Before the watchman can respond, the revolver rises to Svidrigailov's temple. His finger finds the trigger without hesitation. The shot echoes across the empty morning. Svidrigailov crumples. The fireman shouts for help that comes too late. One soul has chosen the void over the unbearable weight of continuing. News travels fast through Petersburg's networks of gossip and rumor. By midday, Raskolnikov knows. The man who shared his darkness has chosen extinction. Another path through guilt, but not his path. That evening, Raskolnikov visits his mother for what he knows will be the last time. She welcomes him with the same blind, adoring love that cannot see what he has become. Something is different about her boy tonight. She can feel it without naming it. His eyes linger on her face as if memorizing it. His embrace holds too long. Her heart quickens with formless dread. Without explanation, he kneels before her and kisses her feet. She gasps, pulls at his shoulders, begging him to tell her what's wrong. He cannot speak. He only weeps and kisses her hands. She blesses him, not knowing why. Her hands trace the sign of the cross over his bowed head. Whatever he has done, whatever he will do, she gives him the only protection a mother can. he walks through Petersburg one last time as a free man. The streets he has known since childhood. The canals, the bridges, the yellow buildings crumbling in the summer heat that has returned. At the Haymarket, he stops. The crowds swirl around him. Vendors crying their wares, drunks arguing, children darting between adult legs. The human soup of poverty and survival that he once thought himself above. He remembers Sonia's words. Go to the crossroads, bow down, kiss the earth you have defiled with your crime. Then bow to the whole world and say aloud, I am a murderer. He kneels on the dirty cobblestones of the Haymarket, presses his lips to the ground. The crowd parts in confusion. Some laugh at the madman, others cross themselves and hurry past. Something shifts in him. The pride that has sealed him away from humanity cracks open. The earth he kisses does not reject him. The world he had tried to rise above receives his surrender. He rises and walks to Sonia's room. She is waiting. She has been waiting for days, perhaps weeks, knowing this moment would come. Her door opens before he knocks. She takes a small cypress, wood cross from around her neck and places it over his head. The cross of suffering. The cross of the thieves who died beside Christ. He accepts its weight. They kneel together in her small room. Neither speaks. Words are insufficient for this moment. Two souls who have crossed into darkness now face the light together, terrified and trembling. I will follow you, she says finally. Wherever they send you. To Siberia, to the ends of the earth. I will not leave you alone. Her voice holds no doubt, no hesitation. The walk to the police station seems to last forever. Each step is a choice reaffirmed. His feet know the way, the same route he took when summoned for unpaid rent, when the nightmare began. He passes the crossroads where she told him to kneel. Passes the corner where strangers might have witnessed. Each landmark a station on this final pilgrimage toward confession and consequence. The police station rises before him. Ordinary brick and stone. Government offices where bureaucrats process crimes and criminals with paper and ink. Inside, everything ends. Inside, everything might begin. At the top of the steps, his nerve falters. His hand freezes on the door. Everything in him screams to turn back, to run, to preserve whatever shreds of freedom remain. He looks back. Across the street, barely visible in the shadows, Sonia stands watching. Her face is pale but steady. She has followed him this far. Her faith carries him forward. Inside, the station is busy with ordinary chaos. Clerks shuffling papers. Officers arguing about schedules. No one pays attention to the thin young man, who enters with doom in his eyes. A clerk mentions casually that they've just received word. Some gentleman named Svidrigailov shot himself this morning near the waterfront. Raskolnikov's alternate ending, the path he didn't take, confirmed and closed. The news almost gives him an excuse. He could leave now. Grieve this stranger's death. No one knows why he came. But Sonia's face remains in his mind, steady and waiting. He sees her again, not physically, but in his mind. Her eyes holding his. The cross she placed around his neck burns against his chest. Her faith in his capacity for salvation. He cannot betray it. He approaches the desk. A bored clerk looks up. Yes. Raskolnikov opens his mouth. The words that have been locked inside him for months finally escape. I am the one who killed the old pawnbroker and her sister. Silence spreads through the station like ripples on water. Then chaos. Voices calling for superiors. Hands guiding him to a chair. The machinery of justice finally has its subject firmly in grip. Questions begin. Where are the stolen goods? Under a stone in a courtyard. He tells them. How did he enter the apartment? Through the unlocked door while Lizaveta was away. Every detail surrendered. They find the items exactly where he said. The blood-stained purse. The jewelry. Everything matches. This is not a false confession like the painters. This is the truth, and it can be verified. The trial is efficient. Russian justice has little patience for philosophical defenses. Yes, he killed. Yes, he confessed. His article about extraordinary men is mentioned but dismissed as irrelevant theorizing by a disturbed young man. The sentence 8 years of hard labor in Siberia. reduced from what it might have been because he confessed voluntarily. Porfiry's advice, in the end, proved practical as well as spiritual. His mother never learns the truth. She falls ill with the shock of his disappearance and dies believing some mistake has been made, that her brilliant boy could never do such things. It is a mercy. Donya marries Razumikin. In the wreckage of her family, this good man's steady love becomes her anchor. They promise to visit Raskolnikov when they can afford the journey to Siberia. Someday, when 8 years feel shorter, Sonia follows him to Siberia as she promised. She finds work in the town near the prison settlement. She visits him whenever allowed. She waits. She prays. She does not waver. The prison is gray and cold. Barracks stretch in rows. Beyond the walls, the steppe rolls toward infinity. Endless grassland under enormous sky. A different world entirely from Petersburg's cramped fever dreams. The first year passes slowly. Raskolnikov keeps to himself. He does his labor without complaint but without connection. His fellow prisoners sense his contempt and return it with suspicion and dislike. He doesn't repent. Not really. In his heart, his theory still seems valid. He failed not because the theory was wrong, but because he wasn't strong enough to be the extraordinary man he imagined. The other prisoners don't know his crime is murder. They see only an educated former gentleman who thinks himself better than common thieves and peasants. In prison, such pride is dangerous. They hate him for it. But they love Sonia. She brings them small kindnesses when she visits. Tobacco, letters written for those who cannot write, a kind word that costs nothing but means everything to exiled men. Spring arrives, and with it illness. Raskolnikov collapses. Fever takes him again as it did after the murder. For weeks he lies in the prison hospital, hovering between life and death. In his delirium, he dreams of a plague. A sickness that infects the mind rather than the body. Those who catch it become convinced that they alone possess truth. Everyone becomes extraordinary in their own eyes. In the dream plague, everyone argues and fights because no one will submit to anyone else's truth. Societies collapse. Families turn on each other. The world ends not with a bang but with infinite argument. Only a few are spared. Humble people chosen to begin the world again. But Raskolnikov cannot see their faces. He cannot reach them. He remains trapped in the plague, even as he watches it destroy everything. He wakes changed. Something has cracked in his certainty. The dream showed him where his thinking leads, not to greatness but to universal destruction. The extraordinary man theory is not just wrong, it is death. Sonia has been ill too. The strain of following him, of living in poverty, of waiting without end. He hears this through the prison networks and feels something unfamiliar, a fear of losing her. The thought of her death terrifies him more than his own punishment. When did she become necessary to him? When did her existence start to matter more than his theories and pride? She recovers. He visits her room in the town, officially to return a book she lent him. She sits by the window, still pale, still weak. He falls to his knees and weeps at her feet. This is the true confession, not the words spoken to police. This, wordless, weeping, finally understanding that she is the most important thing. That love is more real than any theory about extraordinary men. All his philosophy means nothing beside her. The Napoleon he imagined himself means nothing. The theory he killed for is ash. Only this remains real. That she waited, that she believed, that she loves him. Her face shows relief beyond words. She has waited through all of it. His coldness, his pride, his rejection. Knowing this moment would come. Believing when he could not believe in himself. They don't speak of the future. 7 years remain. But something has changed that makes the years feel different. No longer punishment to endure but transformation to undergo. Together. The other prisoners notice the change in him. The contempt is gone. He works alongside them now, talks with them. Treats them as human beings rather than specimens beneath his notice. They begin to accept him. 7 years remain. But they will pass. He knows this now with certainty. And she will be there at the end, waiting as she has waited, believing as she has believed. The sentence is not death, it is transition. Under his pillow lies her Bible, the same one from which she read him the story of Lazarus, the man who lay dead for 4 days before Christ called him back to life. He opens it now. The same passages she read aloud that night in her room. I am the resurrection and the life. The words that seemed distant then now feel like they were written for him, addressed directly to his specific death and specific hope of rising. Outside the prison walls, spring is transforming Siberia. The frozen rivers crack and flow again. The steppe turns from brown to green. Even here, at the edge of the civilized world, life insists on renewal. From the hilltop where prisoners sometimes walk, you can see forever. The steppe stretches to horizons beyond imagining. Nomads pass in the distance, living as their ancestors lived 1,000 years before. Time operates differently here. Easter arrives, the most sacred day in the Orthodox calendar. Even in the prison settlement, services are held. Candles burn, voices rise in ancient chant. Christ is risen from the dead. Dawn breaks golden over the barracks. A new day, a new season, a new man, perhaps, still wearing the same prison clothes, but carrying different weight inside his chest. Something died. Something is being born. Dostoevsky ends his novel here, at the beginning of Raskolnikov's real journey. The crime is confessed. The punishment is being served. But the resurrection, the true story, will take 7 more years to complete. Those 7 years, Dostoevsky tells us, would make another story. A story of gradual renewal, of learning to live differently, of becoming human in ways that theory never allowed. But that story remains unwritten, left to our imagination. We are given only this, that Raskolnikov will live differently. That love broke through where guilt could not. That suffering, fully accepted, becomes the door to something beyond suffering. Lazarus rose from the dead after 4 days in the tomb. Raskolnikov's rising will take longer. Years of labor and prayer and learning to love. But the movement is the same, from death toward life, from theory toward truth. So the story closes. A young man asked whether murder could be justified by extraordinary purpose. He tested his theory with an axe, and the world answered, not ever, not for any reason. Not because society forbids it, not because God will punish, but because every human being is infinite. The old pawnbroker was not a louse to be crushed. She was a soul irreplaceable, murdered nonetheless. And Lizaveta, innocent, simple, kind Lizaveta. She didn't even figure in the calculation. Collateral damage. Her death proved what theory tried to deny. That violence, once begun, cannot be contained or controlled. Raskolnikov's theory seduced him with logic, extraordinary men, historical necessity, the mathematics of good and evil. But the body knows what the mind denies. His fever was his soul screaming truth. Sonia knew from the start what he took 2 years to learn. That suffering accepted transforms the sufferer. That the cross is not punishment but passage. That love is stronger than any philosophy. The extraordinary man, it turns out, is not the one who transgresses morality. The truly extraordinary are those who love without condition, like Sonia, who followed a murderer into exile because she believed in his soul. Napoleon, that hero Raskolnikov invoked, left millions dead across Europe. His extraordinary achievements were measured in corpses. The theory of the great man, examined closely, is just permission to murder on a larger scale. The pawnbroker was cruel, yes. She exploited desperate people. But cruelty is not a death sentence. The universe does not appoint young students as executioners of the imperfect. Judgment belongs elsewhere. Lizaveta's blood cries out more loudly than any theory can explain away. She was simple, kind, hurt no one. Her death was pure wrong, and it followed inevitably from the logic that made the first death possible. Redemption in this story doesn't mean forgetting. Raskolnikov will carry those deaths forever. The guilt doesn't dissolve in love. It transforms into responsibility. For living better, for earning the life that continues. 7 years of labor lie ahead, not as punishment alone, but as the work of becoming different. Every stone moved, every hole dug. becomes part of building a new self from the ruins of the old. Sonia is his teacher now. Not through lectures or theories, she has none of those. Through presence. Through patience. Through the way she treats every person as worthy of care, especially those who seem least worthy. Svidrigailov faced the same darkness. He too crossed moral boundaries, killed perhaps, certainly destroyed. But he had no Sonia, no faith. No path, except the one that ended at the watchtower with a bullet. The gun versus the cross. Two responses to unbearable guilt. Svidrigailov chose extinction. Raskolnikov chose suffering. Only one allows the possibility of becoming something else. Something better, something alive. Raskolnikov survives because someone believed in him when he couldn't believe in himself. Sonia's faith is the bridge across the abyss that swallowed Svidrigailov. Love, even for the unworthy, is the difference between death and life. His mother loved him too, blindly and completely, until her death. She never knew what he did. But her blessing followed him to Siberia. Her prayers covered him, even when she didn't know what she prayed against. Donya fought for him with fierce sisterly devotion. Stood between him and Luzin. Tried to understand what she couldn't understand. Kept loving even when loving seemed foolish. Sisters carry burdens that brothers never see. And Razumikin. Steady, decent, loyal Razumikin. He took care of Raskolnikov through fever, defended him against suspicion. Loved Donya without hope and then with hope. Some souls are simply good. They don't require theories. Surrounded by love, Raskolnikov built a prison of theory. His garret room was the true cell, not Siberia. The ideas that sealed him from human connection were the real punishment, begun long before the crime. The lie of the extraordinary man is that he stands alone. That isolation is strength, that needing others is weakness. Raskolnikov learned otherwise. Connection is not weakness. It is the only thing that allows survival. Remember that garret, 6 paces long, ceiling pressing down, yellow wallpaper peeling. The coffin where theory bred like fever. He will never return to it, but he will remember it always as warning. Theory cut him off from humanity. That was the true crime. Before the axe fell, he had already murdered something in himself. The capacity for simple human feeling. The ability to see others as real. The murder was symptom, not cause. The disease was pride, the belief that one's own reasoning supersedes all bonds, all duties, all loves. Pride is the original sin from which all others flow. Porfiry understood this. Why else would he offer confession as cure rather than threatening punishment as deterrent? He saw that Raskolnikov was dying of spiritual disease, and confession was the only medicine. Suffering is a great thing, Porfiry said. Not because pain is good, but because accepted suffering transforms. The cross only kills if you fight it. Embraced, it becomes passage to something beyond. The dead remain with us now. Marmeladov crushed by carriage, confessing his sins to a stranger in a tavern. Katerina Ivanovna coughing her life out on the cobblestones, pride intact to the end. Petersburg itself was character in this story. The yellow buildings, the canals, the white nights of summer. A city that breeds fever and philosophy, vision and madness. Dostoevsky's city captured forever in these pages. Dostoevsky saw his Russia at a crossroads. The old faith and the new reason fighting for the nation's soul. Raskolnikov was both. The brilliant student and the murderer, the future struggling against itself. The 1860s were turbulent times. Serfs freed, reform promised, young radicals demanding more. The old certainties crumbling while new ones had not yet formed. Into this chaos, Dostoevsky sent his warning. Raskolnikov has typed the dangerous young intellectual who mistakes his own intensity for genius, his own loneliness for superiority, his own suffering for permission to make others suffer. Every generation produces them, but also Raskolnikov as individual, specific and irreplaceable, a soul that erred terribly and found its way back. Dostoevsky loved his sinners too much to let them be merely examples. They are people first. This is why the novel endures, not as cautionary tale or philosophical argument, but as encounter with real souls making real choices under unbearable pressure. We feel with them. We are them, in small ways. Every generation finds itself in these pages. The temptation to place oneself above morality. The seduction of theories that justify what we want to do anyway. The slow disaster when ideas replace people. The answer to Raskolnikov's theory is not another theory. It is Sonia. Her presence, her persistence, her refusal to abandon him even when he gave her every reason to. Love is argument's end. Not philosophy but presence. Not argument but accompaniment. Not being right but being there. This is what saves. Sonia offers no counter-theory to Raskolnikov's system. She offers herself, which is infinitely more. The plot is complete now. Crime committed. Punishment accepted. Resurrection begun. From the sweltering garret in Petersburg to the frozen steppes of Siberia. The arc of one soul traced from death to life. But Dostoevsky leaves us at the beginning of the real story. 7 years of transformation remain unwritten. We must imagine Raskolnikov learning to be human. That imagining is our work, not the author's gift. Faith tells us it happens. That the dead can rise. That the lost can be found. That even murderers can become something else, something better. Crime and punishment is that faith made narrative. We've seen the crack appear in Raskolnikov's sealed heart. We've watched love break through theory. That is enough. The rest unfolds in the imagination, and, perhaps, in our own lives when we face similar moments. From murder to mourning. From theory to truth. From isolation to love. The full journey of the soul when it goes wrong and finds its way back. This is crime and punishment. This is the whole dark, beautiful story. Now let's step outside the story. Who was the man who wrote these pages? Who understood guilt and redemption so deeply that his novel still speaks to us over 150 years later? Moscow, 1821. A hospital for the poor, where a military doctor named Mikhail Dostoevsky works among the suffering. His second son is born there, amid illness and death. They name him Fyodor. The boy grows up surrounded by the sick and dying. His earliest memories are of fever wards and consumption coughs. Human suffering is not abstract to him. It breathes in the next bed. His mother Maria reads him stories from the Bible. The parables, the miracles, the resurrection of Lazarus. These narratives sink deep into the boy's imagination, rooting there, waiting to bloom decades later in his fiction. When Fyodor is 15, his mother dies of consumption, the same disease that will kill Katerina Ivanovna in his novel. The first great loss. The boy who understood suffering now knows it from inside. His father grows harsh and bitter, drinks heavily, retreats to a country estate where he tyrannizes the serfs. 2 years after Maria's death, those serfs murder him. Some say they suffocated him with a pillow. Orphaned at 17, Fyodor enters the Military Engineering Academy in Petersburg. His mind is made for literature, not fortifications. He reads smuggled novels under his blankets by candlelight, dreaming of another life. Pushkin, Gogol, Balzac, Dickens. He devours them all. Something stirs in him, a conviction that he too can do this. That the suffering he has witnessed demands expression. That he was born to write. His first novel, Poor Folk, appears in 1845. He is 24. The critics are astonished. A new Gogol has appeared, they announce. Overnight, the unknown engineer becomes a literary sensation. Success draws him into radical circles. Young intellectuals gather in secret to discuss forbidden ideas, socialism, reform, revolution. They read banned books aloud. They dream of changing Russia from the ground up. The Petrushevsky Circle, they call themselves. They aren't terrorists or bomb throwers, just talkers, dreamers, readers. But in Tsar Nicholas's Russia, even talk is treason. The secret police are watching, always watching. April 23, 1849. 4 in the morning. Soldiers pound on Dostoevsky's door. He is arrested, thrown into the Peter and Paul fortress, charged with conspiracy against the state. He is 27 years old. 8 months in solitary confinement. A cell in the fortress. No trial date, no visitors, no certainty about anything. He reads the Bible. The only book allowed. Over and over until its words become part of him. December 22, 1849. The prisoners are led to Semyonovsky Square. A scaffold has been built. Firing squads stand at attention. This is not a trial. This is an execution. Dostoevsky and his comrades are dressed in white death shrouds. A priest offers last rites. The first 3 men are tied to posts. The rifles rise. This is the moment. This is death arriving. The drums roll. The command to fire is about to be given. And then, a messenger gallops into the square, a white flag. Reprieve from the Tsar. The execution was theater, designed to terrify. It worked. The sentence is commuted to hard labor in Siberia. Dostoevsky has faced death. Truly, absolutely faced it, and survived. He will never be the same. Nothing he writes afterward will be unmarked by this moment. This is the experience that burns through all his later work. Raskolnikov's fever. Svidrigaïlov's nightmares. The sense that consciousness can expand to contain unbearable extremity. He learned this standing before the rifles. 4 years in a Siberian prison. The katorga at Omsk. 10-pound leg irons. Murderers and thieves for companions. No books allowed except the Bible, which he reads until its pages fall apart in his hands. That worn New Testament becomes his lifeline. The Lazarus story, the Sermon on the Mount, the parables of the prodigal son and the lost sheep. Faith crystallizes in the crucible of punishment. His fellow prisoners become his teachers. Peasant murderers who weep at icons. Brutal men capable of unexpected tenderness. He learns that the human soul is not simple, that even the worst contain mysteries. Before Siberia, he believed in perfectibility through reason. After Siberia, he knows better. Human beings are not problems to be solved. They are mysteries to be encountered. Souls capable of anything, good or evil. Released in 1854, he must serve 5 more years as a common soldier in a Siberian regiment. Military discipline, frontier hardship, epileptic seizures that grow more frequent. His body is being broken while his mind sharpens. His first marriage to Maria Iseva, a widow he loves desperately, brings little happiness. She is ill, difficult, dying slowly. He nurses her while struggling to write, to remake himself as an author after the lost decade. Finally, in 1859, permission comes to return to Petersburg. 10 years after his arrest, he re-enters the city that made and nearly destroyed him. He is 38, with everything still to write. Russia has changed while he was gone. A new generation of radicals has emerged, the nihilists they call themselves. They reject all authority, all tradition, all inherited values. They believe only in reason and utility, in destruction of the old. He sees himself in them, the arrogance, the certainty, the willingness to sacrifice real people for abstract principles. But he has been to Siberia. He knows where such thinking leads. He must warn them somehow. The novel begins to form in his mind. A murderer who kills on principle. A student who believes himself extraordinary. The theory of the great man tested against the reality of blood and guilt. But first, disaster. Gambling. The addiction seizes him at German casinos, roulette, the spinning wheel. The desperate conviction that the next bet will restore everything. He loses everything, again and again and again. He writes to pay gambling debts, writes to survive, writes with creditors pounding at his door. The pressure is crushing. But somehow under this weight, genius flows. Crime and punishment emerges chapter by chapter. 1866. The Russian Messenger magazine begins serializing the novel. Readers are gripped from the first installment. This is something new. A journey into a murderer's consciousness, unsparing and strangely compassionate. The monthly installments keep readers in suspense. Will Raskolnikov confess? What will happen to Sonia? Critics debate the morality of following a murderer so sympathetically. Dostoevsky has touched a nerve. He needs help to meet his deadlines. Hires a young stenographer named Anna Snikina. She takes dictation efficiently, calmly. As he paces and speaks the final chapters, she is 20, he is 45. Within months, they are married. Anna becomes his anchor, managing his debts, limiting his gambling, protecting his working time. She is the Sonia to his Raskolnikov, saving him through steady, unwavering devotion. Anna handles everything practical so he can write, She manages creditors, arranges publications, creates order from his chaos. For 15 years, until his death, she makes his impossible life possible. The Russia of the 1860s serfs freed in 1861, but freedom brings new problems. Millions suddenly landless, rootless, flooding into cities. The old order crumbling, the new order not yet formed. Turgenev's novel Fathers and Sons appeared in 1862, introducing the word nihilist to Russian culture. The character Bazarov became a symbol. The young man who believes in nothing except what can be cut with a scalpel. Young radicals across Russia embraced the nihilist label. Burn everything down, trust only science. Reject sentiment, tradition, religion, all the inherited lies. Build a new world from pure reason on the ashes of the old. Raskolnikov takes this thinking to its logical end. If God is dead and everything is permitted, why not murder? If extraordinary men make their own rules, why not become extraordinary through transgression? The theory, followed honestly, leads to blood. But Dostoevsky doesn't simply condemn. He was once a young radical himself. He knows the sincerity of those who want to burn the world and rebuild it better. That's what makes his critique so devastating. He had been that young man with dangerous ideas, had faced death for them, had learned in Siberia that the peasants he hoped to save contained wisdom the intellectuals lacked. The novel is partly confession. Raskolnikov's redemption is Dostoevsky's hope for the nihilists of his time. Turn back, there is another way. Suffering accepted transforms. Faith remains possible even after the worst. Don't choose Svidrigaïlov's bullet. Petersburg itself is crucial to understanding. Peter the Great built it on bones. A western city imposed on Russian marshland. Thousands of serfs died draining the swamps. The city is founded on suffering and contradiction. An artificial capital, neither Russian nor European. Grand facades hiding slums. Reason and order imposed on chaos and mystery. Petersburg became symbol for Dostoevsky. The Enlightenment experiment and its human cost. The summer heat of the novel is not accidental. White nights, when the sun barely sets, when midnight glows like dusk. In this endless twilight, madness breeds. The boundaries between dream and waking dissolve. Raskolnikov's garret exists in this fever city. The yellow buildings, the dust, the stench of canals in summer. Dostoevsky knew these streets intimately. He walked them while writing, absorbing their atmosphere into his pages. Specific locations can still be traced. The building that inspired Raskolnikov's garret. The corner where the pawnbroker might have lived. Petersburg preserves its Dostoevsky geography like a literary crime scene, never quite cleaning up the evidence. The psychology was revolutionary. Before Dostoevsky, novels typically stayed outside their characters, describing behavior, reporting speech. He went inside. We experience Raskolnikov's thoughts as they occur, chaotic and contradictory, and terrifyingly real. Stream of consciousness, critics would later call it. Joyce and Woolf would develop it further. But Dostoevsky pioneered the territory. Mapping the mind's uncharted spaces, the contradictions we hide even from ourselves. Freud read Dostoevsky with astonished recognition. Here was someone who had been there first. Into the unconscious, into the logic of dreams, into the strange ways guilt demands punishment and punishment becomes desired. The criminal psychology in particular anticipated modern understanding. Raskolnikov's compulsion to return to the crime scene. His near confessions to strangers. The way guilt sabotages the guilty. Porfiry knows these patterns before they have names. Porfiry never threatens, never tortures. He simply talks, probing, suggesting, planting seeds of doubt. Modern interrogation techniques would recognize his method building rapport, encouraging confession, making surrender feel like relief. The criminal needs punishment more than society needs to punish. Dostoevsky suggests. Confession isn't defeat, it's liberation. The burden of hidden guilt crushes more surely than any official sentence ever could. This insight shaped detective fiction to come. The psychological thriller, the cat and mouse game between investigator and perpetrator. The confession as climax. Dostoevsky invented the genre's essential grammar. But he never reduces to formula. Porfiry catches his criminal, but the real victory belongs to Sonia. Detection finds the guilty, faith redeems them. The mystery story becomes religious drama without losing its suspense. The theological argument runs beneath the thriller surface. Can man live without God? The nihilists say yes. Raskolnikov's experiment tests the proposition. His collapse is Dostoevsky's answer: no, we cannot. Not because God punishes from outside, but because without the sacred, human beings lose their grounding. Everything becomes permitted, and everything permitted leads to hell. The extraordinary man becomes extraordinarily alone. Sonia's faith is not intellectual. She cannot argue philosophy. But she can love without condition, suffer without despair, believe when belief seems absurd. This, Dostoevsky suggests, is stronger than any theory. Russian Orthodox Christianity shapes everything in the novel. The emphasis on suffering as transformative. The kenosis, divine self-emptying, echoed in Sonia's sacrifice. The resurrection hope that underlies even the darkest scenes. The West received the novel immediately. Translations into French, German, English followed quickly. Here was Russia's soul on display, dark, intense, spiritual in ways that sophisticated Europe had forgotten to be. Nietzsche read Dostoevsky with fascination and horror. The philosopher of the Superman found his shadow here. But drawn by someone who warned against the consequences, Nietzsche would celebrate. Two brilliant minds, opposing conclusions. Nietzsche saw the extraordinary man and said yes. Dostoevsky saw the same figure and said, look where this leads. Look at the isolation, the guilt, the madness. Is this truly what you want to become? The 20th century would test both visions. Men arose who believed themselves extraordinary. Lenin, Stalin, Hitler. They stepped over millions in pursuit of their ideas. Dostoevsky's warning proved prophetic. Hannah Arendt, writing about the banality of evil, essentially rediscovered what Dostoevsky knew, that ideology makes murder administrative. That theory permits what conscience forbids, that the worst crimes feel ordinary to those who commit them. Camus's The Stranger echoes Raskolnikov. Another murderer without apparent motive, another examination of what happens when traditional meaning dissolves. But Camus finds no Sonia. His universe remains absurd, unredeemed, alone. Every generation rereads the novel and finds new relevance. The alienated young man, the seductive theory, the catastrophic action, the long road back to humanity. These patterns repeat endlessly in history and in human hearts. Film adaptations have tried to capture it. Joseph von Sternberg in 1935. Peter Lorre's haunted face nearly achieving Raskolnikov's fever. But the interior monologue resists cinema. The novel keeps its secrets. More recent echoes appear in unexpected places. Woody Allen's Match Point, a lucky murderer unpunished, challenging Dostoevsky's faith that conscience will out. What if guilt doesn't seek punishment? The dialogue continues. Breaking Bad gave us Walter White, another man who convinces himself he's extraordinary, who transgresses to prove his theory, who descends step by step into hell while believing himself the hero of his own story. The talented Mr. Ripley, another charming sociopath, another murderer who almost gets away with it. Patricia Highsmith admired Dostoevsky. Her criminal air lacks remorse, but not the Russian psychological acuity. These hairs show the archetype's power, the intelligent killer, the theory that justifies, the unexpected consequences. We keep retelling Raskolnikov's story because we keep meeting versions of him in ourselves and in the news. The question never goes away: what are we capable of? Under enough pressure, with the right justification, could any of us cross the line? Dostoevsky's answer: yes. And that's why we need faith, community, love. And the second question follows: can we come back? After the worst, is redemption possible? This is the hope that haunts us. That change is real. That the past does not determine the future absolutely. Dostoevsky himself died at the peak of his powers, January 1881, 60 years old. He had just finished The Brothers Karamazov, his masterpiece, his summa, his final statement on everything that mattered. A lung hemorrhage took him in the night. Anna held his hand. "Remember, Anna, I have always loved you, and I have never been unfaithful to you." Then, silence. 30,000 people attended his funeral. Russia mourned its conscience, its prophet, its unflinching witness to the soul's darkness and its capacity for light. He was buried in Petersburg, the city of his triumphs and torments. His reputation only grew after death. The 20th century claimed him as prophet. Every war, every atrocity, seemed to prove his warnings right. The novels found new readers in every generation who recognized themselves. Tolstoy, his great rival, said Dostoevsky was the only psychologist from whom I have something to learn. High praise from a master. They disagreed about much, but recognized each other's genius. The critic Mikhail discovered new depths in the novels. The polyphonic technique, multiple voices arguing without the author resolving their disputes. Dostoevsky let his characters think freely, even when he disagreed with them. Raskolnikov's theory gets full voice in the novel. It sounds convincing. That's the danger. Dostoevsky doesn't strawman his villains. He lets the devil speak his best case before proving him wrong. Fair combat, not propaganda. This honesty makes the faith stronger. When Sonia's silent love defeats Raskolnikov's eloquent theory, the victory feels earned. We've heard the best arguments for transgression. We've seen them fail against simple presence. Today's readers find strange new relevance. Online radicalization follows Raskolnikov's pattern. Isolation breeding theory, theory breeding contempt, contempt breeding violence. The garret room now has Wi-Fi, but the dynamic is identical. The cure remains the same too. Connection. Community. Someone who sees through the theory to the suffering beneath and refuses to abandon the sufferer. Sonia's role is as necessary now as then. Crime and punishment endures because it tells the truth. Not comfortable truth, not flattering truth, but the truth that sets free by revealing what we'd rather not see about ourselves and what remains possible despite it. The novel waits in libraries and bookstores and digital files. Waits for each new reader who needs it. Some come at 20 full of theories. Some come later, haunted by their own past transgressions. All find something. The thriller surface is gripping. The psychology is revelatory. The spiritual depths are inexhaustible. Crime and punishment meets readers wherever they are and offers what they need. Perhaps you'll read it yourself someday. All those pages, all that Russian complexity, all those names and patronymics. It's not an easy book, but it rewards difficulty with insight nothing else provides. Or perhaps this telling is enough for now. The shape of the story, the sound of the names, the feeling of the journey from murder to mourning, that stays with you too in its own way. Dostoevsky would understand. He wrote for readers and listeners alike. The serfs who heard his books read aloud at country estates. The prisoners who passed torn chapters hand to hand. Story transcends format. What matters is that you've traveled with Raskolnikov tonight. From his garret to his Siberia. Through guilt and confession to the beginning of new life. The journey is yours now, carry it gently. So here we are at the end of our journey. A young man in a sweltering room conceived a terrible idea and tested it with an axe. The world answered with blood and suffering. He thought himself extraordinary, above the common herd, permitted to transgress where ordinary men must obey. Napoleon in a threadbare student coat, dreaming of greatness through murder. The pawnbroker died. And Lizaveta too, innocent, unplanned, the proof that violence cannot be contained or calculated. Blood spread across the floorboards, and his soul began its long descent into fever. But hell is not forever. That's the miracle the story offers. Not that we cannot fall. We can, we do, we will. But that falling is not the final word. Rising remains possible. Raskolnikov's journey was toward that possibility. Through guilt and paranoia and confession. Through punishment accepted rather than fought. Toward the moment when love could finally break through the prison of theory. Porfiry pushed him toward that breakthrough. The detective who wanted his criminal saved, not merely caught. Strange mercy from an unlikely source, the hunter who cared about the soul of his prey. And Sonia pulled him, with patience that never wavered, with faith that survived every test, with love that asked nothing except that he become capable of receiving it. She waited, she believed, she stayed. Love broke through where argument could not. Not philosophy but presence. Not being right but being there. This is what saves, in Dostoevsky's vision, in life itself perhaps, the simple fact of not being abandoned. Dostoevsky knew what he was writing. He had stood before firing rifles himself, had descended into Siberian hell and emerged somehow still capable of faith. His novel is testimony, not just story. 4 years in prison among murderers taught him that souls are not simple, that the worst contain unexpected good, that redemption refuses to exclude anyone willing to suffer for it. He learned this in chains. He wrote not to lecture but to share. One soul who had been to the edge speaking to other souls who might be headed there. The novel is a hand extended across the abyss. Perhaps that's why the story still works, after all these years. It doesn't moralize from above. It bleeds on the page alongside us. We feel what Raskolnikov feels because Dostoevsky felt it first. We recognize ourselves in the murderer. The capacity for wrong, the seduction of self, justification, the loneliness of pride. This recognition is uncomfortable but necessary. The first step toward not becoming what we fear. And we're grateful for Sonia. Because we need her too. Someone who sees through our worst and refuses to turn away. Someone whose faith creates the space for our own transformation. That's the story. All of it. Crime and punishment and the fragile hope of resurrection. A young man's fall and the love that catches him at the bottom. Darkness that finally admits light. Now the story settles into you. Like dust after long travel, like snow after storm. The characters take their places in your imagination, ready to rise again whenever you call them. Petersburg fades back into history. The yellow buildings, the canals, the Haymarket crowds. That fever city where Raskolnikov walked and murdered and finally confessed. It exists now in words and imagination, immortal. The characters rest now, Sonia with her Bible, reading perhaps the Lazarus story one more time. Raskolnikov beside her learning to pray, learning to live differently. Their story continues beyond the page. The Siberian steppe stretches toward horizons we cannot see. Endless grassland under enormous sky. A different world from the cramped garret where this all began. Space to breathe. Space to become something new. Spring is coming in that distant place. The frozen rivers beginning to crack. Water moving beneath the ice, seeking its way toward sea. Everything that seemed permanent starting to shift and flow again. Let that image stay with you. Ice breaking, water flowing again. Whatever has frozen in you can thaw. Whatever seems permanent can change. That's not empty comfort. That's the testimony of centuries. Dostoevsky believed it. He had to, having survived what he survived, having written what he wrote. The frozen man can thaw. The dead can rise. Lazarus heard his name called and emerged from the tomb. Maybe that feels true for you tonight. Maybe it feels distant, impossible. Either way, the story holds it for you until you need it. Literature keeps truths in trust for us. That's what great novels do. They don't just entertain. Though they do that too. They hold experiences we haven't had yet, feelings we might need someday. They expand what we know to be possible. Dostoevsky survived his execution, survived his prison, survived his epilepsy and his gambling and his grief, and left us this gift. A map of the soul's darkest territories and the paths that lead back out. If you drifted through parts of this telling, that's perfect. That's what this is for. The story will be here whenever you want it. In a library, in memory, in the hum of words half remembered. Maybe you'll read the novel yourself someday. All 600 pages of Russian names and psychological intensity. It's there waiting, patient as Sonia. Ready when you are, no pressure, no assignment. Or maybe this version is enough for now. The shape of the story, the feeling of the journey. That stays with you too, in its own way. Stories have many forms of living. Either way, you've spent an hour with one of humanity's great minds. With a murderer who found his way back. With the woman who waited for him. With the detective who wanted him saved. With Petersburg in summer. With Siberia in spring. With all the suffering and all the hope that Dostoevsky poured into those pages over 150 years ago. Still speaking, still alive. The room around you is quiet now, just as it should be. The story has been told. The characters have done their work. Now comes the part where you rest with what you've received. Somewhere in imagination, it is always dawn over Siberia. The steppe always stretching toward freedom. Raskolnikov and Sonia always sitting by the river. Their story continuing beyond any ending we can write. And you rest here, in your own present moment. The story told, the night embracing. The world outside doing whatever the world does while you sink deeper into comfort and quiet. Let your breath slow. Let your thoughts drift. The Russian names, the Petersburg streets, the theories and confessions. All of it settling now like sediment in still water. Clarity comes from rest. Raskolnikov is at peace now. After everything. The fever, the guilt, the long journey through punishment toward something like grace. He rests too. The character you traveled with tonight has found his shore. And Sonia beside him, her faith rewarded, her patience vindicated. The prostitute who became a saint through suffering and love. She rests too, her work of salvation accomplished. Both of them finally home. Thank you for letting me tell you this tale. For trusting me with an hour of your night. For staying, awake or drifting, while the story unfolded. It has been my privilege to be your guide. Sleep well tonight, and if you dream, let them be dreams of thawing rivers, of dawnlight breaking over frozen places, of hands reaching and finding each other in the dark. We'll meet again, you and I. Another night, another great book. There are so many stories waiting to be told in the dark. But for now, this one is complete. Rest with it. Good night now. Rest well. Let the story settle into you like snow, like silence, like peace. The tale is told. The night is yours. Sleep. And carry Raskolnikov's hope with you into morning.